Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The first thing Chen Wei noticed was the cold. Not the cold of air conditioning or winter wind, but a bone-deep, marrow-settling cold that came from lying on a wooden floor in a drafty shack while wearing nothing but a thin cotton robe 2 sizes too small. His eyes snapped open to darkness. Rough wooden beams crossed above him, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. The smell of cheap rice wine and iron filings hung in the air like a curse. He sat up, and the world tilted. His body was wrong. Too small. Too light. Hands that should have belonged to a 26-year-old software engineer were tiny, soft, the fingers of a child no older than 6. Chen Wei stared at them in the darkness, his breath coming faster, his heartbeat hammering against ribs he could count through his skin. "No," he whispered. His voice was a child's voice. High, thin, fragile. A snore erupted from the adjacent room. A wet, rattling, phlegm-thick sound that spoke of years of alcohol abuse and broken dreams. Chen Wei knew that snore. Not from experience. From a novel he'd read 3 times on his phone during late-night commutes, a web novel about a boy with a trash martial soul who became a god. Tang Hao. The fallen titled Douluo. The drunkard blacksmith of Holy Spirit Village. Which meant this body belonged to Tang San. Chen Wei pressed his palms against the wooden floor and felt something stir inside his chest, not his heartbeat, but deeper, like a second pulse running along invisible channels. Qi. No. Spirit power. Mysterious heaven skill, circulating automatically through meridians that his old body had never possessed. The technique was already at work, pulling ambient soul energy from the air and refining it into a warm current that flowed through 36 pathways he instinctively recognized. Rank 6. This body was already at rank 6. A translucent blue panel materialized in his vision, and the breath froze in his throat. Soul Destiny System, initializing host bound. Chen Wei, body, Tang San, spirit power, rank 6 martial soul, blue silver grass, dormant bloodline, blue silver emperor, secondary martial soul, clear sky hammer, sealed, system status, online core ability unlocked, thread site active destiny threads, 0 soul fracture meter, 0%. Warning, the soul destiny system facilitates romantic resonance bonds between the host and compatible individuals. Each bond strengthens the host's martial soul and combat capabilities. However, maintaining multiple high-resonance bonds simultaneously generates soul fracture pressure. If the soul fracture meter exceeds 100%, the host's martial soul will irreversibly shatter. Chen Wei read the panel twice. Then a third time. Then he closed his eyes and counted to 10 in Mandarin, English, and the smattering of Japanese he'd picked up from anime. He was inside the Douluo Dalu novel. He was Tang San. He had a system that rewarded romance but threatened to destroy him if he loved too many people at once. This is either the greatest opportunity in the history of transmigration, he muttered to his tiny hands, or the most elaborate way the universe has ever invented to kill someone. Thread sight activated without his conscious command, and the world bloomed with invisible color. From his chest, a single thread extended southward through the wall, through the village, across miles of forest and farmland, a thread of pale gold, gossamer thin but unmistakable. It pointed toward someone he hadn't met yet. Someone the system had already identified as a destiny-level romantic match. He knew who it was. Xiao Wu. The 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit in human form who would enroll at Nuoding Academy the same year he did. A second thread, much shorter, led through the wall into the room where Tang Hao snored. This one was platinum, family bond, but it was cracked, fractured, dim. The thread of a father who had given up on everything except cheap wine and guild. And beneath the platinum, almost invisible, a shattered gold thread extended from Tang Hao into the distance, broken and trailing like a severed rope. His dead wife. Ah Yin. The blue-silver emperor spirit beast who had sacrificed everything for love. Chen Wei's mother. In this body, at least. He looked down at his small hands and watched a single blade of blue-silver grass sprout from his palm, responding to his emotional turmoil. The grass was delicate, almost translucent, nothing like the weapon it would eventually become. But he could feel the dormant bloodline beneath it, the emperor's heritage, waiting to awaken. A third thread, faint and red, extended northeast toward a place he couldn't see. Spirit Hall. The institution that had hunted his mother, that would hunt Xiao Wu, that would try to conquer the entire continent. "All right," Chen Wei said to the empty room, his child's voice hardening into something that sounded far too old for his body. "I know everything that's going to happen. I know every friend, every enemy, every treasure, every spirit ring, every betrayal. I know how this story ends." He clenched his fists, and the blue-silver grass retracted. "But this time, the story ends my way." Dawn crept through the cracks in the shutters. Chen Wei rose, dressed in Tang San's threadbare clothes, and walked to the doorway. Holy Spirit Village spread before him in the gray morning light, a handful of wooden buildings clustered around a muddy road, surrounded by forest and farmland. Smoke rose from the blacksmith's forge across the square. Chickens pecked at the dirt. A dog yawned on a porch. Ordinary. Peaceful. Fragile. Somewhere south, a girl with braided hair and rabbit-bright eyes was living her life, not knowing that her destiny was about to intertwine with his. Somewhere northeast, the most powerful institution on the continent was sharpening its knives, not knowing that the boy they would one day hunt was already planning their destruction. And in the room behind him, a broken god of a man slept off another night of wine, not knowing that his son had been replaced by someone who intended to fix everything that had gone wrong. Chen Wei stepped into the morning, the soul fracture meter a steady 0 at the edge of his vision, and began his first day as Tang San. Chapter 2 The mysterious heaven skill was extraordinary. Chen Wei had read about it in the novel, an internal cultivation technique Tang San brought from his previous life in Tang sect. But reading about it and feeling it were different experiences entirely. The skill operated like a perpetual engine, drawing spirit energy from the environment and refining it through 36 complete meridian circuits. Each circuit strengthened the soul and body simultaneously. At rank 6, the process was already automatic, running even during sleep. He sat cross-legged on the hilltop behind the village as the sun rose, running the purple demon eye technique in tandem with mysterious heaven skill. The purple demon eye was a perception enhancement. At dawn, when the first purple light of sunrise crested the horizon, practitioners could absorb that unique light energy to sharpen their vision beyond normal human capacity. Chen Wei watched the sky shift from indigo to violet to gold, and the world became sharper. Details he shouldn't have been able to see at 50 meters became crystal clear. The grain of bark on distant trees. The individual feathers on a sparrow's wing. The faint shimmer of ambient spirit energy that hung over everything like morning mist. Thread sight layered over his enhanced perception, and the combination was stunning. Every living thing had threads, not destiny threads, but faint spiritual connections to the land, to the air, to each other. The village itself was a web of silver and gray threads, community, family, neighborly tolerance. Tang Hao's fractured platinum thread pulsed faintly from the shack below, each pulse timed to a heartbeat. Chen Wei spent 3 hours training, pushing his mysterious heaven skill through additional cycles. By the time he stopped, his spirit power had nudged from rank 6 to the border of rank 7. Progress that would have taken the original Tang San a week, accelerated by the adult mind driving the child's body with relentless focus. He climbed down from the hilltop and approached Tang Hao's forge. The blacksmith was awake now, if you could call it that. Tang Hao sat on a stool outside the forge, a half-empty wine jug dangling from one massive hand, his eyes red-rimmed and unfocused. He was enormous even in his diminished state, a body built by decades of the most intense physical cultivation on the continent, now running on alcohol and inertia. "Father," Chen Wei said carefully. "I'm going to start training with hidden weapons today." Tang Hao's bleary eyes focused on him with sudden sharpness. "What did you say?" "Hidden weapons. I've been studying the principles." This was a dangerous play. The original Tang San had brought hidden weapon knowledge from his Tang sect past life. Chen Wei needed to justify having the same knowledge without that convenient backstory. "I read about them in a book at Old Man Jack's shop. Sleeve darts. Flying needles. The mechanics are simple. It's the precision that matters." Tang Hao stared at him for a long moment. Then he took a slow drink from his jug and looked away. "Do what you want." But Chen Wei caught it, a micro-expression, barely a flicker across the drunkard's weathered face. Interest. Recognition. Tang Hao, who had been one of the greatest combat spirit masters alive, knew exactly what hidden weapons could do in skilled hands. And he was watching to see if his son had inherited any of that potential. Chen Wei spent the rest of the day crafting crude throwing needles from iron scraps at the forge. His tiny hands lacked dexterity, but his mind knew exactly what shapes to create, what balance points to maintain, what angles would maximize penetration at range. By evening, he had 12 needles that were rough but functional. He set up targets on trees behind the village and practiced until his fingers bled. Throw. Miss. Adjust. Throw. Miss by less. Adjust. Throw. Hit. The repetition was meditative. His body learned what his mind already knew, muscle memory forming through pure persistence. The mysterious heaven skill continued cycling as he trained, refining spirit power in the background. By nightfall, he could hit a tree trunk at 10 meters with 7 out of 12 needles. He collapsed into bed exhausted, his small body pushed to its limits. As sleep claimed him, the system pulsed. Daily cultivation summary spirit power, rank 6 rank 7, 2% to next rank, hidden weapon proficiency, tier 0 tier 1, basic, thread side observations, 3 new environmental threads cataloged soul fracture meter, 0% the gold thread pointing south shimmered faintly in his closing vision. Xiao Wu was out there. He'd meet her soon enough. But first, he had to get stronger. Strong enough to hold every thread without breaking. Chapter 3 Nuoding Academy's enrollment day arrived with the kind of pageantry that a small-town spirit academy could muster, which is to say, a banner over the gate and a cranky old spirit master sitting at a desk in the courtyard, testing children's martial souls with a spirit power evaluation crystal. Chen Wei stood in line with 20 other children from surrounding villages. Most were nervous, fidgeting, whispering to anxious parents. Chen Wei's parent was notably absent. Tang Hao hadn't even acknowledged the enrollment date. Chen Wei had walked the 6 miles to Nuoding City alone, his pack holding 3 sets of clothes, his training needles, and a handful of copper coins. The testing was simple: touch the crystal, manifest your martial soul, and the crystal would display your innate spirit power rank. Anything above rank 3 was considered worth training. Above rank 5 was gifted. Above rank 8 was prodigious. Chen Wei had deliberately suppressed his spirit power display all morning, cycling the mysterious heaven skill in reverse to mask 2 ranks of power. When he touched the crystal, it glowed with the soft light of rank 8 instead of his true rank 10. Still impressive, enough to guarantee enrollment, but not so extraordinary as to draw the wrong kind of attention. His martial soul manifested, blue-silver grass. A single strand of blue-green grass that wound around his wrist like a lazy vine. The testing spirit master, a middle-aged man named Teacher Lin with a rank 28 spirit power, squinted at the grass. Blue-silver grass, he said flatly. Rank 8. Unusual combination. The grass is the most common trash spirit, but rank 8 innate power is. He scratched his chin. Waste of good talent on a bad spirit, if you ask me. Still, you're in. Welcome to Nuoding Academy, Tang San. Chen Wei nodded politely and moved to the enrollment desk. As he filled out the registration papers with a child's careful handwriting, thread sight flared. A new thread. Gold. Blazing, unmistakable, radiating warmth like a small sun. He turned his head, and there she was. Xiao Wu stood in the testing line 3 children behind where he'd been. She was 6 years old, small, lithe, with enormous brown eyes and 2 long braids that fell past her waist. She wore simple traveling clothes, dusty from the road, and her expression combined cheerful curiosity with a predator's alertness. She bounced on her toes, unable to stand still, her gaze darting across the courtyard with the hypervigilance of an animal accustomed to being hunted. The gold thread between them pulsed with each of her heartbeats. Chen Wei felt it in his chest, a resonance, a recognition, as if some fundamental part of his soul had been waiting for exactly this connection. The soul fracture meter ticked from 0% to 3%. Destiny thread detected target, Xiao Wu thread type, gold, romantic destiny, initial resonance, 8% natural affinity, extreme note, this individual possesses a fated bond, resonance will increase naturally through proximity and interaction regardless of deliberate effort. Chen Wei's breath caught. 8% resonance from just being in the same courtyard. The system wasn't kidding about extreme natural affinity. He watched her test. She touched the crystal, and her martial soul manifested, not a spirit beast, of course. To the testing master, it appeared to be a soft-bone rabbit, a common beast-type spirit. Rank 8 innate power. But Chen Wei's thread sight saw deeper, her entire body shimmered with spirit energy that dwarfed everyone in the courtyard. The martial soul was a fiction, she was the spirit beast. A 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit who had taken human form. Her actual power was so vast that the testing crystal couldn't begin to measure it. And Spirit Hall's scouts were watching. Chen Wei's enhanced perception, purple demon eye sharpened to the point where he could read lips at 30 meters, caught the conversation between 2 men standing on a rooftop overlooking the academy courtyard. They wore civilian clothes, but their posture was military, their eyes scanning with professional detachment. Any above rank 9, flagged for Spirit Hall's consideration. What about beast-type spirits? The directive says to watch for. Too young. She's 6. Even if she's from a spirit beast bloodline, she's not worth the paperwork. They moved on. Chen Wei released a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Xiao Wu finished her registration and immediately started causing trouble. She challenged the biggest boy in the entering class, a merchant's son twice her height, to a wrestling match and threw him into a flower bed in under 4 seconds. The boy started crying. Xiao Wu looked pleased with herself. Chen Wei walked over. "Nice throw," he said. Shoulder lock into a hip toss. The rotation was clean. Xiao Wu looked at him with wide, startled eyes. "You know fighting techniques?" "A few." He extended his hand. "Tang San. I think we're going to be in the same class." She took his hand. Her grip was warm, stronger than any 6-year-olds had a right to be, and when their skin touched, the gold thread between them flared so brightly that Chen Wei almost flinched. "Xiao Wu," she said. "And I'm definitely older than you, so you should call me elder sister. We're the same age." I said what I said. Chen Wei couldn't help it. He smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd worn since waking up in this world, and it felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. The soul fracture meter held at 3%. Chapter 4. The first week at Nuoding Academy established the hierarchy that would persist for years. Xiao Wu was the undisputed combat champion of the incoming class, Chen Wei was the quiet strategist nobody could figure out, and everyone else orbited around them in varying states of admiration and resentment. Their classroom was a drafty wooden hall with 30 desks, a chalkboard, and a teacher, Spirit Master Wang Sheng, rank 32, who taught combat theory with the enthusiasm of a man counting down to retirement. Chen Wei absorbed his lectures like a sponge, not because the content was new, he knew everything Wang Sheng would ever teach and more, but because understanding how this world's people thought about spirit combat was essential for blending in. Xiao Wu sat next to him by unilateral declaration. "You're the only one who doesn't flinch when I move fast," she explained, which was true. Her reflexes were inhuman, literally, and most children instinctively recoiled when she turned suddenly or reached for something. Chen Wei, who knew exactly what she was, simply treated her like a person. Which, he reflected, was what she desperately wanted to be. Their destiny thread resonance climbed steadily, 10%, 12%, 14%. Each percentage point was earned through small moments, sharing lunch, laughing at the same jokes, training together in the evenings when the academy grounds emptied. Chen Wei taught her hidden weapon basics. She taught him soft bone combat stances, her eyes bright with the joy of having someone who could actually follow her movements. On the 5th day, Chen Wei made his first strategic observation about the academy's social dynamics. The older students, 2nd and 3rd years, operated a loose hierarchy based on spirit power rank. Higher rank meant better dormitory assignments, first pick at equipment, and the implicit right to boss around weaker students. It was a microcosm of the wider spirit master world, where power determined everything. Chen Wei had no interest in climbing this hierarchy. He intended to sidestep it entirely by building a reputation based on something no one else offered: intelligence. He started a study group for incoming students, teaching combat theory concepts in simpler terms than Wang Sheng used. Within a week, he had 15 regulars who looked to him for academic guidance. Xiao Wu attended every session, perched on a desk at the back, her feet swinging. She never needed the academic help. She came because Chen Wei was there. And because, as she told him one evening with uncharacteristic seriousness, "People treat me different. Like I'm dangerous. You treat me like I'm normal. That's worth more than any study group." The gold thread hummed between them, warm and steady. "You are dangerous," Chen Wei said. "But dangerous isn't the same as bad." She blinked. Then she grinned, that wild, bright, slightly predatory grin that was uniquely Xiao Wu. "I like you, Tang San. You're weird, but I like you." Resonance, 15%. Soul fracture meter, 4%. Chapter 5 months passed, and Chen Wei fell into a rhythm that oscillated between intense training and careful social engineering. Nights were for cultivation. The mysterious heaven skill ran continuously, but Chen Wei supplemented it with focused meditation sessions that pushed the technique's efficiency beyond what the original Tang San had achieved at this age. His adult mind could visualize the meridian pathways with perfect clarity, directing spirit power flow with a precision that no 6-year-old should possess. He mapped each of the 36 circulation routes like a highway engineer, identifying bottlenecks where spirit energy pulled instead of flowing, then adjusting his mental imagery to widen those channels by fractions of a millimeter. The cumulative effect was dramatic. By the end of the 3rd month, he broke through to rank 12. Spirit Master rank. At 6 years old. He kept the breakthrough hidden, displaying rank 10 during mandatory evaluations. The gap between his true and displayed power was his insurance policy, a reserve that could mean the difference between life and death in a world where Spirit Hall's eyes were everywhere. Every week, the Academy ran spirit power assessments. Every week, Chen Wei cycled his mysterious heaven skill in deliberate reverse to mask 2 full ranks. The deception was exhausting but necessary. Standing out meant scrutiny, and scrutiny meant Spirit Hall. Mornings were for Purple Demon Eye training. He woke before dawn every day, climbing to the Academy's highest point, the bell tower, where the air was thin and the first purple light of sunrise arrived unmarred by the town below. The technique was reaching its 2nd stage, surveillance. His perception now operated at a level that bordered on precognition, not seeing the future, but reading micro-expressions, muscle tensions, and spiritual fluctuations with such accuracy that he could predict actions before they occurred. In sparring, he could see an opponent's punch forming in their shoulder muscles 2 full seconds before the fist moved. It was like watching the world in slow motion while everyone else lived at normal speed. The difference between knowing something from a novel and experiencing it firsthand hit him daily. He'd read about the purple demon eye as a text description, enhanced perception. Living inside it meant seeing dust motes spiral in the air, catching the heartbeat pulse in a sparring partner's neck veins, reading the stress fractures in wooden training dummies that predicted exactly where they'd break. It was overwhelming at first. Then it became his greatest advantage. Afternoons were for Xiao Wu. She had declared herself his elder sister with an absoluteness that brooked no argument. She woke him for breakfast by jumping on his bed, literally jumping, her spirit beast agility carrying her from the doorway to his mattress in a single bound that would have shattered a normal child's bed frame. She saved him a seat in every class. She dragged him to spar after lunch, and her fighting style was a revelation. Soft bone combat combined with spirit beast reflexes created a martial art that was beautiful, brutal, and utterly unique. She could bend backward until her head touched her heels, dodge strikes that came from impossible angles, and deliver kicks that changed trajectory mid-swing because her joints simply didn't obey human anatomical rules. Their resonance climbed. 15%. 17%. 20%. The Soul Destiny system tracked every interaction with mechanical thoroughness. Resonance log, Xiao Wu plus 0.3%, shared laughter during training plus 0.5%, physical contact during sparring, unintentional handhold, plus 0.8%, emotional vulnerability, subject expressed fear of abandonment plus 0.2%, gift exchange, hand-carved wooden rabbit figurine. The system quantified emotion with the cold precision of an algorithm, and Chen Wei hated it. These moments weren't data points. They were real. Xiao Wu's laugh when he tripped over his own blue-silver grass during practice, a bright, unguarded sound that made nearby birds scatter. The way she always sat between him and any perceived threat, her body unconsciously positioning itself as a shield, her stance subtly shifting into the predator's crouch that came from centuries of survival instinct. The way she collected smooth pebbles from the creek and arranged them in spiraling patterns on his desk, never explaining why, never expecting him to ask. And the night she woke him from a nightmare, one of his real memories, the car crash, the impact, the crushing weight of twisted metal, the darkness that had ended Chen Wei's first life, and sat with him on the dormitory roof until the shaking stopped. Bad dream? She'd asked. The worst kind. The ones that already happened. She'd looked at him with those enormous brown eyes, and for a moment, something ancient and sad had flickered behind them. The 100,000-year spirit beast, remembering her own nightmares, the hunters, the nets, the dying screams of her kind as spirit rings were torn from their bodies. Then we'll make new ones. The good kind of dreams. Together. She'd stayed on the roof with him until the stars faded and dawn turned the sky to pearl. Neither of them spoke again. They didn't need to. The gold thread between them hummed with shared understanding that transcended language, two souls who had both lost a world and found each other in a new one. Resonance, 20%. The soul fracture meter sat at 5%. Manageable. But Chen Wei knew it would climb. It always did. Chapter 6 The incident with the bullies had consequences Chen Wei hadn't fully anticipated. It started on a Wednesday. A trio of older students, third years with spirit powers between rank 15 and rank 18, had established a protection racket among the younger children. Pay up half your weekly allowance or lose your training equipment. Most first years complied. The ringleader, Zhou Peng, had a stone fist martial soul that turned his right arm into a granite-dense bludgeon. He'd broken a second year's wrist the previous semester as a demonstration of consequences. Chen Wei and Xiao Wu refused to pay. On principle, and because neither of them had much money to begin with. Zhou Peng cornered them in the equipment shed after evening training, flanked by his two lackeys. Last warning, Tang San. You and your girlfriend pay up, or I break something that doesn't grow back. Chen Wei assessed the situation with clinical precision. 3 opponents. Zhou Peng at rank 18, his two lackeys at rank 15 and rank 16. Stone Fist was a power-type spirit, slow, predictable, devastating on contact. The lackeys had generic beast spirits. Minimal threat to Xiao Wu, but Chen Wei's blue-silver grass at its current exposed level, he was showing rank 10, wouldn't convincingly win a 3-on-1 against these ranks. He didn't need to win convincingly. He just needed to win. I'll give you one chance to leave, Chen Wei said quietly. Zhou Peng laughed. He activated Stone Fist, his right arm transformed, doubling in size and density, the skin hardening to granite like armor. He swung. Chen Wei sidestepped. The fist cratered the wooden wall behind him, sending splinters scattering like shrapnel. In the same motion, his hand flickered, a sleeve dart, one of his training needles, launched from a concealed wrist mechanism he'd built from scrap metal and leather strips. The needle struck the exposed nerve cluster behind Zhou Peng's ear with surgical precision. The bully's eyes rolled back. He dropped like a felled tree, his stone fist deactivating as consciousness fled. The two lackeys stared at their fallen leader. The shed was silent except for Zhou Peng's unconscious breathing and the settling of wood dust. Xiao Wu moved. She was behind the first lackey before he processed what had happened, her braids wrapping around his neck in a modified stranglehold that used her body's unnatural flexibility. Her spine bent at an angle that should have been anatomically impossible, allowing her to maintain the choke while sweeping his legs from behind. He hit the ground and she pinned him with a knee on his spine. The second lackey turned to run and found Chen Wei's blue-silver grass wrapped around his ankles. He fell face first into the dirt floor of the shed. 8 seconds. 3 bullies neutralized. Xiao Wu grinned at Chen Wei from atop her pinned opponent. That dart thing was cool. Teach me? It took me weeks to build the launcher. I'll help. I'm good with my hands. The gold thread between them pulsed warmly. Resonance, 22%. Zhou Peng and his lackeys spread rumors afterward. The blue-silver grass kid used illegal hidden weapons. The rumor evolved as rumors do, growing teeth and claws. By the time it reached the academy's senior faculty, the story was that Chen Wei had smuggled in poisoned blades and ambushed 3 innocent students. An investigation was launched. The academy head, a spirit elder named Wen Tao, personally examined Chen Wei's belongings. He found the sleeve dart mechanism, the training needles, and a journal of throwing trajectories. These aren't forbidden, Wen Tao said, turning a needle in his withered hands. The old man's office smelled of sandalwood and old paper, the walls lined with shelves holding decades of student records. Crude, but well designed. Where did you learn this? Books, Chen Wei said. The standard answer. And trial and error. Wen Tao studied him with eyes that had evaluated thousands of students over 30 years. His spirit power, rank 48, pressed against Chen Wei's senses like a warm wall, not hostile but immovable. You're lying about something, boy. But I've been teaching for 30 years, and I know the difference between a dangerous liar and a private one. You're the second type. He returned the needles. Carry on. But if you hurt a student with those things outside of sanctioned combat, you're expelled. Clear? Clear. The investigation ended, but it drew a different kind of attention. A letter arrived at Wen Tao's desk the following week, bearing the seal of Spirit Hall's Southern Regional Division. It requested information on any students displaying unusual combat aptitude or unconventional martial techniques. Routine inquiry. Annual census data. Chen Wei didn't learn about the letter until months later. By then, it wouldn't matter. Spirit Hall's attention was already pointed at Nuoding Academy for a different reason entirely. Chapter 7 Academy head Wen Tao summoned Chen Wei to his office on a Tuesday morning that smelled like jasmine tea and furniture polish. Sit down, Tang San. The old man poured 2 cups of tea, a gesture of respect unusual for a student meeting. I've been reviewing your progress reports. Spirit power rank 12 at age 6, with a blue-silver grass martial soul. Do you understand how unusual that is? Chen Wei sipped his tea. He was displaying rank 12 now. He'd allowed 2 of his hidden ranks to become visible, since maintaining perfect deception was more suspicious than showing gradual growth. His true rank was closer to 14. The gap was narrow enough to be useful, wide enough to matter in a crisis. Blue-silver grass is common, he said carefully. The books say it's considered a trash spirit. The books are wrong. Wen Tao leaned forward, his calloused hands wrapped around his teacup with the careful grip of a man who'd broken too many delicate things in his life. Or rather, they're right about most blue-silver grass users. But your grass. I've been watching it during your training sessions. The color is off. Normal blue-silver grass is pale green. Yours has a blue tint that deepens every week. And the tensile strength, you held a rank 18 stone fist user in place with it. That's not normal. Chen Wei kept his expression neutral while his mind sprinted through contingencies. Wen Tao was observant, more observant than the novel had given him credit for. The blue-silver emperor bloodline was manifesting faster than expected, probably due to his accelerated cultivation. The blue tint was a genetic marker, the first visible sign that his grass was not the common trash variant but the legendary emperor bloodline. If anyone with knowledge of the blue-silver emperor's history noticed that color, the consequences would cascade. I cultivate more intensively than most students, Chen Wei said. It was true, if massively understated. Perhaps the grass is responding to higher spirit power density. Wen Tao's eyes narrowed. He didn't fully buy it, but he also couldn't disprove it. Spirit mutation through intensive cultivation wasn't unheard of, just rare. Perhaps, he said, in a tone that meant he'd be watching. I'm offering you advanced training, individual sessions, after hours, with curriculum designed for your specific abilities. You're wasted in the standard classes. I'd like that. Thank you. One more thing. Wen Tao refilled both cups, a gesture that signaled the conversation was shifting from official to personal. I'm recommending you for transfer to a specialized academy after this year. There's a place called Shrek Academy, unconventional, rigorous, exactly the kind of environment that produces monsters. He used the word admiringly, with the emphasis of a man who respected dangerous excellence. Your friend Xiao Wu too, if she's interested. Shrek Academy. Right on schedule. The academy where the Shrek Seven Devils would form, where Grandmaster would teach, where the seeds of a continental war would be planted in the hearts of children who didn't yet know they'd become legends. She'll be interested, Chen Wei said. As he left the office, thread sight pulsed with a new reading. A silver thread extended northwest, faint and dormant, reaching toward someone he'd meet at Shrek Academy. The thread felt cold, sharp, like the edge of a blade pressed flat against skin. not cutting, but promising it could. Zhu Zhuqing, he guessed. The hell civet assassin running from an empire that considered her property. Or possibly Ning Rongrong, the seven treasure princess whose arrogance concealed a desperate desire to be valued for more than her support abilities. The system couldn't identify dormant threads until physical proximity activated them. So Chen Wei tucked the information away and headed for evening training. The advanced sessions with Wen Tao would accelerate his growth. The transfer to Shrek would bring new allies, new challenges, and new threads. One step at a time. One thread at a time. One careful, calculated step closer to the future he intended to build. Chapter 8. 3 months later, Chen Wei stood at rank 15 and contemplated the mathematics of love. The soul fracture meter's mechanics were becoming clearer through observation. Each gold-tier destiny thread consumed spirit power proportional to its resonance level. At the current Xiao Wu resonance of 25%, the drain was approximately equivalent to maintaining a passive spirit ability, noticeable but sustainable. The meter read 7%. But the relationship between resonance and power consumption wasn't linear. It was exponential. At 50% resonance, the drain would quadruple. At 75%, it would increase by an order of magnitude. At 100%, maintaining a single thread would consume his entire spirit power output, leaving nothing for cultivation or combat. And he intended to have 3 gold threads. Maybe 4. The numbers were terrifying. 3 threads at 50% resonance each would require the spirit power capacity of a rank 60 spirit emperor just to maintain passively. 3 at 75% would need a title Douluo's reserves. 3 at 100% would exceed any known mortal capacity. You're thinking too hard again. Xiao Wu dropped from a tree branch and landed beside him with the boneless grace that was her signature. Her braid swung as she tilted her head, and the last of the afternoon sunlight caught the brown in her eyes, turning it to amber. You get this face when you're calculating. Like you're solving a math problem that has feelings instead of numbers. Something like that. She sat beside him on the training field's boundary wall. They'd taken to meeting here after dinner, a quiet spot overlooking the forest, away from the other students and the ever-present hum of academy life. Their legs dangled over the edge, too short to reach the ground. Xiao Wu. Why do you stay at the academy? You're stronger than most of the teachers. You could go anywhere. She was quiet for a long time. A breeze carried the scent of evening jasmine from the gardens below. Somewhere in the forest, a nightbird called, 3 descending notes that sounded like a question without an answer. Her eyes reflected the fading light, and for a moment, they flashed with the golden predatory gleam that surfaced when her spirit beast nature stirred. Not threatening. Sad. The ancient, weary sadness of a being who had watched centuries pass while the world hunted her kind toward extinction. Because it's normal, she finally said. Going to school. Having a friend. Eating terrible cafeteria food. Fighting bullies. She looked at him, and her voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. In my life before here, nothing was normal. Everything was survival. Every day was about not being caught. Not being found. Not being killed. The words hit Chen Wei like a physical blow because he knew what she wasn't saying. Spirit masters hunted 100,000-year spirit beasts for their rings that granted extraordinary power. Xiao Wu had spent centuries being hunted, watching her kind be slaughtered, until she'd taken human form to escape. She was hiding in plain sight among the very species that would kill her without hesitation if they knew what she was. She was also 6 years old. Or rather, she wore the body of a 6-year-old while carrying 100,000 years of memory and pain behind those wide brown eyes. You're safe here, he said. It was a promise he had no right to make and intended to keep anyway. Every word carried the weight of foreknowledge. He knew what was coming for her, knew the specific threats, the specific hunters, the specific moment when Spirit Hall would finally discover what she was. And he was already building the defenses that would keep those threats from ever reaching her. She studied his face with the intensity that spirit beasts reserved for evaluating genuine threats or genuine trust. Then, without warning, she leaned against his shoulder. Her body was warm, her hair smelled like wildflowers, and her breathing slowed until it matched his. I know, she whispered. That's why I stay. The destiny thread between them blazed. A destiny echo triggered, Chen Wei's vision split, and for one heartbeat, he saw through Xiao Wu's eyes. Not current eyes, but memory eyes. A forest. Vast. Ancient. Running through it at impossible speed, the ground blurring beneath paws that became feet, feet that became paws. Behind her, human voices. Spirit power flaring. The crack of techniques being deployed. A net of spirit energy closing around her. Terror. Absolute, bone-deep, prey-animal terror that transcended rational thought and became pure biological imperative, run, run, run or die. Then the vision snapped back, and he was on the wall again, Xiao Wu against his shoulder, the evening peaceful and still. His hands were shaking. Chen Wei? She never used his actual name, she called him Tang San, like everyone else. But sometimes, when he was truly upset, she seemed to sense the person beneath the role, the adult mind behind the child's eyes. "You're trembling." "Bad memory," he said. Not a lie. It was a bad memory. Just not his. She held his hand. Her grip was strong enough to bend steel, gentle enough not to bruise a child's fingers. They sat there until the stars came out, two small figures on a wall at the edge of everything, and neither of them moved. Resonance, 25%. Soul fracture meter, 7%. Chapter 9. The annual Spirit Hall Talent Review arrived like a cold wind through the academy. Two Spirit Hall scouts, both Spirit Master rank, wearing the distinctive gray robes with gold trim that marked Spirit Hall's administrative corps, set up an evaluation station in the academy courtyard. Every student was required to demonstrate their martial soul and current spirit power for official records. The data would be transmitted to Spirit Hall's central archive in Spirit City, where analysts sorted students into categories: unremarkable, promising, exceptional, and recruit. Chen Wei had prepared for this. He'd spent the previous week deliberately suppressing his cultivation displays, cycling mysterious heaven skill in reverse to mask his power. When his turn came, he touched the evaluation crystal and displayed rank 11, a full 4 ranks below his actual rank 15. The scout barely glanced at him. Blue silver grass. Rank 11. Above average for the spirit type, but nothing special. He marked the ledger with a bored flourish and waved Chen Wei along. Chen Wei moved to the observation area and watched. Most students passed without incident, rank 8s and 9s with common spirits, children who would become low-level spirit masters and live ordinary lives in ordinary villages. The scouts looked bored, their pens moving with the mechanical rhythm of men performing a task they'd done 1,000 times. Then Xiao Wu stepped up. She manifested her cover martial soul, the illusory soft-bone rabbit, and displayed rank 13. Impressive for a 6-year-old, but not unprecedented. The scout noted her results with casual efficiency and started to wave her through. But the second scout was more attentive. He was older, his hair graying at the temples, and his eyes had the watchful stillness of a man who'd spent decades looking for things that didn't want to be found. He watched Xiao Wu return to the student group, his eyes tracking her movement with the focus of a professional hunter assessing quarry. "That girl," he murmured to his colleague, leaning close. "The way she moves. Her balance is off for a human. She's 6. All children move oddly. No. She moves too well. Like every muscle fiber is independently controlled. Her weight shifts anticipate her movements by a full second. That's not training, that's instinct. Deep instinct. I've seen that before, in high-year spirit beasts that have nearly achieved human form." Chen Wei's blood ran cold. He was close enough to hear them through Purple Demon Eye's lip-reading capability, and every word was a razor across his nerves. The older scout had spent time in the field. He'd hunted spirit beasts. He recognized the tells that separated a naturally gifted human child from something that wore a human shape. The first scout frowned and scratched his chin with the end of his pen. "You think she's beast-born? That's a stretch. Beast ancestry humans are documented, but they're extremely rare at this age. I'm saying flag her for follow-up. The directive from the Central Command says to watch for any spirit beast above 10,000 years in human form. We've had 3 confirmed sightings in the southern region this year alone. I'd rather file a report that turns out to be nothing than miss one that turns out to be something." They would flag her. The report would go into Spirit Hall's files. It would be dismissed as low priority, a 6-year-old at a minor academy, but it would be there. Waiting. A dormant threat that could activate at any moment if someone with enough authority decided to pull the thread. Chen Wei needed a distraction. Something to overwrite the scout's observation with a more memorable impression. Something so trivially entertaining that it would push the image of Xiao Wu's perfect movement from the older scout's mind. He stepped forward. "Excuse me, honorable scouts. May I demonstrate something?" The scouts turned. The attentive one raised an eyebrow. "Demonstrate what?" "A technique I've been developing with my blue silver grass. I'd value your professional assessment." Flattery. The universal social lubricant. The scouts exchanged glances and nodded. Chen Wei activated blue silver grass, deliberately sloppy, the vines emerging at odd angles, their movement jerky and uncontrolled. He attempted a basic binding technique and tangled his own feet, stumbling forward with exaggerated clumsiness. The grass wrapped around his ankles in a comedic knot, and he fell with a yelp that he made sure was loud enough to draw every eye in the courtyard. The students laughed. The scouts chuckled. Even the attentive one cracked a reluctant smile. "Good effort, boy. Keep training. Blue silver grass can't do much, but persistence never hurts." He turned back to his evaluation station, the image of a clumsy child replacing whatever observations he'd made about Xiao Wu's movement. Chen Wei picked himself up, brushing dust from his clothes with theatrical dignity. Xiao Wu was staring at him from across the courtyard, her eyes narrow. She'd seen his real training. She knew he never stumbled. She'd watched him throw needles with surgical precision and control blue-silver grass with the finesse of a concert pianist. The display she'd just witnessed was as genuine as a 3-coin note. He met her gaze and gave the tiniest headshake. Later. That night, in the forest clearing where they trained, he told her a partial truth. The scouts were watching you too closely. I needed to give them something else to remember. Why were they watching me? Because you move differently from other children. Your coordination is too perfect. It draws attention from people who are paid to notice unusual things. Her face drained of color. The ancient fear surfaced, the prey animal recognizing the hunter's scent, the survival instinct that 100,000 years of being hunted had carved into her deepest nature. Her body shifted into a half-crouch, ready to run, before she consciously forced herself to straighten. I'll be more careful, she said, her voice steady despite the terror behind her eyes. We both will. She grabbed his sleeve with fingers that could have crushed stone. Don't leave. I'm not going anywhere, Xiao Wu. The gold thread between them thickened, pulsing with shared resolve. Resonance, 27%. Chapter 10. Chen Wei needed his first spirit ring. In the Douluo Dalu system, every spirit master needed to absorb spirit rings, the remnant energy of killed spirit beasts, to advance beyond certain thresholds. The first ring was required at rank 10 to break into the spirit master tier. Chen Wei had been hovering at rank 15 without a ring, which shouldn't have been possible. The mysterious heaven skill's superior efficiency had carried him further than standard techniques allowed, but his combat potential was capped until he gained actual spirit abilities. He approached Academy head Wen Tao with a request. I need a supervised spirit ring hunt. Wen Tao raised an eyebrow. Most students don't request those until they're 8 or 9. You're 7. I'm ready. The old man studied him, his weathered face cycling through skepticism, calculation, and finally a grudging respect that he tried to hide behind professional neutrality. Then he nodded. There's a lesser beast forest 2 days travel east. I'll assign 2 senior students as escorts and accompany you personally. You'll have 1 week to find a suitable spirit beast. The journey was uneventful. The lesser forest, Emerald Wood, the locals called it, was a tame wilderness compared to the Stardew Forest. Spirit beasts here topped out at around 1,000 years, with most between 50 and 500. Dangerous for ordinary humans, manageable for spirit masters. Chen Wei spent the first 2 days scouting. His purple demon eye identified spirit beasts through the underbrush that the others missed, a 200-year shadow fox, a 300-year ironback bear, a 150-year vine serpent. All potential candidates. All wrong. He was looking for something specific. The novel had given him a catalog of spirit beasts and their ring effects, and he'd spent months cross-referencing that knowledge with his own martial soul's properties. The ideal first ring needed to accomplish 3 things. Enhance his blue-silver grass's control capabilities, add a damage component to offset the martial soul's inherently low attack power, and synergize with the Emperor bloodline that would eventually awaken. On the 3rd day, he found it. The datura snake coiled around an ancient oak tree at the forest's heart, its scales shimmering between purple and black in the dappled light. 400 years old, maybe 410, near the upper limit of what his body could absorb at rank 15. Its venom sacs pulsed with visible spirit energy, and its eyes tracked Chen Wei's approach with cold reptilian intelligence. It was 3 meters long, thick as his thigh, and its tongue tasted the air in rapid flicks that read his spirit power like a predator reading weakness. In the original novel, Tang San had absorbed a man-faced spider for his first ring. A solid choice that granted a binding ability. But Chen Wei had a different strategy. The datura snake's venom properties would synergize with blue-silver grass in a way the spider couldn't, turning his control-type martial soul into a control and poison hybrid that would be far more dangerous at range. Control was good. Control with teeth was better. That one, he told Wen Tao. The academy head frowned. A venomous spirit beast? For a blue-silver grass? The compatibility is questionable at best. Venom-type rings work best with beast-type or elemental martial souls. I believe the venom properties will integrate with my grass's binding capability. The grass wraps, the venom weakens. Synergy. Wen Tao looked skeptical but allowed it. Your hunt, your choice. I'll intervene only if you're about to die. Chen Wei nodded and drew his throwing needles. 12 iron needles, balanced to his hand, tipped with nothing but sharp metal. Against a 400-year spirit beast with venom that could drop a bull. The snake struck first. A blur of purple-black scales, fangs dripping with venom that sizzled when it hit the leaf litter. Chen Wei sidestepped, purple demon eyes precognition reading the snake's muscle contractions before they translated into movement, giving him the crucial half-second he needed to clear the strike zone. His first needle hit the snake's right eye. It recoiled, shrieking, a sound like tearing metal, and Chen Wei pressed the attack. Blue-silver grass erupted from his palm, not the clumsy, tangled display he'd shown the scouts, but tight, precise, controlled. 3 strands wrapped around the snake's body while a 4th vine created a noose around its neck. The grass squeezed. The snake thrashed, its body whipping with enough force to uproot saplings, and Chen Wei felt his spirit power draining fast. Each second of maintaining the bind against a 400-year beast's resistance consumed more energy than an hour of normal cultivation produced. He threw 3 more needles in rapid succession. Shoulder joint. Jaw hinge. Base of skull. Each struck a nerve cluster he'd identified through purple demon eyes' enhanced perception, points where the snake's spirit energy flow converged, where disruption would cause maximum systemic failure. The snake's thrashing weakened. Its movements became uncoordinated. The blue-silver grass tightened further. The kill was clinical. A final needle through the soft palate, angled upward into the brainstem. The snake convulsed once and went still. Its spirit ring materialized, a yellow band of light hovering over the corpse. 400 years of accumulated spirit energy, condensed into a ring of pure power. Chen Wei sat cross-legged beside the dead snake and began the absorption. Pain. Absolute, incandescent, nerve-shredding pain. The ring's energy flooded his meridians like liquid fire poured through channels designed for cool water. His blue-silver grass activated involuntarily, sprouting from every pore, the strands writhing and twisting as they absorbed and integrated the snake's essence. The venom sac's properties merged with the grass's biological structure. He could feel it happening, cell by cell, as the plant fibers developed microscopic glands capable of producing paralytic compound. The process took 6 hours. When it ended, he lay on the forest floor, drenched in sweat, his small body trembling with the aftershocks of cellular transformation. Spirit ring absorbed ring, 400-year datura snake, yellow, spirit ability unlocked, venomous bind description, blue-silver grass secretes paralytic venom upon contact with living targets. Intensity scales with spirit power investment. Duration, 3 to 15 seconds depending on target's resistance. Spirit power, rank 13. Ring absorption enhances combat potential without increasing rank. Soul fracture meter, 0%. No threat interaction during absorption. Wen Tao knelt beside him. The old man's face showed something Chen Wei hadn't seen before, genuine astonishment, naked and unguarded. The grass changed color, he said. There are purple veins running through it now. And I can smell the venom from here. You deliberately poisoned your own martial soul. Upgraded, Chen Wei corrected weakly. I upgraded it. He lay there, watching stars wheel overhead through the forest canopy, and felt the venomous bind ability thrumming through his blue-silver grass like a new heartbeat. The first piece of a puzzle that would eventually span continents. Chapter 11 Recovery took 3 days. Xiao Wu, who had stayed behind at the academy, appeared at his bedside within hours of his return. She'd bribed the kitchen staff for their best bone broth, strong-armed a senior student into carrying extra blankets from the storage room, and stationed herself in a chair beside his cot with the proprietary intensity of a territorial cat guarding something it had decided belonged to it. You smell like snake venom, she informed him, leaning close enough to wrinkle her nose. You smell like flower perfume. When did that start? Ning something from town sells it. I bought some with my last copper coins. Why, is it bad? It's nice. She blushed. A 100,000-year spirit beast who had outlived dynasties and watched civilizations crumble, blushing because a child she'd known for 6 months said her perfume was nice. The gold thread between them pulsed warmly, and Chen Wei felt the absurd, wonderful contradiction of it, this ancient, powerful being, choosing to be vulnerable with him. Choosing to be young. Choosing to be human. She fed him soup with exaggerated care, blowing on each spoonful despite his protests that it wasn't that hot. She adjusted his blankets 4 times in the first hour, pulling them tighter, then looser, then tighter again, never satisfied. She held his hand when the residual pain from the ring absorption spiked, waves of phantom agony where the venom properties integrated with his meridians, each wave leaving his blue-silver grass slightly more potent and his body slightly more exhausted. Her spirit energy, warm, vast, ancient, seeped through their point of contact and eased his meridians in ways that medical cultivation techniques couldn't match. She probably didn't realize she was doing it. The energy flow was instinctive, a spirit beast's natural response to a bondmate in pain, leaking through the destiny thread like sunlight through curtain gaps. Resonance climbed, 28%, 29%, 30%. On the second night, a destiny echo triggered. Chen Wei's vision fractured. He was no longer in the academy infirmary. He was somewhere else, a vast arena, tens of thousands of spectators packed into stone bleachers that rose toward a sky choked with spirit energy. The air was thick with tension, with bloodlust, with the oppressive weight of absolute power being wielded by beings who could crack mountains. And Xiao Wu was there. Older. Beautiful. Terrible fear in her eyes, but also terrible resolve, the look of someone who had made a decision that could not be unmade. She was surrounded by spirit masters with greedy, calculating expressions, their eyes fixed on her with the hunger of men who saw not a person but a resource. A ring source. A path to power. And then, she knelt. Placed her hands on her chest. Light erupted from her body. Spirit rings, 9 of them, each a different color, each representing a different absorbed spirit beast essence, manifested around her form like a halo of sacrifice. She was offering them. Giving up everything she was. Every century of growth, every hard-won ring, every drop of power she'd accumulated across 100,000 years of survival. For him. For Tang San. For love. The vision dissolved into golden mist, and Chen Wei woke screaming. Tang San. Xiao Wu was standing, her hands on his shoulders, her eyes wide with alarm. It's okay. You're safe. It was a dream. He was gasping. Sweat soaked the bedsheets. His heart pounded so hard his ribs ached, and his vision swam with the afterimage of golden light and sacrifice. That vision, it was from the original novel. The moment that had made him weep on a crowded subway train, phone clutched in white-knuckled hands, tears running down his face while commuters pretended not to notice. It was just a dream, Xiao Wu repeated, stroking his hair with tentative fingers, her touch achingly gentle. No. It was a warning. A vision of what would happen if he failed to change the story. If he let events follow their original course, this girl, this warm, fierce, impossibly brave girl who bought cheap perfume and blushed at compliments, would give up everything she was to save him. Chen Wei grabbed her wrist. She froze, startled by his intensity. Listen to me, he said, his child's voice breaking. Whatever happens. Whatever the future brings. You don't sacrifice yourself. Not for me. Not for anyone. Promise me. Tang San, it was just, promise me, Xiao Wu. She looked at him. Those brown eyes, ancient and young at the same time, searched his face for the source of his terror. She didn't understand. She didn't know about the novel, the original timeline, the future where her love would cost her everything. But she saw something in his expression that transcended rational explanation. Raw, desperate, absolute sincerity. I promise, she whispered. The soul fracture meter held at 10%. Resonance, 30%. Chen Wei didn't sleep again that night. He lay in the dark, Xiao Wu curled in the chair beside him, her breathing slow and steady, and planned how to rewrite a destiny that ended in sacrifice. Every contingency, every variable, every thread of the future, pulled apart and rewoven into a pattern where nobody had to die for love. Chapter 12 The venomous bind ability changed everything about how Chen Wei approached combat. During recovery, he spent hours probing the ability's mechanics with the systematic thoroughness of an engineer stress testing a new machine. Blue-silver grass that made skin contact with a living target now secreted a paralytic compound, not immediately lethal, but devastatingly effective. A single strand touching bare skin could numb the affected limb within 3 seconds. Full contact with multiple strands induced total body paralysis in 5 to 8 seconds, depending on the target's spirit power and resistance. The paralysis was temporary, the compound broke down naturally, but in combat, 5 seconds of total immobility was the difference between victory and death. He tested the venom's properties against various materials. Leather, partial penetration. Metal armor, no penetration. Cloth, full penetration. Bare skin, immediate absorption. The venom couldn't overcome strong spirit power barriers, but most spirit masters below rank 40 didn't maintain constant full-body spirit barriers. They were vulnerable at joints, at the neck, at any point where mobility required exposed skin. More interesting was the proximity amplification effect he discovered by accident. While training in the yard outside the infirmary with Xiao Wu watching from 10 meters away, his blue-silver grass's effective range doubled. Strands that normally extended 3 meters reached 6. The venom's paralytic intensity increased by roughly 40%. His control precision, the ability to direct individual strands independently, sharpened from managing 5 simultaneous strands to managing 8. He tested it systematically over the next 3 days. With Xiao Wu at 5 meters, range tripled, potency doubled, control handling increased to 12 strands. At 20 meters, minimal boost. At 30 meters, no measurable effect. The Soul Destiny system confirmed his hypothesis with clinical detail. Proximity amplification when a high-resonance destiny thread partner is within effective range, 10 meters at current resonance level, the host's martial soul abilities receive scaling bonuses, range, plus 50 to 200%, scales with resonance, potency, plus 20 to 80%, scales with resonance, control precision, plus 10 to 40%, scales with resonance, current partner, Xiao Wu, 30% resonance, range plus 100%, potency plus 40%. Control plus 15%. The implications were staggering. With multiple high-resonance partners at close range, Chen Wei could theoretically stack different amplification profiles. Xiao Wu's amplification emphasized range and raw power, fitting for a spirit beast whose nature was primal and overwhelming. If Zhu Zhuqing's amplification emphasized speed and precision, As he suspected it would, given her Halsivit's assassination-focused combat style, he could switch between profiles mid-fight simply by positioning himself near the appropriate partner. If Ning Rongrong's amplification emphasized multiplicative support effects, stacking with her pagoda's existing amplification abilities. The math was dizzying. The possibilities were endless. And the soul fracture cost of maintaining these bonds was the tax he'd pay for power that no other spirit master could access. He wasn't just a strategist, though. He was a man who genuinely cared about the people behind the numbers. Xiao Wu wasn't a power source. She was a girl who bought cheap perfume and fed him soup with careful spoons and held his hand when nightmares woke him screaming. The destiny system treated her as a variable in an equation. Chen Wei refused to. He resumed his full training regimen, adding venomous bind drills to his daily routine. Night sessions with controlling crane-catching dragon, the Tang sect grappling technique that used minimal force to redirect maximum power, were becoming second nature. His body was small but his technique was refined, and technique beat raw power in more situations than most spirit masters realized. By the week's end, he could deploy venomous bind through 12 simultaneous blue-silver grass strands, each targeting a different pressure point, all while maintaining parasitic awareness of his surroundings. The semester's end approached. Shrek Academy awaited. And with it, the threads that would change everything. Chapter 13. The end of their first year at Nuoding Academy arrived with a ceremony that Chen Wei found simultaneously boring and strategically useful. Boring because Academy head Wen Tao delivered a 30-minute speech about the cultivation of the spirit and the spirit of cultivation that could have been conveyed in 3 sentences. The students sat in rows in the courtyard, fidgeting through platitudes about discipline, perseverance, and the sacred bond between spirit master and nation. Chen Wei used the time to practice Purple Demon Eye's micro-expression analysis on the assembled faculty, cataloging who was genuinely engaged, 3, who was suppressing boredom, 12, and who was actively asleep with eyes open, 2, including the groundskeeper. Strategically useful because the ceremony gathered every student, teacher, and visiting parent in one place, allowing Chen Wei to use thread sight to map the entire social network of the academy. Silver threads of friendship and mentorship crisscrossed the courtyard in dense webs. Gray threads of indifference formed the background noise. Faint red threads of resentment and rivalry pulsed between specific pairs. Zhou Peng still bore a red thread toward Chen Wei, now faded from active hostility to sullen avoidance. The web of human connection, laid bare in its messy, beautiful complexity. No new gold threads. The dormant thread pointing northwest remained exactly that, dormant, waiting for the physical meeting that would activate it. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat heard through a wall. Chen Wei's official report card was impressive even in its deliberately falsified form. Rank 15 displayed, true rank, 18. Top marks in combat theory, spirit beast knowledge, and practical application. Wen Tao's written assessment read, exceptional tactical mind. Blue-silver grass of unusual quality and evolution trajectory. Combat instincts well beyond his age group. Recommend immediate transfer to Advanced Academy. This student will exceed any ceiling this institution can provide. Xiao Wu's report was similarly laudatory, rank 17 displayed, true power, immeasurable, unknowable, the compressed might of 100,000 years squeezed into a child's frame. Top marks in close combat and physical conditioning. Unprecedented physical capabilities. Possible spirit beast ancestry, monitor but do not report externally. Recommend further observation and advanced training. The spirit beast ancestry, monitor but do not report externally note simultaneously alarmed and reassured Chen Wei. Wen Tao had noticed enough to document it, but he'd actively decided to protect the information from reaching Spirit Hall. The old man's loyalty was to his students, not to the institution that claimed authority over all spirit masters. I want to go home first, Chen Wei told Xiao Wu after the ceremony, as they packed their belongings in the dormitory room they'd shared for a year. To see my father. Before we leave for Shrek. Her expression shifted, a complex blend of curiosity about the father she'd never met and concern about the separation the trip would require. How long? A week. Maybe 8 days. I'll meet you in Swotuo City. Don't take too long. I'll eat all the candied hawthorn without you. Leave me at least one stick. No promises. The gold thread stretched as they separated the next morning, a physical sensation of distance that made Chen Wei's chest ache. At 30% resonance, the thread was strong enough that extended separation caused mild spiritual discomfort, a hollowness in the dantian, a faint chill along the meridians, as if part of his soul's warmth had been left behind with the person at the other end. The system helpfully informed him that this separation dissonance was a feature, not a bug. Resonance bonds were meant to encourage proximity. Chen Wei walked the road back to Holy Spirit Village with the afternoon sun on his face and the weight of 2 worlds on his shoulders. In one world, the novel's original timeline, Tang San would walk this road as a prodigy with a single-minded focus on becoming stronger. In Chen Wei's world, the road led toward a father who didn't know his son was a stranger, a hidden heritage that connected him to the mother he'd never met, and a future he was determined to rewrite no matter the cost. Chapter 14 Holy Spirit Village hadn't changed. Chickens. Mud. Smoke from the forge. The eternal, implacable persistence of rural poverty. Tang Hao was exactly where Chen Wei had left him, on his stool, wine jug in hand, eyes staring at something no one else could see. The shattered gold thread leading from his chest stretched into the distance, reaching toward the woman he'd loved and lost, Ah Yin, the blue-silver emperor, reduced to a single blade of grass somewhere in the vast continent. Chen Wei approached and waited until the old man's eyes focused. "Father. I'm back. I've been accepted to Shrek Academy. I'm transferring next month." The response was familiar. Tang Hao's default state was detached indifference, a wall built from guilt, grief, and cheap wine. He'd been the strongest man on the continent once. He'd torn through Spirit Hall's defenses like a hurricane through paper. He'd loved a woman deeply enough to shatter his own cultivation avenging her fate. And now he sat on a stool in a dusty village, watching nothing, feeling nothing, waiting for nothing. Chen Wei took a breath. Then he drew 3 throwing needles from his sleeve and launched them at the wooden post beside the forge's entrance. 3 impacts, each placed within a centimeter of the others. A triangle pattern that would cause maximum tissue damage if aimed at a living target. Tang Hao's eyes sharpened. Not the blurry, wine-dulled unfocus of a drunkard, but the precise, evaluative gaze of a man who had once been the strongest spirit master on the continent. He looked at the needles. He looked at Chen Wei's throwing stance, the specific hand position, the wrist angle, the follow-through. His brow furrowed. His jaw tightened. "Again," he said. Chen Wei threw 3 more. "Same placement. Same precision. Your wrist is too rigid. You're using arm strength instead of flicking power. At this range it doesn't matter, but at 15 meters you'll lose 30% of your velocity." The critique came in a clipped, professional tone that cut through the wine fog like a blade through cloth. Chen Wei adjusted. He threw again. "Better." Tang Hao took a long drink from his jug. Then, very quietly, with the careful enunciation of a man choosing each word like a step through a minefield, "Who taught you Tang sect hidden weapons?" The air in the forge went cold. Chen Wei felt it, not a drop in temperature, but a drop in possibility. The wrong answer here would raise questions that he couldn't afford to have asked. Tang sect hidden weapons were not common knowledge. The techniques Chen Wei used, the specific grip, the specific release angle, the specific nerve-targeting philosophy, belonged to a martial tradition that existed in a different world. Tang Hao, who carried memories of that tradition through his son's bloodline, would recognize the patterns. "I found a text," Chen Wei said, maintaining eye contact despite the urge to look away from the weight of Tang Hao's scrutiny. An old manual in a traveling merchant's collection. It described throwing techniques and concealed weapon designs. I recognized the underlying principles: leverage, trajectory, nerve targeting. The rest I developed myself through practice. Tang Hao stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. His eyes held something that Chen Wei couldn't fully parse: suspicion, yes, but also something warmer. Hope, maybe. Or recognition. Then he grunted and looked away. "Practice more. The jade hand technique you're using for your grip is correct but incomplete. Hold the needles here." He stood, crossed the distance between them in 2 strides, and adjusted Chen Wei's finger placement with hands that were rough, calloused, enormous, and astonishingly gentle. "This gives better spin. Spin stabilizes trajectory over distance. At 20 meters, the difference between a wobbling needle and a true flying one is the difference between a flesh wound and a kill." They practiced together for 3 hours. It was the longest sustained interaction they'd had. Tang Hao didn't praise and didn't encourage. He corrected errors with clipped precision, demonstrated techniques with casual mastery that made complex movements look effortless, and occasionally grunted in what might have been approval. When the sun set, Tang Hao retreated to his shack without a word. Chen Wei found something on his bed that hadn't been there before, a small iron hammer, barely longer than his forearm. Not a weapon. A toolie, the kind a young blacksmith would use to learn metalworking. But the balance was perfect, the head shaped with the distinctive double-faced design of the clear sky hammer lineage. Every proportion was deliberate. Every curve was a message. He picked it up. Deep in his dantian, the sealed clear sky hammer martial soul stirred. A resonance, not the destiny system's threads, but something older, more fundamental. Blood recognizing blood. Heritage calling to heritage. The hammer vibrated faintly in his grip, and for one moment, his spirit power surged as if responding to a tuning fork pitched to his exact frequency. The platinum family thread connecting him to Tang Hao brightened by several shades. Chen Wei held the hammer to his chest and allowed himself a moment of something he hadn't felt since waking up in this world: belonging. Not the belonging of a transmigrator playing a role. The belonging of a son, holding his father's gift, understanding what it meant even if the words would never be spoken aloud. Chapter 15 The road to Suoduo City wound through 300 li of farmland, forest, and the occasional village. Chen Wei walked it alone for the first 50 li, enjoying the solitude and using the travel time to cycle Mysterious Heaven's skill with focused intensity. The road was well maintained, a major trade route, and he passed merchant caravans, farming families, and the occasional traveling spirit master heading for one academy or another. At the crossroads where the northern and southern trade routes merged, Xiao Wu was waiting. She ran at him. The impact of her hug nearly knocked him off his feet. She was laughing, her braids flying, her arms locked around his neck with spirit beast strength that would have crushed a normal child's vertebrae. The gold thread between them flared so bright it was almost visible to the naked eye, and the soul fracture meter twitched upward by a fraction, not from strain, but from the sheer intensity of reconnection after separation. "You were gone for 8 days," she accused, pulling back just enough to glare at him from a distance of 6 inches. "I counted. Every single one. I said I'd be back. 8 days." She released him, punched his shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise, then grabbed his arm and started walking. "Come on. I found a food stall in Douluo City that makes dumplings the size of your fist. We're going there first." They walked together, and the road felt shorter with company. Xiao Wu talked about the street performers she'd seen in Douluo City, a fire breather whose actual spirit was a fire cricket, producing the most pathetic flames she'd ever seen, about the food stalls that sold candied hawthorn on sticks, she'd eaten 7 in one sitting and felt no shame, about a stray cat she'd befriended that turned out to be a 10-year spirit beast, barely sentient, basically just a cat with slightly better reflexes and a tendency to purr at frequencies that made her bones itch. On the third day of travel, they encountered trouble. A merchant caravan, 6 wagons loaded with silk and pottery, had stopped on the road ahead. The wagons were circled in a defensive formation, the merchants huddled inside with their families, and 3 men stood at the perimeter with spirit abilities flaring like warning fires. Bandits. 2 spirit scholars and 1 spirit master, rank 14. Their martial souls were common, iron arm, stone skin, and a low-level beast spirit that manifested as oversized canine teeth jutting from the rank 14 leader's jaw. They'd been terrorizing this trade route for months, collecting tolls from passing caravans, 50% of cargo value or face the consequences. Chen Wei assessed the situation in seconds. 3 opponents, none above rank 14, relying on intimidation more than skill. Their stances were sloppy. Their spirit manifestations were maintained at maximum visible intensity, a classic intimidation tactic used by weak spirit masters to appear stronger than they were. The merchants had no spirit power and were too frightened to resist. "I count 3, Xiao Wu said cheerfully, cracking her knuckles with the sound of popping bamboo. "I'll take the big one. I'll handle the other 2. Don't kill anyone." She pouted. "Fine. But if they try to hit me, I'm not holding back on the joint locks." Chen Wei moved first. Blue-silver grass erupted from his palms, venom-laced strands that shot toward the iron arm bandit with targeted precision. The man barely had time to activate his martial soul before 3 grass strands wrapped his arms and the venomous bind took effect. His iron-enhanced limbs went numb in 4 seconds. He toppled forward, hitting the road with a thud that scattered dust. The stone-skinned bandit lunged at Chen Wei, his body hardening to gray mineral density, veins of quartz-like crystal rippling across his forearms. Chen Wei sidestepped, used controlling crane-catching dragon to redirect the man's momentum into the nearest wagon wheel, and bound him with another grass strand. The stone-hardened skin resisted the venom, but the binding itself held long enough for a thrown needle to strike the pressure point behind his jaw. His eyes crossed. He crumpled. Xiao Wu handled the beast spirit bandit with the casual efficiency of a predator toying with prey. She ducked his first swipe, caught his arm in a soft bone lock that bent her own elbow backward past the point where human anatomy said stop. The merchants gasped in horror, and slammed him into the ground hard enough to leave a body-shaped impression in the packed dirt. He didn't get up. 15 seconds. 3 bandits neutralized. The caravan leader, a rotund man named Lao Wang who wore his prosperity-like armor, was effusively grateful. He offered them food, travel supplies, and a ride in the lead wagon. Chen Wei accepted all 3. As the caravan rolled toward Douluo City, Chen Wei sat in the wagon bed and replayed the fight. During the exchange, when Xiao Wu had executed the soft bone lock, her eyes had flashed golden for an instant. Not the warm gold of her destiny thread, but the cold, predatory gold of a spirit beast's killing gaze, the look of a creature that existed at the apex of the food chain, recognizing prey and choosing mercy. The merchants hadn't seen it. They'd been too busy screaming. But Chen Wei had. And he'd positioned himself between Xiao Wu and the merchant's line of sight, blocking any view of her face during that critical half-second. She caught his eye across the wagon bed. She knew what he'd done. The gratitude in her expression was bottomless. Gratitude not for saving her life, but for protecting her secret. For seeing the beast in her and standing in front of it, shielding it from the world's judgment. "Thank you," she mouthed silently. He nodded once. The gold thread between them hummed with something deeper than gratitude. understanding, acceptance. The beginning of a trust so fundamental it would become the foundation for everything that followed. Resonance, 32%. Chapter 16 Shrek Academy occupied a compound that made Nuoding Academy look like a palace. Which is to say, Shrek Academy looked like an abandoned stable that someone had half-heartedly converted into a school by adding a chalkboard and removing most of the horse manure. The buildings were decrepit. The training yard was a dirt field with weeds pushing through cracks. The sign over the gate, Shrek Academy, only monsters allowed, was missing 2 letters and hanging at an angle that suggested a strong wind would finish it off. The paint was peeling. The fence posts were rotting. A chicken roosted in the window of what appeared to be the administrative office. Chen Wei loved it immediately. The entrance exam was conducted by Xiao Wu, a hulking spirit sage, rank 76, with a vigorous god-bear martial soul that made him look more like the spirit beast than the spirit master. He stood in the center of the training yard with his arms folded across a chest that could have served as a dining table, radiating spirit pressure that made the air feel thick enough to chew. The test is simple, Xiao Wu announced to the gathered applicants. There were 7 of them, Chen Wei and Xiao Wu, plus 5 others who ranged from nervously hopeful to visibly terrified. Hit me. Or survive for 1 minute against my attacks. Either way counts as a pass. Fail, and you leave. No second chances. No appeals. The first 3 applicants failed in under 10 seconds. Xiao Wuji's vigorous god-bear was a defensive powerhouse, their attacks bounced off him like rain off stone. He barely moved, barely acknowledged their efforts, and dismissed each one with a grunt and a wave. Chen Wei stepped forward. He assessed Xiao Wuji's stance with purple demon eye precision, weight distribution favoring the left leg. Old injury from the novel, partially healed but never fully recovered, spirit energy concentrated in the upper body, defensive barriers thinnest at the joints where mobility required flexibility. He filed the information and discarded 90% of it. He wasn't going to overpower a rank 76 spirit sage. That was mathematics, not courage. Begin, Xiao Wu said. Chen Wei didn't attack. He deployed venomous bind, not aimed at Xiao Wu directly, but woven into the ground around the spirit sage's feet. A web of near-invisible blue-silver grass strands, each laced with paralytic venom, creating a carpet of contact points that would trigger the moment weight shifted onto them. Xiao Wuji's eyes narrowed. He felt the grass touching his boots. Clever. A trap instead of an assault. Most kids your age charge straight in. Then the venom hit. Even through the thick leather of his boots, trace amounts seeped in through the stitching. Not enough to paralyze a rank 76 spirit sage, not by a cosmic margin, but enough to slow his reaction time by a fraction of a second. A fraction that any combat veteran would notice. In that fraction, Chen Wei launched 6 needles. Not at Xiao Wuji's body, they'd bounce off his spirit-enhanced defenses like pebbles off a cliff face, but at the clasps of his belt, the ties of his wrist guards, the buckle of his chest armor. Precision targets. Non-combat targets. The kind of targets that a hidden weapon specialist chose when the goal wasn't damage but demonstration. 6 impacts. 6 pieces of equipment loosened. Xiao Wuji's belt sagged. His wrist guards slipped. His chest armor clanked open. The spirit sage looked down at his sagging equipment and burst out laughing, a sound like boulders rolling down a hill. You didn't try to hurt me. You tried to embarrass me. I like this one. He turned to the registration desk with a grin splitting his massive face. Pass. Next. Xiao Wu's exam was shorter. She walked up to Xiao Wuji, said sorry in advance, and executed a soft bone tornado kick that connected with his jaw before he finished raising his guard. The spirit sage's head snapped sideways. He straightened, rubbed his jaw with genuine surprise, and said, pass. They were in. Thread sight activated as they entered the main building. Silver threads connected Chen Wei to 2 other presences in the compound, presences he hadn't met yet but could sense through the system's thread detection. The first thread was strong, brash, arrogant, a silver thread of rivalry and grudging respect, vibrating with competitive energy. The second was warm, absurd, irrepressibly cheerful, a silver thread of friendship, steady and uncomplicated. Dai Mu Bai. Oscar. The first of the Shrek 7 devils he'd encounter face to face. They walked around a corner and found a tall, muscular teenager leaning against the wall with the practiced casualness of someone who wanted you to know he'd been waiting. White hair. Heterochromatic eyes, one gold, one blue. The double pupil evil eyes of the white tiger lineage. Spirit power radiating at rank 37, steady and controlled. White tiger martial soul pulsing beneath his skin like a caged predator. Dai Mu Bai examined them with the casual arrogance of a crown prince surveying new servants. Fresh meat. Blue-silver grass and... What's your spirit? Rabbit? Soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu said sweetly. Want a demonstration? Their eyes locked. The silver thread between Chen Wei and Dai Mu Bai flared, rivalry, instantaneous and mutual. The thread between Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu was gray. Neutral. Unimportant, but Chen Wei's thread sight caught something else. A faint, cold thread extending from Daimu Bai southward, stretching hundreds of miles toward the Star Luo Empire. Gold, cracked, stained with something that looked like resentment. A broken bond, not broken by death but by betrayal of expectation. Zhu Zhuqing's thread, connecting to the man she'd been promised to since birth, a bond she'd never wanted and he'd never earned. "Welcome to Shrek," Daimu Bai said. "Try not to die." Chapter 17 Grandmaster Yu Zhougang arrived at Shrek Academy 3 days after Chen Wei's enrollment, and the world tilted on its axis. Not literally. But from a strategic standpoint, Grandmaster's appearance marked the transition from survival mode to accelerated cultivation. This was the man whose theories on Spirit Master combat would eventually be recognized as revolutionary: the 10 core competencies, the theory of spirit evolution, the systematic analysis of martial soul fusion. In the original novel, Grandmaster had been Tang San's mentor, the architect of the Shrek 7 Devils combat doctrine. He was also, by any conventional measurement, a failure. His martial soul was too weak for serious combat, his theories were mocked by the academic establishment, and his personal life was a wreckage of forbidden love and professional rejection. He was also, in Chen Wei's estimation, the most dangerous mind on the continent. Chen Wei intercepted him before anyone else could. He waited by the academy gate at dawn, having calculated Grandmaster's arrival time based on the novel's timeline and adjusted for weather conditions and road quality. The morning was cool, the sky gray, and the gate's rusted hinges squeaked in the wind. The man who walked through the gate was unimpressive by every visible metric. Thin. Pale. Spirit power radiating at a measly rank 29. Barely spirit Grandmaster. His martial soul, the Luo San Pao, was a spirit beast type so weak it was used as a punchline in cultivation textbooks. A small purple dragon that could do nothing but release poison gas. His robes were worn at the cuffs. His shoes were dusty. But his eyes. Those eyes burned with the intensity of a mind that had spent 30 years trying to understand a world that refused to listen to him. Intelligence radiated from his gaze like heat from a forge, focused, relentless, hungry for understanding. "Grandmaster Yu Zhougang?" Chen Wei stepped forward, bowing formally, the deep bow of a student greeting a master, not the shallow nod of a child greeting an adult. The gesture was deliberate. "My name is Tang San. I'm a student here. I've studied your work on the 10 core competencies." Grandmaster stopped mid-stride. His expression shifted from surprise to suspicion, the kind of suspicion that came from decades of having his work dismissed, mocked, or stolen. "My work isn't published. No academy teaches it. How did you study it?" "I read a lecture transcript that circulated among advanced students at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. A friend of a friend passed it along." The lie was plausible. Grandmaster's theories were occasionally discussed in academic circles, even if they were dismissed as the ravings of a man whose weak martial soul disqualified him from having serious opinions about combat. "And what did you think?" Chen Wei took a breath and stepped onto thin ice. "That the theory of spirit evolution is incomplete. You propose that martial souls develop along fixed pathways determined by spirit ring choices. I believe the pathways are more flexible than your model suggests. Environmental factors, emotional states, and interpersonal resonance can alter evolution trajectories that the standard model considers locked." The silence that followed was absolute. A bird sang somewhere in the distance. The wind moved through the academy's weedy yard. Grandmaster stared at Chen Wei with the look of a man who had just heard a child articulate the exact question that had kept him awake for the past 5 years. His hands trembled slightly. His eyes glistened. "Come with me," he said. They talked for 6 hours. In Grandmaster's temporary quarters, a cramped room with a single window, a bed that sagged in the middle, and walls covered with hand-drawn diagrams of spirit evolution pathways and stacks of rejected research papers, Chen Wei fed him insights from the novel. He reframed everything as theoretical speculation, attributing his knowledge to reading widely and logical deduction from first principles. He suggested that spirit rings from spirit beasts with emotional intelligence produced different evolution effects than rings from purely instinctive beasts. He proposed that martial soul fusion between compatible partners could create temporary evolution states not achievable through solo cultivation. He outlined a framework for understanding how different ring combinations could unlock hidden bloodline traits. Grandmaster absorbed everything with the hungry desperation of a man dying of intellectual thirst in a desert of mediocrity. He asked questions that would have stumped any actual 7-year-old. Chen Wei answered them with the careful precision of someone walking a tightrope between revealing too much and revealing too little. By afternoon, Grandmaster made a declaration with the gravity of a man issuing a royal decree: "I'm taking you as my formal student. Effective immediately. If the academy head objects, I'll buy this shack of a school and fire him." A platinum thread materialized between them, the bright, clean platinum of a mentor-student bond. It was stronger than Chen Wei had expected. Grandmaster's emotional investment in finding someone, anyone, who understood his work was profound, a need that had gone unmet for 30 years. One condition, Chen Wei said. My friend Xiao Wu is included in any training regimen. She's exceptional. The rabbit spirit girl? I saw her entrance exam. Her physical capabilities are. He paused, choosing his words with the precision of a man who measured language the way other men measured spirit power. Unusual. She'll benefit from your theoretical framework. And I work better with her nearby. Grandmaster's eyes narrowed slightly, the analytical mind noting the emotional dependency and filing it for future consideration. But he nodded. Acceptable. The gold thread to Xiao Wu pulsed warmly across the distance, as if acknowledging its importance in the arrangement. Even separated by the width of the academy compound, Chen Wei felt her presence like sunlight through clouds. Chapter 18 Training under Grandmaster was transformative, and it was brutal. The 10 core competencies framework broke Spirit Master combat into 10 distinct categories: attack, defense, control, speed, endurance, recovery, perception, cooperation, adaptability, and willpower. Each student's training was customized based on their martial soul's strengths and weaknesses, creating a personalized development path that maximized natural advantages while shoring up critical deficiencies. Chen Wei's competency profile was extreme. Blue-Silver Grass scored highest in control, cooperation, and adaptability, the 3 pillars of battlefield manipulation. It scored lowest in attack and speed, the 2 attributes most Spirit Masters considered essential. The Venomous Bind ability partially addressed the attack deficit, adding a damage over time component to his control toolkit. But Chen Wei's combat style remained fundamentally control-oriented. He won by dictating the terms of engagement, not by overpowering opponents. Grandmaster was delighted. Most Spirit Masters try to be good at everything and end up mediocre at all of it. You've embraced specialization. Your Blue-Silver Grass will never hit as hard as a White Tiger or burn as hot as a Phoenix. But in your domain, the web of control, you'll be untouchable. Every fight will happen on your terms, at your tempo, in your web. The training regimen was relentless. Physical conditioning at dawn, running, climbing, swimming, pushing the child's body past its limits daily. Spirit power circulation drills until noon, hundreds of cycles of mysterious heaven skill, each one pushing his meridian capacity incrementally wider. Tactical exercises in the afternoon, analyzing recorded battles, designing counter-strategies, thinking through multi-opponent scenarios. Sparring in the evening, practical application against targets that hit back. Grandmaster pushed Chen Wei's spirit power toward rank 20 with an intensity that left him collapsing into bed each night, muscles aching, meridians humming with overtaxed spirit energy. It was the hardest training of either of his lives, and he wouldn't have traded it for anything. Daimu Bai, observing the intensity from the sidelines, grew restless. The White Tiger Prince was accustomed to being the strongest student in any room, the apex predator in any social hierarchy. Chen Wei's tactical superiority, even at a lower spirit rank, threatened that self-image with every passing day. Every time Grandmaster praised Chen Wei's strategic thinking, Daimu Bai's jaw tightened. Every time Chen Wei solved a tactical problem that Daimu Bai couldn't, the silver rivalry thread between them vibrated with increasing tension. The challenge came during a Thursday evening sparring session. Daimu Bai blocked Chen Wei's path to the dining hall and flared his spirit power. White Tiger energy radiated from his body in visible waves, stirring the dust. Spar with me. Full contact. I want to see if you're as good as the old man thinks you are. The old man was Grandmaster, and the disrespect in Daimu Bai's tone made Chen Wei's jaw tighten. But this was also an opportunity. The rivalry thread between them needed to be established, not as enmity, but as mutual respect forged through conflict. 3-minute round, Chen Wei agreed. First to 3 clean hits. Daimu Bai activated White Tiger Vajra transformation. His body swelled, muscles rippling beneath tiger striped skin, his frame expanding to nearly twice its normal size. His eyes blazed with predatory gold, the double pupil evil eyes channeling spirit power into enhanced perception and intimidation. Spirit power output, rank 37. Nearly 20 ranks above Chen Wei's displayed rank 18. The gap was absurd. In a straight fight, Daimu Bai would obliterate him. Chen Wei didn't fight straight. Blue-silver grass erupted in a spreading pattern, not aimed at Daimu Bai directly, but at the ground, the walls, the ceiling of the training yard. Within 5 seconds, the entire arena was a web of near-invisible grass strands, each laced with venomous bind. Daimu Bai was faster, stronger, tougher, but he couldn't step without touching the web. The White Tiger charged. His first step triggered a strand that wrapped his ankle. His spirit-enhanced strength snapped it easily, but the venom transferred, a tingle of numbness in his foot. His second step triggered 2 more strands. Snap, snap, tingle, tingle. His third step triggered 4. Each broken strand delivered its micro-dose of paralytic compound, and the doses accumulated. By his 6th step, Daimu Bai's right leg was noticeably slower. The accumulated venom was building beneath his spirit power barrier, and even a rank 37 body couldn't shrug off cumulative paralytic compounds indefinitely. His white tiger transformation resisted the effect, but resistance wasn't immunity. Chen Wei threw a needle. Not at Dai Mubai, at the support post behind him. The needle ricocheted off the metal bracket and struck the back of Dai Mubai's knee at an angle that no direct throw could have achieved. "One," Chen Wei said. Dai Mubai roared. His white tiger light wave, a blast of concentrated spirit energy from his palm, shattered the web in front of him and nearly took Chen Wei's head off. Chen Wei dropped flat, the energy wave passing inches above his spine, and rolled. In the same motion, he extended a single blue-silver grass strand around Dai Mubai's wrist as the tiger prince overextended from the blast. The strand didn't bind. It guided. Using controlling crane-catching dragon's principle of redirecting force, minimum input, maximum redirection, Chen Wei pulled Dai Mubai's own momentum sideways. The prince stumbled, his enhanced mass working against him as inertia carried him 3 steps past his target. A needle hit his exposed shoulder. 2. Dai Mubai pivoted with inhuman speed and launched a white tiger meteor assault, a full-body tackle that cratered the ground where Chen Wei had been standing. But Chen Wei was already behind him, having used the web's remaining strands as springboards to vault over the charging tiger in a move that combined blue-silver grass flexibility with the acrobatic training Xiao Wu had taught him. A single blue-silver grass strand touched the back of Dai Mubai's neck. The venomous bind concentrated at a single point, delivering a localized dose that deadened the neck muscles for 1 second. 3. Dai Mubai stood in the center of the ruined training yard, dust settling around him, his white tiger transformation slowly fading. He was swaying, his eyes wide with an emotion that flickered between fury and something that might have been admiration. He'd lost. To a blue-silver grass user 12 ranks below him, in under 2 minutes. "How?" he said flatly. "You fight like a predator, straight lines, maximum force, overwhelming speed. I fight like a web, every step you take makes the next step harder, every move you make costs you something. The web always beats the tiger." Dai Mubai stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was grudging, surprised, and genuine, the laugh of a man who'd been taught something about himself by someone he'd underestimated. "Rematch. Tomorrow." "Done." The silver rivalry thread between them brightened to a clean, polished silver. Not friendship yet. But the foundation was laid. Chapter 19. The Stardow Forest was a cathedral of green. Trees older than civilization rose hundreds of meters into the air, their canopies weaving a continuous roof that filtered sunlight into dappled emerald patterns. The undergrowth was dense, alive with spirit beasts ranging from harmless 10-year plants to terrifying 10,000-year predators lurking in the shadows. The air itself tasted like spirit energy, rich, thick, electric with potential. Chen Wei's second spirit ring hunt brought the team deep into this primordial wilderness. Himself, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Grandmaster, and Zhao Wuji as combat escort. The expedition's goal was to find appropriate spirit beasts for Chen Wei's second ring and Ma Hongjun's third. Thread sight painted the forest in colors no one else could see. Every spirit beast radiated threads, connections to territory, to prey, to the forest's ecosystem. The web of life was staggeringly complex, a three-dimensional lattice of relationships that made human social networks look primitive by comparison. Xiao Wu was agitated. She hid it well, her chatter was bright, her steps bouncy, her smile fixed firmly in place. But Chen Wei saw the tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes tracked the canopy with rapid, anxious sweeps, the micro-tremor in her hands when she thought nobody was watching. She knew this forest. She'd lived here for over 100,000 years before taking human form. Every tree was a landmark in a map of memory. Every scent carried associations stretching back centuries. And every spirit beast they passed reacted to her presence. Small beasts froze, then bowed, actually bowed, lowering their heads in submission. Mid-range beasts changed course to avoid her path, showing the instinctive deference that animals reserved for apex predators. Even the trees seemed to lean toward her, their branches angling to provide shade where she walked. Dai Mubai noticed. "Is it just me, or is the forest clearing a path for us?" "Strong spirit pressure from Zhao Wuji," Chen Wei said quickly. "The beasts can sense a spirit sage and are avoiding confrontation." Zhao Wuji looked puzzled. He hadn't been actively radiating spirit pressure, but accepted the explanation with a grunt. Xiao Wu shot Chen Wei a grateful look. The gold thread between them pulsed with shared understanding. 2 days into the forest, Chen Wei found his target, a 1,700-year ghost vine. A plant-type spirit beast that existed as a network of semi-transparent tendrils spread across 3 acres of underground root systems. It was invisible above ground except for faint shimmer patterns in the soil, like heat haze, but cold. "This one," Chen Wei told Grandmaster. "Its ring will grant a sensory network ability, the ability to spread blue-silver grass through the ground and detect everything within range." Grandmaster studied the ghost vine's territory markers. "The compatibility is excellent. Plant-type ring for a plant-type soul, The integration should be seamless. But ghost vines are notoriously difficult to kill. You have to destroy the central root cluster, which is always the deepest and most protected node. I know. I'll need help flushing it out. The hunt was a team effort. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix flames drove the ghost vine's outer tendrils toward the surface, the heat forcing the subterranean network to contract away from the burning soil. Daimu Bai's white tiger's strength ripped through root barriers that had hardened over centuries into near stone density. Oscar's recovery sausages kept everyone's spirit power topped off during the extended engagement. Xiao Wu guarded the perimeter against other spirit beasts attracted by the commotion. Chen Wei plunged his blue-silver grass into the earth, following the ghost vine's root network to its central cluster. The two plant-type spirits clashed underground, a silent battle of root systems that nobody on the surface could see but Chen Wei could feel in every fiber of his martial soul. His grass bored through soil, wrapped around alien roots, squeezed and pulled and dissolved connections with venomous bind. The ghost vine fought back, its tendrils trying to entangle his grass, to cut off his connection to the surface. He found the central cluster 30 meters down. His blue-silver grass wrapped it in a cocoon of paralytic venom. The ghost vine thrashed, its entire 3-acre network convulsing, the surface of the forest floor heaving like a living thing, cracks splitting the earth, trees swaying from root disturbance. Then it stilled. The spirit ring materialized underground. Chen Wei drew it to the surface with his grass. Purple ring. 1,700 years. A significant step up from his yellow first ring. He absorbed it over 4 hours of searing pain. When it ended, he had his second spirit ability. Spirit ring absorbed ring, 1,700-year ghost vine, purple, spirit ability unlocked, parasitic network description, blue-silver grass extends through the ground, creating a network of sensory tendrils. All movement, vibration, and spirit energy fluctuations within the network are relayed to the host in real time. Range, 50 meters radius at current spirit power. Duration, sustained, consumes passive spirit power. Spirit power, rank 18 rank 21, Spirit Grandmaster, Soul Fracture Meter, 7% Spirit Grandmaster. The third cultivation tier. At 7 years old. Chen Wei lay on the forest floor, exhausted and transformed, his new sensory ability already feeding him data. He could feel every footstep within 50 meters. Every heartbeat. Every spirit beast burrowing, crawling, stalking through the undergrowth. He could feel Xiao Wu sitting beside him, her heartbeat steady and warm, her hand resting on his arm. Through the parasitic network, he felt the vibration of her breathing in the soil beneath him, the slight shifting of her weight as she leaned closer. The gold thread between them settled into a comfortable hum. Resonance, 33%. Chapter 20 The Titan Giant Ape appeared without warning. One moment, the team was packing for the return journey, Chen Wei still recovering from his ring absorption, the forest around them alive with ordinary sounds. The next, silence. Not quiet, silence. Every bird stopped singing. Every insect stopped chirping. Every spirit beast within a kilometer fled with the desperate speed of creatures who understood that something far beyond them had arrived. Even the wind died. Then the ground shook. A shape emerged from the darkness between the ancient trunks. 30 meters tall. Muscle mass that defied biological possibility, arms like tree trunks, fists like boulders, each finger thick enough to wrap around a human torso. Eyes that burned with golden intelligence far beyond animal sentience, carrying the weight of millennia of accumulated wisdom and fury. The Titan Giant Ape, a spirit beast so old, so powerful, that even titled Douluo treated its territory with the reverence reserved for natural disasters. 50,000 years. At minimum. Zhao Wuji went pale. His vigorous god bear spirit manifested involuntarily, a defensive reflex that he couldn't suppress, his body recognizing a threat that his mind was still processing. Grandmaster grabbed his arm with both hands. Don't provoke it. A 50,000-year Titan Giant Ape is beyond us. Beyond me. Beyond you. We survive this by not being noticed. The ape wasn't looking at them. It was looking at Xiao Wu. Its massive head lowered, nostrils the size of dinner plates flaring as it drew in her scent. And from deep in its chest came a sound that was equal parts roar and speech, a vocalization that carried meaning beyond words, vibrating at frequencies that Chen Wei felt in his bones rather than heard with his ears. Recognition. Concern. Protective fury, the kind that moved mountains and ended civilizations. Xiao Wu stepped forward. No. Daimu Bai reached for her, but she was already past him, walking toward the Titan Ape with the measured steps of someone approaching a family member they hadn't seen in years. She stood before the Titan Ape, tiny, fragile, human, and looked up at it without fear. The top of her head barely reached the creature's kneecap. The disparity in size was so absurd it bordered on comedy, except that nothing about the moment was funny. Then she spoke. The words that came from her mouth were not human language. They were something older, A series of tonal vocalizations, clicks, and low-frequency vibrations that resonated in the chest rather than the ears. Spirit beast language. The communication method of beings who had existed for millennia before humans invented speech, before humans existed at all. The sounds bypassed the rational mind entirely, carrying emotion and intent in their raw vibrations. The team stared. Oscar dropped his half-eaten sausage, his mouth hanging open. Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames guttered in shock, the fire literally fizzling as his concentration shattered. Dai Mubai's eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again, the double-pupil evil eyes processing information they weren't designed to interpret. Xiao Wuji whispered, "What the hell is she?" The Titan ape responded. Its voice shook leaves from trees and sent vibrations through the ground that Chen Wei's new parasitic network felt like miniature earthquakes. The exchange lasted 30 seconds that felt like 30 years, the forest holding its breath around them. Then the ape raised its massive head, looked directly at Chen Wei, and let loose a sound that was unmistakably a question. A challenge. A demand for an answer that would determine whether this small human lived or died. Xiao Wu turned to him. Her eyes were wet, tears tracking down cheeks that held a faint golden luminescence. "He wants to know if you'll protect me. He's been watching. Since the first time we came to the forest. He recognizes me. He knows what I am. He wants to know if the human I've chosen to stand beside will keep me safe." Chen Wei stepped forward. He couldn't speak spirit beast language. He was a human, or at least, he inhabited a human body. The sounds Xiao Wu made were beyond his vocal cords' capability, beyond his comprehension on any intellectual level. But the soul destiny system had other capabilities. The destiny echo activated involuntarily, triggered by the emotional intensity of the moment. For 1 second, one crystalline, perfect second, his voice carried not words but emotion. Raw, unfiltered, compressed into a vocalization that bypassed language entirely and spoke directly to the primitive understanding that all sentient beings shared. Love. Determination. Fierce, burning protectiveness. The willingness to die rather than let harm come to the girl standing between him and a creature that could crush him like an insect beneath a mountain. The Titan ape's golden eyes widened. Its massive body went still. It understood. Not the words. The intent. The truth behind the sound, verified by the emotional resonance that no deception could fabricate. It nodded, a slow, deliberate movement of its massive head that made the air pressure shift, and turned. Its footsteps shook the earth like distant thunder as it retreated into the forest. Within seconds, the sounds of the forest returned. Birds. Insects. The whisper of wind through ancient leaves. The world exhaled. The team stood in stunned silence. Dai Mubai broke it. His voice was rough, uncertain, stripped of its usual arrogance. "Someone want to explain what just happened?" Chen Wei looked at Xiao Wu. She was trembling, tears running down her cheeks, her carefully maintained human facade cracked by the encounter with a guardian she'd known for thousands of years. The gold thread between them blazed so brightly it was almost visible to the naked eye. "She has spirit beast ancestry," Chen Wei said calmly, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. "It's rare but documented. Some human bloodlines carry traces of ancient beast heritage. It makes communication with certain beasts possible." It was a tissue-thin excuse. Dai Mubai didn't buy it, his eyes said as much, the double-pupil evil eyes flickering with analytical skepticism. But he didn't push. The encounter had shaken everyone, and pushing for answers felt like tempting whatever cosmic forces governed a forest that contained creatures like the Titan giant ape. Oscar silently offered Xiao Wu a recovery sausage. She laughed through her tears and took it. They walked in silence for most of the return journey. Chen Wei's parasitic network scanned the ground constantly, alert for threats that never materialized. The forest was giving them safe passage. The Titan ape's territory extended for miles, and nothing within it would touch a group under the ape's implicit protection. At the edge of the forest, just before the tree line gave way to farmland and the ordinary world, Grandmaster fell into step beside Chen Wei. The older man's face was drawn, contemplative, the analytical mind processing the impossible things he'd witnessed. "That girl," the Grandmaster said, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's not human, is she?" The question hung in the air between them like a blade. Chen Wei felt the weight of it, the lives that depended on his answer. Xiao Wu's life. Grandmaster's integrity. The future of the team. "She's not fully human," Chen Wei said, choosing each word with surgical care. "She has spirit beast ancestry, closer to the surface than most. I've known since I met her. I'm asking you to keep this between us." Grandmaster was silent for a long time. The farmland stretched ahead of them, golden and ordinary. The spirit hall hunts spirit beasts in human form. If they discover what she is, they'll come with titled Douluo. They'll come with armies. They won't. You can't guarantee that. No. But I can guarantee that anyone who tries to hurt her will have to go through me first. And through every thread of connection I built and will build. I won't let what happened to my mother happen to her. Grandmaster stopped walking. He turned to face Chen Wei with an expression that combined surprise, recognition, and a deep, settling sadness. "You know about your mother?" "I know enough." Grandmaster looked at him, 7 years old, blue-silver grass, rank 21. Promising, gifted, exceptional even. But against Spirit Hall? Against title Douluo? Against the institutional machinery of the continent's most powerful organization? "You're either the bravest child I've ever met," Grandmaster said, "or the most foolish." "Both, probably." Grandmaster almost smiled. "I'll keep the secret. But Tang San, be very careful. The line between protector and target is thinner than you think." The team emerged from the Stardow forest into fading afternoon sunlight. Shrek Academy's rickety compound was visible in the distance, its broken sign swaying in the breeze. Normality awaited, training, meals, the rhythms of student life. But nothing was normal anymore. Dai Mubai had seen things he couldn't unsee. Grandmaster knew the truth. The Titan Ape had delivered a message from the Spirit Beast community. And somewhere, in a file cabinet in a Spirit Hall administrative building, a routine report mentioned a girl with unusual agility at a minor academy. Chen Wei walked toward Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu beside him, her hand brushing his, the gold thread between them humming at 35%. The soul fracture meter read 14%. 14% of the way to destruction. Or 14% of the way to understanding how to hold everything together. Behind him, the Stardow forest's canopy rustled in a wind that carried the scent of ancient things. And if he'd looked back, really looked, with thread sight pushed to its limit, he might have seen a second gold thread activating far to the northwest, where a cold-eyed girl with Hellcivet reflexes was running from an empire that considered her property. But he didn't look back. He looked forward, toward the academy, toward the future, toward everything he intended to protect and everyone he intended to love. The thread stretched ahead of him into the unknown, golden and fragile and full of promise. And the soul fracture meter kept its quiet count. Chapter 21. The morning Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Shrek Academy, Chen Wei felt the change before he saw it. He was in the practice yard running purple demon eye meridian cycles when thread sight flared without warning, a sharp, involuntary pulse, the system responding to a new presence the way a compass needle snaps toward magnetic north. He stopped mid-cycle and looked toward the academy gate. 2 figures stood in the entrance. The first he recognized, Ning Rongrong, in traveling robes cut from expensive silk that had somehow stayed pristine through what must have been days of road travel. A clan-issued bodyguard hovered 3 steps behind her like a well-dressed shadow. She surveyed the academy's worn buildings and overgrown yard with the careful diplomacy of someone trained not to show disappointment, managing only partial success. The second figure made the system react. She was slender, moving with the coiled precision of someone accustomed to being prepared for violence at any moment. Dark hair pulled back. Eyes that scanned the courtyard the way Chen Wei's did, mapping threats, exits, angles of attack. A Hellcivet martial soul, the outline records have confirmed. Cold. Reserved. Running. The dormant gold thread he'd sensed pointing northwest for the past 4 months ignited. It lit the way a fire takes dried grass, instantly, completely, without gradual stages. 1 second it was a faint suggestion. The next it was blazing, a connection as vivid as Xiao Wu's, with a completely different quality. Where Xiao Wu's thread ran warm and instinctive, this one ran cool and precise, like starlight rather than candlelight. The fracture gauge ticked from 14% to 18%. Chen Wei exhaled carefully and held very still, cataloging the sensation. His training with the system over months had given him some ability to observe these activations rather than simply react to them. The activation hadn't hurt, exactly. It had felt more like a door opening into a room he hadn't known existed, a new interior space, cold-lit and vast, waiting to be inhabited. He studied the girl through purple demon eyes' enhanced focus. Rank. He estimated 23, possibly 25. She was deliberately suppressing her cultivation display, just as he did, but the muscle memory movement patterns told a cleaner story than any spirit power reading. She moved like someone who'd been fighting seriously for years. Every step placed with consideration. Every sight line checked. A girl who'd been hunted. Ning Rongrong spotted him and waved with an enthusiasm that suggested she'd been working up to it. Chen Wei. You're already here. We only arrived yesterday, the roads were dreadful, some river bridge collapsed and we had to divert half a day. He crossed the yard toward them. His thread sight remained active, mapping the new arrivals' relationship threads. Ning Rongrong's thread had brightened slightly from their last meeting, the gold-silver mix was tilting incrementally toward gold, weeks of thinking about the pagoda demonstration still influencing her resonance. Her bodyguard registered as gray, professionally neutral. The cold-eyed girl behind them had only the new gold thread. And a web of faint red threads extending southwest. Pursuers. Enemies behind her. Welcome to Shrek Academy, Chen Wei said, stopping 3 meters from the group. He met the cold-eyed girl's gaze directly. I'm Chen Wei. Blue-silver grass. You must be the new transfer candidates. Ning Rongrong performed introductions with the polished efficiency of a clan heir practiced at social functions. This is Zhu Zhuqing. Her family is, well, it's complicated. She's from the Star Luo Empire. Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was flat. I can introduce myself. Of course, of course. Ning Rongrong was unruffled. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chen Wei with eyes that assessed and categorized without lingering. Blue-silver grass. They told me the top student here had trash-ranked grass. They were right, Chen Wei said. It's trash-ranked. Something flickered in her expression, the micro-reaction of someone whose expectation of defensiveness had been confounded. You agreed. It is what it is. The rank doesn't change what I can do with it. He paused. You're running from something. The academy is good cover, but not perfect. Thread sight is a useful ability, not mine. I'm borrowing the concept, and whoever's following you won't assume a fugitive would apply to a school. Zhu Zhuqing went very still. You can't know that. Your movement patterns. The way you checked every exit when you came through the gate. The way you're standing now, 3/4 angled toward the entrance. You've been running long enough that it's reflex. He kept his voice matter-of-fact rather than confrontational. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm just saying, you don't have to keep running as hard here as you were on the road. A long silence. The new gold thread between them pulsed once, slowly, the way something cautious tests ice before trusting its weight to it. Interesting blue-silver grass user, Zhu Zhuqing said finally. From behind Chen Wei, a familiar voice, Wei. Grandmaster says morning drills start. Oh. Xiao Wu had emerged from the dormitory and stopped when she saw the newcomers. Her eyes moved from Ning Rongrong, familiar, tolerated, to Zhu Zhuqing, new, unread, to Chen Wei, known, scrutinized. Her gaze was quick and sharp as a raptor's. The gold thread between Chen Wei and Xiao Wu registered Zhu Zhuqing's new thread like a measuring instrument sensing a competing force. Xiao Wu smiled brilliantly. The smile did not reach the amber eyes. New students, she said. Welcome. The system's warning display read 18%. It issued a quiet advisory, multiple gold tier threads detected. Soul fracture risk escalating. Recommend careful emotional management. Chen Wei filed the warning and went to find Grandmaster. The entrance exam proved what he'd expected. Ning Rongrong's test required her to demonstrate her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda on a willing target. She selected Oscar, whose recovery sausage production rate was already a known quantity. Under her amplification, Oscar produced 3 sausages in the time it normally took him to make one. His recovery speed boosted by roughly 80%. His defense, when she switched focus, gained enough density to deflect a direct strike from Daimubai without bruising. The examiner's mouth dropped open. He'd heard of the 7 treasure pagoda's reputation. Actually seeing it was different. Ning Rongrong passed with the highest score ever awarded in the Academy's entrance examination. She accepted this information with carefully performed modesty that fooled no one. Zhu Zhuqing's exam was simpler, defeat a proctor. The proctor assigned was Teacher Liu, a spirit elder at rank 32, solid combat experience, known for being genuinely difficult to overcome at the student level. He took a guard stance and waited for her. Zhu Zhuqing disappeared. Not enhanced movement. Not a spirit ability. Simply, she was there, and then she wasn't. Shadow Step, an ability that Chen Wei recognized from the novel as her third spirit ring skill, but she'd apparently developed a natural talent for the movement principle before formal ring absorption made it official. She reappeared behind the proctor with 2 fingers pressed to the base of his skull. Concede, she said quietly. Teacher Liu conceded. The examination took 3 seconds. Grandmaster made a note. Chen Wei, watching from the doorway, quietly adjusted his mental model of Zhu Zhuqing's true cultivation level. Not 23 or 25. Higher. Significantly higher. Daimubai, also watching, said nothing. His jaw was tight. His eyes tracked Zhu Zhuqing with an emotion too complex to read from surface observation, recognition, want, wounded pride, and something underneath all 3 that Chen Wei suspected was fear. Not physical fear. The fear of someone watching the one thing they'd assumed was theirs demonstrating that it never had been. She was promised to me, Daimubai said, very quietly, to no one in particular. Chen Wei heard it anyway. Promise made without her consent is a chain, not a bond. Daimubai's head turned. The double-pupil evil eyes focused on Chen Wei with a sharp, evaluating anger. Stay out of things that don't concern you. This academy concerns me. The people in it concern me. Chen Wei met his gaze without hostility. I'm not your enemy, Daimubai. But I'm not going to pretend I didn't hear that either. Daimubai held the stare for a long moment. Then he looked away, not conceding, exactly, but recognizing that the argument would accomplish nothing here. In the practice yard, Zhu Zhuqing stood alone, watching the proctor recover his dignity. She hadn't moved to join the group. She hadn't spoken to anyone. She simply stood in her own space, quiet and contained, wearing her isolation like armor. Chen Wei watched her through thread sight. The thread ran steady. Patient. It had no urgency to it, unlike Xiao Wu's thread, which ran hot and immediate. This one felt like it would wait. He could work with patience, but patience was a luxury he couldn't afford for long. Spirit Hall's assessors would visit before the month's end, and Zhu Zhuqing's red threads were still pulling southwest. 2 clocks running, neither friendly, and both, he suspected, running faster than he thought. Chapter 22. Daimu Bai made his move the next morning. He was methodical about it, which was perhaps the most revealing thing. Not an impulsive confrontation in the corridor or a public challenge in the practice yard. He waited until Zhu Zhuqing was alone in the equipment room, cataloging the wooden weapons rack, and came in quietly, making sure the door closed behind him. Chen Wei wasn't there. He was 3/4 away, running parasitic network drills. The network picked up the conversation anyway. Parasitic networks' invisible tendrils extended through living plant matter, using the thin layer of moss that clung to Shrek Academy's chronically under-maintained stonework as a relay system. Voices were muffled and incomplete, but Chen Wei had been practicing interpretation for weeks. Told you don't want to cause problems, Daimu Bai's voice, compressed by distance. Come back. The agreement between our families. Zhu Zhuqing's response was short. 1 syllable, clipped. Refusal, not a choice. Your cultivation needs the fusion. You know what happens when a Hellcivet advances past rank 40 without another short response. Then a sound that might have been movement. You can hate me if you want. But you'll die weak and alone because you're too proud to. Silence. Then a sharp crack, wood on stone, the sound of something being knocked off the weapons rack. Not a weapon deployed, but something fumbled in haste or flinched against. Chen Wei was already moving. He arrived at the equipment room door 7 seconds later to find Zhu Zhuqing standing with her back to the wall, arms folded, expression locked at absolute zero. Daimu Bai stood in the center of the room, frustration visible in every line of his posture. Nothing had actually happened, no attack, no coercion beyond words. But the temperature in the room was remarkable. Daimu Bai, Chen Wei said from the doorway. Both heads turned. The spar yesterday, Chen Wei said easily, stepping inside. You were fast. I've been thinking about your attack pattern, the White Tiger's entry angle on the second combination. I want to study it. You free this afternoon? It was a transparent deflection and Daimu Bai knew it. His eyes moved between Chen Wei and Zhu Zhuqing with the rapid calculation of someone weighing multiple unpleasant options. This is a private conversation. Didn't sound like a conversation. Another beat. Daimu Bai's jaw worked. Then, because there was no path forward that didn't cost him something, he walked out. His shoulder nearly caught the doorframe. He didn't look at Zhu Zhuqing as he left. The door settled closed. Chen Wei looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who looked back with eyes that gave nothing away. The cold silence stretched for 10 seconds. 15. You didn't need rescuing, he said. I know. Then why are you here? Because you shouldn't have to use energy fighting someone who should already know better. He moved past her to the weapons rack, apparently genuinely inspecting a wooden practice staff. He's not wrong about the cultivation mechanics, technically. Hellcivet fusion with White Tiger is how the progression works in the standard framework. But the standard framework was designed by people who weren't the ones being fused. Zhu Zhuqing was very still. You know about Hellcivet cultivation requirements. I read a lot. He set the practice staff back. There might be alternatives. The standard path assumes your partner's cooperation is a resource to be leveraged. But resonance abilities work differently. If you found a combat partner whose style complemented yours, not merged, just synchronized, the effect on your cultivation might be comparable. The cold eyes narrowed. You're suggesting yourself. I'm suggesting the theory. Who you apply it with is your choice. He met her eyes. That distinction matters. The silence this time was different. Less defensive. More considering. Why does it matter to you? She asked. You don't know me. I know the situation. I know what it means when someone runs rather than stays. I know what it costs. He paused. My mother ran too. From people who decided they had a claim on her. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him for a long moment with those measuring eyes. The gold thread between them pulsed, slow and thoughtful. Then she turned back to the weapons rack and resumed cataloging, as if the conversation had been perfectly ordinary. The theory about alternative fusion paths, she said, not looking at him. How would you test it? Chen Wei felt something settle in his chest, the specific relief of a bridge holding weight it was designed for. Night training. The south yard, after lights out. Bring your full cultivation pressure, don't suppress for my benefit. A pause. Then, fine. Outside the door, in the corridor, the sound of retreating footsteps. Daimu Bai had been listening. Chen Wei had known he was there. He'd phrased every word accordingly. Some conversations needed witnesses even when the witness was meant to be invisible. But witnesses remembered what they heard, and Daimu Bai, wounded pride and all, was not yet a known quantity when pressure mounted. This particular conversation would either soften him or sharpen him into something dangerous. Chen Wei genuinely did not know which, and not knowing was, in itself, a danger he'd have to account for. Chapter 23 Ning Rongrong had opinions about everything, expressed them freely, and was usually right in ways that made disagreement exhausting. Chen Wei had been watching her operate for 3 days since her arrival. She'd rearranged the dormitory common room furniture for better flow of social energy, organized the meal rotation so that the students with the most dietary restrictions ate first, and delivered a 10-minute unsolicited lecture to Teacher Lu about the superior academic outcomes achievable through kinesthetic rather than rote pedagogical methods. Teacher Lu had listened with the expression of a man counting days to retirement. None of this was malicious. That was the thing Chen Wei kept returning to. Ning Rongrong's management instinct came from genuine care. She actually wanted everyone to be more comfortable, more effective, better fed. The problem was the assumption built into the instinct, that she knew better than the people she was improving, and that they'd be grateful for the improvement. The patronizing assumption was armor. Chen Wei recognized it the way you recognized familiar architecture. On the 4th day, during a weapons review exercise, Ning Rongrong made the mistake of suggesting that Chen Wei's blue-silver grass might benefit from her amplification, since the base material is quite limited. The students within earshot went carefully quiet. Chen Wei said, "Actually, that's perfect timing. I've been meaning to ask you to run the pagoda during one of my drills." Ning Rongrong blinked. "Oh. I was only being practical, I didn't mean to imply." "No, you were right." He gestured toward the practice range, a 20-meter strip of packed earth with target posts every 3 meters. "Run the all attribute enhancement at whatever output you normally use. I want to see what the effect looks like." Confused but too curious to refuse, Ning Rongrong drew her pagoda. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda rose in her palm, a small pagoda of translucent glass in 7 colors, each tier representing a different amplification domain. When she poured spirit power through it and activated all attribute enhancement, the air around the targets shimmered. Chen Wei released parasitic network. What happened next was not subtle. The network's tendrils ordinarily extended 20 meters along a thin layer of plant growth, the grass and moss around the practice range, providing him sensory information from within that radius. Under Ning Rongrong's amplification, the tendrils didn't extend to 20 meters. They extended to 60. Every blade of grass within 3 times his normal radius sang with sensation, the footsteps of students 40 meters away, the vibration of a door opening in the building beside the range, the precise location of every living body in an area that encompassed most of the academy grounds. The students stared. Ning Rongrong stared. Her pagoda's enhancement glow flickered, a reflexive response to surprise that she caught and steadied after a moment. That's... She processed what she was observing, sensory tendrils blooming across the range like silver threads, mapping the world in real time. Impossible. The parasitic network extends through living plant matter. Your amplification boosted the conductivity of the plant-spirit connection. Chen Wei turned to face her with genuine interest, not performance. "I want to understand the mechanism. Your pagoda amplifies base statistics, strength, speed, recovery. But what determines which statistical domain gets the highest multiplier? Is it fixed to the tier of the pagoda, or does it scale with the amplification target's natural abilities?" For the first time since she'd arrived, Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Wei as a puzzle rather than a project. "It scales," she said slowly, mind engaging. "The 4th tier, capability, amplifies the most dominant ability in the target's current skill set. If your dominant ability is sensory extension, the 4th tier would preferentially boost that." She paused. "Which means someone with your skill profile could theoretically receive a higher capability multiplier than most combat types who rely on physical output." "Yes." He was already thinking about the tactical implications. They stood at the edge of the range discussing amplification mechanics for 40 minutes. The other students gradually drifted away, bored by the theoretical depth of the conversation. By the time they finished, the afternoon sun had crossed to the far edge of the courtyard, and Ning Rongrong was leaning forward with her pagoda in her lap, sketching ability interaction diagrams in the dirt with a stick. "You're not like I expected," she said without looking up from the diagram. "You expected the trash grass student to be less interesting." A pause. "Yes. And I'm aware that says something unflattering about my assumptions. It says you are applying the framework your clan taught you. The Ning clan ranks allies by their utility tier. Blue-silver grass ranks low. Reasonable assumption within the framework. But wrong. The framework was wrong. The application was correct." He watched her work the diagram. When you find that a framework consistently produces wrong answers, the problem isn't the logic. It's the premise. Ning Rongrong looked up. The gold-silver thread between them pulsed, and for the first time, the motion was distinctly toward gold. "That's either very wise or very convenient, given that your grass just embarrassed my framework. Both things can be true." She almost smiled. Almost. The clan training ran deep. The fracture pressure reading, 20%. 19. 18. The meter was falling. Not because Chen Wei was pushing his bonds harder, but because all three threads were becoming less contradictory. Less conflict pressure. More coherent. He noted this, filed it, and went to find Grandmaster, who had, in the meantime, received a sealed letter he hadn't yet had the chance to read. The Waxbore Spirit Hall's administrative cipher. The question was what it contained, and whether whatever it said was already in motion, or still waiting on a trigger that hadn't been pulled yet. Chapter 24. The confrontation between Chen Wei and Dai Mubai was inevitable, and both of them knew it. They circled each other for 4 days after the equipment room incident, two tactical minds assessing timing, terrain, and conditions. Chen Wei was in no hurry. Dai Mubai was a powder keg waiting for the match that pride wouldn't let him strike without cause. The cause arrived in the form of training pair assignments. Grandmaster distributed the pairs himself, allocating based on combat synergy rather than social preference. When he assigned Zhu Zhuqing and Chen Wei to work together on speed control combination drills, Dai Mubai's reaction was visible to anyone in the room paying attention. After the session briefing, as the students dispersed, Dai Mubai stepped into Chen Wei's path. "I want to spar." "All right." Chen Wei said it without hesitation, which was the most aggressive thing he could have done. Dai Mubai's challenge hand had expected resistance, negotiation, an attempt to avoid. Instead, immediate acceptance. "Practice yard, after dinner." "Full spirit ability use?" Dai Mubai recovered fast. "Full abilities. Your second spirit ring or third?" The question was tactical. It acknowledged that Dai Mubai had a higher ring count than Chen Wei's 3, which was accurate, and framed the spar as something Chen Wei was agreeing to at a disadvantage, which put Dai Mubai in the position of either accepting the framing, generous, or looking like he was backing down from a fair contest, weak. "Third," Dai Mubai said. Chen Wei nodded and walked away. The spar drew an audience. Word traveled through the dormitories faster than any announcement. By the time evening came, every student in the academy had found reasons to be near the practice yard. Dai Mubai entered the yard with the contained energy of someone who'd spent the afternoon working himself up to something. White Tiger martial soul manifested, his skin took on a striped, half-beast pattern, the double pupil evil eyes glowing with golden power, muscles swelling with the spirit energy amplification that made White Tiger the most feared assault martial soul in the continent's eastern regions. His 3 spirit rings glowed beneath his feet, yellow, purple, the purple ring that indicated a ring above 500 years. Chen Wei stood across from him with his hands at his sides and no visible spirit ability active. "You could manifest your grass," Dai Mubai said. "It's not like I don't know what you can do." "I know what you can do," Chen Wei replied. "Let's see if knowing is enough." Dai Mubai came fast. White Tiger's speed under transformation exceeded most rank 40 Spirit Masters' sprint capability. He covered the 15 meters between them in a time that made several watching students gasp. The first strike, a backhand sweep designed to knock Chen Wei sideways and create opening for a follow-up, was powerful enough to leave an imprint in stone. It hit blue-silver grass instead. The strands were already there, had been there for the last 20 seconds, laid invisibly along the packed earth in the exact radius where Dai Mubai's approach footwork would naturally carry him. Not a defensive construct, a sensory one. Parasitic network, reading footstep pressure and translating it into real-time movement prediction. Chen Wei sidestepped the backhand by 8 centimeters, which was all the clearance he needed. Venomous bind deployed. 6 strands, converging on Dai Mubai's right arm from different angles, seeking the joint gaps where White Tiger's transformation pattern left the skin slightly exposed at the elbow. Dai Mubai's second ring flared, White Tiger Vajra transformation, the defensive mode that layered additional hardened spirit energy over his skin. The venom didn't penetrate fully. But it made contact. A partial dose. Enough to reduce the right arm's sensitivity by 20% for the next 40 seconds. "You're not fighting," Dai Mubai said, adapting his grip to compensate for the reduced sensation. He came again, left-handed. "I'm controlling," Chen Wei said. And he was. Web domain deployed, the Academy's practice yard, which he'd spent the past 3 evenings seeding with blue-silver grass tendrils when the area was empty, became his map. Every step Dai Mubai took was felt through the network. Every strike telegraphed 3 movements in advance through the pressure pattern of his footwork. Chen Wei moved through Dai Mubai's attacks with the minimal motion efficiency of controlling crane-catching dragon, redirecting force rather than absorbing it, never quite where the strikes landed. It wasn't impressive to watch. It was maddening to fight. 6 minutes in, Dai Mubai was panting. 3 of his strikes had landed on blue-silver grass constructs instead of Chen Wei. 2 had been redirected using tangential contact that used Dai Mubai's own force against his balance. His right arm was still at partial sensitivity. The partially paralyzed limb had caused 2 missed follow-through strikes that should have landed. Chen Wei's arms ached from the controlling crane redirects. Physically, Dai Mubai was stronger. In pure force exchange, he'd lose. He didn't let it become a pure force exchange. Web domain contracted, the entire preceded yard suddenly active, strands rising from the ground around Daimu Bai's feet, tangling at the ankles and lower legs. Not venom-laced. Just leverage. The construct caught Daimu Bai mid-stride, disrupting his balance at the exact moment his weight was committed to a forward strike. Daimu Bai went down on one knee. Chen Wei stepped around him, placed 2 fingers against the back of his neck at the nerve cluster where the venom would have been most effective if he'd chosen to use it, and held position. "Concede," Chen Wei said. "Or I release the venomous bind I've been holding on your right side since the second exchange." A long silence. The practice yard held its collective breath. "Concede," Daimu Bai said. Chen Wei stepped back and released every construct. The web domain vanished. Daimu Bai straightened, rolled his right shoulder, sensation returning now, and stared at the ground. Something complex was working behind his eyes. "You fought like someone who's been fighting people stronger than him for a long time," he said finally. "I have been. Blue-silver grass doesn't cover for the gap that well unless the user is." He stopped. Looked at Chen Wei properly, for probably the first time. "What's your actual rank?" 29. Daimu Bai was at 31, 32. The gap should have been insurmountable at their level, where each rank represented a meaningful threshold of spirit power. He looked at Chen Wei with a new expression, not the angry, wounded pride of before, but something that might have eventually become respect. "She was promised to me," he said, quieter. The possessiveness was still there, but less heated. More honest. "My family, I know about your family's arrangement," Chen Wei said. "It was made when she was a child. By people who thought they had the right to decide her life for her." He kept his voice level. "You're not your family's arrangement, Daimu Bai. What you choose to do with the claim they gave you, that's yours." Daimu Bai said nothing. But in the corner of the practice yard where she'd watched the entire spar from the shadows, something shifted in Zhu Zhuqing's still posture. A loosening. Barely visible. But real. Their silver rivalry thread brightened. The first step toward something more useful, unless Daimu Bai decided that tonight's words were a threat rather than an invitation. The double-pupil evil eyes had a way of recategorizing people, and once they recategorized, they didn't easily recategorize back, a fact that could make him a very dangerous ally, or a very convenient enemy. Chapter 25 Grandmaster organized the training structure with the methodical precision of someone who'd spent decades developing theories and insufficient years putting them to the test. The formation he created was elegant in concept, Chen Wei as field controller, reading the entire combat space through parasitic network while blue-silver grass constructs shaped the battlefield. Xiao Wu and Daimu Bai as primary attackers, the former providing close combat devastation and the latter raw power. Zhu Zhuqing as flanker and assassin, operating in the spaces that the main engagement created. Oscar providing sustained recovery and nourishment. Ma Hongjun delivering area denial with evil fire phoenix flames. Ning Rongrong amplifying the entire network from protected midrange. On paper, the formation covered every tactical requirement. In practice, the question of paired drills created complications. Grandmaster assigned complementary pairs for specialized training, abilities that synergized needed to be developed in tandem. The assignments were logical, Chen Wei and Xiao Wu for power control combinations. Natural. Oscar and Ning Rongrong for sustained support endurance. Logical. Ma Hongjun and Daimu Bai for offensive coordination. Sensible. Chen Wei and Zhu Zhuqing for speed control tactical execution. This last pairing was also logical. It was the most tactically necessary combination on the team. His control abilities needed a fast-moving partner who could operate in constrained spaces that he created, and her shadow step needed a field that gave her defined entry and exit points. Together, they were potentially the formation's most lethal combination. Separate, each of them was notably less effective in complex environments. Xiao Wu received this information in the briefing with perfectly maintained equanimity. For 3 hours. After dinner, as Chen Wei sat on the dormitory steps running cultivation cycles, she dropped down beside him with the quiet density of a spirit beast landing from height. "Shadow Fang Binding," she said. The name he and Zhu Zhuqing had used during one of their night sessions, before the formal pairing assignment had even been made. "That's what you called the combination technique. I heard the name yesterday. It's a working title. For a technique you developed with her." A pause. "How long has that been running?" 3 nights of drills. Grandmaster's pairing just formalized what was already useful. Xiao Wu picked up a pebble from the step and turned it in her fingers, watching it rather than him. "The resonance pulse. You can use it with her too." "Yes. And me." "Yes. And eventually with, yes." She was quiet. Her thread had a feeling he'd grown sensitive to over months. It changed texture with her emotional state, the way a silk thread communicates tension from one end to the other. Right now it felt pulled. "What is it, exactly," she said, still looking at the pebble, "that you have with me? If you can have it with anyone you're close to." Chen Wei thought about the answer carefully. "What I have with you is what I had first. Before I understood what any of it was." Before I knew it was a system or a mechanic or a framework. When you bought soup and brought it to the infirmary and sat there telling me stories about nothing so I'd have something to focus on while the ring absorption burned. That was there before the gold thread lit up on thread sight. The system just gave me language for something that was already real. She turned the pebble over once more. Set it down. I'm not jealous, she said, and it was true in the specific way that the most honest statements are, complicated, incomplete, but not a lie. It's not how I work. Where I come from, bonds aren't exclusive. My kind. She stopped. Started again. Where I come from, love is not a limited resource. You don't love one thing and have less left for another. It doesn't work that way. A pause. But I am aware of where I stand relative to the new threads. You stand where you've always stood, Chen Wei said. First. Xiao Wu looked at him for a long moment. The thread between them pulsed, the warm, instinctive quality of it unchanged. Then she took the pebble off the step and threw it at the courtyard wall with significant force. It cracked the stone. Good, she said briskly. Morning drills. Don't be late. She was inside before he'd fully processed the conversation. The fracture gauge read 26%. The reading had ticked down 2 points. He noted this with the careful attention of someone learning a new language, one word at a time. But the learning came with a caveat the system had not seen fit to mention. The gauge fell when the women understood each other, yes, but it also climbed when any one of them was frightened, betrayed, or hurt. Tonight had been good. Tomorrow's variables were not yet in evidence, and there were 3 of them, each one capable of destabilizing everything he'd built with a single wrong move on his part. Chapter 26 Night training in the South Yard had a different quality than daylight drills. There was no audience at night. No performance requirement. The other students slept, and the academy staff whose dormitory windows faced the South Yard were either deep sleepers or had developed a policy of professional non-observation regarding events after lights out. Grandmaster had, in any case, explicitly sanctioned the extended practice sessions, provided they didn't interfere with morning formation. The first night session with Zhu Zhuqing was almost entirely functional. He ran web domain at half output, placing tendrils across the yard in the specific pattern that created optimal flanking lanes. She moved through them, testing where his constructs gave her shadow step to find targets and where they inadvertently impeded her movement. They communicated through clipped functional commentary. Lane 3 is too narrow at the 6-meter mark, the trigger thread needs to be higher, try approaching from the east angle. 40 minutes, then she left without ceremony. The second night, Chen Wei arrived to find her already there, practicing shadow step in the dark without a target, running the movement pattern over and over with the focused repetition of someone who treated skill maintenance as obligation rather than drill. You're early, he said. You're late. He'd arrived 4 minutes ahead of schedule. He adjusted his assessment of her internal clock upward. They worked the formation for an hour. At some point in the second half, the session stopped being functional and became real. The difference between practicing a technique and discovering what the technique could actually do. Shadow Fang binding, when it worked, was startling. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow step moving through the web domain's tendrils without triggering them, using the spaces he'd created as a transit map, arriving at target positions from angles the target couldn't anticipate. Her Hellsivit's natural speed, amplified by the resonance pulse when he activated it, moved at approximately the limit of what the human eye could track. After the third successful execution of the combination, she stopped. Why did you defend me when Daimubai was in the equipment room? The question came without preamble. She was standing in the center of the yard, not looking at him, asking the question the way she did everything, directly, without cushioning. Chen Wei considered several responses and settled on truth. Because the way he was talking about you wasn't how you talk about a person. It was how you talk about a problem that needs solving. I've handled worse than his talking. I know. That's not why I came in. A pause. I came in because you shouldn't have to spend energy every day defending your right to exist. You're using that energy to stay cold enough that nothing hurts. It costs you. Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at him. In the dark, without the social performance context of daylight, her face was less armored. The cold was still there, it went that deep, built that thoroughly. But underneath it was something that had been kept very carefully private for a long time. Who told you about the cultivation requirements? She asked. The Hellsivit fusion problem. You knew before I said anything. I study spirit soul compatible martial arts. It's something I research. The Hell White Tiger fusion isn't in any public texts. The Star Luo Empire doesn't publicize it. You're right. He met her eyes. I'm asking you to trust that I learned it through a path I can explain. And that what I told you about alternatives, that was true. I don't know the precise mechanics yet. But the resonance pulse works on genuine connection, not arranged partnership. If the pulse can substitute for formal fusion resonance. He trailed off. The theory was solid. The proof was incomplete. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing for a long moment. Her thread ran steady in his thread sight, Not blazing like Xiao Wu's, not fluctuating like Ning Rongrong's, but consistent. Reliable. Like a precise instrument finding its calibration point. I spent 3 years running, she said. Learning to trust nothing and no one. The running works. It's lonely but it works. You're not running here. No. She looked at the yard around her, the academy walls, the practice space. No, I'm not. A pause. The reason I'm not running is complicated. Part of it is the academy's protection. Part of it is that Grandmaster's formation training is genuinely the best I've had access to. Another pause. Part of it is something I haven't finished understanding yet. She didn't specify what that part was. The gold thread offered its own answer, slow and sure. The training tomorrow, she said, shifting back to function. The flanking pattern in the northeast lane needs an adjustment to the trigger thread depth. 6 centimeters lower? He asked. 7. 7. They worked for another half hour and parted without further personal conversation. But the quality of the silence between them had changed, from defensive neutral to something that resembled, cautiously, the early stages of trust. The fracture reading, 22%. 2 points down since she'd arrived, which was the right direction, and not the direction he'd been certain of when she first stepped through the academy gate. But the red threads from the south were still there in his thread sight. Her hunters hadn't stopped. They were simply between steps, and the next step was coming. He could feel it the way you feel a change in weather before the clouds arrive. Chapter 27. The sewer mission was supposed to be routine. Suoduo City's canal district had developed a spirit beast infestation in the sewage channels, a colony of corrosive rats that had reached the 100-year mark and started breeding faster than the city's pest control could manage. Standard removal contract for the academies: clear the population below a sustainable threshold, collect the bounty per tail, return to training. Grandmaster assigned it as a practical team coordination exercise. The thing about standard missions in cities built over ancient foundation stones is that the sewer system under Suoduo City dated from an era when the canal district had been a spirit beast habitat. The stone corridors were 3 times the size of modern infrastructure, branching in patterns that predated human logic, and the corrosive rat colony had used 2 centuries of time to make it their architecture. They were 90 seconds into the first tunnel when they found out the 100-year estimate was understated. The colony was closer to 200 years, minimum, distributed across 7 interconnected chambers. This is considerably more than the contract specified, Oscar said, peering at the tunnel ahead with a sausage already half-eaten in each hand. The contract specified the surface level count, Chen Wei said. His parasitic network was reading the entire channel system through the thick moss that coated the ancient walls, detecting thermal signatures, movement clusters, approximate sizes. There are 3 chambers ahead. Roughly 80 individuals in the 200-year range, 12 in the 3 to 400 range, and something in the deepest chamber that the network is reading as too large to estimate accurately. Something large in a sewer, Daimubai said. Wonderful. Grandmaster, Chen Wei said over his shoulder. I hear it, Grandmaster said. He was not supposed to be in the sewer, he had come anyway, citing supervisory necessity. Proceed systematically. Don't split unless absolutely required. They moved through the first 2 chambers using the formation. Ning Rongrong's amplification ran at 40%. Enough to boost the team's output without draining her reserves. Ma Hongjun's fire would have been ideal for this environment, except that fire in a sealed stone tunnel consumed oxygen and created smoke, so he limited himself to precision bursts. Daimubai and Xiao Wu handled the frontal pressure, spirit power crashing against the corrosive rat's acid spray. Chen Wei ran web domain. In the sewer's enclosed geometry, web domain was devastating. The ancient stone walls were coated in moss that the domain treated as an extension of his own body. Every tunnel branch within a 100-meter radius became a sensor array, every rat's movement tracked and anticipated. He directed the formation like a conductor, calling target positions to Zhu Zhuqing's shadow step, creating barriers for Ning Rongrong's protected firing position, placing venomous bond on the highest threat targets before they reached striking range. 3/4 through the second chamber, a gap opened in the northern wall cluster. Chen Wei felt Xiao Wu moving into his range, her combat rhythm running hot and instinctive, the connection between them pulsing in the way it did during shared action. He activated resonance pulse. Venomous dance, he said. She was already moving. Blue-silver grass extended in a fan pattern ahead of her, venom-laced, creating a field that any corrosive rat contact would activate. Xiao Wu moves through the field with the boneless fluidity of soft bone martial arts, using the construct as a complement to her strikes. Each target she grabbed was already wrapped in toxic grass, her takedown venom compounding with the construct's paralytic effect. 12 rats dropped. Clean. 6 seconds. Nice, Daimubai said, which was more than he usually offered. The third chamber was deeper, darker, and contained the unknown large signature. It was a sewer drake, a 250-year aquatic spirit beast that had colonized the deepest section of the canal foundation, treating the corrosive rat colony as its managed food source. Roughly 4 meters long, thick as a barrel, acid spit that could dissolve stone. Chen Wei had 3 seconds of processed tactical information from the network before the Drake attacked. 3 seconds was enough. Zhu Zhuqing, East Channel entrance, 40-degree angle on my mark. Xiao Wu, frontal engagement, draw the spit cycle. Ning Rongrong, boost defense on Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun, sealed precision burst on my target designation. In the 2 seconds that followed, he saw the gap, the Drake's attention committed to Xiao Wu's frontal pressure, its spit cycle locked into the forward arc, the eastern flank exposed for a 4-second window. Mark. He pulsed. Not with Xiao Wu this time. The resonance pulse aligned with Zhu Zhuqing's frequency, different texture, different quality, the cool precise counterpoint to Xiao Wu's warm instinctive. Shadow Fang binding engaged. Zhu Zhuqing flowed through the channel entrance at a speed that turned her to shadow, appearing at the Drake's flank in the exact moment the spit cycle committed forward. 2 strikes to the cervical nerve cluster. The Drake convulsed. Ma Hongjun's targeted burst hit at mid-convulsion. The thing was over in 11 seconds. In the aftermath silence, Chen Wei became aware that Xiao Wu was standing very still across the chamber, watching him. Not angry. Not accusing. Just watching, with those amber eyes that missed very little, cataloging the specific way the pulse had felt when it ran in Zhu Zhuqing's direction rather than hers. The texture was different. She'd felt that. He knew she'd felt that because at 35% resonance, major emotional states between them were detectable even without the thread sight framework. He met her eyes directly. She looked at the Drake carcass. Then back at him. Then at Zhu Zhuqing, who was cleaning ichor off her sleeve with professional disinterest. Formation was clean, Xiao Wu said. It was. She walked toward the exit tunnel without further comment. But the amber eyes had seen something, and the amber eyes forgot nothing. Grandmaster noted everything with the expression of a theorist watching his equations produce results he hadn't fully anticipated. That evening, he pulled Chen Wei aside and said 3 words. She noticed. Good. He didn't elaborate. Chen Wei was not certain whether the compliment was for Xiao Wu's perceptiveness or his own performance. He suspected it was for the fact that both things were happening simultaneously, and that Grandmaster, who had spent decades studying how bonds shaped martial souls, understood exactly what that meant for the fracture problem. Chapter 28 Xiao Wu found him in the East practice yard at dusk, while the rest of the team was occupied with post-mission equipment maintenance. She hadn't changed from her training clothes. She stood in the middle of the yard with her arms folded, watching him finish a mysterious heaven skill cycle with the patience of someone who decided how this conversation was going to go and was waiting for the correct moment to begin it. How many? She asked when he opened his eyes. How many what? How many people can you do that with? It was barely a question. The inflection was flat. Chen Wei held her gaze. Currently? 3. Potentially. And it's the same thing each time. No. The pulse resonates differently with different people. It's not. It's not interchangeable. What it feels like with you is specific to you. He paused. The combat effect is different too. With you it's power and range. With Zhu Zhuqing it's speed and precision. With Ning Rongrong, he stopped himself. With Ning Rongrong it would be support amplification, Xiao Wu said. I can work that out. She unfolded her arms. So you've been running 3 of these? Simultaneously. Not running them. They exist. There's a cost to maintaining them. A significant one. What kind of cost? He showed her the fracture display, not by explaining it but by channeling the thread of mysterious heaven skill toward his core and allowing the system's display to manifest in his palm, a faint luminescent gauge that read 22%. If this reaches 100, my martial soul shatters. Permanently. The more threads I maintain, the faster it climbs. A pause. It was at 38 after the ring absorption last month. Training and the harmonization between the 3 of you have brought it down. Xiao Wu looked at the gauge for a long moment. Between the 3 of us. The pressure comes from conflicting resonances. When there's jealousy or rivalry or emotional conflict between the people I'm bonded to, the threads pull against each other. When there's peace between them, the pressure decreases. He let the display fade. You being here right now, asking me directly instead of letting it fester, that's better for the meter than you know. She processed this. Then, I'm not asking for my sake. I know. I'm asking because I want to understand what I'm dealing with. The whole shape of it. Her amber eyes were direct. I don't want a piece of something I don't understand. If you're carrying something that could kill you, I want to know. Now you know. Not all of it. But enough to start with. She turned toward the dormitory. Then stopped. The girl from the Star Luo Empire. Cold one. Zhu Zhuqing? Yes. She's running from something real. Yes. And the 7 treasure girl. Ning Rongrong. A pause. She's lonely inside all that clan politics. Yes. Xiao Wu nodded slowly, as if something had confirmed itself. All right, she said, in the tone of someone making a decision. All right. She walked inside. The bond with Xiao Wu ran warm and resolute at 37%. It had gone up 2 points in the course of a conversation that could easily have reduced it. He stayed in the practice yard until dark, running cultivation cycles and listening to the night sounds of Suotuo City, the distant canal water, the evening birds, the ordinary world continuing its ordinary life beyond the walls of whatever this extraordinary situation was becoming. Soul fracture meter, 22%. Steady. The links stretched in 3 directions from his chest, each one pulling gently at something vital, each one worth the pull, and each one a debt he intended to pay with capability, not sentiment. Which meant the third ring hunt could not wait much longer. Web domain was the ability that turned the battlefield into his territory. Without it, all the resonance in the world would not be enough when Spirit Hall finally stopped sending scouts and started sending specialists, and they would stop. The only question was when. Chapter 29. The hilltop was an hour's walk from the academy, uphill through the western farmland, along a path he'd scouted during his 3rd week in Suotuo City. It offered a view of the city below and the distant edge of the Stardow Forest to the east, a thin dark line on the horizon where the ordinary world gave way to something older and wilder. He'd waited for a night when the moon was up, when visibility made the view worthwhile, and when his cultivation cycle had reached the specific rest state where his mind was quiet enough for honesty. "Come look at something," he'd told Xiao Wu at dinner. She'd come. They sat at the top of the hill now, the city's lights below them, the forest edge dark against the sky, and between them the companionable silence of people who'd been spending most of their waking hours together for over a year and had exhausted the need to fill quiet with words. Eventually, he spoke. "I have dreams," he said. "Or things that feel like dreams. They're not, they're more like very detailed memories of things that haven't happened yet." He kept his eyes on the horizon. "I see people I know getting hurt. I see futures where the wrong things happen, where I wasn't fast enough or strong enough or smart enough to stop something terrible." He paused. "That's why I train like I do. That's why I push cultivation faster than anyone thinks I should. It's not ambition. It's fear." Xiao Wu sat with this for a moment. What kind of terrible things? He thought of the canon vision, the spirit ring extraction, the sacrifice, the moment that had ended the original story's first movement before it truly began. He didn't say it directly. Things happening to people I care about that I could have prevented with more power. With more foresight. With better choices. You think you can change them? The things you see? I've already been changing them." He looked at her then. "Some things I haven't been able to prevent in the dream memories are already running differently because of choices I've made. The paths aren't fixed." He paused. "But some of the danger is real. Spirit Hall is real. The hunts are real. And he stopped. "Say it." "I know what you are," he said. "I've known since the first day. The way you move. The way the forest responded to you. The way the Titan ape looked at you." He held her gaze. "I've never been afraid of what you are. I've been afraid of what they'll do if they find out." The amber eyes searched his face. His thread with her ran very still in thread sight, as if it was listening. "How long did you know?" she asked. "Since before we met, in a way I can't fully explain." He shook his head. "What I can tell you is that knowing what you are has never changed what I feel toward you. Not once. Not even for a second." Xiao Wu watched the city lights shift as clouds crossed the moon, dimming and brightening the world by turns. She was making a decision. Chen Wei could feel it in the stillness of the thread between them, the specific quality of a choice gathering weight. "I've been hunted 3 times, she said finally. "Once before I was even fully myself, when the hunters didn't know what they were tracking. Once when I was 12, in the forest. A Spirit Hall squad with a 100,000-year assessment scroll. They almost got me." A pause. "The 3rd time was right before I came to Nuoding. A team of 6. Spirit Masters. They had a binding formation that was designed specifically for..." She stopped. "I ran. I've been running since." "You stopped running." "I stopped because of you," she said it flatly, as a fact. "Because of the way you were at the academy. You saw me, all of me, even the parts I was hiding, and you didn't run, you didn't report it, you didn't try to leverage it. You just protected the space around me. Like it was natural." She looked at her hands. "That's not how humans behave. Toward my kind. So I stopped running." "I'm not going anywhere," Chen Wei said. The same thing he'd said once before, on a different occasion, carrying a slightly different weight. "I already know what you are. And I'm not going anywhere." Xiao Wu looked at the horizon for a very long time. Then she took his hand. The connection between them flared to 40%. The fracture gauge, currently steady at 22, dipped to 20. They sat until the moon was overhead and the city had quieted to nighttime stillness, not speaking about anything important, which was entirely the point. The fracture reading at 20, the connection between them at 40%. Both numbers that had never been better. But down in the city's administrative quarter, Spirit Hall's enforcement squad was still compiling their report. And somewhere to the southwest, the faint red threads tracking Zhu Zhuqing's pursuers were moving again, shifting bearing, no longer circling but heading inward, closing the distance at a pace that made his chest tighten with something that was not quite fear but was not quite calm either. Chapter 33 Months after arriving at Shrek Academy, Chen Wei reached rank 25. The milestone brought practical implications. His parasitic network range increased, his venomous bind capacity expanded from 12 to 18 simultaneous strands, and web domain sensitivity threshold sharpened to the point where he could distinguish between different species' footstep pressure patterns through the relay network. Combat effectiveness had improved in a curve that Grandmaster was beginning to describe to visiting evaluators in carefully phrased language that avoided suggesting anything impossible. It also brought a conversation with Grandmaster he'd been half expecting. They sat in the theory room after the others had left for evening training. Grandmaster arranged his papers with the precise movements of someone whose external order compensated for an internal state of ongoing philosophical conflict. He'd had that quality, the precise movements, the compensating order, since the night Bibi Dong's name had come up between them. Chen Wei didn't push. He waited. Your cultivation speed, Grandmaster said. In my 30 years of teaching, I have never recorded anything comparable. The mysterious heaven skill isn't known for accelerated growth. It's known for stability, quality, and depth, not raw speed. I adapt the breathing cycles, Chen Wei said. Standard mysterious heaven runs 28 cycles per hour during cultivation. I run 44. That should cause meridian damage. It does, if you don't modify the cycle timing to account for the increased pressure. The standard 28-cycle template was designed for average meridian capacity. He paused. Mine is not average. Because of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. That's part of it. Grandmaster studied him with the focused attention he usually reserved for particularly interesting theoretical problems. Then, you're protecting her. The shift in topic was abrupt but not unexpected. Yes. The methods available to you as a Spirit Grandmaster against the methods Spirit Hall would deploy are not comparable. You know this. Which is why I'm cultivating at 44 cycles per hour. Chen Wei met the older man's eyes. The novel, he stopped himself. The things I know suggest that the gap I need to close is larger than most people would consider closable in the available time. I need to close it anyway. Grandmaster was quiet for a moment. You said the novel and stopped. A figure of speech. The silver mentor thread between them pulsed with the very particular quality of a highly intelligent person deciding not to push a line of inquiry that might produce answers they weren't ready to process. You'll damage yourself, Grandmaster said instead. My meridians have adapted further than the standard timeline would suggest. He didn't add, because I've been training this body since age 6 according to knowledge from a world where this body's original inhabitant had already done it. I'm not approaching my capacity limit. I'm building toward it. Grandmaster accepted this with visible reservations. He had more questions. He kept them. There's something else, Chen Wei said. The third ring. I want to begin planning the hunt for it soon. You're at rank 25. The standard threshold, I know what the standard threshold says. I also know that my existing abilities need enhancement that the third ring provides if we're going to perform effectively at the Continental Tournament. He paused. Grandmaster. I need the web domain ability. I know which spirit beast provides it. I need to plan the hunt accordingly. Grandmaster looked at him for a long time. Then he began writing in his notebook, the beginning of a hunt plan, dates and locations and safety margins, the professional response of a teacher who had decided that his student's judgment, while deeply strange, was probably more reliable than his own sense of appropriate timelines. In the common room across the hall, audible through the thin wall, Ning Rongrong was running pagoda amplification drills on herself, the 7-colored glow casting patterns on the ceiling that lit the corridor in shifting colors. She'd been doing this every evening for a week, not supporting anyone, just practicing the pagoda's own internal cycles. Working on something she decided was important without articulating why. The sound of her concentration was companionable. And then it stopped. He heard the pagoda's glow dim in the corridor's changing light. Then Ning Rongrong's voice, barely audible through the wall, speaking into what sounded like a message crystal. Father. He declined the formal arrangement, as I told you he would. Yes, I've spoken with him. No, the conversation didn't go the way you intended. A pause. Father, don't. Another pause. I said don't. Please. Then the click of the crystal going inactive. Then silence. Chen Wei set down his pen. Whatever Ning Fengxi had planned was already in motion. He'd have to wait for the next move, but father, don't was not a phrase that came from a daughter who trusted her father's restraint. Something was coming, and Ning Rongrong either didn't know exactly what it was, or knew and couldn't stop it, and in Chen Wei's experience, the second option was considerably more dangerous than the first. Chapter 31 Spirit Hall's enforcement squad arrived in Suotuo City on a Tuesday, which struck Chen Wei as appropriate. Tuesdays were the calendar's least remarkable day, no ceremony, no market day, no reason for unusual activity. If you wanted to conduct a survey without drawing attention, a Tuesday was the professional choice. There were 4 of them. 2 wore the white and gold academic robes of Spirit Hall's official liaison corps. 2 wore plain traveling clothes that concealed the enforcement ranks beneath. The plain-clothed 2 interested Chen Wei most. He'd run parasitic network through the city's public green spaces for 2 days prior, the park strips, the roadside planting boxes, the decorative hedges that lined the administrative district's main thoroughfares. Not a comprehensive surveillance net, coverage was spotty and the relay quality through ornamental city plants was poor compared to deep forest moss. But sufficient to catch conversations in public places, if those conversations happened within 12 meters of a hedge. The enforcers were careful. They didn't discuss their assignment in any public space that Chen Wei's network covered. But their contact at the city administrative office was less careful, a clerk who filed reports for Spirit Hall's regional office, whose conversation with the lead enforcer was conducted at a window that overlooked a public garden Chen Wei had been seeding for 3 weeks, confirmed reports of a blue-silver grass user with unusual variance in the rank display between observations. Suspected cultivation masking. The enforcer's voice was compressed and partial. Also the standard regional check for high-age spirit beast in human form. Any anomalous agility observations, particularly, a gap in the relay, some interference, concentrated in the Academy district, age range 9 to 12. Chen Wei had already assembled the relevant documentation in his memory before the relay dropped. The squad was here for 2 reasons. Him and Xiao Wu. Officially, him for unusual cultivation characteristics. Unofficially, judging by that specific line about anomalous agility, the 100,000-year hunt mandate that Spirit Hall maintained continent-wide. He had 18 hours before the squad visited the academies. Probably less. The public demonstration was arranged quickly. He enlisted Ma Hongjun, who never needed extended convincing to participate in something that involved him performing dramatically in front of an audience. They staged it in the public practice square that the academies shared with the civilian spirit master community, a space visible from the street, accessible to observation. Chen Wei ran his blue-silver grass deliberately clumsy. Not so clumsy as to look faked, a surveillance squad trained in cultivation assessment would identify deliberate degradation. Clumsy in the specific way that a gifted cultivator with a weak martial soul appeared when tired, having pushed past the day's sustainable training threshold. Range slightly short. Construct precision slightly imprecise. Venomous bind deployment half a beat slow on the 3rd attempt. Exactly the profile of a student who was strong for his age and rank but operating a genuinely weak baseline martial soul at the edge of its day's capacity. He did this for 40 minutes while the squad watched from across the street. Ma Hongjun played enthusiastic training partner with the natural conviction of someone who didn't know he was participating in a theater performance and was simply enjoying a training session where Chen Wei kept messing up in interesting ways. After the session, the lead enforcer approached the practice square. He had the professional demeanor of someone who'd processed hundreds of Academy talent reviews. He ran a standard assessment, or a scan, martial soul identification, cultivation display read. Blue-silver grass confirmed. Rank, 14 on display. Chen Wei had suppressed to 14, 6 levels below his actual rank, which was more than he usually suppressed but within the range where an imprecise or scan might plausibly read. Blue-silver grass, the enforcer said. Control type, binding and terrain control, Chen Wei confirmed. Still developing. He let a trace of self-conscious defensiveness into his voice, the specific emotional quality of a talented student who knew his martial soul was considered inferior and had developed automatic defenses around the topic. The enforcer made a note. The assessment had him pegged as a strong for rank blue-silver grass user, noteworthy in the limited context of a subpar martial soul, not remarkable in any continental sense. Not the blue-silver emperor variant that Spirit Hall's search parameters were calibrated for. Containable. Dismissible. The enforcer moved on to the next candidate on his list. That evening, Chen Wei found the dropped letter where the senior enforcer had been standing, folded, sealed with Spirit Hall's administrative cipher, but the outer layer not spirit sealed, merely wax. He warmed it with controlled mysterious heaven skill body heat until the wax softened, opened it, and read it under purple demon eyes maximum focus in the dimming afternoon light. The orders were standard format. Regional assessment. Talent acquisition targets. And at the bottom, the secondary mandate, secondary objective, identify and report any presence consistent with high-age spirit beast in human form. Indicators, anomalous physical flexibility, boneless joint appearance, rapid agility exceeding cultivation rank justification, unusual rapport with wild spirit beasts. If positive identification is made, hold position and await enforcement specialist deployment. Do not attempt capture with current force levels. The do not attempt capture with current force levels note told him more than the objective description. Whatever force Spirit Hall considered necessary for a confirmed 100,000-year target, 4 squad members and a Spirit King enforcer weren't it. They'd send something larger. Much larger. He resealed the letter, returned it to the location, and walked back to the academy with measured steps. Time to move faster. The letter's final line had contained a timeline. Enforcement Specialist ETA upon positive confirmation, 14 days. If Spirit Hall received confirmation of a high-age spirit beast in the area within the next 2 weeks, a title Douluo level response would arrive. 14 days to either become strong enough to matter or invisible enough to survive. He did not think invisible was achievable. Strong enough would have to be, and he had 14 days to make that a true statement rather than a hope. Chapter 32 The warning came in the evening, in the courtyard, with the day's training done and the other students filtered off to dormitory or dinner. Chen Wei found Xiao Wu sitting on the courtyard wall, legs dangling, watching the city lights come up as the sun went down. Spirit Hall Squad, he said, pulling himself up beside her. They were here today. I handled a blue-silver grass assessment. They moved on without flagging me. She'd gone very still. Not the predatory stillness of readiness, the involuntary stillness of fear that a living thing develops when the specific threat it has been running from for years becomes proximate. They were looking for me, she said. Not a question. A standard mandate. High-age spirit beast in human form. They have behavioral indicators. He listed them, briefly, so she'd know what the field descriptions were. None of the squad observed you directly. I made sure to keep them focused on the practice square. Xiao Wu's hands had tightened around the top of the wall. How long until they send someone who can actually do something? Unknown. Depends on whether today's report triggers escalation. He paused. If I'm correctly identified as a bloodline variant at some point, which will happen eventually, I can't suppress indefinitely, that accelerates the timeline significantly. The two of us in the same location is an attractive target for Spirit Hall on 2 different levels. She looked at the city below. I should run. No. The whole team would be at risk if, no, he said it quietly but absolutely. Running keeps you perpetually ahead of the threat. It doesn't reduce it. The only reduction is power, ours, not theirs. We stay. We train faster. We become something they can't simply capture. Xiao Wu turned the pebble over in her palm. Their connection ran warm and steady at 40%, the highest it had been since the hilltop night. You sound very certain. I've thought about this more than almost anything else. He looked at the forest edge on the horizon, the dark line that represented the world she'd come from. Your kind should be able to exist. In this world, right now, that requires protection that the political structure won't provide. So we build it ourselves. A pause. Together. All of us. She looked at him with those amber eyes, and the expression there was complicated, relief and fear and something that went deeper than both. I'm not leaving, she said finally. I'm not leaving any of you. Good. She uncurled her hands from the wall. Then we need to be stronger. How much stronger, exactly? I need my 3rd ring within the month. Then we keep climbing. The gap between us and what they'd send is current, it won't be current in a year. He paused. I also need to accelerate Grandmaster's theory work. There's an ability I need to develop that isn't in any standard technique set. Yours, or the team's? Mine. But it protects everyone. He was thinking of harmonic balance, the ultimate ability that required all threads in equilibrium. He wasn't close to it. But understanding its architecture would let him build toward it deliberately. Xiao Wu nodded, accepting this without requiring full details. The trust that lived in that acceptance was its own kind of gift. 3rd ring, she said. What are you hunting? Pit spider. Sunset forest. He watched her reaction. You know the forest? I've been through it. The spider's nasty. A pause. I'll come. I was hoping you would. He didn't add the part he was also thinking, that if the hunt went wrong, if the 3,000-year spider proved more than the team could handle at their current ranks, it would not be the worst outcome. The worst outcome was getting Xiao Wu identified by Spirit Hall in the city streets during the enforcement squad's 2nd visit, with no web domain and no plan for what happened after. Between a dangerous ring hunt and a title Douluo specialist arriving in Suotuo City, the spider was the better problem to have. At least the spider, when defeated, stayed defeated. Chapter 33 The sunset forest smelled of cedar and decay, a combination he'd learned to associate with the specific ecological zone where spirit beast age gradients clustered. Younger beasts haunted the forest's edge where food was abundant. Older, more powerful beasts pressed deeper, occupying territories that the younger couldn't contest. A 3,000-year pit spider lived at the center. Grandmaster had agreed to the ring hunt with the resigned quality of a theorist who understood that his student's cultivation timeline required ring absorption in a compressed schedule that any standard safety advisor would refuse. He'd come himself, accompanied by Zhao Wuji, whose vigorous God Bear spirit was among the most reliable defensive capabilities available to a student team operating above their recommended zone. You understand the mechanics of a 3,000-year ring absorption, Grandmaster said. They were a kilometer from the target zone, Reviewing. Fever for 6 to 12 hours. Joint inflammation during the absorption. Spirit power channel stress during integration. The venom typing ability will require separate testing to calibrate once the ring settles. Chen Wei ran through the clinical description with the efficiency of someone who'd studied it. I'll need a recovery window of 3 to 4 days before full ability testing. A week, Grandmaster said. No negotiations. A week. The pit spider's territory was distinguishable by the complete absence of any other spirit beast within a quarter-kilometer radius. Everything in the forest had learned to avoid the zone. The ground was softer here, not swampy, but slightly yielding, the substrate disturbed by pit structures below the surface. 3,000-year pit spiders didn't hunt the surface directly. They maintained a labyrinth of collapse traps, each pit leading to a web chamber below, positioned to catch anything that wandered into range. Chen Wei's parasitic network, running through the forest's root system rather than the surface, detected the trap grid before they stepped into range. 52 pits in a roughly circular pattern, 30-meter radius, center point bearing north-northeast 20 degrees. He relayed the information to the team in the clipped format he developed during the sewer mission. The spider is in the central chamber. Active, I'm detecting vibration patterns consistent with alert feeding posture. Xiao Wu rumbled, a 3,000-year beast that size doesn't need to ambush if it doesn't want to. It can come out. It prefers the pit geometry. Removes the target's mobility advantage. Chen Wei was already mapping his approach through the network. I need to reach the central chamber without triggering the outer pits. Once I'm in range, the fight is a domain versus domain contest, my web domain against its native pit web. If I can establish web domain inside its home territory, the foreign presence will force it to the surface. That's when we need Xiao Wuji's containment. Bold strategy, Grandmaster said dryly. What's the contingency? Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised her hand cheerfully. The approach through the trap grid took 20 minutes of slow, careful movement guided by network feedback. Chen Wei directed each step of the entire team, routing around pit edges with millimeter precision. Ma Hongjun nearly walked into pit 14, Dai Mubai caught his collar. When they reached the 6-meter radius of the central chamber, Chen Wei deployed web domain. The reaction was immediate. 3,000-year awareness didn't need to understand human spirit abilities to recognize foreign energy violating its home territory. The pit network shuddered. The ground buckled. And the pit spider emerged, 8 legs with a span wider than Chen Wei was tall, a body mass the size of a small building foundation, eyes that burned with the dull amber of very old, very patient intelligence. It was enormous. It was also enraged. Xiao Wuji. Chen Wei called. The vigorous God-Bear Spirit Master deployed his containment aura, a dome of defensive spirit energy that reduced the area inside it to a zone where both escape and environmental hazard were limited. The spider tested it immediately, 3 legs striking the edge simultaneously. Chen Wei fought it in the domain space. This was a contest he'd been training for specifically, his web domain against an entity that had been running a native version of the same ability for 3,000 years. The spider's pit network was a form of domain control, terrain manipulation, target sensing, movement prediction. His blue-silver grass was a different architecture of the same principle. For 6 minutes they maneuvered in the domain space, each trying to establish enough control of the shared territory to trap the other. The spider was stronger. Chen Wei was faster. Venomous bind strands sought joint gaps while the domain tied up legs. The spider's own web, spun at speeds visible as a blur, countered each blue-silver grass construct with layered counter builds. Ma Hongjun nearly died. The spider's venom spit caught him mid-step, eating through his boot and reaching skin. The evil fire phoenix construct saved him, spirit energy burning the venom off before it achieved full penetration, but not before significant tissue damage to his left ankle. He went down. Chen Wei felt the formation adjust, Xiao Wu covering the gap, Ning Rongrong shifting her amplification to compensate for the lost firepower. The web of interdependence that made a team function. He kept the domain pressure up. The opening came 14 minutes in, when the spider committed 3 legs to a direct strike on Chen Wei's position. 3 legs occupied. 2 maintaining web generation. That left 3 legs and the primary body mass in free motion, but the domain geometry forced those 3 into a channel where they couldn't approach without crossing the web domain's trigger thread line. Venomous bind deployed on all 3 committed legs simultaneously. 18 strands. Full venom. The spider's leg architecture, despite its age, couldn't maintain integrity with full paralytic compound penetrating 3 of 8 limbs at the joint. The committed legs locked. The spider, committed and partially immobilized, was in range. Chen Wei stepped in. Controlling crane catching dragon, a technique designed to redirect force, not absorb it. He planted a hand against the spider's forward leg, took the residual force of the partially arrested strike, and redirected it sideways, rotating the spider's front mass 90 degrees. The pivot exposed the cervical connection between body and head. Now, Xiao Wuji's aura compressed inward. Dai Mubai, using the domain geometry that had been maintained throughout the fight, drove a white tiger Vajra transformation strike into the exposed junction. The pit spider died. It wasn't clean or fast or elegant. It took another 3 minutes, fighting through the death throes of a 3,000-year spirit beast, and Ma Hongjun needed Oscar's recovery sausage and Ning Rongrong's combined healing attention for 2 hours afterward. But Chen Wei absorbed the ring. Third ring, web domain. The ability he'd needed. The ability that would make him genuinely difficult to fight rather than merely clever. He reached rank 29. 3 skills, venomous bind, parasitic network, web domain. The absorption fever hit him before they'd cleared the forest. By the time they reached the academy walls, he was walking on willpower alone, Xiao Wu steadying him on one side and Zhu Zhuqing on the other, the latter having arrived at a support position without commentary, filling a gap that needed filling in the way she always did. The connection between him and both of them pulsed, warm and cool, counterpoint, as the ring's energy integrated into his meridians. The fracture reading, 33%. The ring had cost him, as expected. He'd known it would. The fever hit and he stopped being aware of anything coherent for the next 16 hours, which was precisely the window in which Spirit Hall's enforcement squad, as he would discover when he woke, filed their regional report with a notation that had not been in their previous paperwork. Blue-silver grass user, possible Emperor variant. Recommend follow-up assessment. The follow-up was already scheduled, he'd find that out the hard way. Chapter 34 The fever broke at dawn. Chen Wei surfaced into consciousness aware of several things simultaneously, that he was in the infirmary, that every joint in his body ached with the specific post-ring inflammation that ring absorption documentation described but that description failed to adequately convey, and that the room contained more people than infirmary occupancy guidelines recommended. Ning Rongrong sat in the chair nearest the door with a systematic array of labeled medicinal vials arranged on the bedside table. She looked like she'd been there for some time. Her 7-treasure pagoda was open in her palm, running at low output, a recovery frequency setting he recognized as the specific amplification profile for wound healing stimulation. Across the room, Zhu Zhuqing stood at the window with her back to it, watching the bed without appearing to watch it, the specific posture of someone who'd made themselves useful by maintaining watchful presence and was prepared to be there as long as necessary. The Zhu Zhuqing thread and the warm bond reaching toward Xiao Wu, who was audible in the hallway, arguing with Grandmaster about why the one visitor at a time rule was unreasonable, created a triple pulse that Chen Wei felt through his still aching meridians like 3 separate heartbeats running in coordinated rhythm. His fracture warning read 38%. 5 points up from before the ring hunt. The spike he'd expected. He also noticed, in the specific receptive state that high fever and its aftermath created, that the nature of the 3 threads pressure felt different from the last time he'd checked at elevation. Less jagged. Less like 3 separate forces pulling in different directions. More like 3 weights balanced on the same fulcrum, still heavy, but moving together. Don't try to sit up, Ning Rongrong said, without looking up from her vials. The third ring inflammation is still active. Give it another hour minimum. I wasn't going to. You were about to. You do a specific shoulder movement before you try to get up. I've been watching you sleep. She paused. That came out more unusual than I intended. It's fine. Thank you for the healing. She uncapped a vial, blue liquid, clean herbal scent. My clan's spirit recovery blend. It accelerates inflammation resolution significantly. You'll find the joint discomfort reduced by this evening. He drank it without argument. It tasted of pine and something sweet underneath. From the window, not turning, how's the absorption quality? Zhu Zhuqing's voice was calm and professional. Good, I think. The domain ability needs calibration once the inflammation settles. He ran a small web domain pulse, 2-meter radius, minimal output, and felt the new ability's integration into his spirit power channels. Smooth. Settled. The ring had accepted him cleanly. 3 to 4 days for full operative testing. Grandmaster said a week. Yes. He paused. I know I said a week. Chen Wei. Zhu Zhuqing's voice gained a flat edge. A week. I heard you. A silence that conveyed continued skepticism. He was outnumbered by people with access to medicinal vials and the ability to simply not vacate the room until he agreed to reasonable recovery timelines. The door opened. Xiao Wu entered, apparently having conclusively won her argument with Grandmaster, which was less a surprise than a confirmation that some arguments in this world were unwinnable. She fixed him with a specific expression she reserved for situations where her concern was high enough to require converting it into forward motion. Not dead, she said. Not dead. Good. She dropped onto the foot of his bed with characteristic lack of ceremony and looked around the room at Ning Rongrong's medicinal array and Zhu Zhuqing's quiet watchfulness. Something passed across her face, a recognition, brief and deep. Not jealousy. Something more like an understanding of a shape she hadn't fully understood before. You all stayed? She asked, addressed to neither of them specifically. The ring absorption fever is unpredictable, Ning Rongrong said. The statistical incidence of complications during the critical integration window, you stayed, Xiao Wu said, simpler. A pause. Ning Rongrong kept her remaining vials with precise movements. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing. Her presence at the window was its own answer. Xiao Wu's expression had layers, some that he could read and some that ran deeper than any system readout could translate. Then she looked at the other two women in the room. The awareness that moved through the amber eyes was different from the previous week's wariness. She was seeing something whole for the first time. The system's gauge stood at 38%. The spike from the ring absorption was real. But the threads, all three of them, had reached a new equilibrium in the hours while he'd been insensible. Something had happened in this room during the night that the meter was still processing. You should all sleep, Chen Wei said. You've been here all night. Obviously, Xiao Wu said, and didn't move. The system registered a faint, new notification, resonance harmonization condition detected. Multiple high-tier threads synchronizing through shared protective response. Fracture pressure coefficient adjusting. The meter shifted, 38 to 36%. Chen Wei closed his eyes. Around him, the three connections pulsed in quiet, overlapping warmth, and for the first time in months the weight of them felt like something other than a countdown. But the notification still glowed at the edge of his awareness. Recommend follow-up assessment. Spirit Hall's file on him was open. The next visitor would not be an administrative clerk, and given the system's assessment of his current rank versus the gap that separated him from a spirit Douluo, the question of whether he'd be ready when they arrived was one he didn't have a clean answer to. Chapter 35 The week of recovery Grandmaster had mandated was, despite Chen Wei's tactical objections, genuinely necessary. He spent the first 2 days in the infirmary operating at the theoretical level, reviewing formation mechanics, studying ring ability documentation, running mental cultivation cycles that used no physical spirit power but kept the absorption integration proceeding optimally. Ning Rongrong's recovery compound did its work with the methodical effectiveness of clan-grade alchemy. On the second day, Zhu Zhuqing returned to the infirmary alone, mid-afternoon, while the others were at formation drill. She set a bundle wrapped in plain cloth on the bedside table without explanation and turned to leave. Wait, Chen Wei said. She stopped. What is it? Medicinal herbs. Her voice was flat. The forest variant compound. Better than what the Academy stocks for inflammation in the lower meridian joints. I gathered them in the northern section of the city's arboretum this morning. A pause. The recovery rate improvement is approximately 15 to 20% over the clan compound alone. If you use both together. Chen Wei looked at the bundle. Then at her. You went to the arboretum this morning. During drill time. Grandmaster excused me for equipment maintenance. Zhu Zhuqing? She turned back. The expressionless armor was fully deployed, which meant she was having a reaction she didn't want to show. The fight cost you more than it should have. The domain contest with the 3,000-year beast at rank 25 was beyond recommended parameters. That's a resource deficit we can't afford going forward. Purely functional. The herbs accelerate recovery. That's in the team's interest. It's also a kind thing to do, Chen Wei said. A silence of approximately 2 seconds. That's incidental. All right. She left without further exchange. But the gold thread between them had brightened fractionally in the moments after she'd set the bundle down, the specific brightening Chen Wei had learned to associate with authentic emotional expression from a person who didn't use authentic emotional expression casually. He combined the herbs with Ning Rongrong's compound as instructed. By the third day, the joint inflammation had resolved to the point where light combat training was sustainable. By the fifth day, web domains calibration testing confirmed full integration. By the seventh day, he was running the ability at full output in the south yard while Grandmaster timed the calibration sequences and made notes. The recovery period also created time for something he'd been postponing, a direct conversation with Ning Rongrong about her clan's politics. She was in the common room in the late afternoon on the fourth day, the pagoda open in her palm, running internal cycles in the specific posture that meant she was thinking rather than training. Chen Wei sat across from her. Your father's people were here, he said. She didn't look surprised. I know. The one who shadows my correspondence. He reports quarterly. He heard what the traveling spirit sage said in Suotuo City. About my grass. Yes. The pagoda's glow dimmed slightly. Father will know about the blue-silver emperor indicators before the month is out. She looked at her hands. He'll interpret it as an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? The political kind. She set the pagoda on a table. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan's strength comes from alliance. My father has been searching for a high-value allied talent for years. Someone whose power complements the pagoda's support structure and whose political position would strengthen the clan's standing. She looked at him levelly. A blue-silver emperor variant at rank 25 with demonstrated control-type capabilities that amplify under pagoda support by 300%. I'm worth something on his alliance board. Yes. Chen Wei absorbed this. How do you feel about that? The question visibly surprised her. Not because it was unexpected exactly, but because people who operated in the context of clan politics didn't usually ask that question. It doesn't matter how, it matters to me. Ning Rongrong paused. The pagoda's glow shifted through its colors, a sign he'd learned to read as her emotional state cycling faster than she was currently expressing. I feel that my father loves me and uses me in the same breath, which is not a contradiction in his worldview. And I feel that you are. She stopped. Started again. You are the most genuinely interesting person I've met. Not because of the grass. Because of the way you think. A pause. And the thought that my father would turn that into a negotiating piece makes me angry. Your anger is appropriate, Chen Wei said. And I'm not a negotiating piece. I want the clan's alliance for legitimate reasons. Your father's organization and Shrek Academy sharing a mutual interest against Spirit Hall is practically valuable. I'll discuss that with your father directly. On terms that are about the clan's actual interests, not your position as a collateral arrangement. He met her eyes. You're not part of any deal I make with your family. That's not how I work. The pagoda flared briefly, all 7 colors at once, and then settled. You said that like you've already decided, she said. I did decide. 4 months ago. The bond between them ran through its longest sustained gold period yet. The fracture pressure, for the duration of that afternoon, dropped below 35%, the lowest since the ring hunt spike. But as Chen Wei was leaving, he passed the hallway where the clan bodyguard was speaking in low tones into a message crystal. The bodyguard stopped speaking when he saw Chen Wei. The crystal went dark. Whatever Ning Fengji's next move was, it had just been reported as on schedule. Chapter 36 The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Tournament arrived in Grand Master's announcement as an opportunity and in Chen Wei's private planning as the largest concentration of known threats he'd faced to date in a single event. The tournament was exactly what Grand Master presented it as, the continent's premier competitive ranking event, attended by all major academies, observed by every political faction, and organized under Spirit Hall's logistical umbrella, meaning Spirit Hall's censors, Spirit Hall's judges, and Spirit Hall's opportunity to assess every talented young Spirit Master on the continent from a position of organizational authority. He began preparing his response the day the announcement was made. The team's formation needed to be developed specifically for tournament conditions. Tournament conditions differed from standard missions, opponents were known quantities, within their official rank and ability displays, the format was one-on-one or team rounds with structured rules, and improvisation within formation was penalized by the time pressure of regulated matches. Tournament fighting was a different skill set from mission fighting. He ran individual sessions with each team member to develop formation-adapted versions of their existing combinations. With Xiao Wu, Venomous Dance needed a tournament version that didn't require extended web domain setup. He developed a compressed version, 3 strands deployed in the first second of combat, covering her forward and flanking approach lanes, that she could activate by stepping into the web domain's close-range field. With Zhu Zhuqing, Shadowfang binding needed a tournament format trigger that didn't rely on pre-seeded terrain. He worked out a deployable web domain segment, a 10-meter construct that could be established in the opening 2 seconds of a match, giving Shadow Step to find transit lanes even in an unfamiliar arena. With Ning Rongrong, the support resonance they developed theoretically needed practical testing against live opponents. She worked on switching between amplification targets rapidly, cutting from one team member to another in half the time her standard pagoda cycle required. The pre-tournament preparation also involved a development he hadn't fully anticipated. Dai Mubai requested a private session with him. Chen Wei agreed, curious. They met in the South Yard at the time Dai Mubai specified. The White Tiger Spirit Master sat on the practice block with his arms crossed, jaw tight, wearing the expression of someone about to say something that cost him something. The tournament, Dai Mubai started. Stopped. Started again. I've been fighting like we're 2 separate units that happen to share a field. That doesn't work at the continental level. I know, Chen Wei said. I'm telling you that I know it too. He met Chen Wei's eyes directly, the double pupil evil eyes holding no particular challenge. The formation Grandmaster has planned requires White Tiger operating in coordination with the Control Corps. That means working with you. A pause. I know how to work with strong allies. I was trained too. I'm asking you to stop treating me like a liability and tell me where I fit in the formation. Chen Wei had not, in fact, been treating Dai Mubai as a liability. He'd been treating him with the careful distance appropriate to someone whose intentions weren't fully readable. But the distinction was precise enough that correcting it seemed less useful than accepting the opening. Frontline pressure, right sector, Chen Wei said. When the formation deploys web domain, your entry angle should be northeast, using the domain structure to amplify your momentum. Your Vajra transformation is most effective after I've established the terrain. You don't have to create your openings, I'll create them. Your job is to close and finish. Dai Mubai listened with focused attention. No argument. No modification requests. Just processing. The Hell White Tiger fusion, he said after a moment. With Zhu Zhuqing? We're not using it at this tournament. Dai Mubai was quiet. She doesn't want to. No. He was quiet again for longer. I know she doesn't. Something complex moved behind the double pupil eyes. I thought if she saw that I wasn't forcing it, that I was willing to set it aside for the formation's sake, she'll see that, Chen Wei said. She notices things. He paused. Dai Mubai. The way to rebuild that bridge is not through the formation and not through tournament performance. It's through every small choice from here forward about whether you treat her as a person you respect. He let the silence after that statement hold its own weight. Dai Mubai looked at the practice block. Then nodded, once, slowly. Right sector, northeast entry angle, post-domain deployment, he said. That's it. They ran formation drills until dinner, and Dai Mubai's execution of the northeast entry angle was precise and clean. Better, in fact, than Chen Wei had anticipated from their first full coordination session. Which meant Dai Mubai was taking this seriously. Which meant either the appeal to his pride had worked, or Dai Mubai had decided that becoming indispensable to Chen Wei's formation was the most efficient way to stay close to Zhu Zhuqing. Both motivations served the team's needs. Neither one guaranteed that his next decision, when pressure came, would land on the right side. Chapter 37 The road to heaven. Do City took the team through the agricultural belt of the empire's interior, rice paddies and fruit orchards and flat farmland that stretched to the horizon in all directions, punctuated by river crossings and market towns that supplied the capital. The group traveled by hired coach, Ning Fengji's recommendation, which included a note about maintaining appropriate appearance for continental-level competition, which Chen Wei suspected was clan chief speak for my daughter should not arrive at the capital looking like a student who slept under a hedge. The journey was 3 days. Chen Wei used 2 of them for cultivation and 1 for observation. The traveling spirit sage had become an unresolved thread in the strategic picture. An old man encountered on the Suoduo road 3 weeks prior, white-robed, wondering, whose eyes had focused on Chen Wei's blue-silver grass with the recognition that the emperor lineage reference had confirmed. He'd traded information for silence. The trade had been accepted. But one of Ning Rongrong's clan bodyguards had been within earshot. Your father's report, Chen Wei said on the second day, riding in the coach beside Ning Rongrong while Xiao Wu slept across the bench seat from them and Zhu Zhuqing rode outside, characteristically preferring air circulation to enclosed space. How detailed were the notes about the blue-silver emperor reference? Ning Rongrong looked up from the cultivation manual she'd been reading. Detailed. The sage is known, he was a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan affiliate in his active years. His identification carries weight. She paused. Father knows what the emperor bloodline means. It means the blue-silver grass's upper limit is not blue-silver grass. What does it mean politically? It means you're potentially the most significant blue-type cultivator in 3 generations. She turned back to her manual with the careful posture of someone not looking at the person they're discussing. And that every major faction on the continent will want to know what you'll become. The Ning clan included. Yes. A pause. Father will have a strategy by the time we arrive. I should warn you, his strategies tend to be implemented before they're discussed. What's his likely approach? Ning Rongrong considered this, thinking. Then, a demonstration request. He'll want to see the blue-silver emperor variant directly before making a formal move. He'll arrange an excuse to get you alone with either himself or Sword Douluo Chansin for a private assessment. She looked at him sidelong. Don't let Sword Douluo Chansin assess you without me present. He's very thorough and he has very few diplomatic filters. Noted. Chen Wei looked out the coach window at the flat farmland passing. When we meet your father, whatever he proposes, your answer to any personal arrangement involving you isn't required. I'll handle the political conversation separately. You don't have to protect me from my father. I know you can handle him. I'm saying you don't have to. He kept his eyes on the passing fields. Arrangements involving you should be proposed to you. Not around you. Ning Rongrong was quiet for several seconds. The pagoda in her lap emitted a brief, soft glow, involuntary, quickly suppressed. Heaven Do City, she said. It's a complicated place. I know. He did know, in multiple senses. The tournament. Shuaking in the royal box. The gold red thread that thread site had detected at the tournament registration in the Canal District a month prior. A thread reaching toward him from inside the Imperial Palace, testing. Qianren Xu, waiting. The fracture reading sat at 40%. The tournament would push it higher. He needed to be ready, and he needed to be ready for something beyond the tournament's bracket, because in 3 days they would be inside Spirit Hall's city, under Spirit Hall's observation structure, competing in an event Spirit Hall designed. Every ability he deployed would be catalogued. Every resonance pulse he used would be analyzed. Whatever he chose to reveal, he would not be able to unreveal. The question of how much was acceptable to show, and how much Salas needed to see before he moved, was a calculation that had no clean answer. Chapter 38 Heaven Do City announced itself from 10 kilometers out through the sheer visual mass of its walls. The old capital of the Heavendo Empire had been built in the era when walls were the primary defensive technology, and its architects had taken the assignment seriously. Stone courses 30 meters high, reinforced with spirit formation arrays that made the walls effectively a weapon. Beyond the walls, the city rose in layers: merchant districts at the base, academy quarters in the middle elevations, imperial precinct at the summit, all of it ordered by a hierarchy that was visible in the architecture before you'd met a single resident. Tournament registration was held in the Academic District Administrative Center, a building of practical imperial construction that smelled of ink and anxious cultivation track students. Teams lined up in formation of arrival. The Shrek 7 Devils registered fourth. The official processing was routine: team identity confirmation, martial soul classification, rank verification, event bracket assignment. Chen Wei registered as Blue Silver Grass, rank 29, team controller. Accurate in all particulars. Thread site, running passively as it always did, mapped the registration hall. Most of the ambient threads were silver: friendship, rivalry, professional acknowledgement between students from different academies. A few red: competitive animosity, pre-tournament tension. One gold thread from somewhere across the hall, briefly, that he identified as belonging to a girl from a coastal academy who apparently found him interesting enough to register as a destiny candidate. He tracked the thread to a student he'd never met and felt the system's characteristic tickle-click of a candidate identified and filed. The primary anomaly came when they moved through the hall's corridor toward the team preparation rooms. Thread sight flared. The thread was gold-red, the same frequency he'd detected once before, in a distant reading that could have been interpreted as atmospheric interference. Now, at closer range, there was no ambiguity. It originated from somewhere within the Imperial Precinct, visible through the registration hall's eastern windows, the palace complex, specifically the wing where the royal family's administrative offices were located. And it was moving. Not a static source. Active and directional, a thread reaching toward him, passing through hundreds of meters of city architecture with the precision of someone who knew exactly where he was and was choosing to probe. Qianrenshu, disguised as Crown Prince Shuiqing, stationed in the Imperial Court, connected to Spirit Hall's central authority in ways that would take years to fully unravel, and already aware of him. The thread reached, pulsed once, and withdrew. Chen Wei kept walking. His expression didn't change. The fracture reading had ticked up 3 points without any corresponding resonance increase on his existing 3 threads. A fourth connection was beginning to form, not by choice, not by action, simply by proximity and the system's apparently inexorable tendency to detect romantic destiny where it existed, regardless of whether romantic destiny was convenient. 40%. 43. You went quiet, Xiao Wu said beside him. Thinking about the bracket. She accepted this without commentary, which meant she knew it wasn't entirely true and was granting him the space to process whatever it was. The perceptiveness of a 100,000-year being with 6 months of direct observation of his emotional patterns was, in its own way, alarming. The bracket assignment, when they received it, confirmed what Chen Wei had suspected from the moment they'd walked through the doors. Shrek Academy. First round. Opposing team, Spirit Hall's own student squad. Not a coincidence. Not the randomized bracket draw that the registration process implied. Spirit Hall had placed them against its own team in the first round, either to display Spirit Hall's superiority publicly, or to observe Shrek Academy's full capabilities in a controlled context before any subsequent information management became necessary. Chen Wei looked at the bracket sheet and thought, all right. First round. Spirit Hall's countertype specialists. Let's find out what we're actually facing. The fracture reading, 43%. Up 3 from the thread's proximity pulse alone, without a single emotional exchange. A fourth thread was forming whether he intended it or not. He filed the reading and began planning, but underneath the planning, a fact sat cold and unpleasant: the system had connected him to an enemy asset. A woman whose purpose was to destroy the Heavendo Empire from within. A woman whose thread with him was gold-red and pulling, and whose angel martial soul had apparently decided on its own terms that their destiny was relevant. If the tournament was a trap, Qianrenshu was the most elegant part of it. Chapter 39. The tournament arena was built on a scale that made the Suotuo City practice square look like a backyard. 10,000 seats in the main observation gallery, tiered in the imperial style, the upper tiers reserved by rank and affiliation, noble families in the third tier, Spirit Hall officials in the fourth, the royal family's box at the apex, visible from every seat in the arena. The fighting floor was 50 meters square, smooth stone swept clean, with chalk boundary lines and formation pillars at each corner that established the combat envelope. First-round matches ran simultaneously across 4 arenas. Shrek Academy drew Arena 1, the main arena, under the royal box. Another non-coincidence. Chen Wei stood at the arena entrance and studied the royal box from below. A young man with the serene features and immaculate court dress of Heavendo royalty sat slightly forward in the principal chair. Shuiqing. He appeared to be watching the general crowd, The cultivated appearance of a crown prince attending a public event out of civic duty. The gold red thread ran direct from that box to Chen Wei's chest with the precision of a compass needle. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes moved to him. A slight smile. "Focus," said Zhu Zhuqing, behind him. "I'm focused." Your eyes went distant. He looked away from the box. Spirit Hall's team is in position B, the south entrance. I've been running thread sight on their formation. The lead ability is binding nullification. I clocked the sight read at 15 meters, which is inside my web domain's effective range. First move needs to establish range advantage immediately or we lose the control core inside the first 20 seconds. Alternative approach? Hidden weapons. Tang Sec techniques. Nothing that requires spirit abilities to function. Zhu Zhuqing took a moment before responding. You'd use those publicly? If the alternative is losing with conventional abilities. Yes. She nodded once. That was approval, in Zhu Zhuqing's vocabulary. The match was announced. Both teams entered the arena. Spirit Hall's team was the tournament's most feared student unit, 5 members, average rank 33, led by a spirit elder with a binding nullification soul that had reportedly ended the careers of 3 control-type spirit masters who'd met it unprepared. Their record through regional qualifiers was undefeated. Their formation emphasized Spirit Hall's training doctrine, overwhelming output through concentrated force, neutralizing the opponent's defensive and control layers, winning through raw power advantage. Chen Wei registered all of this and began planning for how to beat them in a way that didn't reveal anything he didn't want Spirit Hall to record in their evaluation database. The starting bell rang. Spirit Hall's binding nullification user moved first. He was fast, clearly trained to prioritize the enemy controller before any support activation. He crossed 8 meters in the time Chen Wei would have needed to deploy web domain's initial setup. The binding nullification aura flared, a 3-meter radius of anti-construct energy that dissolved blue-silver grass on contact. Chen Wei had already dropped to his right knee and launched 3 sleeve darts with his left hand. Not combat darts, pressure point targets, aimed at the lead joints of the nullification user's right leg. No spirit power involved. Pure mechanics. Tang Sect hidden weapon technique applied at a range of 4 meters. The darts hit. The nullification user's right leg buckled, not collapsed. The momentum carried him forward, but the stride pattern broke. He landed 3 meters short of Chen Wei instead of 1, outside his own ability's optimal range. Chen Wei rose, already running controlling crane catching dragon mentally, mapping the next 4 moves. Behind him, the formation deployed. Xiao Wu took the nullification user's left flank, not a frontal approach that would bring her into the ability's suppression zone, but a lateral intercept that hit him in the exposed gap between his anti-construct radius and his team's support coverage. Daimu Bai entered from the northeast angle, exactly as drilled. Oscar's recovery sausage hit Ma Hongjun before the engagement even required it, preemptive sustain. Ning Rongrong's pagoda opened at 50%. Zhu Zhuqing shadow stepped to the nullification user's right blind spot the moment Xiao Wu's approach committed his attention forward. The nullification user tried to pivot. His injured right leg slowed the pivot by 0.2 of a second. Shadow Fang binding, Zhu Zhuqing's 2-finger nerve strike hitting the back of the neck at exactly the joint gap that Chen Wei's 2 weeks of formation planning had identified as the optimal target against this specific opponent type. The nullification user went down. Their remaining 4 opponents were good. Against another team, they might have won cleanly. Against the Shrek formation running at the level of coordination achieved through 3 months of intensive paired drills, they were outmaneuvered, outflanked, and neutralized without Shrek Academy's control core abilities being meaningfully tested. The match lasted 4 minutes and 30 seconds. As the Shrek team filed out of the arena, the Royal Box's occupant leaned slightly forward. The gold-red thread pulsed with a quality Chen Wei had no previous experience reading, something between fascination and calculation. In the crowd below the box, a bulkier figure in Spirit Hall white stood with his arms crossed. Elder Salus. His expression, viewed from below through purple demon eyes' enhanced focus, was the expression of a man who had just watched a training simulation produce a result he hadn't fully predicted. He made a note on the tablet he was carrying. The note was visible to purple demon eye at 40 meters. It read, Blue Silver Emperor confirmed. Level of masking suggests advanced technique knowledge. Priority acquisition target. His fracture reading, 48%. The tournament had begun, and so had the thing behind it, the thing that had been waiting in the VIP box since round 1, watching with Salus's professional calm and Zhu Zhuqing's serene smile and a purpose that had nothing to do with which academy won the bracket. Chapter 40. The bracket progressed with the efficiency of a well-organized event and the undercurrent of a battlefield, every team calculating not just their next opponent but the larger context of who was watching and what information was being gathered. Chen Wei moved through rounds 2 and 3 with the formation performing at the level of a well-practiced machine, web domain established immediately upon arena entry, parasitic network feeding real-time position data to each team member through a series of pre-arranged hand signals, resonance pulse cycling through Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as tactical requirements demanded. They won. Round 2 took 6 minutes. Round 3 took 3. By the semi-final, the team's undefeated run had begun drawing the wrong kind of attention. The VIP box occupant hadn't left between rounds. Salas had been joined by 2 Spirit Hall officials Chen Wei didn't recognize by face but whose thread profile, red extending toward Spirit Hall's central infrastructure, the signature of institutional loyalty, marked them as senior administrators. They were watching Shrek Academy specifically. The other team in the semi-final, Lightning Academy, strong and well-formed, received about a third of their observation time. Chen Wei deployed parasitic network through the arena's decorative plants, low coverage in a stone-floored space with minimal vegetation, but sufficient to catch fragments of conversation from the VIP row if the relay hopped through the climbing vines on the gallery pillars, confirmed Emperor bloodline markers in rounds 1 and 3. The domain ability is consistent with that lineage's cultivation ceiling. Salas's voice, compressed and partial. Cross-reference with the Douluo Academy assessment. Matching. This is the same student. The girl. One of the unknowns. The one in the front line. Physical type? A gap in the relay, assessment pending. The agility profile is anomalous for the rank display. Inconsistent with normal cultivation development. Monitor for, the vine relay dropped. The conversation shifted angle. Chen Wei's focus returned to the match at hand. He set the VIP box conversation aside as a confirmed risk factor rather than an active threat. The semi-final opponent was the most dangerous team they'd faced, Elephant Armored Academy, sponsored by a militant organization that prioritized physical conditioning over technique. Rank 35 average, heavy armor types, formation designed to simply walk through enemy defenses through raw physical mass. Web domain struggled against them. Elephant-type spirit masters generated spirit energy density that venomous bind had difficulty penetrating at standard output. 3 of Chen Wei's constructs were crushed through in the first exchange. He adjusted. Switched from construct deployment to terrain denial, not trapping opponents but creating movement impediments that forced them into specific approach lanes. Then rotated resonance pulse to Xiao Wu for raw power amplification. Then triggered web domain's full field mode, every preceded tendril in the arena activating simultaneously. The elephant armored formation slowed. They were still coming, but slow in a controlled arena was manageable. The Destiny Echo hit at the worst possible moment, or perhaps the most honest one. In the middle of the fourth exchange, the system triggered involuntarily. A flash of the royal box, Shuiking's serene expression gone, replaced by something unguarded and very human, a woman watching a fight with something that wasn't purely tactical interest, her angel martial soul flickering beneath the diplomatic surface, 6 spectral wings appearing for half a second and then suppressed. Real power. Real person. Real reaction. The flash lasted less than a second. But in a combat situation, less than a second mattered. He lost the tactile awareness of the domain's eastern sector. A gap opened. The elephant armored team's flank unit pushed through the gap. The strike was fast and strong and aimed at Ning Rongrong's position, the support target, the logical elimination priority. It nearly landed. Oscar's speed-boosting sausage hit Ning Rongrong in the half-second before impact. She moved, not gracefully, not trained evasion, but enough. The strike caught her arm instead of center mass. She gasped, went sideways, 7 treasure pagoda flickering as her concentration broke. The resonance pulse shifted to Zhu Zhuqing without Chen Wei consciously deciding. Shadow Fang binding, Zhu Zhuqing entering the flank unit's blind spot with the controlled fury of someone defending something that mattered. 2-finger nerve strike, then a second strike, then a third, not as precise as usual, driven by something more than calculation. The flank unit went down. Xiao Wu took the remaining opponents. 3 exchanges. Done. The arena fell quiet. Chen Wei crossed to Ning Rongrong. She was holding her arm, pagoda still faintly glowing despite the impact. Stable? He asked. Yes. Hairline fracture, possibly. The sausage saved worse. She looked up at him. Her eyes were very steady. Go. We can debrief after. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing 3 meters away, cleaning ichor off her hand with the calm of someone who'd completed a necessary thing and was now ready to continue. She met his eyes for exactly 1 second. The fracture reading, 52%. The gap was narrowing, and it had narrowed because Zhu Zhuqing had moved without being asked, had committed without being commanded, driven by something she was not yet calling by its proper name. The fracture didn't just respond to harmony. It responded to genuine care, even when care refused to label itself. The tournament final was announced for the following morning. Shrek Academy versus the Douluo Royal Academy, a team he'd flagged during bracket review for the Spirit Hall enhanced ringer in their formation, a student whose rank display had been inconsistent across the tournament's rounds in the specific pattern that indicated temporary enhancement pharmaceutical use. Cheating that Spirit Hall's officials would permit. Judges that Spirit Hall's organization controlled. He began planning how to win anyway. But he also began planning for what came after the win, Because Ning Rongrong's arm was fractured and the medical timeline would be 2 to 3 days minimum, and Salas was watching, and Shui King was watching, and the gap in his control that had let Ning Rongrong nearly die was a gap that both of them had just seen. In the VIP box, as the arena cleared, Salas stood and stretched. The note tablet disappeared into his official robes. He looked down at the arena floor, at Chen Wei specifically, with the assessing gaze of a high-rank predator that has finished locating its target and is beginning the transition from observation to approach. And beside him, the figure who had been in the royal box throughout the day rose and adjusted its perfect court robes with perfect court grace. Shui King's serene smile returned, calm and exact, as it had been for every public moment Chen Wei had observed. But the thread sight carried something different. The gold red thread was no longer testing or probing. It was pulling. Steady, warm, and inexorable. The Destiny Arbiter hadn't revealed itself yet. But something in the system stirred, deep in his core, like a mechanism waking from very long sleep. Chen Wei walked out of the arena with the rest of his team, feeling the thread at his back, and understood for the first time that the tournament had never been the main event. It had been the opening act. And somewhere above the arena, in the corridor that connected the royal box to the imperial precinct, Shui King was already composing a letter, addressed to someone whose name would only become clear when the seal was opened. The gold red thread pulled. The system stirred. And in Chen Wei's chest, something that had been sleeping for a very long time was waking up to the fact that he had no plan for this particular thread, and that the system, apparently, considered that oversight irrelevant. Chapter 41 The room Shui King provided was inappropriate in every way that mattered strategically. Chen Wei woke in it on the second morning after the tournament semi-final, the morning after his post-match collapse. The blackout he'd been told lasted 6 hours and that he had no memory of beyond Zhu Zhuqing's expression when he'd gone down. The room was in the Imperial Precinct's guest wing, silk hangings, heated floors, a window overlooking the palace gardens carefully maintained autumn colors. Everything designed to communicate, you are valued, you are safe, you owe someone a debt. He assessed the room before getting out of the bed. Thread sight ran automatically, mapping connection threads through the walls. His team's threads were visible in the wing to his right, Xiao Wu's immediate, warm, and currently running with the specific tension of someone who had not slept since he'd been brought here. Zhu Zhuqing steady, further down the corridor. Ning Rongrong's brighter than usual, which meant she was either anxious or in pain, or both. The gold red thread from Shui King's direction pulled with gentle, persistent pressure. He dressed without hurry and found Xiao Wu outside his door. She looked at him with the complete expressionlessness she deployed when her concern was operating at a level she considered dangerous to display. You were out for 6 hours, she said. I know. Fracture reading when they brought you in was 58%. He absorbed this. It's lower now. 53. Ning Rongrong ran healing support through the night. Xiao Wu's jaw shifted. She has a fracture in her arm that she didn't treat while she was treating you. I'll talk to her. I already talked to her. She says it's fine. It's not fine. Amber eyes fixed on him with the specific attention of a person who has been processing something all night and has reached a conclusion. The gap in your control, the thing that happened in the semi-final. The flicker. What was it? He looked at the garden through the corridor window. The Imperial groundskeepers were raking leaves into precise patterns that would be disturbed by the first wind. A destiny echo. Involuntary. Something from Shui King's direction triggered it in the middle of combat. Xiao Wu was very still. The gold red thread that I mentioned, he continued. The one that started forming at registration. It's not dormant anymore. He met her eyes. I want you to know before anything else happens. She processed this for several seconds. The thread between them was that specific texture of compressed thought, not anger, something more complicated. Finally, what does it want? The Destiny Echo showed me Qian Rinxu, that's her real name. The person disguised as Shui King. 6 angel wings. Actual divine-level power concealed in a court costume. He paused. And a genuine reaction to me that wasn't tactical. An enemy asset, Xiao Wu said. With a gold red thread. The system picked her. The system doesn't ask my preference. No. She looked at the garden. Then, we need to talk about Ning Rongrong's arm and whether Zhu Zhuqing is going to say out loud what she's been not saying for 2 weeks. But first you're going to go have whatever conversation Shui King has arranged, and you're going to come back with information we can actually use, and you're going to be careful. She met his gaze directly. Because you've been blacking out when the fracture reading spikes, and that's new, and it means we can't afford another spike inside enemy territory. Understood. She stepped aside to let him pass, then said to his back, I'll be outside the garden entrance. I won't come in unless you don't come out within 40 minutes. He didn't argue. Her logic was sound, and her instinct for threat assessment was 3 times older than his. The garden meeting was exactly as staged as the room had been. Shui King sat on a bench by the koi pond, reading a document, wearing court robes that shouldn't have been as comfortable looking as they appeared. When Chen Wei entered through the garden gate, She looked up with a serene smile and set the document aside. "You recovered well," she said. "I had my physician verify your vitals this morning. Thank you for the room. It's the least available courtesy for someone who won us a tournament." She gestured to the bench beside her. Chen Wei sat, leaving 2 feet of deliberate distance. "The Heavendo Empire's Academy team performed admirably, but your formation analysis in the final round was genuinely impressive. You hadn't deployed that combination in any previous match. Different opponent requirements. Different capabilities revealed." She looked at the Koipont. "You've been quite careful about what you reveal. Careful enough that Spirit Hall's initial assessment underestimated you significantly." A pause. "Elder Salas has revised that assessment. I'm aware. Are you?" The serene expression shifted, subtly, barely visible, but Chen Wei's purple demon eye was running at full focus. Something genuine underneath the court mask. "You knew about Salas before you arrived here. You knew about the bracket assignment. You've been predicting Spirit Hall's moves with a precision that suggests either foreknowledge or intelligence access that doesn't exist at your cultivation level." She turned to look at him directly. "What are you?" The gold red thread pulsed. Chen Wei held her gaze. "A blue-silver grass spirit master from Shrek Academy. Rank 29 before the tournament, probably higher now, given the absorption effects from sustained extreme use during competition." "That's not an answer to what I asked. It's the answer I have to give publicly." A silence. Her angel martial soul was concealed, he could feel its presence the way you feel a fire on the other side of a wall, the heat coming through the stone. 6 wings, folded tight. A power that dwarfed his current level by a margin that made comparison almost absurd. "I've been assigned to destabilize the Heavendo Empire," she said. Quiet. "Matter of fact. You knew that before I said it." "I suspected. And yet you're sitting here. Because you're not going to attack me in a garden, and because you have a question that isn't the question you asked. The question is whether whatever you've been feeling since you first aimed the threat at me during registration is real or manufactured." He kept his voice neutral. "It's real. The system I carry doesn't create things that aren't there. It reveals what already exists." The serene mask held for exactly 3 more seconds. Then it didn't. Qianrenxu looked at him with something unguarded that he suspected no one in her life had ever earned. "What would you do with a destiny you didn't choose?" "Rewrite it," Chen Wei said. "I've been doing it since I was 6. The fracture reading, which had been climbing since the garden gate, stabilized. The gold red thread ran steady, curious, cautious, pulled, unresolved. A 4th thread, now undeniably active, that the system had decided was relevant regardless of his tactical preferences. Chen Wei walked back through the garden gate 40 minutes on the mark. He had more problems and more information than he'd arrived with, and the thing that unnerved him most was not the 4th thread itself, but the way Qianrenxu had looked at him in the moment before the mask came back, like someone who had spent their entire life deciding what to serve, and had just been asked, for the first time, what they wanted instead. Xiao Wu was where she'd said she'd be. Her expression when she saw his face was the expression of a person who had already computed several of the answers. "That complicated?" she asked. "More than I'd like," he said, and they went to find the others, because the tournament final was tomorrow morning, and after it came Bibi Dong's letter, and after that came Salas, and none of it could wait until he'd finished thinking through what a 4th thread meant for the fracture math he'd been running for 3 months, or what it meant that the fracture reading had risen 2 points in the garden just from proximity to a woman who had looked at him like she already knew the answer to something he hadn't asked yet. Chapter 42. The tournament concluded the following morning with Shrek Academy winning the championship match against the Heavendo Royal Academy. The Spirit Hall enhanced ringer on the opposing team was everything the bracket had suggested, temporarily elevated to Spirit Ancestor level, moving with the controlled fury of a person running a compressed cultivation boost that would leave them bedbound for a week once it burned out. For the first round of the match, the team was genuinely dangerous, their enhanced member overwhelming Daimu Bai's defensive capacity and forcing Chen Wei into a defensive formation posture he hadn't planned for. He adapted. The hidden weapon techniques came out properly for the first time in the tournament, Tang Sect arts, pure mechanics, nothing detectable as unusual cultivation. The enhanced member's attention committed to the physical threat of flying needles at nerve point angles. 3 needles, pressure point targets, disrupting the stride pattern. Then web domain. Then Zhu through the lanes. They won in 9 minutes. Clean, decisive, without revealing anything Chen Wei hadn't already confirmed existed. The champion title brought the expected political aftermath, formal congratulations from the Empire, an invitation for Shrek Academy's enrollment consideration as a Heavendo institution, and a dinner with the Empire's Minister of Cultivation Affairs. Chen Wei attended the dinner because declining would have been noted, gave calibrated responses to every question about his abilities, and spent most of the evening running parasitic network through the decorative plants along the dining room walls. What he picked up mattered more than anything said to him directly. Bibi Dong, Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, had sent a letter to the Emperor. A formal letter, sealed with the Pontiff's authority seal, requesting that the Heaven Do Empire designate 3 high-talent young cultivators from the tournament's top teams as Spirit Hall-sponsored development candidates. It was phrased as an honor. In practice, it was conscription. The Minister of Cultivation Affairs read the relevant passage to the table with the carefully neutral expression of a person reading a document they had no intention of complying with but couldn't refuse without diplomatic consequence. Chen Wei was on the list. So was Dai Mu Bai. So was a girl from the third-place team whose Thunder-type spirit Chen Wei didn't have enough information to assess. He committed the letter's wording to memory. Then he sought out Grandmaster after the dinner. The theory room Grandmaster had been given in the palace's academic wing was small, cluttered with his own materials within hours of occupancy, and smelled of ink and the same faint medicinal herb that always accompanied the older men. He looked up when Chen Wei entered. "I heard about the letter. We need to plan our response." "There is no response that doesn't carry cost." Grandmaster set his pen down. "If we refuse, Spirit Hall considers it hostile and accelerates pressure on the academy. If we accept, you enter their system." "Neither," Chen Wei said. "We make the letter public. If Spirit Hall's conscription request becomes publicly known through channels they can easily suppress, the political cost of enforcing it outweighs the benefit. The Heaven Do noble families don't support Spirit Hall's expansion. The Emperor privately opposes it. Sunlight is cheaper than any other defense available to us right now." Grandmaster looked at him for a long moment. "Then, you'll need an ally in the court to make it public." "I have one." Grandmaster's expression was carefully unreadable. "The Crown Prince. Zhuqing assisted us after the semi-final. The assistance establishes a connection that's observable to anyone watching. That connection can be used." He paused. "Grandmaster. There's something I need to tell you about Bibi Dong that I should have said before now." Grandmaster's posture went very still. The platinum mentor thread between them ran with a current Chen Wei had never felt from it before, the specific quality of someone bracing for something they had been half expecting and half dreading. "She was your lover," Chen Wei said quietly. "Before Spirit Hall. Before everything. I know the story, not all of it, but enough." Grandmaster said nothing. The silence was the kind that fills itself. "She's going to try to consolidate her control over both empires within the next 3 to 5 years, Chen Wei continued. "The tournament letter is the first public move. The actual move has been decades in development." He met the older man's eyes. "I need you to help me build the counter before she completes the board." Grandmaster picked up his pen. "Set it down again. What do you need?" "Everything you know about Spirit Hall's internal structure that you haven't told me yet." A pause. "And I need to know about my mother." The pen went down for the last time that evening. They talked until dawn, and Bibi Dong's letter, through channels that Zhuqing's court connections made available without anyone tracing the source, became known to 3 noble families and a senior imperial official before the week's end. Spirit Hall's response came within days, a sharp internal memorandum, rerouted through a palace administrative leak, that upgraded Chen Wei's acquisition priority from standard to urgent, and added Grandmaster's name to the list of persons to be monitored for sedition against the organization's educational mandate. The sunlight had cost exactly what Chen Wei had predicted it would cost, and they were going to need more of it before this was finished, from sources that didn't yet know they were being asked to burn. Chapter 43 3 weeks at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The temporary relocation while the fallout from the tournament letter settled was Grandmaster's decision, and it was the correct one. Shrek Academy's permanent premises in Suotuo City were too exposed, too easily approached by Spirit Hall's enforcement infrastructure. The Imperial Academy provided a degree of political protection that wasn't available elsewhere. The team trained. Chen Wei worked toward rank 30. He used the weeks carefully. With Xiao Wu, he pushed the venomous dance combination to its third refinement, not just the synchronized assault pattern, but an overlapping sensory relay where her combat instincts fed into his web domain through the resonance pulse's secondary bandwidth. He'd theorized this was possible, practice confirmed it. When she was operating in his domain space, he could feel the combat space the way she felt it, through predator instinct rather than technical mapping, adding a layer of threat assessment his analytical approach lacked. With Zhu Zhuqing, the work was different. She'd reached the limit of what Shadow Fang binding could achieve through technical refinement alone. The combination was clean and devastating, but it had a ceiling. Her Hell Civet advancement above rank 40 required either the Hell White Tiger fusion or something functionally equivalent. He spent 4 nights in the palace library researching dual soul fusion mechanics, eventually finding what he needed in a restricted access archive, documentation of a theoretical resonance fusion variant that operated through synchronized spirit power harmonics rather than compatible martial souls. It was theoretical. No documented successful case. But the theory was sound. On the 5th night, in the practice courtyard of the Imperial Academy after everyone else had gone in, he told her what he'd found. Zhu Zhuqing listened with the focused attention she brought to all technical information. When he finished, she asked, "Has anyone actually done this?" The documents don't record a successful case. They record 3 attempts, all of which were partially successful. The cultivators involved achieved fusion effects comparable to 60% of a standard martial soul fusion. He paused. I think the 3 previous attempts failed to reach full effectiveness because the resonance harmonics required genuine synchronization, not practice synchronization. The practitioners didn't actually know each other well enough. You're saying we do? I'm saying the resonance pulse has been building a harmonic framework between us for 4 months. The technical requirement for resonance fusion is a prior resonance bond of at least 30%. You're at 35. Zhu Zhuqing was quiet for a moment, not the silence of hesitation, the silence of thinking through implications. If it works, she said, what's the cultivation impact? You break the ceiling at rank 40. My blue-silver emperor bloodline acts as a resonance anchor instead of a compatible martial soul, functionally different from Hell White Tiger, possibly less raw power, but no dependency on Daimubai. He met her eyes. And no permanent bond. You can walk away from the resonance at any time. The darkness in her expression at the words walk away was the specific darkness of a person who had been told they had the option they'd never been offered before. When do we try it? When you're comfortable. Not before. She looked at him steadily. I'm comfortable now. Then we begin the preliminary harmonization exercises tomorrow morning. They went inside. Behind them, the practice courtyard was empty, except that it wasn't quite, because Grandmaster had been watching from the upper gallery since the second sentence of the conversation, and the expression on his face as he withdrew was not satisfaction but something closer to the unsettled look of a theorist watching his most important unpublished work prove itself in a student who would carry the proof somewhere he could not follow, into territory that all his theory building had never quite prepared him to navigate. Chapter 44. Zhu Zhuqing asked the question on the 6th day of harmonization exercises. They were in the middle of a synchronized pattern drill, a cultivation cycle run in parallel, their breathing rhythms aligned by mysterious heaven skill timing, the resonance pulse providing the carrier wave for the harmonic framework. The work had been building steadily, a structure more delicate than any battle technique, more intimate than any formation drill. Each session added a new layer to the harmonic foundation, and each layer required more precise attention than the last. She broke pattern mid-cycle and said, "Tell me about the Star Luo Empire's twin soul system. What you actually know. Not what you've inferred." He stopped his own cycle. They sat cross-legged in the courtyard, dawnlight beginning to come over the palace walls, and he told her what he knew, the canon knowledge from sources he didn't name, translated into a frame that didn't require explaining where he'd gotten it. Twin souls, the Star Luo Empire's royal tradition of pairing complementary martial souls for cultivation advancement. The Halcivit and White Tiger pairing, a documented synergy that the Empire had arranged for 3 generations. The cultivation ceiling, a soft wall at rank 40 for Halcivit cultivators who hadn't completed the fusion, caused by the martial soul's inherent design orientation toward a specific kind of power that required a resonance anchor to fully unlock. None of that surprises me, she said when he finished. I've known the ceiling was there. I've known why. What I didn't know was whether there was any way around it. A pause. Where did you learn the biological mechanics of twin soul cultivation? That's not in any public archive. I read very specialized things. She looked at him with the evaluating eyes that had never fully lost their initial assessment function. You've been preparing for this. For helping me. Specifically. Yes. Before you met me. He held her gaze. I knew someone with your circumstances would come to Shrek Academy. I prepared because I knew what she'd need and I wanted to be able to provide it. He paused. You and the original plan were the same person. Zhu Zhuqing processed this for longer than most people took to process significant information. Her cultivation speed and combat instinct ran fast, her emotional processing ran careful and thorough, checking every angle before committing. I was part of your plan before I was a person to you. You became a person the moment I met you. The plan became about you specifically instead of the abstract situation. He paused. I know that's not a clean distinction. No. But it's honest. She looked at the sunrise painting the palace wall copper and rose. My family has been using me as an asset for my entire life. The difference between their plans and yours is that yours requires my cooperation. Another pause. And yours has actually produced alternatives instead of just constraints. The thread between them ran steady and certain at a level that his thread site registered as 38%, 7 points up from 2 weeks ago. Not from grand gestures. From this, honesty, options, and the specific respect of being told the truth about the shape of the situation. I don't want to be anyone's asset again, she said. You're not mine. No, she resumed her cultivation cycle and was quiet for a moment before adding, without inflection, harmonization exercise, round 7. From the top. He fell back into the parallel rhythm. The harmonic framework built another layer, stronger than yesterday's, and in the periphery of his awareness, the fracture reading ticked from 52 to 51, a single point that cost him nothing and told him more than 100 data points had told him before, because the cost of honesty was less than the cost of managing the distance between them, and somewhere in Spirit Hall's administrative complex, the field report from the aqueduct had just been read by someone who had crossed insufficient threat off their list and started writing his name in a different column entirely, a column with a very different kind of response attached to it. Chapter 45 Elder Salas arrived in Heaven-Do City on a Thursday. Chen Wei knew 2 days before it happened. Parasitic network, run through the palace garden's extensive plan infrastructure, caught a fragment of a conversation between the Spirit Hall courier and the Minister of Liaison Affairs. Elder Salas arrives Thursday. Have the formal greeting arranged. The observation function is secondary to the acquisition function. The last 2 words were said with the casual certainty of a person describing weather. Acquisition function. He told the team that evening and watched each response. Dai Mu Bai went tight-jawed and quiet. He'd grown up in a political family and understood the stakes of a titled Douluo arriving with acquisition mandate. Oscar expressed concern with the specific intensity of someone whose loyalty to the group was more visceral than analytical. Ma Hongjun asked useful questions about Salas's combat type. Ning Rongrong's expression was the calculated calm of a clan heir who had been briefed on Spirit Hall's expansion agenda since childhood. Xiao Wu's expression was controlled, deliberate, the face she deployed when she was afraid and considered it important not to show it. Zhu Zhuqing was already planning. Chen Wei could see it in the quality of her stillness. His martial soul is nether civet, Chen Wei said. Dark type. He manipulates shadow zones, creates areas of absolute darkness that suppress vision-based spirit abilities. He's at rank 93. Titled Douluo level. We can't fight him, Grandmaster said. We're not going to fight him. We're going to make fighting us cost more than it gains. Chen Wei had been working on this since the first post-tournament assessment. Salas comes with acquisition mandate, which means Spirit Hall's current priority is recruit or neutralize. Direct neutralization of a tournament champion team in the capital city, immediately after winning, is politically expensive. He'll push toward recruitment first. And when recruitment fails? Ning Rongrong asked. Surveillance. Building a case. Then, when we're somewhere with less political coverage, a more direct approach. He looked around the group. Which means we're not leaving Heaven-Do City until either Salas leaves or we have protection that travels with us. What kind of protection travels? Dai Mu Bai asked. Chen Wei looked at Ning Rongrong. She met his gaze and understood before he spoke. Father. He's been trying to establish an alliance for 2 months. We need it sooner than I'd planned. He kept his voice level. I'll handle the terms. You don't have to be part of the negotiation. You said arrangements involving me wouldn't be made around me. I said you wouldn't be part of any deal I make with your family. That stands. He held her eyes. But the alliance itself, the Ning clan protecting the Shrek team publicly, that's something your father wants for his own reasons. I'm going to give him a version of it that works for both sides. Ning Rongrong considered this carefully, her pagoda turning slow circles in her fingers. The fracture pressure registered a small dip, she'd been holding something tight, and the confirmation that she wouldn't be part of the deal had released it. When do you meet with him? As soon as you tell me he's available. She sent the message crystal communication that evening. Ning Fengji's response arrived within 2 hours, already containing a proposed meeting time and location, which meant he'd been waiting for it. Salas entered the palace the following morning with the authority of a person who had never been told no by anyone capable of enforcing it. He was tall, broad, wearing Spirit Hall's rank markings openly. His physical presence was the presence of a spirit beast that had been in human form long enough to forget the beast was ever a simpler thing, compressed power, contained the way a river is contained by walls it could shatter if it chose. He approached Chen Wei during a formal reception that neither of them wanted to be at. Boy, he said, which was a diplomatic opener Chen Wei had expected. Your grass isn't what it seems. It's blue-silver grass, Chen Wei said pleasantly. It seems like exactly what it is. Salas smiled. The smile had no warmth in it. Spirit Hall is offering you advanced resources. Training facilities that Shrek Academy can't match. Mentorship from titled Douluo. The kind of foundation that turns promising students into legends. He leaned slightly forward. Or you can stay in a school that couldn't protect you from a 3-second blackout in a semifinal. The detail was a precision probe, demonstrating awareness of the blackout, confirming that surveillance had been thorough. Chen Wei registered it without reaction. The offer is generous. I'll give it serious consideration. You'll give it your answer, Salas said, before you leave this city. He walked away. The acquisition phase had begun in earnest. Chen Wei gave his answer 2 days later, through Ning Fengji's formal political channels. The Shrek Seven Devils were entering a cultivation partnership with the Pagoda clan, a public arrangement that fell under the upper sex political protections. Poaching a member of an allied cultivation group mid-partnership was a violation of the upper sect accords that even Spirit Hall observed when the political cost of violation was visible. Salas received the news with an expression that his rank allowed him to not show and his eyes showed anyway. The acquisition window was closed, for now. But the word now carried weight in both directions, because Salas was already composing his report to the Supreme Pontiff, and the section on Chen Wei's capabilities was 3 pages longer than any report he'd filed on a Spirit Elder-level cultivator in the past decade, and the last line of that section read, "Recommend escalation to Supreme-level assessment upon Continental Tournament attendance," and Bibi Dong herself was copied on distribution. Chapter 46 The fourth Spirit Ring Hunt required the Stardo Forest. Chen Wei had known this since before the tournament. The Blue-Silver King that would unlock his Emperor lineage existed only in the Stardo Forest steep zone, and the timeline for his cultivation advancement didn't accommodate a detour to a lesser habitat. What the forest would mean for Xiao Wu's emotional state was a calculation he'd been running since they'd agreed on the destination. She was quiet the morning they arrived at the forest edge. Not combat quiet, the stillness of a person returning to a place that held layered memory, some of it very old. Grandmaster walked beside Chen Wei during the approach. She knows what's in there. She knows. The Titan Giant Ape's territory is in the eastern section. The Blue-Silver King's territory overlaps the northern edge of the Ape's zone. He paused. Our last visit established something with that beast. I'm not certain what. A guarantee, Chen Wei said. It won't attack while Xiao Wu is with us. You can't know that. I know Xiao Wu. And I know what the ape understood when I spoke to it. He kept his voice steady. The ape is a 50,000-year being. It understands long games. Attacking us would end the relationship with her. It won't do that. Grandmaster accepted this with the wary look of a man whose risk models had been revised 4 times this month by a student who shouldn't be able to make these assessments. The Blue-Silver King fight. I need half a day in its territory to establish web domain's reach against a plant-type opponent. The king will respond to the foreign domain presence by attacking. That's how I draw it out. And your ability to sustain a domain versus domain contest against a 5,000-year beast is insufficient alone. I need the team, specifically Ning Rongrong's amplification and Xiao Wu's combat presence at close range, which will boost the domain through the proximity effect. He paused. I also need the king to be fighting me rather than Spirit Hall's sensors. Because absorbing this ring is going to send a pulse through every plant-affiliated spirit ability on the continent. Grandmaster stopped walking. Say that again. The Blue-Silver Emperor variant's Emperor lineage awakening generates a detectable pulse. I knew this before I planned the ring hunt. The plan is to be deep enough in the Stardo Forest that the pulse is obscured by the forest's own ambient spirit energy before it reaches Spirit Hall's detection range. He met Grandmaster's eyes. It's not a perfect plan. But it's the available one. The forest closed around them. The Blue-Silver King's territory began where the trees grew so old their roots interlaced above the ground in patterns that defeated normal movement. Everything in the territory responded to the king's domain presence, plants turning toward the center, spirit energy flowing in radial patterns around the ancient blue-silver grass entity that had ruled this grove for 5,000 years. Chen Wei deployed his web domain. The territory's ambient energy resistance hit immediately, a force like pushing against a current, the king's natural domain refusing the foreign presence. He pushed back. The domain extended, struggling, covering 20 meters instead of the usual 60. Then Ning Rongrong's pagoda opened. The capability amplification hit his domain like a tide. 30 meters. 50. The king's territory resisted, but the pagoda's amplification overcame resistance faster than the king could reinforce its defenses. The Blue-Silver King moved. It wasn't like fighting the pit spider. The king operated in the same register as Chen Wei, plant manipulation, terrain control, biological process management. It understood what he was doing because it was doing the same thing. The contest was pure domain control, his web domain against the king's native grove domain, each trying to establish territory in the same space. The difference was experience. The king had 5,000 years of it. Chen Wei had something the king didn't. He had 3 women. Xiao Wu's proximity effect hit the domain at close range, power amplification, range extension, the boost that came from 42% resonance feeding directly into his ability through channels that no 5,000-year plant entity would have encountered before. The domain's effective radius doubled. The king was inside it. Venomous bind, at Ning Rongrong's amplified output, worked differently on a plant entity than on a beast, not paralysis, but disruption, the foreign venom chemistry interfering with the king's cellular signaling, disrupting the growth direction commands that governed its tentacle limb movements. The king was trapped in its own territory. He absorbed the ring. The Emperor's awakening hit like a physical blow. His blue-silver grass turned gold, every strand, the golden pattern blazing across 100 meters of forest. For 3 seconds he was transmitting the pulse that Spirit Hall's sensors were designed to detect. The Stardo Forest's ambient energy was as dense as any spirit environment on the continent. The forest's own spirit beast population, thousands of spirit beasts generating their own cultivation signatures, provided cover that reduced the pulse's detectable range by roughly 70%. Roughly. He reached rank 34. Fourth spirit ability, Emperor's Awakening. The golden blue-silver Emperor form, Active for 10 minutes per use, multiplying every ability's output by a factor that made the previous 3 months of combat feel like sparring. "We need to move," Grandmaster said, already scanning the canopy. Now. They moved, and in the forest behind them, somewhere in the king's disrupted territory, the ancient grove entity was already reweaving its domain, and Chen Wei could feel through the fading network connection the texture of something that was not anger but was close, the sensation of a 5,000-year being acknowledging that it had been genuinely outmatched, and filing the information for future reference, which meant that whatever Spirit Hall's sensors had caught in those 3 seconds was now the least of his long-term problems with this forest. The Blue-Silver King's Grove had a memory, and 5,000-year memories were patient in ways that Spirit Hall's sensors were not. Chapter 47. 2 hours later, deep in the retreat toward the forest's eastern edge, Xiao Wu stopped walking. Chen Wei noticed the stop before she said anything. Thread Sight had been running continuously during the movement, mapping the forest's spirit beast presence around them. What he felt was not a threat. It was an invitation. The Titan giant ape stepped into the path ahead. Same presence as before, 30 meters of compressed ancient power, golden eyes carrying more awareness than any reasonable animal architecture should contain. The ape looked at Xiao Wu. Then it looked at Chen Wei. Then it communicated. Not language. Not even sound. Pure emotional transmission, the way a 50,000-year being expressed anything that mattered, emotion at a frequency that bypassed hearing and spoke directly to the part of the brain that understood intention. Xiao Wu translated, her voice flat with the effort of staying composed. He says the pulse was noticed. Not by Spirit Hall, not yet. By the forest. The older beasts felt it. The Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline awakening is something the forest recognizes. She paused. He says the forest's guardian beasts will obscure our trail for 24 hours. Not because of me. She stopped. Because of what? Chen Wei asked. Because of what you said to him. Before. The emotional broadcast. She met Chen Wei's eyes. He says it matched the resonance of a spirit beast who loved humans. He says that pattern is rare. He says the forest is choosing to protect it. She looked away. He also says we need to be gone before Spirit Hall's detection pulse catches up to us. Chen Wei looked at the Titan ape. 30 meters of ancient intelligence, watching him with golden eyes that understood what it meant to commit to something fragile for reasons the universe didn't guarantee were sufficient. He gave the only response he had, the same emotional broadcast as before. Gratitude. Commitment. Protectiveness toward the girl standing between them, and toward the value she represented, the possibility that spirit beasts and humans could coexist in something other than predator-prey dynamics. The ape inclined its massive head. Then it turned and walked into the forest, and every spirit beast in its territory gave them passage. They reached the forest edge before nightfall. Xiao Wu walked quietly during the last 2 hours of the retreat. Not the walking of someone afraid, the walking of someone carrying something heavy that had no shape. Chen Wei didn't interrupt it. He ran parasitic network ahead on the approach roads instead, checking for Spirit Hall foot traffic, finding nothing unusual in the main road but a patrol pattern through the secondary route that hadn't been there 2 weeks ago. New patrol, he told Grandmaster quietly. Spirit Hall's regional enforcement? Consistent with their expansion doctrine. They've been extending coverage of all approaches to the Stardow Forest for the last month. The Blue-Silver Emperor Pulse gave them a direction. They won't have the specific location, but they know the forest perimeter. Grandmaster was quiet for a moment. Timeline. 24 hours of Guardian cover, then the forest becomes transparent. By dawn of the day after tomorrow, the pulse recording will be cross-referenced against every documented blue-silver cultivator within a 200-kilometer radius. He paused. The list of candidates at my rank with a domain ability and the Emperor variant will be very, very short. 1 entry, Grandmaster said. 1 entry, Chen Wei confirmed. Xiao Wu had stopped walking. She stood at the edge of the tree line, not quite in the forest and not quite in the open land, and she looked at the sky for a moment before she turned. He said, the ape said, that the forest recognized the bloodline awakening. Specifically. Her voice was careful. He said the older beasts remember the Blue-Silver Emperor. The last one. Ah Yin, Chen Wei said. She was in this forest, once. Not recently, decades ago. Before. She stopped. The forest's memory of her and the pulse from you are the same frequency. That's why it responded. She met his eyes. The ape is protecting the memory of her as much as it's protecting us. Chen Wei felt something run through the blue-silver grass, a resonance, very faint, like the echo of a voice he'd never heard in a register he already knew. The dormant platinum thread in his chest pulsed once, gently. Then we'd better be worth protecting, he said, and they walked out of the tree line and onto the road, and behind them, deep in the forest, 24 hours of Guardian cover began its count. Grandmaster looked at the road ahead. Run the contingency, he said quietly. Chen Wei was already running it, and one of the contingency's branches led to a hidden valley in the Skylark Mountains that Grandmaster hadn't yet mentioned, but that Chen Wei had been mapping toward since the moment the Emperor's awakening pulse had fired and the dormant thread in his chest had flared like a signal answering a call, and something in the valley's direction had answered back, faint and impossibly far, but unmistakably there. Chapter 48 The Spirit Hall tracking team arrived in the Stardow Forest 3 hours after the Shrek group had left. Chen Wei knew because he'd planted relay tendrils in the forest's root system at the exit point before they'd cleared the trees. The network provided fragmented, distant information, movement patterns, heat signatures, the measured advance of 3 Spirit King level cultivators and a tracker specialist moving on a confirmed trail. 3 Spirit Kings. A tracker. Coming fast. How far? Dai Mubai asked. An hour, maybe less. They're moving faster than the terrain should allow. The tracker has an ability that reads spirit power residue. Chen Wei ran options quickly. We can't outrun them on foot with Ning Rongrong's arm still not fully healed. We need a defensive position. They found one, a crossroads where the main road's drainage ditch ran along a planted windbreak hedge and an ancient aqueduct bridge spanned a tributary. The bridge's stone arch was old enough to have moss growth that Chen Wei could use as relay material, and the windbreak's mature plantings gave web domain legitimate depth. He spent 20 minutes preceding the position while the others prepared. The tracking team arrived in tactical formation, flankers at 30 meters, tracker center, reserve Spirit King behind. They had a professional approach pattern. Spirit Hall's enforcement units trained against Control-type opponents because Control-type opponents were statistically the highest ratio Spirit Hall target type. The battle was bad from the first exchange. The tracker's ability did what Chen Wei had feared, it read the residual spirit power from his web domain seeds and cleared them before they could activate as triggers, moving through the field in a path that stripped his sensory advantage. The Spirit Kings used the cleared lanes, exploiting gaps in the domain that the tracker had created. One lane reached Ning Rongrong. The gap in his control. Not the fracture-induced flicker this time, but an actual tactical gap created by the tracker's specialized counter, opened for 2 seconds in the northwest quadrant. The Spirit King rank flanker moved through it at full speed. Oscar's recovery sausage reached Ning Rongrong half a second before the flanker did, providing enough spirit power boost that our pagoda's defensive response fired. The flanker's strike hit the pagoda's emergency barrier instead of our body. The barrier held. Barely. Chen Wei activated Resonance Pulse, Xiao Wu, then the instant shift to Zhu Zhuqing. The switch had a gap. He'd trained to minimize it. But the gap was still there, 0.5 seconds where both resonances destabilized, the pulse's carrier wave jumping frequencies, and for that half second his domain's amplification dropped to baseline. The tracker used it. Another seed cleared. Another lane opened. The reserve Spirit King committed through the second lane. Dai Mubai caught it, White Tiger Vajra transformation, full defensive stance, taking the strike on his reinforced spirit energy shell rather than his body. He absorbed it, barely, and drove the Spirit King back with a counter that relied more on physical mass than technique. Chen Wei, Dai Mubai said through gritted teeth. The switching gap. I know. Fix it. Working on it. He reconfigured. Instead of alternating the pulse, which created the gap, he held the pulse with Xiao Wu while activating a partial resonance with Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously. Not the full pulse. Something smaller, a secondary harmonic, a technique the system had not told him was possible but that felt available in the fracture-elevated state. The fracture reading, 56%. The secondary harmonic worked. Both resonances active simultaneously, at lower intensity than either full pulse would achieve, but without the switching gap. The tracking team felt the change and recalibrated too late. Web domain's amplification stayed consistent. Venomous Bind reached through 3 lanes simultaneously. Shadow Fang Binding closed the flanker's position from behind while the tracker was occupied with the domain contest. The team drove them off. Not defeated, retreated, in good order, carrying their wounded. The reserve Spirit King hadn't been captured, he'd chosen withdrawal over a losing engagement, but in the retreat, he'd shouted something back across the distance. Chen Wei's purple demon eye read the lip movement, Salus will hear of this personally. Ning Rongrong sat against the aqueduct stone with her eyes closed and the pagoda resting in her uninjured hand. The arm he'd thought was healing had taken additional stress from the fight. Her face was carefully neutral. I'm sorry, he said. Don't. She opened her eyes. The tracking team knew to target me. They knew removing the support would collapse your formation. She looked at him steadily. That's information we didn't have before. Use it. He would. He already was. The fracture reading sat at 58%, the highest since the tournament's worst moment. The secondary harmonic technique had worked, but it had cost him significantly, the sustained dual resonance load more taxing than the alternating single resonance pattern. He filed the cost alongside the technique. Both would need refinement, and refinement required that he survive long enough to practice, which was not something he was going to take for granted now that Salas had a personal report coming his way describing a Spirit Elder level cultivator who had neutralized a professional Spirit King tracking team while holding dual resonances at 56% fracture and hadn't shown any sign of breaking, which meant Salas's next move would not be 3 Spirit Kings, and it would not be subtle. Chapter 49 Back at Shrek Academy, 3 days after the battle at the aqueduct crossing, Chen Wei sat alone in the south yard at midnight and stared at the fracture reading for a long time. 58%. Climbing. The math that the system had laid out for him months ago was running its course. 3 gold threads at their current resonance levels required spirit power equivalent to rank 60 to maintain without fracture pressure. He was at rank 34. The gap was 32 ranks. At his accelerated cultivation pace, which was faster than any documented cultivator his age in any available reference, the gap closed by roughly 6 to 8 ranks per year. 4 years, minimum. In 4 years, at his current pace, he'd close the gap. In 4 years, the fracture pressure would naturally fall to a sustainable level. In 4 years, Spirit Hall would have identified him, been refused, and escalated. In 4 years, Xiao Wu would have been hunted by multiple title Douluo squads. In 4 years, the Continental Tournament would be a memory and the political cover it had provided would be long spent. 4 years was not available. He looked at the fracture reading and allowed himself, in the privacy of the empty yard, to think about thread severance. The system's nuclear option: cut a thread, cause permanent soul damage to both parties, reduce the fracture pressure by the removed thread's contribution. The math was simple. Cutting the lowest resonance thread, Ning Rongrong at 22%, would reduce his fracture pressure by roughly 8 points. Sustainable territory. He ran the thought all the way through, Ning Rongrong, waking up to find that whatever she'd been building toward was gone. Permanently. The thread severed from both ends, both of them carrying the damage of something that had been real and had been cut. The thought lasted 4 seconds. Then he set it aside and began working on the problem from the other direction. The fracture pressure came from conflicting resonances. But it also came from his insufficient cultivation level. Both sides of the equation were variables. He'd been focusing on cultivation, the obvious lever. The other lever was conflict reduction. And the third lever, the one he'd glimpsed in the infirmary when all 3 women had been present together in concern for him rather than in competition with each other, was harmonization. The fracture dropped when the threads were in harmony. The threads were in harmony when their holders were at peace with each other. The holders became more at peace with each other through trust, through shared experience, through the specific understanding that their bonds with him didn't subtract from each other. 3 months into this situation, that understanding was approximately 40% formed. Xiao Wu had named it from her spirit beast perspective and was actively contributing to it. Zhu Zhuqing was building it through action rather than articulation. Ning Rongrong was developing it through the intellectual framework that suited her cognitive style. 40% formed, 60% to go. Chen Wei stood up from the yard's flagstone. He was not choosing between them. He was not cutting anything. He was going to build what needed to be built fast enough to survive the consequences, and if that meant holding 58% fracture while working both the cultivation lever and the harmonization lever simultaneously, then that was the situation, and the situation was survivable as long as he didn't run another combat at the aqueduct's intensity without the additional training that the secondary harmonic technique required. He began his cultivation cycle under the night sky, the fracture reading at 58. The threads in 3 directions from his chest running warm and complex and irreplaceable, and somewhere in the palace district of Heaven Do City, Elder Salas was reading a field report about a 10-year-old who had neutralized a 3-man Spirit King tracking team, and the expression he wore while reading it was not frustration but something more dangerous, genuine professional interest, and the very specific focus of a rank 93 titled Douluo who had decided that a problem was worth his personal attention rather than his subordinates, and Elder Salas's personal attention had a body count attached to it that his subordinates did not. Chapter 50 Xiao Wu found him in the south yard just before dawn. She didn't ask what he was thinking about. She sat beside him on the flagstone, the same way she'd sat beside him on the hilltop, no ceremony, no performance, just presence, and looked at the lightening sky. After several minutes of comfortable silence, she said, "You were running the severance math." "Yes. And?" 4 seconds. Then I stopped. She turned her head to look at him. "Tell me the actual problem. The full version. Not the version where you've already decided and you're managing my reaction." He told her. The complete version, the cultivation gap, the timeline, the math on both sides of the equation, the harmonization percentage, the Qianrenqi complication, the secondary harmonic technique and its cost, and the system's quiet insinuation that a 4th thread might be developing regardless of his preference. Xiao Wu listened through all of it with the focused patience of someone who has 100,000 years of experience with the fact that some problems don't have easy shapes. When he finished, she said, "You're trying to solve this like it's a tactical problem. It is a tactical problem. It's also a people problem. The tactical frame you're using, cultivation rate against fracture pressure against harmonization percentage, that's real, and it matters. But you're calculating toward the conclusion like the variables are fixed. She looked at the yard. They're not. The harmonization percentage isn't just a number that rises slowly. It's a choice each of us makes every day. And the choice speeds up when we stop pretending this situation is different from what it is. What's the alternative? Honesty. To all three of them, properly, about the full picture. Not the managed version. She met his eyes. You've told each of them pieces. Zhu Zhuqing knows about the fracture. Ning Rongrong knows about the system's political implications. I know everything. But none of them knows the whole thing the way you've just told me. She paused. The harmonization can fully complete while any of the three of them is operating on partial information. He knew she was right. He'd known it for some time and he'd been prioritizing tactical management over emotional honesty because tactical management felt controllable. The fracture reading dropped when all three of you were in the infirmary together, he said. Yes. Because all three of us had the same information and the same priority. That's what full harmonization requires. She stood up, dusting off her training clothes. Tell them. Not today, not all at once, like an announcement. But soon, and completely. She looked down at him. I'll be there when you do, if you want. I want. Good. She held out a hand and pulled him to his feet. Morning cultivation. Stop avoiding the fourth ring drills, the absorption window is in 2 weeks and you need the prep time. He let himself be redirected. But something had settled, a path that had been visible in theory and not yet committed to in practice had just become committed to. And the destiny echo activated for a fraction of a second as he stood, a flash of a possible future, 4 women standing together without the specific tension of people operating on incomplete information, the fracture reading in that flash at something below 20%, a number he hadn't let himself imagine. The vision was brief, indeterminate, impossible to timestamp. But it felt true in the way that only destiny echo flashes felt true, not as prophecy, but as confirmation that the path he'd just committed to was one the system considered viable. The fracture reading in the present, 58%. The fracture reading in the flash, somewhere below 20. 38 points of difference, bought by honesty and time he wasn't sure he had, but he'd stopped asking the system whether the timeline was realistic and started asking whether the direction was correct, and the answer, this morning, was yes, but yes was not the same as safe, and the fracture reading at 58% was a number that would require both levers working simultaneously without either one failing first. Chapter 51 The theory Chen Wei had been developing since the infirmary solidified into something testable over the following 3 weeks. Soul fracture pressure came from conflicting resonances. Conflicting resonances came from emotional conflict between the thread holders. Emotional conflict arose from incomplete information, from jealousy or rivalry, from the natural human response to competing for a resource that appeared limited. The limitation was the light. Love, in Xiao Wu's framing, in the spirit-beast framework she'd been explaining piece by piece, not as philosophy but as survival truth from beings who'd lived in complex social structures for millennia, was not a limited resource. The fracture pressure came from the human assumption of scarcity being applied to something that operated by different rules. If the 3 women genuinely believed in the non-scarcity framing, the conflict pressure would reduce. The threads would harmonize. The fracture reading would fall. The practical obstacle was that believing in non-scarcity required each of them to trust that the others were operating in good faith. That trust was built through shared experience, which was the reason the fracture reading had dropped in the infirmary. The shared experience there had been concern. Shared purpose. The same priority directing 3 different people. He needed more of those moments. Not manufactured. Manufactured trust was still conflict in disguise, and the system read the difference with clinical accuracy. Real shared experience. Real shared purpose. He started with small things. Training sessions that placed all 3 women working together on the same problem rather than positioned as alternatives. A tactical debrief after the aqueduct fight where Xiao Wu's instinctive threat assessment and Zhu Zhuqing's precision calculation and Ning Rongrong's amplification analysis were presented as a single integrated picture rather than 3 separate reports. A lunch discussion about the Blue-Silver Emperor's ecology where each of them contributed different knowledge, Xiao Wu from spirit-beast perspective, Ning Rongrong from cultivation theory, Zhu Zhuqing from practical combat application. Small. Consistent. Real. Grandmaster observed all of it and said nothing until the 4th week, when he cornered Chen Wei after a formation drill and said, "You're running an experiment." "A theory," Chen Wei said. "About resonance harmonics. About people. Those are often the same problem." He paused. "My mother, Ah Yin. You said you know where she is." Grandmaster was quiet for a moment. "I know where she was 3 years ago. A hidden valley in the Skylark Mountains, where a single blue-silver emperor plant grew larger than any documented specimen." He looked at the practice field. I haven't told you before because telling you creates a goal that might drive decisions that are currently better made with cooler calculation. Now you're telling me. Because your calculation is good enough now. And because if Spirit Hall reaches that valley before you understand what she is and what she needs. He stopped. Chen Wei felt something that wasn't exactly surprise. He'd known his mother was out there, had felt the dormant thread through his blue-silver grass, but the specific form of it, the hidden valley, the plant growing larger than documented, that was new. How far? 3 weeks' travel. Deep in territory that's currently neutral but trending toward Spirit Hall's expansion zone. Grandmaster met his eyes. When you're ready. Chen Wei nodded slowly. Another thread pulling at him, platinum-tinged, ancient, the oldest connection the system had registered, running through his blue-silver grass toward a woman who had poured herself into the ground so that her son could stand above it. When you're ready. The fracture reading at the end of the 3rd week was 52%, 6 points down, the slow durable reduction of a foundation being built, and the theory was proving out, but the timeline pressed regardless, because Spirit Hall was not going to wait while he ran experiments in the South Yard, and Grandmaster's words about a hidden valley trending toward Spirit Hall's expansion zone sat in the back of his mind like an alarm that hadn't started ringing yet but was already winding up, and the clock on that alarm was Spirit Hall's expansion timeline, which didn't care whether he was ready or not. Chapter 52 The exercise Grandmaster designed was harder than any battle drill. He put Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in a scenario together without Chen Wei present, a simulated attack on Ning Rongrong's position, requiring the two of them to coordinate for protection without the control framework or the resonance pulse to fall back on. Chen Wei watched from across the courtyard through a one-way observation window. The first 15 minutes were awkward. Xiao Wu defaulted to frontal assault, her natural combat style, no particular tactical interaction with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing flanked independently, her shadow step finding optimal angles without communicating them. They were effective separately. Together, they created overlapping zones instead of complementary ones, each covering ground the other had already covered. Ning Rongrong, playing the protected principle, provided quiet corrections. You're both defending the north angle. The south is open. Shadow step will cover south in approximately, Zhu Zhuqing started. I'm faster to south, Xiao Wu said. A brief silence. Then, fine. You take south. I'll stay north. The second 15 minutes were better. Not fluid. Two people of very different combat philosophies do not develop fluid coordination in 15 minutes, but functional. They communicated in brief, practical exchanges. Xiao Wu acknowledged Zhu Zhuqing's positioning calls. Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged Xiao Wu's instinctive threat assessment. Then Grandmaster activated the simulation's escalation component. The simulated attack intensified. Multiple simultaneous approach vectors, more than 2 defenders could cover individually. Xiao Wu made a decision. She stepped to Zhu Zhuqing's position rather than maintaining her own zone. Together, she said. Zhu Zhuqing understood. They moved on the same target simultaneously, Xiao Wu's close combat grip, Zhu Zhuqing's nerve strike, both hitting in the same window. The combined effect was greater than either alone. Ning Rongrong amplified both of them from her protected position. Her pagoda glow covered the pair with warm light, the 7 tiers cycling through their enhancement domains. They finished the simulation in 3 exchanges. Afterward, Ning Rongrong healed the minor impacts they'd taken. Xiao Wu had a bruised shoulder, Zhu Zhuqing a grazed forearm, with careful pagoda work. The 3 of them sat in the courtyard without ceremony, the afternoon light slanting low and golden across the training ground. You move well, Zhu Zhuqing said to Xiao Wu. The words were simple, technically observational. But from Zhu Zhuqing, they were a significant statement. Xiao Wu looked at her. Then, your positioning is clean. I was overcompensating for the angle coverage gap because I assumed you wouldn't cover it. I would have. I know now. A silence. Not hostile. Not the defensive silence of people managing a rivalry. The silence of 2 people recalibrating each other's position in a mental map. Ning Rongrong said quietly, that healing I just did on your arm, does it hurt now? No, Zhu Zhuqing said. A pause. Thank you. Ning Rongrong nodded, the pagoda dimming to resting state in her palm. Chen Wei observed from the window and felt the fracture reading shift, 52 to 49. 3 points in a single afternoon, from nothing more dramatic than 3 people choosing to function as genuine allies rather than uncomfortable colleagues. Grandmaster appeared beside him at the window. Your theory, he said. Data point in its favor, Chen Wei said. 3 more like this and the fracture reading will be in sustainable territory, and then the question becomes whether we can maintain the harmonization pace against what Spirit Hall is about to send at us. Grandmaster was quiet for a moment. The Ningfengji meeting is in 2 days. I know. He will try to formalize something with Ning Rongrong in it. The older man's voice was even, stating fact. He won't be obvious about it. But it will be in the terms. Then I'll need to be clearer about the terms than he is. Chen Wei watched the 3 women in the courtyard below, Ning Rongrong closing the pagoda, Xiao Wu stretching her shoulder with the practiced motion of someone cataloging pain rather than complaining about it. Zhu Zhuqing already walking toward the academy building with her usual economy of movement. Ning Fengji's agenda is his clan's future. Mine is these three people's. Those are compatible goals in some directions and incompatible in others, and the meeting is going to clarify exactly which direction we're in, whether he intends it to or not. Grandmaster said nothing to that. He just watched the courtyard until the three women disappeared inside, and then turned back to the records he'd been reviewing, and the expression on his face was the expression of a teacher who had spent 30 years learning what cultivation theory could do and was still, occasionally, surprised by what it produced in practice, and the expression he wore while looking at the closed courtyard door was not surprise but something closer to the expression of a man who has just understood that his most important student has outgrown the last thing he knows how to teach. Chapter 53 Daimu Bai's breaking point came on a Wednesday. He'd been deteriorating since the aqueduct fight, not physically, but in the specific way that proud people deteriorate when they can see themselves making choices they know are wrong and making them anyway. The information about Chen Wei's developing technique for the halcivate cultivation sealing had circulated further than expected. Ma Hongjun had mentioned it to Oscar, Oscar had mentioned it to Daimu Bai in the course of a conversation that was trying to be conciliatory, and Daimu Bai had gone very quiet afterward. On Wednesday, he confronted Zhu Zhuqing in the training hall. Not with the previous aggression, with something rawer, less managed. You'd throw away everything our family's built for a technique that hasn't been proven to work? It works, she said. We've been running preliminary harmonization for 5 weeks. The theoretical framework is validated. The full fusion will complete at rank 40. With him. The pronoun carried weight. With the resonance anchor. Yes. Do you understand what you're replacing? His voice was tight, controlled in the way that things under significant pressure are controlled. The Hal White Tiger fusion isn't just cultivation mechanics. It's our family's compact. Our clan's future alliance. Everything my father and your father agreed, everything my father decided for me when I was 7 years old, she said. Without asking. A silence. I know I wasn't there when they made that compact, Daimu Bai said. I know I had no choice either. That's not true, Zhu Zhuqing said, quietly. You had a choice when I arrived at Shrek Academy. You had a choice every day since. You kept choosing the compact. He had nothing to say to that. The silence was the specific silence of someone facing accurate information about their own history. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him without hostility, which was, Chen Wei realized from the corridor doorway where he'd stopped upon arriving in the middle of the confrontation, possibly harder for her than anger would have been. You're not a bad person, she said. You're a person who was raised to believe that obligations made without your input were still yours to fulfill. I don't hate you for believing that. A pause. But I stopped believing it when I ran. And I'm not going back. Daimu Bai left the training hall without further exchange. That night, in a tavern in the merchant district, he met the Spirit Hall recruiter for the second time. Chen Wei's parasitic network, relayed through window box plants on the tavern's exterior, caught the end of the exchange, just information. Training patterns. Formations used in combat. Nothing that compromises the team directly. Then a pause that the relay compressed to silence. Then Daimu Bai's voice, his blue-silver grass has golden patterns when he's in peak combat state. I saw it twice. The fracture reading, 53%. 1 point up, the system registering Daimu Bai's betrayal as a threat vector even before Chen Wei had processed the implications of what he'd just overheard. He withdrew from the window and stood in the night street for a long moment, watching the tavern's warm light fall onto the stones. Tomorrow's problem. Tonight, he needed to sleep and run cultivation cycles and not let the anger at Daimu Bai's choice, which was Daimu Bai's to make, even when it was wrong, translate into a hasty reaction that cost more than it protected. But the clock on the Emperor's awakening secret had just started, and it was running faster than he'd planned for. The golden patterns during peak combat state, Daimu Bai had seen them twice. Which meant Spirit Hall's analyst core had the information, would cross-reference it with every field report about blue-silver grass anomalies in the past year, and would arrive at the same conclusion Salas had already reached through different evidence channels. 2 separate lines of intelligence converging on the same target. He would not act on the anger. But he would also not pretend that Daimu Bai's position in the team had just stayed the same, because it hadn't, and the only question now was whether Daimu Bai would eventually find his way back to the right side of the line he'd just crossed, or whether the Spirit Hall recruiter would make the next meeting offer before that happened, and between those two outcomes, only one of them ended with the team intact. Chapter 54 Ning Fengji arrived 2 days after the tavern incident, with the timing of a man who had excellent intelligence about when his presence would be most strategically useful. He brought Sword Douluo Chen and Bone Douluo Gurong as bodyguards and 2 clan administrative officials as political cover. He arranged a meeting through Ning Rongrong's channel, which meant Ning Rongrong knew it was coming and had the time to compose herself into the careful neutrality she deployed around her father. The meeting was in the academy's formal reception room, small, underfurnished, with walls that the parasitic network could cover entirely through the moss in the exterior courtyard. Ning Fengji was a tall man who looked like he'd been formidable at 40 and had simply kept accumulating that quality through whatever age he'd reached since. He looked at Chen Wei with the evaluating attention of a man who had been hearing reports about this student for months and was now adjusting the reports against reality. Blue-silver grass, he said. My daughter tells me that description is technically accurate and practically misleading. She's correct, Chen Wei said. Emperor bloodline. Rank 34 currently, I'm told, though the cultivation speed suggests that number is already outdated. Rank 38, Chen Wei said. Something moved in Ning Fengji's eyes, recalibration. In 3 months. 2.5. Ning Fengji sat back slightly. Sword Douluo Chen Xin, standing behind him, performed a slow cultivation sense scan that Chen Wei felt as a pressure against his spirit power boundaries, a title Douluo's passive perception, comprehensive and clinical. Chen Xin's expression didn't change, but he leaned forward slightly to say something in Ning Fengji's ear. Ning Fengji nodded. Then, the Ning clan has provided political protection for the Shrek team for the past month. We've absorbed the associated cost from Spirit Hall's administration. The cost is not small. He paused. I want to discuss what that protection is worth to you. I understand the framing, Chen Wei said. I'd like to offer an alternative one. He looked at Ning Fengji directly. Spirit Hall is moving toward an overt power consolidation that will reach the upper sex within 5 years. The Ning clan's current policy of managed neutrality will not remain tenable when Spirit Hall begins formal expansion into upper sect territory. You need allies who are capable of resistance, not just political maneuvering. He paused. I am building toward being one of those allies. The protection you've provided is valuable. The alliance I'm offering in return is more valuable, not now, but within the decade. Ning Fengji studied him. You're 10 years old. I've been operating like a threat to Spirit Hall for 8 months. Elder Salas considers me a priority acquisition target. That doesn't happen at 10 without unusual circumstances. Another pause. Ning Fengji was doing the calculation Chen Wei had hoped he'd do. What this boy had already accomplished at this age, scaled forward against a 10-year projection. Sword Douluo Chen Xin was doing a different calculation, the kind that titled Douluo do with cultivation sensing and don't fully translate into words. My daughter, Ning Fengji said finally, has indicated that she does not wish to be part of any formal arrangement. She's not, Chen Wei said. This conversation is about the clan's strategic interests. Your daughter's relationship with me is her business. Ning Fengji's expression shifted, not quite a smile, but the adjustment of someone who has encountered something that doesn't fit their model. He looked toward the window where Ning Rongrong was not present and then back at Chen Wei. She chose well, he said, quietly, in a register that was not addressed to the meeting's strategic content. The alliance terms were agreed upon in principle before the meeting ended. Formal documentation followed 2 days later. As Chen Wei left the reception room, Ning Rongrong was in the corridor. He didn't say anything. Neither did she. But the bond between them ran at a level he hadn't seen from it before, steady gold, 28%, the highest it had been, and her expression had the specific quality of a person hearing exactly what they'd needed to hear from a direction they hadn't anticipated, and choosing to be very carefully quiet about how much it mattered. And behind the reception room door, Sword Douluo Chen Xin was saying to Ning Fengji, that cultivation baseline is wrong. The rank 38 reading, the compression signature on that spirit power doesn't match a standard spirit elder. There's an active ability running in him at all times that's contributing to the measured output. He's either significantly above rank 38 or he's layered. And? Ning Fengji said. And either answer is the same answer, Chen Xin said. We just made an alliance with something we can't fully assess, which means the value of that alliance is either higher than projected or the risk is lower than it appears. Or both, Ning Fengji said, and outside the door, Chen Wei had already moved down the corridor, past Ning Rongrong and her carefully quiet expression, heading toward the problem that was going to need solving before Spirit City arrived, the problem of Daimu Bai's information in Spirit Hall's hands, and whether there was still a path where it didn't cost the team everything it had built. Chapter 55 The dinner Ning Fengji arranged that evening was, technically, a celebration of the new alliance. Practically, it was a negotiation conducted over food, and everyone at the table knew it. Chen Wei sat between Grandmaster and Oscar, with the rest of the team distributed around the table in a configuration that Ning Fengji had clearly not arranged randomly. Sword Douluo Chen Xin sat at the end of the table with the patient stillness of someone who had outlasted every political dinner he'd ever attended and expected this one to be no different. Partway through the second course, Ning Fengji raised a cup. To the alliance, he said. Everyone drank. Then he added, as if continuing a thought that had simply paused for the toast, I've been corresponding with Zither Douluo Bo. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been withdrawing from their established territories for 6 months. Chen Wei kept his expression neutral. This was information he'd expected to hear eventually. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's withdrawal from Eastern Territories was one of the canonical markers for Spirit Hall's accelerating expansion. Their sect master, Yu Yuanzhen, has gone into isolation, Ning Fengji continued. Whatever he's preparing, it's not public knowledge. But the clan's withdrawal from 3 established trade routes suggests they're consolidating toward their mountain territory. He looked at Chen Wei across the table. The 3 upper sects no longer have the mutual deterrent structure that's maintained balance for 50 years. 2 upper sects and an accelerating threat, Chen Wei said. Yes. Ning Fengji set down his cup. My correspondence with the Heavendo Emperor, through channels, suggests he's aware. He's concerned about the Spirit Hall letter and what it represents for his court's independence. But without military capacity. He spread his hands. What the Heavendo Empire needs, Chen Wei said, is not military capacity. It's political clarity about which factions are committed to resistance. Clear public commitment from the Ning clan, operating under the upper sect accords, changes the calculation for every noble family that's been waiting to see which way the wind blows. He paused. The political cover is more valuable than soldiers. Ning Fengji looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone deciding whether a 10-year-old's strategic analysis was worth taking seriously. Then he looked at his daughter. Ning Rongrong, who had been listening with the quiet attention of a clan heir raised from birth to parse the subtext of every political dinner, met her father's eyes. He's right, she said. Ning Fengji smiled, the real one, not the diplomatic one. Yes, he said. He is. He looked back at Chen Wei. The Ning clan will make a public statement of non-expansion compliance within the month. On the record. Spirit Hall will know within a week. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? That, Ning Fengji said, is a more complicated conversation for another time. After the dinner, walking back through the Academy's night quiet corridors, Ning Rongrong fell into step beside Chen Wei. She didn't say anything for most of the corridor. Then, he said, I chose well. I know. I heard. He's not easy to impress. I noticed. She stopped walking. He stopped with her. In the corridor's dim light, her 7-treasure pagoda glowed faintly in her hand, the instinctive glow that manifested when her emotional state ran high without an outlet. I've been managed by him since I was 5. Everything I thought I was choosing, there were 17 contingencies behind it. She looked at the pagoda. This is the first time he said she chose rather than it was arranged. A pause. That matters. It should. Because it means he sees it. She looked at him. Which means he might eventually stop trying to arrange around it. The pagoda's glow brightened through its 7 colors. Thank you. For what you said in there. I said what was true. Yes. She closed her hand around the pagoda. That's why it worked. She walked ahead of him down the corridor, and he watched the pagoda's light dim behind her fingers, and the bond between them at 28% was the warmest thing in the hallway. But somewhere in Spirit Hall's administrative headquarters, a cipher message was being decoded that upgraded the Ning clan's public declaration to a priority interference category, and the machinery was already calculating the minimum cost of a response that would send the right message without triggering the upper sect protocols they weren't yet ready to break, though the distance between not yet and now was closing faster than anyone in that administrative building had planned for. Chapter 56 Spring came to Suotuo City, and with spring came the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Tournament's formal announcement. Grandmaster distributed the letter from the organizing committee, Spirit Hall's administrative arm, operating under the Continental Academy Accord's formal structure, at morning briefing. The tournament was in 4 months. The Continental Final would be held in Spirit City itself, Spirit Hall's capital, the center of everything they'd been working against. This is the earliest tournament announcement in recorded history, Grandmaster said. By 6 months. Spirit Hall wants the assessment opportunity before the political situation hardens further, Chen Wei said. The Ning clan's public statement rattled them. They're accelerating. He looked at the announcement letter. The tournament itself is a data collection operation, sensor arrays throughout Spirit City, every combat display analyzed. They'll have a complete capability profile on every significant team that competes. We could decline, Oscar offered. If we decline, Spirit Hall flags us as actively resistant rather than diplomatically neutral. That changes their threat response timeline. He set the letter down. We compete. And we compete in a way that gives them exactly what we want them to see. The next 4 months were training with a precision Chen Wei had never previously demanded, not because the team wasn't capable, but because previously the training goal had been the team's own development. Now the goal was a performance that showed Spirit Hall enough capability to demand their respect, concealed enough to deny them the detailed assessment they were seeking, and demonstrated enough team cohesion to make the message clear. Chen Wei reached rank 38 on the 40th day of tournament preparation. Then 39. Then 40. Spirit Elder, the milestone that opened the path toward Spirit Ancestor. His 5th ring was now within range, the 8,000-year variant he'd need for Emperor's Domain, the passive ability that turned his immediate environment into an extended field of blue-silver grass combat support. He ran combat drills while planning the ring hunt. He reviewed individual improvements with each team member. The fifth ring required a different kind of hunt, an 8,000-year spirit beast, a category of target that spirit elder-level cultivators were not supposed to attempt unassisted, in a territory that overlapped with Spirit Hall's Eastern Patrol expansion zone. He planned it anyway. The Emperor's domain ability was not optional. Without it, the tournament's advanced rounds would expose the full extent of his Blue-Silver Emperor capabilities to Spirit Hall's sensor arrays with no way to control the angle. With the domain, he could shape the combat information they collected. Without it, every technique became readable. On the 45th day, he had the long conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and then all three of them together, the one Xiao Wu had suggested, the complete version, and watched the fracture reading respond to what happened when three people got the full picture simultaneously. 49% to 43% in a week, as the remaining gaps in each person's understanding closed and the conflict those gaps had generated dissolved. 6%, Xiao Wu said, looking at the reading he'd shown her afterward. In a week. Keep going, she said. We've got 4 months. They did. The fifth ring hunt took 8 days, into the eastern highlands where an 8,000-year silver thunder ape ruled a territory the size of a small city. Not the cleanest fight, the ape's lightning-type abilities countered web domain's plant substrate directly, and the Emperor's awakening pulse, fired at critical moment to absorb the ring, was shorter this time but still visible. Still logged by someone's sensor somewhere. But Chen Wei walked away with rank 40 and Emperor's domain, a passive field of blue-silver Emperor cultivation substrate expanding 60 meters in every direction, providing terrain advantage and spirit beast repulsion simultaneously. The fifth ring changed everything about how the team could operate in open combat. The fracture reading, 4 months later on the morning the team departed for Spirit City, read 38%, the lowest sustained reading he'd ever achieved, bought by cultivation and honesty and 3 women who had chosen, each in their own way, to trust a situation that hadn't finished being dangerous yet. And somewhere ahead, in Spirit City's Whitestone Administrative Complex, Bibi Dong was reviewing the tournament's registered team roster with the focused attention of someone who had been told one specific name to watch for, and had found it, ranked exactly where her analysts had predicted, with the spirit listed as blue-silver grass that her cultivation sense was already telling her was categorically more than that, and Bibi Dong's cultivation sense had never been wrong about a spirit type in 40 years of practice. Chapter 57. The night before departure, someone tried to kill Chen Wei. 3 spirit masters, shadow-type abilities, coordinated approach pattern, entering through the dormitory's ground floor window at 2 in the morning, timed for the sleep trough when spirit power maintenance was lowest and reaction speed most impaired. They'd done their research. The approach was clean, the coordination professional, the abilities designed for silent neutralization. What they hadn't accounted for was parasitic network, which ran continuously through every plant structure within 40 meters and didn't sleep. Chen Wei was awake and moving before the first operative reached his room's floor. Blue-silver grass through the window frame, deployed at minimum output to avoid waking the building, took the first operative's right leg in a venomous bind at the knee. The paralytic hit in 2 seconds. The operative went down silently, which was professional training working against them. The silent fall meant no alarm to the other 2. Zhu Zhuqing was at his door 45 seconds later. She'd been awake, her light was still visible under the door frame. I counted 3 heat signatures through the south wall. 2 still mobile. The third is paralyzed at the window. She stepped past him into the corridor. South wall or the courtyard approach? Split. 1 south, 1 courtyard. They moved. No formation, no discussed tactics, they'd been training together long enough that the split approach distributed itself naturally. She took the courtyard operative, he handled the south wall. Venomous bind through the corridor's planters for the south approach, deployed before the operative knew the room was occupied, and a quick controlling crane catching dragon redirect when the bind force caused the fall rather than a paralytic hold. 3 operatives down. No significant noise. Total elapsed time from first detection to last operative secured, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the courtyard door with the second operative's wrist in a precise restrained hold and the expression of someone who had been waiting for the other shoe to drop and was unsurprised that it had. Elder Salas sends his regards, she said. That's what one of them said to you? No. That's what I'm saying. Given who planned this. She secured the operative against the courtyard wall. They were too coordinated for hired thugs. Too underpowered for Spirit Hall's A-team. This is a message, not an actual attempt. Chen Wei examined the operatives with thread sight. Red threads extending towards Spirit Hall's hierarchy, faint but legible. You're right. This was intimidation. Which means they think we can be intimidated. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with something that might have been, in better lighting, the faintest expression of satisfaction. That's a useful misunderstanding to maintain. He thought about Daimabai's information in the tavern, golden patterns in peak combat state. Spirit Hall had that. They were willing to use it to test his response. The question was what test they'd run next. Grandmaster appeared in the corridor in response to the sounds of 3 people being immobilized and assessed the situation with the expression of a man continuously having his expectation of a quiet night revised. He looked at Chen Wei, then at the 3 secured operatives, then back at Chen Wei. Ready to compete in Spirit City? More than before, Chen Wei said, and meant it, because 3 Spirit Master level operatives had been neutralized in 4 minutes without waking the building, and that was a number he would not have been able to achieve 3 months ago, and Spirit Hall didn't know that either. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the 3 operatives and said, to no one in particular, they'll send better ones next time. That's assuming they learn what happened tonight, Chen Wei said. She met his eyes. They'll assume success when these 3 don't report back. A pause. Which gives us until morning before Spirit Hall starts a secondary assessment protocol. Then we leave at dawn, Chen Wei said. Ahead of schedule, before whatever's coming next has time to organize. Grandmaster nodded. He looked at the 3 unconscious operatives one more time. I'll notify the Academy's administrative staff. The Ning clan's protection protocols will need to cover the transit. Already sent the message, Chen Wei said. The message had gone out through Ning Rongrong's emergency communication channel 17 minutes ago, before the last operative had gone down, in the 4-second window between the courtyard and the south wall. Because some contingencies required setup rather than reaction, and the difference between the two was the kind of preparation that either happened before the crisis or didn't happen at all, and Chen Wei had been doing this long enough to know which kind he preferred. Chapter 58 The Emergency Council the following morning ran 3 hours. Grandmaster, Ning Fengji, who had stayed the night, fortunately, Chen Wei, and the 2 Sword and Bone Douluo, reviewing the overnight incident. The operatives were questioned. The results confirmed what Threadside had suggested, Spirit Hall's administration, not Salas personally. A pressure action, designed to demonstrate reach and capability without committing to a level of force that would trigger the Ning clan's formal response obligation. They're measuring the cost-benefit, Ning Fengji said. A failed attempt that doesn't trigger our protective response is free intelligence. A successful attempt that does trigger it is a political crisis. He looked at Chen Wei. They're not ready to trigger the political crisis yet. Which gives us a window, Chen Wei said. The tournament is inside that window. They want the assessment opportunity more than they want to eliminate us at this specific moment. What changes after the tournament? They'll have a complete capability profile. After that, the cost-benefit shifts. Known capabilities are more actionable than unknown ones. He paused. Which means the tournament itself changes our status. After Spirit City, we need to be positioned for a different threat environment. The Council's conclusions were, proceed to the tournament, maintain the Ning clan's formal protection protocols during transit, and accelerate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan outreach. Ning Fengji added one item, Spirit Hall has accelerated their timeline for both empires. The tournament is not only an assessment opportunity for them, it's also where they'll make their first public move toward the Academy structure. Expect a formal proposal for Spirit Hall oversight of the Continental Academy system. Bibi Dong, Chen Wei said. She'll be present at the Continental Final personally. Ning Fengji met his eyes. You've anticipated this. I've been running contingencies for 2 years. Ning Fengji looked at him with the expression of someone who had seen a great deal in a long career and was continuously confronted with the fact that this particular 10-year-old was operating several steps beyond what the age should permit. 2 years ago you were 8. I started early. The council dispersed. Chen Wei spent the afternoon reviewing his contingency maps, the specific moves Bibi Dong would be likely to make at the tournament, the responses available to the team without violating the Academy competition rules, the threat of political cover that the Ning clan's public commitment had created. For the first time in months, the strategic picture had a shape he could work with. Then Xiao Wu knocked on his door and said, Spirit Hall released a tournament bracket update. Shrek Academy's first round opponent. Spirit Hall's own team, he said. Yes. A pause. And the bracket is seeded to put us in the same half as the highest-ranked continental teams. We'll face every dangerous opponent before the final. She met his eyes. They're not trying to eliminate us early, they're trying to observe us across as many matches as possible. That was my assessment too. Then your contingency maps need a section for what happens when Bibi Dong sees something she decides she can't leave on the field. Xiao Wu's voice was completely even. Because if that section doesn't exist, we're planning for the tournament we want rather than the one we're actually attending. He had that section. He showed it to her. She read it in silence. Then, good. Add one more item. What? What you do if she looks at me? Amber eyes, absolutely steady. Because she will, and when she does, the contingency map needs to already know what happens next. He added it. The item was 3 lines long and contained the word escape twice and the phrase abandon the bracket once, because some contingencies existed not to be executed but to confirm that the person who'd written them had looked at the worst version of the situation without blinking, and because if the contingency ever did get executed, the difference between a plan written in advance and a decision made in the moment of Bibi Dong's gaze finding Xiao Wu would be the difference between getting out and not getting out, and Chen Wei had written the escape contingency in the hope that it would never be used, but he had written it carefully, because hope was not a plan. Chapter 59 Pre-tournament training in the final weeks ran with an intensity that came from everyone understanding what they were actually preparing for. Not the bracket. Not other teams. The tournament as an observation structure, and the thing watching them from the other side of it. Chen Wei worked individually with each team member at levels of detail he'd previously held back, not from trust issues, but from the judgment that certain capabilities needed full development before being deployed in high observation environments. Now the deployment was imminent. The detail was necessary. Xiao Wu's venomous stance reached its fourth refinement, a compressed 3-second version that deployed from standing position, no preceded terrain required. Her close combat style had integrated the spirit beast movement principles she'd been working with, movements that were faster than standard cultivation techniques because they weren't cultivation techniques, they were 3,000 years of pre-human biomechanics refined to an art form. Chen Wei's web domain, synchronized with her movement through the resonance pulse, made the combination look like a single flowing action. Zhu Zhuqing and Chen Wei completed the resonance fusion's preliminary phase. Not the full fusion, that required rank 40, but the harmonic framework was fully operational. Shadow Fang binding at its current level moved at speeds that Chen Wei could feel through the pulses, something qualitatively different from their early drills, not just fast, but precise in the way that precision looks like artistry when you haven't seen it built up from the first foundation stone. Ning Rongrong's pagoda had undergone changes she didn't fully understand yet. The months of internal drilling, practicing the pagoda's own cycles rather than directing support outward, had created a resonance within the pagoda itself that amplified the external amplification. She was running calculations on what it meant with the help of her clan's cultivation theory texts, but the practical result was visible. Under her support, the team's output was running at levels that should have required significantly higher rank. The secondary harmonic technique, holding both resonance pulses simultaneously at reduced output, was now consistent under training conditions. Not fully tested under combat stress. That would come at Spirit City. 5 days before departure, the complete conversation with all three women that Xiao Wu had suggested took place. Chen Wei presented everything, the system's full mechanics, the Destiny Arbiter's existence and suspected agenda, the fourth thread in Qian Rinxu's identity, the complete fracture mathematics, and the harmonization theory and its current progress. He answered questions for 2 hours. The fracture reading during that conversation dropped from 38 to 33. Then rose back to 35 as new information created new concern that needed time to settle. But it was 35. The lowest sustained reading he'd ever had. The Destiny Arbiter, Ning Rongrong said, when the questions had run down. It's separate from the system? Adjacent to it. The system reveals connections, the Arbiter appears to test them. What the tests cost and what they're for, I don't know yet. But you know it's coming, Xiao Wu said. I know it's been watching since the beginning. He paused. What I don't know is which thread it plans to test first, or whether we'll recognize the test when it starts. None of the three of them had an answer to that. They sat with it instead, the way people sit with things that are real and dangerous and cannot be solved in advance, and the fracture reading stayed at 35, held there by the specific gravity of people who had the full picture and had chosen to stay anyway. But Zhu Zhuqing asked, right before they ended the session, when the Destiny Arbiter tests a thread, is the test about whether the thread is real, or about whether the people holding it can survive what's required to keep it? Chen Wei thought about it for a moment. I don't know. I don't think the Arbiter distinguishes between the two. Then we'd better make sure there's no gap between them, she said, and it was, he realized, exactly the right answer to the question, and the fact that she'd arrived at it before him meant that either he'd been underestimating her all along or she'd been growing faster than he'd tracked, and either way the tournament was about to find out which threads could hold weight and which ones only thought they could, and the Destiny Arbiter, wherever it watched from, had been patient for exactly this long and was unlikely to remain patient much longer. Chapter 60 Spirit City announced itself the way power announces itself, by making everything around it look smaller. The continental capital of Spirit Hall's organization was built on a plateau above the surrounding plains, walls of white stone that caught the sun and threw it back in all directions, towers with the distinctive blue flame sigil that Spirit Hall used as its institutional mark. The city itself was enormous, 3 times Heavendo City's scale, built over 2 centuries of accumulated political dominance, and every architectural choice had been made to communicate the same message: Spirit Hall is here, Spirit Hall has always been here, Spirit Hall is the natural order of things. Chen Wei walked through the registration gate and ran thread sight across the assembled space. Red threads everywhere. Not the occasional red of personal resentment or rivalry. The institutional red of organizational loyalty, running from hundreds of people to the same central node, Spirit Hall's authority structure, visible as a web of directed commitment that made every person in the city who wore Spirit Hall's sigil look like a strand in a net. And at the center of the net, a woman standing in the observer gallery above the main registration floor, watching the teams file in with an attention that was different from anyone else's attention in the building. Not assessing capabilities. Reading futures. Bibi Dong. She was, in person, what the novel had described and more, an authority that needed no announcement, a presence that rearranged the atmosphere of a space simply by being in it. Her threads were black where most people's were colored, absolute commitment, not to Spirit Hall, but to her own purposes, which Spirit Hall served as a vehicle. Chen Wei felt her gaze as a physical pressure from 40 meters. She was looking at him. Not Xiao Wu. Not the team's formation. Him. Her eyes tracked him from the registration line with a focused clinical attention that he'd seen Salas use, but different in quality, less calculating and more certain. As if she'd already decided what he was and was confirming it. Thread sight revealed her threads with his line of sight, a single, tortured gold thread reaching south-southeast, toward Grandmaster, who stood at the team's rear of the line. Ancient. Damaged. Still pulsing despite everything. She looked away first. Chen Wei exhaled slowly. Beside him, not looking at anything in particular, Xiao Wu, perfectly controlled. Did she look at me? No. Good. Then the contingency map is still accurate. A pause. But Grandmaster saw her. Chen Wei glanced back. Grandmaster's face was the face of a man who had been holding something closed for a very long time and had just felt its strain. The platinum mentor thread between them ran with a current that was more complicated than he'd ever felt from it. I'll talk to him tonight, Chen Wei said. Good. Xiao Wu's hand brushed his arm, barely, contact and then withdrawal, the specific economy of someone who'd been disciplined by a world that wasn't safe for spirit beasts to show vulnerability in. All right. First round tomorrow. Spirit Hall Academy's counter-type team. Tell me their ability profiles. He told her. The brackets were posted on the tournament board at the head of the registration floor. Shrek Academy's first-round opponent, Spirit Hall Academy's own team. Exactly as predicted. He turned back to his team, Xiao Wu beside him, Zhu Zhuqing already reviewing the bracket with focused precision, Ning Rongrong running a quiet pagoda calibration, Dai Mubai standing with the contained energy of someone who knew they were on the wrong side of a decision but hadn't yet found a way back. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, present and loyal and unreservedly his. His team. His threads. His impossible situation that had somehow, in 4 months of careful work, gone from fracturing to 35% sustained. The soul fracture reading was 40%, up 5 from the morning's calm. Not from any emotional state. From proximity to the thing at the center of the net, Bibi Dong, who had looked at him for 8 seconds and looked away, and was now, somewhere beyond the observer gallery, calculating what she'd seen. And at the top of the standing gallery, in the administrative complex beyond the observer's level, the Supreme Pontiff was already composing her first instruction, not to capture, not yet, but to watch, because what she'd seen in the registration hall was something that didn't fit her model of what 10-year-old spirit elders looked like, and things that didn't fit Bibi Dong's models had a way of becoming the most dangerous problems she'd ever faced. The first match was tomorrow, and whatever Bibi Dong had decided in those 8 seconds, Chen Wei would not know until she chose to show him, which meant the most dangerous thing in Spirit City tonight was not the bracket seating or Salas's surveillance or the red-threaded net of institutional loyalty running through every person in the city, but the specific uncertainty of a plan that had been built on prediction meeting a woman who, for the first time in his preparation, he could not fully predict, and the fracture reading at 40% was not the number that concerned him. It was the way the system had gone very quiet in the moment Bibi Dong's gaze had tracked him across the registration floor, as if even it was waiting to see what she would do next. Chapter 61 Spirit Hall Academy's team was not what Chen Wei had expected, or rather, they were exactly what he'd expected in tactical design and more capable than expected in execution. The binding nullification martial soul had been in his strategic notes since before the tournament bracket was announced. He'd prepared counter-approaches. He'd run simulations against Ning Rongrong's pagoda suppression as a proxy for dissolution-type interference, worked out the timing windows where Tang Sect mechanics could substitute for spirit ability deployment, and identified the specific formation gaps that a binding nullification-centered team would need to maintain to keep their counter ability protected. What he hadn't fully accounted for was how it felt to watch every blue-silver grass construct dissolve in real time. 3 binding arrays. Gone in 4 seconds each. The team leader's ability reached through his domain like a solvent, stripping away the construct chemistry at the molecular level. The domain itself held, it was structural rather than construct-based, the root anchor architecture running through the arena floor stone substrate below the disruption range, but everything he built inside it was being erased before it could function. The paralytic arrays vanished. The relay tendrils dissolved. The sensor web came apart in sections. The sensation was not panic. It was a specific recalibration, the feeling of a primary strategy becoming unavailable and the need to generate the next approach before the gap in the performance became readable. Tang Sect, he said quietly through the formation's voice relay. The switch was clean. Hidden weapons deployed from the moment the second array failed, armor-piercing bolts through the binding nullification practitioner's forward zone, not aimed to hit but to force the repositioning that would create the flank exposure. The Spirit Hall formation adjusted for the bolts with trained precision, which cost them 1.3 seconds of the nullification practitioner's counter angle. In those 1.3 seconds, Zhu Zhuqing crossed the exposed flank. The match took 11 minutes. Ma Hongjun's secondary position on the formation's right edge caught a burst ability that would have been neutralized if the construct web had been functional, a deep tissue burn along the outer forearm, painful, significant, not permanently debilitating. He held his position until the opponent's formation broke. Afterward, in the corridor, Chen Wei did the injury assessment while the crowd noise filtered through the walls. "How bad?" he asked Ning Rongrong. "Healing in progress." Her tone was the calm of someone running an active process while reporting on it. 3 weeks before full combat capacity returns at the forearm. 2 weeks before it stops affecting grip. She adjusted the pagoda. "He can fight. It'll hurt." Ma Hongjun, "Worth it." Did you see the look on their captain's face when the armor-piercing hit his barrier at an angle he hadn't prepared for? "He'll adapt it into a countermeasure by next week," Chen Wei said. "The ability will have a new blind angle. Then we won't need it again," Xiao Wu said, already walking toward the recovery room, her hand briefly on Ma Hongjun's uninjured arm in the way she touched people who needed acknowledgement without performance. The fracture gauge, 42%. The tournament's shared focus providing a harmonization baseline, all three threads oriented toward the same urgent operational purpose, conflict pressure temporarily subordinated to necessity. Ma Hongjun's arm needed treatment. The intelligence leak needed management. The next round was 18 hours away. Dai Mubai had held his formation position throughout the match. He'd been adequate. Not the version of Dai Mubai that one fights by initiative and instinct, the version whose attention was divided. Chen Wei noted it without comment and filed it under things that required resolution at a time when resolution wouldn't cost the team a tournament match. He went to find the medical team and did not look at the VIP observation deck, though he knew, without looking, that Salas was there, and that Salas had seen the Emperor's domain, and that the fracture at 42 was 42 for reasons that were about to get more complicated. Chapter 62 Shui Qing's invitation arrived the morning after the first round, delivered through the tournament's official correspondence system, which meant declining it would be publicly noted by exactly the people whose noting of it would change the character of their response. Chen Wei confirmed attendance for the following afternoon, in the garden district near the tournament's administrative section where the heaven-type practitioners tended to conduct informal business because the air cultivation density was higher there and the ambient felt more like home. Shui Qing, or rather, Qian Rinxu, the gold-red thread running between them at a frequency the fracture system had been registering since the moment she sat across from him in a different garden the previous year, was already at the table when he arrived. She always arrived first, and had made a practice of it long enough that it no longer seemed like strategy and simply seemed like how she was. She slid a sealed document case across the table. "Salas's formal assessment file on you. Current as of the tournament's first round. I shouldn't have it. He prepared it for Bibi Dong's review, not for mine." She sat back. "You can read it here. You can't take it." He opened the case and read. The assessment was thorough, 15 pages of cultivation analysis, battle pattern documentation, threat classification metrics, and a recommendation that moved him from Priority 3 acquisition to Priority 2 elimination. The note attached to the priority upgrade read, "Subject demonstrates Emperor-class bloodline characteristics beyond projected timeline. Origin level confirmation pending tournament surveillance completion. Recommend direct action upon confirmation rather than continued acquisition attempt." He closed the case. "Why are you doing this?" Qian Rinxu was quiet for a moment with the kind of stillness that belonged to someone deciding whether to stay inside a diplomatic register or move somewhere more direct. "She chose more direct, because I was assigned to a mission," she said, "and the mission was supposed to be clear, and it hasn't been clear since you sat down in that garden and told me the thread was real, and I have been operating with insufficient information about my own situation ever since." She looked at him directly. "I don't know what the gold-red thread means for what comes next. But I know I'm not going to let Salas eliminate you before I figure it out. The thread doesn't obligate you to anything." "I know." Her jaw had the set he'd learned to read as the posture of someone who prefers to know exactly where they stand rather than operate in comfortable ambiguity. "That's why it's an active choice rather than a reflex." They sat in the garden for 40 more minutes, running the parameters of a negotiation that neither of them had fully named. She provided 3 additional intelligence items, Patrol route schedules, a communication intercept from Salas's planning meetings, the specific sensor configuration Spirit Hall was using to monitor the tournament, and he provided her with something she hadn't asked for but which the thread told him she needed, an honest account of what the Destiny Echo had shown him the one time it had fired in her direction. She was quiet for a long time after that. "And Seraphim Angel," she said finally. Fully awakened. 6 wings. And an expression like someone who had been performing their entire life and had finally been given permission to stop. The door of the garden's private alcove closed behind her when she left. The gold red thread was at 12%, new, uncertain, and genuine in the way the system's threads were always genuine, the kind of weight that had existed before either of them had names for it. The fracture gauge, 45%, up 3 from the 4 thread's activation, the system noting that the 4 thread's holder had moved from passive to active orientation and registering the shift as exactly the kind of complication the fracture index was designed to track. And the question of what Salas would do when he realized Chen Wei had read the assessment file sat in the space between this hour and the next round like something that couldn't be left alone. Chapter 63 Dai Mubai's second information transfer happened on the third night of the tournament, in a meeting district establishment that Chen Wei's parasitic network had been covering through window box plant relays since the team's arrival at Spirit City. The relay caught the end of the meeting, muffled, compressed, sufficient. The Emperor patterns. Specifically the density variation in combat state versus resting state. The documentation you've provided confirms the bloodline lineage beyond any remaining doubt. A pause with a particular weight of a professional registering a task's completion. The throne consideration remains active. Your cooperation continues to be valued. Then Dai Mubai's voice, quieter, carrying the specific heaviness of someone asking the question they'd been building toward all night. "I need to know, is the girl in danger?" "Which girl?" The other voice, carefully neutral. The tone of an interrogation-trained intelligence handler who knew how to de-escalate a source's concern without providing information that wasn't operationally necessary. "The one at the front of their formation. With the rabbit ears." A gap in the relay where the window box plants lost signal between the two positions. "Then, our focus remains on the Blue-Silver Emperor. Other assets are assessed separately." Separately was not no. The construction was designed to be simultaneously reassuring and non-committal, the kind of answer that told an intelligence source what they needed to hear without containing any actual promise. Dai Mubai understood this. The relay captured the posture of a man absorbing a confirmation of a fear he'd been trying not to confirm, going quiet with the weight of it, then standing with the particular posture of someone who has just accepted a burden he hasn't finished understanding yet. The meeting ended. Dai Mubai walked back toward the accommodation alone. Chen Wei withdrew from the relay window and stood in the night street for a moment, turning over what he'd heard. The second information transfer confirmed several things beyond the intelligence content itself. Dai Mubai still cared whether Xiao Wu was safe, that concern was genuine, and it hadn't been traded away with the cultivation data. The information itself, though, the density variation data and the cultivation pattern documentation that confirmed the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline lineage moved Spirit Hall's assessment from probable to confirmed. The tournament sensor arrays had already been running confirmation analysis independently. Dai Mubai's documentation accelerated the inevitable. He ran the implications regarding Salas's trigger condition. Emperor's awakening display in public competition combined with confirmed bloodline documentation, priority escalation timeline compressed. What had been weeks of assessment processing was now days. He ran the implications regarding Xiao Wu. The Spirit Hall handler's answer, assets assessed separately, meant she had a separate entry in the current operational database. Not a note. An entry. The tournament wasn't just a cultivation showcase under Spirit Hall surveillance, it was an active intelligence gathering operation against 3 separate target categories, and she was one of them. The conversation about Dai Mubai's information transfers needed to happen. After the tournament, while it was ongoing, his formation position was a real tactical asset, and the confrontation would produce the kind of turbulence that degraded combat performance at the worst possible time. After the tournament, it could be conducted with the full care the situation required. He thought about the posture of a man going quiet with the weight of a thing he'd done, and something in the relay's captured moment made the anger simpler than he'd expected, and the grief more complicated. He went to sleep because the next match was 6 hours out and exhaustion degraded both combat performance and the quality of decisions about complex interpersonal situations simultaneously, and he couldn't afford either degradation right now. But before sleep, he adjusted the parasitic network's window box coverage to include 3 additional relay points around the meeting district's primary corridor. Because if a third transfer happened during the tournament, he needed to know about it before the knowledge became a reactive problem rather than a managed one, and the difference between those two outcomes was preparation. Chapter 64 The tournament's middle rounds ran across 4 days of sustained calibrated performance against 3 different opponent profiles, each requiring a different strategic architecture. Blazing Academy's fire-type formation required domain coverage at maximum extension with the Blue-Silver Emperor's variant fire resistance cultivation cycling active throughout. The match lasted 9 minutes. Their captain conceded before the full formation collapsed, which was a professional courtesy in the cultivation world that Chen Wei acknowledged with a shallow nod. Thunder Sky Academy's assault formation required the opposite approach, compressed domain, tight construct layering, each paralytic array designed to hold against a 7-ring Spirit Ancestor's kinetic output long enough for Zhu Zhuqing's flank cuts to find purchase. The match lasted 14 minutes. Thunder Sky's captain didn't concede until the 4th member was down. Also a professional in his way. Godwind Academy was the 3rd, and the match that cost the most. Their Wind Rider formation was designed around a combat mobility advantage that no defensive construct system could fully neutralize, 3 Spirit Masters operating at double combat speed in the air, a sustained flight formation that could hold outside Chen Wei's domain radius and peel away at the edges with enough consistency to wear down anyone who couldn't match aerial mobility. They'd beaten 2 teams before this by exhausting them over 20-minute endurance windows. He'd planned for aerial mobility as an abstract category. He hadn't planned for it at this specific execution density. By the match's 12th minute, he was coughing blood. Not a large amount, a controlled internal pressure response to the domain cycling at maximum extension for sustained duration while taking kinetic fragment hits that the construct web was absorbing but not fully converting. The body's answer to trying to hold a combat architecture that was slightly beyond its current rank's sustainable output. He held the domain. The match ended at 19 minutes. Shrek Academy won. In the corridor, Zhu Zhuqing fell into step beside him. She didn't say anything for 40 seconds. Then, I saw the blood. It's a circulation response to, I know what it is. Her voice had the flat certainty that comes from years spent studying cultivation medicine, because her own combat style produces this category of injury at high frequencies and she's learned to read the indicators by necessity. I also know what it means when it happens at minute 12 and the match has 7 minutes remaining. She looked at him. You held the domain past its sustainable window. The match required it. Yes. That's the problem. She stopped walking. You'll do it again in the semifinals if the opponent requires it. You'll do it in the final. And the question isn't whether you'll survive the tournament, you will, but what the accumulated ceiling pressure does to the cycling architecture before the hard fights start. He didn't answer immediately. They were standing in an empty section of the tournament corridor, the crowd noise muffled behind the walls. The thread between them was at 31%, running warm. What would you have me do differently, he asked. Nothing differently in the match, she said. The decision was correct. I would have made the same one. She looked at him with the direct attention of a woman who spent most of her hours making precise assessments and had decided this was a situation that required precision. But you tell me when it's getting worse. Not afterwards, not a report, you tell me in the moment before it becomes a crisis, so that I know whether I need to adjust my positioning to cover the gaps you're about to develop. She paused. That's all I'm asking. Shared information, so I can do my job. He considered what she was asking for. Not for him to be less. For him to treat her as a partner in the operational calculation rather than a resource to deploy. Agreed, he said. The thread registered, 31 to 33%. The fracture gauge, 50, the 2-point rise reflecting the weight of an ongoing concealment encountering someone who had decided to stop letting it go unremarked. She started walking again. Also, she said over her shoulder, stop standing near the corridor after matches with a face that says nothing happened. Everyone on the team has eyes. He followed her back toward the medical wing, and the fracture at 50 felt like a number that was going to require management, but also like one of the few numbers in the system that had a person behind it who intended to help manage it, whether he'd asked for that or not. Chapter 65 Ning Rongrong found Xiao Wu on the eastern roof section of the tournament accommodation 2 hours after the Godwind match, which was the section of the roof that got the most ambient silence and the least foot traffic and which they had both independently found useful for the same reasons. Chen Wei's parasitic network registered the encounter through the roof-level IV and stayed monitoring without interfering. Ning Rongrong sat down beside Xiao Wu and looked at the city lights for a while without speaking. Xiao Wu led her. Between the two of them, the silences had always been more honest than most people's explanations. I think I understand why you haven't told him, Ning Rongrong said eventually. Xiao Wu didn't ask her to clarify. The timing isn't right. I don't think it's about timing. Ning Rongrong pulled her knees up to her chest with the posture of a person who has been carrying something for a while and is trying to decide how to set it down in a way that doesn't break it. I think you're afraid that saying it out loud changes what he has to do about it. And you'd rather let it stay unspoken than put him in the position of choosing. Xiao Wu was quiet for 30 seconds. Then, he's already in the position of choosing. The system is doing that regardless of what I say or don't say. Then say it, Ning Rongrong said. Not for the system. For you. I've been alive for 3,000 years, Xiao Wu said. I've watched human cultivators fall in love with spirit beasts twice, once with a good ending and once not. I know what I am and I know what he is, and I know exactly how many ways this ends with someone giving up something fundamental to keep the other person safe. She looked at the lights. I'm not afraid of what I feel. I'm afraid of what the feeling costs him. Ning Rongrong absorbed this. The city moved below them. I feel the same way about him, Ning Rongrong said quietly. Not the same situation, but I know what I'm looking at. I know how the threads work. I know what the gold thread means. Her voice was level with the particular evenness of a practitioner who has examined her own feeling carefully enough to report on it accurately without flinching. So when I say I understand why you haven't spoken it out loud, it's not because I don't understand the weight. Xiao Wu turned to look at her. Are you angry? No, Ning Rongrong said. I'm the 7 treasure glazed tile heir. I've known since I was 12 that my marriage would be strategic and that love would probably be a thing I watched from a slightly removed position and learned to appreciate in others. She unfolded herself and sat straighter. But I wanted you to know that I see it. And that I'm not your obstacle. She paused. Whatever he needs, I want him to have it. Even if that's something I can't be. Xiao Wu took her hand. It wasn't a common gesture from her. Xiao Wu touched very selectively, with the calibrated restraint of a creature who had learned that touch meant something different to her than it meant to most humans, whose sensing ran deeper and whose trust ran harder. Ning Rongrong let her. The fracture reading in the eastern roof section dropped 4 points. Chen Wei, monitoring through the IV relay, felt it as a structural shift in the harmonization architecture, the kind of change the system registered not as tactical cooperation but as two people choosing something real inside a system designed to track genuine choices. He stayed still until they went inside, and the 4-point drop remained, and the fracture at 49 felt different from the fracture at 53 in a way that the number alone didn't fully capture. Chapter 66. The semi-final against Elephant Armored Academy was the match that made the audience stop thinking about the tournament and start thinking about the practitioner. Elephant Armored operated on a principles of overwhelming force framework, 4 spirit ancestors with defense and counter-impact martial souls, a formation designed to hold ground and absorb opponent output until the accumulated toll permitted decisive movement. They'd beaten 4 teams before this by the same method. Their captain had never lost a semi-final. He was a solid practitioner, well-trained and methodical, the kind of opponent that Shrek Academy's formation was theoretically equipped to handle through sustained pressure and patience. Chen Wei stood across the arena floor from him before the match started and ran his standard pre-engagement assessment: formation spacing, dominant hand indicators, cultivation energy cycling pattern, the specific quality of weight distribution in the captain's standing posture that suggested either a defense-first mindset or a practitioner who had been told to expect an opponent with superior mobility. Both interpretations pointed toward the same strategy: hold the center, make the opponent come to you, absorb output until the opening became available. The problem with that strategy, applied against Chen Wei's formation, was that it assumed the opponent couldn't make the center itself a liability. Chen Wei's read on the formation was that it had a single exploitable structural gap, the 2-second window between full defensive contraction and defensive extension, when the 4 souls defensive cycling was completing its reload and the transition energy was split between states. Hit the gap correctly and the formation collapsed. Miss it and the defensive capacity reset before the next approach window opened. He hit it. But hitting it required extending the domain past the recovery threshold he discussed with Zhu Zhuqing after the Godwind match. The construct architecture needed to maintain pressure across the full defensive perimeter for 7 minutes before the gap opened, 7 minutes of sustained cultivation output at maximum extension, wearing against the ceiling threshold the way a structural load wears against a tolerance limit. At minute 6, the Destiny Echo fired. Not as a tool he'd chosen to use. As an involuntary response to the combat pressure, the system's pattern recognition function activating under stress without conscious engagement. The flash was brief, Zhu Zhuqing at the formation's right edge, taking an elephant-armored counterstrike that would have caught her before she could adjust position. He moved. The adjustment cost 0.4 seconds of formation positioning and redirected his domain's pressure gradient in a way that exposed Ma Hongjun's left flank for 1.2 seconds. Ma Hongjun took the hit and held, because Ma Hongjun had spent 3 months training specifically to hold through hits that a less experienced spirit master would have broken from. Zhu Zhuqing didn't take the strike. She looked across the formation at him with a single sharp glance that said she knew what had just happened and was going to have questions afterward. The gap opened at minute 7. He moved. The formation ended. In the aftermath, with the crowd at full volume and the elephant-armored captain accepting his defeat with the dignified restraint of a captain who had given his best and found it insufficient, Chen Wei registered 3 things simultaneously. Salus, in the observation deck, was standing. Not in the casual sense, standing with the formal alertness of a man whose professional training has just made a detection that moves a category forward. The Emperor's awakening had been visible to every high-level practitioner in the arena. Zhu Zhuqing, beside him as the formation broke for the post-match positions, was waiting with a patient quality that meant she was going to ask the questions in the corridor, not in the arena. And she had taken his hand, the first time she'd done it, not as a medical necessity, not as combat support. Just the contact itself. Her fingers closed around his with the careful precision of a woman who had decided that choosing was what she was doing and was doing it on her own terms. The thread registered the moment, 35%, highest reading it had shown. In the observation deck, Salas was still standing. The fracture gauge moved from 48 to 52, and Chen Wei understood that the timer on avoiding escalation had expired, and whatever Salas's assessment of him had been 1 hour ago, it was different now, and the difference was the kind that moved threat classifications rather than merely refined them, and the next conversation with Salas would not be a garden discussion. Chapter 67 Ning Fengji's intervention at the post-semi-final administrative session was the cleanest piece of political management Chen Wei had seen performed in real time. The Spirit Hall delegation's request had been procedurally framed. They wanted a formal cultivation assessment review of the Shrek Academy team's lead practitioner, citing the Emperor's Awakening display in the semi-final and requesting that the tournament authority mandate a bloodline verification examination. The request was technically within the tournament rules. It was designed to create a public regulatory record that Salas could use to justify reclassification regardless of the examination's outcome. Ning Fengji had been ready. The co-sponsorship accords, he said pleasantly, placing 3 documents on the table with the careful placement of a man who had prepared these documents before arriving, do not permit mid-tournament cultivation examinations of competing practitioners without bilateral agreement from both sponsoring academies. Shrek Academy's institutional sponsor is on the record. He looked at the Spirit Hall representative with the particular warmth of a man delivering a check that was also a demonstration. I'm afraid we decline to agree. The representative absorbed this. The accord's applicability to tournament examinations is an open question. Then I look forward to the legal discussion after the tournament concludes, Ning Fengji said. At which point, naturally, the practitioner in question will have returned to his academy, and the examination request will route through Shrek Academy's administrative structure rather than the tournament's emergency provisions. He smiled. Shall we continue the formal session? The examination request was tabled. Procedurally blocked, not refused, which meant Spirit Hall couldn't escalate on this ground without acknowledging they'd already tried the preferred route and failed. Chen Wei, who had sat through the session as a formal observer rather than a participant, walked out of the administrative building and into the corridor where Salas was waiting. Ning Fengji's co-sponsorship was well prepared, Salas said. He is a thorough man. He is. A pause with the texture of professional assessment. The Awakening display at the semi-final was consistent with 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor origin markers. Salas looked at him with the attention of a practitioner who had spent 30 years making threat classifications and trusted his own readings. You know what that means? It means the sensor arrays have been running verification analysis since the first round. Yes. Salas had the bearing of a practitioner delivering information as a courtesy rather than threatening, the distinction being that the information was the threat. The girl with the amber eyes. My assessment of her has been updated as well. He let the statement hang in the corridor with the particular weight of something that didn't need elaboration to carry its full meaning. You understand the implications of an updated assessment. Chen Wei's expression stayed level. What she is or isn't is irrelevant to the tournament. For now, Salas said. He walked away with the precise unhurried pace of a practitioner who has delivered his message and has no professional need to stay for its reception. The corridor was empty after that except for the ambient noise of a tournament building at evening. The crowd dispersed, the staff moving through their end-of-day processes with no awareness of what had just been said in this particular stretch of hallway. Chen Wei stood in the empty corridor and ran the assessment. Salas knew. Salas had known before the semi-final confirmed it. The acceleration in Spirit Hall's threat timeline was already in motion, already factored into operational planning at a level above Salas's individual assessment. The next 48 hours before the final were a window, not a long one. He registered the Destiny Echo as a faint warmth in his peripheral awareness, the fragment of Qianrenshu, somewhere outside Spirit Hall's territory, with an expression that had looked like permission to set something down, and the fracture gauge moved from 52 to 55, and the tournament final was morning, and the question was whether he could manage the thread network through one more day of performance without the system noticing the strain. Chapter 68 Zhu Zhuqing came to the infirmary that evening and pulled the curtain around the treatment area with the deliberate efficiency of someone who intended the conversation that followed to be private. Chen Wei was on the treatment table with Ning Rongrong's healing pagoda running its secondary cycling protocol on the domain-related pressure accumulation in his cultivation core. Not dangerous. Uncomfortable, and becoming more uncomfortable across the match sequence, and something that needed managed care rather than emergency intervention. The infirmary's ambient was quiet, the post-final crowd noise from the tournament district filtered through the walls as a distant wash of sound, present enough to know the celebration was running but remote enough not to intrude on the room's particular quality of suspension. This was what the medical wing felt like after a hard match, the specific stillness of a space that had been set aside from the event, holding the people inside it at a remove from everything still happening outside. He'd spent enough hours in this kind of room across his cultivation life to know what it asked of the people in it, honesty of a kind the arena didn't permit, because the arena required performance and the infirmary required something else. Zhu Zhuqing sat on the stool across from the treatment table and looked at him with the measured attention of a woman who had been thinking about what she was going to say for approximately 6 hours. "The Destiny Echo," she said. "At the semi-final. Yes. You moved to prevent a strike you hadn't seen and couldn't have predicted at that range." Her voice was the voice she used when she was describing something factual that required a listener to understand she had observed it accurately and has had time to analyze it. That's not anticipation. That's precognition. He didn't confirm or deny it immediately. The pagoda hummed. Ning Rongrong was working with the professional concentration that meant she was present but not attending to the conversation. She had the particular skill of knowing when to be elsewhere in a room. "It fires involuntarily," he said. "When the combat pressure crosses a threshold. It showed me where you were going to be. And you moved. And I moved." Zhu Zhuqing absorbed this for a moment. The treatment room's lamplight made the shadows fall in the particular way that made people look more open than they did in daylight, less defended. "How long have you had it?" It appeared after the forest of gloom. He paused. "It doesn't fire reliably. It's not a toolie, it's more like a warning system that activates when it decides the situation warrants it." "You've been carrying this alone," she said, not a question. "Most of what I carry alone. It's more efficient." "That's a pattern you should probably examine." Her tone was not unkind. It was the tone of a person who has recognized a pattern in someone she respects and is choosing to name it because naming it is the most useful thing she can do. "You decided in the tournament quarter that I should know when your cultivation ceiling was under strain. That was the right decision. This is the same category." He looked at her. She looked back with the steady attention that was the signature of Zhu Zhuqing at her most genuinely present, not performing composure, not managing a situation from behind a professional distance, just here. "The Destiny Echo showed me something else," he said quietly. "The first time it fired involuntarily. It showed a version of you somewhere distant, carrying something alone that was very heavy. I don't know when. The fragments don't come with timestamps." She was quiet for a long moment. The pagoda cycled. Outside the curtain, the tournament's evening noise filtered through the walls. "Then I should probably stop practicing carrying things alone," she said finally. She reached across the gap between them and took his hand. Not medically justified. Not a tactical gesture. The thread moved, 35 to 37%, a single voluntary contact doing what months of shared work had been approaching gradually, finding its own level. The fracture gauge, 50. Down 2 from the day's peak, the system registering this infirmary hour as something that bore weight in the harmonization architecture, and the final was morning, and Salas knew what he knew, and the fracture holding at 50 felt like a number worth remembering. Chapter 69. The tournament final opened against a Heavendo Royal Academy team that was different from the bracket's projection data. Their captain had been cultivating with a new ring since the quarterfinals, a rushed ring absorption, which was dangerous and expensive and which their team sponsor had apparently decided the final was worth the risk for. The new ring was a Spirit Ancestor 7th ability, a combat amplification field that took his effective output from high-level Spirit Ancestor to low-level Spirit King range for sustained 12-minute windows. The arena was at its fullest for the final, 6,000 practitioners and spectators arranged in the tiered seating, the cultivation ambient of that many people watching simultaneously producing a warmth in the air that was distinct from the practice round atmosphere. Chen Wei stood in the formation's opening position and let the ambient settle into his awareness without filtering it, feeling the crowd's collective attention as something present rather than something to manage. His team was ranked correctly in the formation. The jade container's warmth was steady. The threads ran at their current levels, 58, 35, 32. The fracture at 48. All within acceptable parameters. He registered the new ring in the first engagement minute when the captain's strike pattern produced force at a tier the previous scouting data hadn't included. He ran the calculation. 12-minute windows. The captain had burned the first activation immediately, which meant the second was available at minute 12, assuming the ring's recovery cycling matched standard patterns. The formation needed to prevent a 12-minute hold while inflicting enough damage to make the second activation dangerous rather than decisive. "Formation Gamma," he said through the relay. "Sustained pressure, no commitment to terminus plays until minute 11. We burn the first window and make the second window a calculation he doesn't want to make." The team ran Formation Gamma for 10 minutes and 40 seconds. It wasn't elegant. It was patient and expensive and the kind of work that only produced visible results at the end rather than throughout, the type of formation that looked like losing until it suddenly wasn't. At minute 11, with the first activation window depleted and the captain recalculating, Chen Wei activated the triple resonance pulse. He'd used it once before, in the forest, in desperate circumstances. The tournament was not desperate circumstances, but the formation's requirements had been wearing on the fracture gauge through the match in a way that left a narrow gap between controlled deployment and involuntary activation, and he chose to use the narrow gap rather than let the involuntary version fire in an uncontrolled direction. The Destiny Convergence fragment activated. It was not like the combat pulses. It was something the system had been building toward since the forest encounter, 3 threads resonating at simultaneous peak output, the fracture gauge spiking to 65% as the triple harmonic generated more energy than the thread network's standard architecture was designed to sustain. The arena's ambient spirit density fluctuated visibly. 3 of the 4 judges on the tournament's official panel stood up. The Douluo Academy formation didn't break from damage. It broke from the disorientation effect, 5 practitioners simultaneously losing formation coherence when the resonance field passed through their synchronized cultivation link and introduced a harmonic interference that their joint cultivation architecture had no counter-protocol for. Shrek Academy won. He was bleeding from the nose by the time the audience reached its full volume. He cleared it with the back of his hand before any of the 3 women were close enough to see the volume, but Xiao Wu was first, her hand on his shoulder, concern barely held behind her controlled expression. Ning Rongrong's pagoda was running its healing function before she'd spoken a word, and Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself between him and the advancing crowd without any discussion, because she had already decided what that position required. In the observation deck, Salas had stood up 3 seconds into the fragment's activation. He was still standing, the tablet in his hands set aside, watching with the focused attention of a man whose threat assessment had just moved into a tier his standard protocols didn't adequately cover. And the question visible in his posture was not whether Chen Wei was dangerous but how long Spirit Hall could afford to wait before addressing that danger directly, and the answer to that question was going to shape everything that came after. Chapter 70 The post-final celebration was the kind of event that required a different kind of management than the tournament itself. 6,000 people had watched the Destiny Convergence fragment activate. 100 cultivation practitioners of rank 60 and above had felt it in their spirit sense before the arena's containment wards had fully processed the output. The Academy's championship, Shrek's 4th consecutive continental title, was the official story. The unofficial story, running through the cultivation world's informal networks within hours, was the Blue-Silver Emperor. Chen Wei had given 3 formal interviews, attended 2 official ceremonies, stood in 4 separate photography arrangements for the tournament's documentation record, and managed Grandmaster's carefully prepared public statement about early manifestation of advanced cultivation potential with the same flat composure he'd have managed a difficult combat sequence. Through all of it, he'd been tracking 2 things simultaneously, the fracture gauge at 65 and Salas's position in the crowd. The fracture was manageable. Salas's position was not manageable so much as it was observable, the title Douluo moving through the post-final reception with the professional deliberateness of a man building a mental picture of the team's social architecture, mapping who responded to whom and how, reading the thread network's visible expressions without knowing what he was reading. Chen Wei maintained a calibrated version of the warmth that the circumstances required and kept his awareness running on the cultivator in the background. He was very tired. "You should sleep," Xiao Wu said, finding him in the empty corridor outside the team's accommodation suite at what the clock told him was the 3rd hour past midnight. "I was going to." He wasn't. He'd been running scenarios about Salas's post-tournament timeline since the final ended. She fell into step beside him, not toward the suite. "Come with me instead." They walked to the roof. The city at 3rd hour was quieter than any other time, the ambient cultivation noise from the tournament district dropping to something manageable, the lights below them doing their patient city work. She sat at the roof's edge with the ease of a creature for whom heights had simply never been a concern. 3,000 years of lived experience will do that, and he sat beside her with the accumulated weight of a tournament week and whatever was going to happen next. She said, "The fragment at the final. How much did that cost?" "The fracture is at 65. I know the gauge number." Her voice was quiet and direct in the way that meant she was asking something the gauge number didn't cover. "How much did it cost you?" he considered. It felt like pulling 3 different structural loads simultaneously and holding them long enough to do what needed doing. It held. The cost was. He searched for the word. Foundational. Like something in the architecture has moved, and the movement is stable, but the architecture is different from what it was. Xiao Wu was quiet for a moment. Then, when Tang Hao held the mountain against the Spirit Hall enforcement squad, when he shattered his own rings to power the counterstrike, what do you think he was thinking about? Her, Chen Wei said. Yes. She looked at the lights. The fracture gauge measures structural damage. It doesn't measure what you were holding it together for. She turned to look at him. I don't want you to be careful for my sake. I want you to be careful for your own. Because what you become on the other side of this matters, not as a tool for the system, not as a counter to Spirit Hall. Just as a person. Her voice was the particular warmth of something 3,000 years old that had learned the difference between strategy and genuine investment. That matters to me. He held her gaze. The gold thread was at 58%, the warmest reading in the system. I know, he said. She looked at the city and didn't move away, and neither did he, and the 65% fracture, sitting between them in the space of what neither of them had fully said yet, felt like a number that was going to require courage to bring down rather than just management. Chapter 71 6 Days in the Medical Suite. Not by preference. By necessity, Ning Rongrong's assessment after the final, delivered in the clinical tone she used when the clinical tone was load-bearing, said the cultivation core's microfractures from sustained domain cycling at peak extension needed controlled recovery time before resuming any cultivation activity that involved the domain's extended architecture. The choice was 6 days or permanent cycling impairment in the secondary Blue-Silver Emperor channels. He chose the 6 days and spent them running strategic analysis from a horizontal position. The three women organized a rotation. This was not discussed with him. He arrived to find a schedule on the bedside table, in Ning Rongrong's handwriting, with alternating watches and a note that said, "Recovery requires actual recovery. We've covered the relevant argument angles, so don't bother." Xiao Wu had added, in her hand at the bottom, "I handled the counter-arguments in advance." "You are welcome." He chose not to argue. Mainly because they'd been right about approximately 80% of the other things they'd been right about, and arguing with 80% accuracy from a horizontal position with a healing pagoda running required more energy than the argument was worth. The fracture gauge moved during those 6 days, 65 to 63 on the second day, 63 to 61 on the fourth, 61 to 58 on the sixth. The controlled recovery was working. The system registered each drop as a restoration of structural integrity in the thread network's foundational architecture, the kind of healing that happened when the fracture source was addressed rather than managed around. On day 4, Daimubai came. He came alone, with the bearing of a practitioner who had made a decision in private and had come here to make it public. He sat in the chair beside the suite and looked at his hands for a moment and then said, "I've been transmitting information to Spirit Hall since 6 months before the tournament. Cultivation patterns, combat assessments, bloodline indicators. All of it." The room was very quiet. "I thought I was being cautious," Daimubai said. "I told myself it was intelligence work, gathering information on a potentially dangerous element within the team while maintaining cover. I had justifications I believed." He looked up. "I stopped believing them when I heard them ask whether the rabbit-eared girl was in danger." A pause. "The answer wasn't what I needed to hear. I've been sitting with that for 3 days." Zhu Zhuqing, beside Chen Wei, said nothing. Xiao Wu watched with the steady gaze of a creature whose 3,000 years included enough betrayals to know the difference between the kind that was recoverable and the kind that wasn't, and she had already assessed this one. Chen Wei said, "Your information fed the assessment that put Xiao Wu in a separate threat category." "Yes, your jealousy fed our enemies." He kept his voice level. "What you do next determines whether there's a future with you in this formation." Daimubai stood. He left without another word. Oscar followed, which was loyalty performing the only function it knew how to perform, choosing the person, regardless of what the person had done. The team was 5. That number sat in the room after Daimubai and Oscar left, taking up a different kind of space than 7 had. Not necessarily worse, a team whose composition was known was more reliable than one with an unreliable variable in a critical position, but different in the way that loss is always different from abstraction about loss. Xiao Wu, after a long pause, "He cared about you. He was afraid of what you represented, and he handled the fear badly, and those two things are both true." "Yes. That doesn't make it not a betrayal." "No," Chen Wei said. "It doesn't." Zhu Zhuqing stood and moved to the window. The tournament city, 3 floors down, was running its celebration commerce, banners, crowds, the economic machinery of a major contest producing its aftermath industry. She watched it for a moment with the particular quality of someone who is present in a room but processing something elsewhere. Then, "We leave for Suoduo in 2 weeks. The ring hunt first. Then the Clear Sky Clan message that's been sitting in your strategy files since before the tournament started." He looked at her. "You knew about the message. I knew you had one you weren't acting on yet." She turned from the window. "I didn't know what was in it. I knew it was significant because you kept looking at it and not opening it." A pause. "So. 2 weeks. Then we deal with what's next." The fracture moved from 61 to 58 that afternoon, and outside the medical suite the tournament city was processing what it had seen in the final, not knowing yet that the hardest part of the story was still several months ahead, and that the 5 people in this suite were the ones who would have to walk through it. Chapter 72 11 days after the tournament's conclusion, Chen Wei went into the mountains alone to hunt his 5th spirit ring. The target was a spider emperor in an isolated valley 3 hours east of Suotuo City, 8,000 years of territory establishment, 7 meters of leg span. A creature that had survived millennia through patient ambition and the lethal efficiency of a predator that had made its environment into a weapon system. The valley was the emperor's home in the deepest sense, 8,000 years of web infrastructure seeded through the limestone karst formations, sensory architecture built into every crack and seam in the rock, the topography itself redesigned across centuries to favor one kind of apex predator. He went alone. Not because the hunt was safe alone, an 8,000-year beast was beyond the recommended solo parameters by roughly 2,000 years, but because some things needed to be done without support to demonstrate something to the part of the self that tracked the difference between earned capability and provided capability. The tournament had required a team. This required that he know what he was when the team wasn't present. He spent the first 2 hours learning the valley. Not moving, sitting in a position of minimal signal output, listening to the karst system with the domain sensory extension at passive range, letting the web infrastructure register his presence as a nothing rather than an intruder. Spider Emperors were patient. The patience had to be matched before anything else could be attempted. The Emperor knew he was there from the third minute. It simply couldn't identify what category of thing he was. He sat in the system of the valley and let that uncertainty work on an 8,000-year apex predator for 2 hours, which was a thing a creature of ordinary intelligence couldn't sustain the patience for. He wasn't ordinary intelligence. He was something that had been practicing patience since the moment the system assigned him its first thread. At hour 2, he moved. The domain activated at full radius, and the karst's crack system, 8,000 years of Spider Emperor web infrastructure, became the relay network. The Emperor's cultivation extension reached into the web substrate through the biological matrix of the limestone root system, repurposing 8 millennia of territorial investment as combat support for its opponent. Every thread of web the Emperor had spent a century maintaining became a sensor filament for Chen Wei's domain, the most intimate kind of betrayal, the territory turned against its architect by someone who understood the territory's operating language better than the architect expected. The Spider Emperor understood what was happening. It fought with the contained fury of a creature that had never encountered an opponent capable of reversing its home terrain, and had not learned to plan for this category of loss. The remaining 12 minutes were at fighting both Chen Wei and the valley it had built. He absorbed the ring. Rank 42. Fifth ability, Emperor's Domain, a passive field extending 60 meters in every direction, converting every plant system within that radius into a sensory and tactical extension of his cultivation, providing combat support and spirit beast aversion simultaneously. Walking back as the sun went down, the valley reasserting itself behind him in the patient way that terrain always outlasted the things that happened in it, he felt the shape of what he'd become, not just a practitioner with an additional tool, but something that moved through environments differently, every plant registering as a presence extension rather than external terrain, the domain not a technique he activated but a new way of existing in the world. The fracture gauge, 55. Dropping with the cultivation advance. The hunt had cost him nothing beyond the effort, and confirmed something the tournament had needed confirmed, that when the support structure fell away and the situation required what he actually was turned out to be adequate, and that was not a small thing to know. Chapter 73 The message from the Clear Sky clan arrived 9 days after Dai Mubai's departure, through a private correspondence network that predated Spirit Hall's infrastructure by roughly 2 centuries. Brief, in a hand Chen Wei didn't recognize but a signature he did, Tang Xiao. His father's older brother. The message said, the Blue-Silver Emperor awakening was seen across the continent. You are known to us now. Come. 3 lines. No date. No routing protocol. Just the signature and the assumption that the recipient would know what it meant. He told Grandmaster first. Grandmaster's response was the stillness of a man confirming something he'd been calculating for a long time. The dual martial soul, he said. I suspected it from your first cultivation assessment. The energy cycling in combat always had 2 source signatures, the primary Blue-Silver Emperor masking a secondary that I couldn't identify until the semi-final display. The Clear Sky Hammer. Yes. Tang Hao's signature. He was quiet for a moment with the weight of someone whose long professional relationship with cultivation theory had just been intersected by a personal history he'd also known for a long time. Tang Xiao doesn't surface for ordinary contact. The Emperor's awakening at the semi-final was visible at 100 kilometers to any practitioner with spirit sensitivity above rank 80. I need to go. Yes. Grandmaster looked at him. But not without the team having the full picture first. You've been carrying this in pieces. It's time the pieces are in one place. He told them that evening, in the team's common room with the city noise outside the windows, the Clear Sky clan, Tang Hao, the second martial soul he'd been concealing since the beginning of his cultivation, the connection through his Blue-Silver Emperor's maternal lineage. He held back the full story of Yin, that required the clan's confirmation of details he couldn't verify from memory alone. But he told them enough, there was a second soul, there was a clan that had been waiting, and the tournament had made the contact inevitable. Zhu Zhuqing, I knew you were hiding something. Not accusatory. The precise tone of someone whose long-held hypothesis has just been confirmed and who is setting it down in their mental model as verified rather than speculative. Xiao Wu said nothing for a long moment. Then, quietly, "When do we leave?" Her voice carried everything she knew about what a blue-silver emperor's maternal lineage meant, and what it implied about the woman whose bloodline he'd been carrying since birth, and the weight of that knowledge held in the particular way that something 3,000 years old carries a thing it recognizes. Ning Rongrong asked practical questions about the route's security and the clan's current political position. Ma Hongjun said he was coming regardless of any answers. 3 days later, they went into the mountains. The departure was early morning, before the city traffic had fully organized itself, because parasitic network coverage confirmed 2 Spirit Hall observation teams in the accommodation district and early departure reduced the tracking window. The team moved with the practiced efficiency of people who had spent months training together, positions assumed without discussion, spacing maintained automatically, the formation's spatial relationship running as background process rather than conscious effort. Grandmaster stood at the gate and watched them go with the expression of a teacher observing something he's been building toward without knowing exactly what shape it would take when it arrived. He said nothing as they passed, not because there was nothing to say, but because what he was looking at didn't require words to acknowledge it. The thread with Xiao Wu ran at 58% as the city fell behind them, the highest reading any connection had shown, and the journey ahead had the texture of something that had been waiting a long time to be walked. Chen Wei carried the weight of what he was about to learn the way you carry a thing whose shape you know but whose full mass you haven't felt yet, and the mountains ahead were darker than the city they'd left, and quiet, and very old. Chapter 74 The Clear Sky Clan's entrance trials were designed to exclude everyone who wasn't carrying the bloodline, which meant the first gate's spirit sensor was the only meaningful security test, and passing it required manifesting the Clear Sky Hammer without hesitation. Chen Wei manifested it at the gate. The Clear Sky Hammer appeared the way it always appeared when he called it fully, a massive black warhammer, the manifest process heavier than blue-silver grass, carrying a quality that felt ancestral rather than personal, as if the soul itself had a different relationship to time, drawing on lineage rather than individual cultivation history. The gate's spirit sensor ran its reading for 3 seconds. Then the mechanism unlocked. He didn't look at the team's reactions until they were through the gate and inside the clan's outer courtyard, the gate closing behind them with the sound of a mechanism performing its first meaningful function in 12 years. Xiao Wu had tears at the edges of her eyes. She was containing them with the deliberate composure of a creature who had spent 3,000 years managing significant emotion and occasionally encountered something that bypassed the management entirely, not grief, not surprise, but the specific response of someone recognizing something they had been waiting to encounter without quite knowing they were waiting. He understood why without asking. The blue-silver emperor was his mother's. And Xiao Wu knew exactly what his mother was. Zhu Zhuqing was cataloging the Clear Sky Hammer with eyes that were already doing tactical analysis, running its combat implications against everything she knew of his combat architecture. "That explains the energy cycling pattern we couldn't isolate," she said, her voice carrying the tone of someone closing an open investigative thread. "The secondary signature." Ning Rongrong's expression was that of a clan heir who has just discovered a room they believed they understood completely has an additional chamber, not betrayed, not surprised, simply taking the revision seriously and beginning to integrate it. Ma Hongjun said, "Wait, so you're actually a Clear Sky Clan practitioner? The Clear Sky Clan? The one that went into hiding because Spirit Hall?" He stopped. Looked at Chen Wei. "Oh. Yes," Chen Wei said. Tang Xiao received them in the main hall. His father's older brother, broader than Tang Hao had been, carrying the gravity of someone who had maintained a clan in hiding for 12 years and made peace with the necessity of it, which was not the same as finding the necessity light. He looked at Chen Wei with the eyes of someone who was seeing a person they'd expected and a presence they hadn't fully prepared for, the recognition of a bloodline you've been tracking coming home in a form that's also its own thing, not just the thing you were waiting for. "You have his hammer," Tang Xiao said. "And her grass." "Both," Chen Wei said. Tang Xiao's cultivation sense extended toward Xiao Wu. The reading took several seconds longer than a standard cultivation scan, the deep analysis of something that wasn't registering within the normal spirit beast parameters. Then he looked back at Chen Wei with the expression of a man who has spent 12 years separating what was dangerous from what was unfamiliar, and has become very precise about that distinction. "The girl with the amber eyes. She's with me," Chen Wei said. "Whatever she is, she's with me, and that is not a negotiable position." Tang Xiao studied his nephew for a moment. Then, "Come inside. We have a great deal to discuss, and some of it needs to happen before the rest of this clan sees what I'm reading from the amber-eyed girl, because what I'm reading will change how they understand everything that comes next, and they deserve to hear it properly rather than all at once." Chapter 75 Tang Xiao told the story of Tang Hao and Ah Yin over 3 hours in the clan's main hall, with the factual precision of someone who had run through it many times across 12 years and worn it down to something he could carry without the initial grief overwhelming the telling, which was its own kind of grief, the grief of having processed something so thoroughly that the processing itself had become the story. Tang Hao had been ranked 95 Clear Sky Hammer, the continent's strongest title Douluo for an entire generation, a cultivation level that the current era's records hadn't matched since the founding documents. He had found Yin in the Stardow Forest when they were both younger than the story made them sound. He had understood what she was, a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, a spirit beast who had spent 10 millennia inside the human cultivation world learning to love the people in it, and had loved her with the complete specificity of someone who had always known exactly what he valued and had, finally, found it. Spirit Hall had discovered the truth when their son was born. Not through intelligence work. Through the child's blue-silver grass, which was golden at the tips from the first cultivation test, a signature their assessors knew the meaning of. The enforcement squad had not come to negotiate. They had come to eliminate a 100,000-year spirit beast, claim her rings for Spirit Hall's cultivation resource pool, and resolve the political problem before it matured into something harder to manage. 7 practitioners at the peak of Spirit Hall's operational capacity. They had been thorough. Yin had sacrificed her 100,000-year ring to save Tang Hao from the killing blow. The ring was the condensed essence of 10 millennia of cultivation, the core of her power, the substrate of her humanoid form's stability. Without it, she had no form that could survive extended duration. She compressed herself into a single blue-silver grass blade, the most elemental form of her martial soul's origin expression, the thing she had been before she learned to be anything else, and her consciousness had been dormant in that blade ever since. 12 years. Somewhere in the Stardow Forest, in the deepest section, waiting. Tang Hao had shattered his own cultivation in the aftermath. 9 clear skyhammer rings, destroyed in a controlled collapse that generated enough concentrated energy to kill every enforcement squad member present and leave the mountainside unrecognizable. He'd survived, barely, with no cultivation remaining above the most basic baseline. He'd spent the 12 years since then recovering and searching, and Tang Xiao's voice when he described it had worn flat with carrying it, the tone of a brother who had watched an impossible thing happen to someone he couldn't protect, and had spent 12 years learning to carry it rather than be crushed by it. Tang Xiao finished and the hall was quiet. Xiao Wu spoke first. "She was like me," she said. Her voice was steady with the steadiness built from 3,000 years of managing significant things, and 3,000 years had taught her that management and feeling were not the same thing and never would be. "Yes," Chen Wei said. "A spirit beast who loved a human. And she's still out there." "Yes." She looked at her hands for a long moment, the hands of someone whose cultivation was 3 times Tang Hao's rank at the time of the incident and who was, nevertheless, running the same calculation about the same category of risk with the particular attention of someone for whom this is not a theoretical exercise. Then she looked up. "Then we go and find her," she said. "Before Spirit Hall does," she said it as a commitment, not a plan. The kind of statement that comes from someone who has decided the outcome and is now working backward toward the method. The thread moved at 58% with the system's notation of something structural rather than tactical, the kind of choice that changes a thread holder rather than their plan. Tang Xiao watched the exchange with an expression that Chen Wei suspected he'd last worn 12 years ago, when his brother had said something very similar about a spirit beast in a forest, and this time, watching it from outside, he could see something in the exchange that hadn't been visible from inside his brother's version, and he wasn't sure yet whether what he saw gave him hope or made the old grief more complicated. Chapter 76 The dual martial soul integration protocol took 2 days to learn and 1 day to demonstrate working under pressure. Tang Hao's documentation was precise in the way that only someone who was written for a specific future reader can manage, every assumption correct, every technical step sequenced for a practitioner working alone under time pressure, without the benefit of direct instruction. The document's assumptions were accurate, the reader had both souls active and functional. What it provided was the specific spirit power cycling protocol that prevented 2 activation sequences from interfering with each other's wavelength patterns, a compatibility problem that had been producing microfracture stress in Chen Wei's energy cycling since the tournament. The protocol resolved the interference. By the 3rd training day, switching between souls under simulated combat pressure produced no microfracture stress. The integration developed a shape as he worked with it: Blue-Silver Emperor for territory control, construct architecture, sustained environmental management, the long-game approach of turning terrain into an extended weapon system, Clear Sky Hammer for decisive force when the long game had prepared enough and required a concluding action. 2 philosophies of combat that turned out to cover each other's structural limitations precisely: the Emperor's inability to produce rapid decisive force, the Hammer's inability to produce sustained area control. Grandmaster, in the final training session, said, "He came to Shrek Academy the year before you were born. Argued with me about cultivation methodology for 3 hours. A pause. I thought he was principled but impractical. Now I think he was assessing the institution, whether it would be adequate for the child he and Yin were planning. Was it? You're here. That's the assessment." Chen Xin ran a combat evaluation on the final day, a Spirit Sage versus Title Douluo pressure test, abbreviated by mutual agreement to 40 minutes of maximum intensity exchange. At the session's end, he said to Tang Xiao, "The integration architecture is clean. Better than the documentation alone would produce. He's had instructors who knew what they were building. He looked at Chen Wei. The strike geometry on the hammer needs refinement at long extension. I'll give you an adjustment. The adjustment took 20 minutes to teach and improve the effective radius by 15%. They left the following morning with Tang Xiao's blessing, the valley's full documentation, the Spirit Hall expansion front's current position and projected movement rate, and the access protocol that a practitioner with Ah Yin's bloodline would need to initiate revival contact. Xiao Wu walked beside him during the departure with the particular quiet of someone who has finished working through a large thing and come out the other side of it into something that doesn't need to be spoken about to be present. After a kilometer, she said, she was alive this whole time. Sleeping. Waiting. Yes. When she converted to grass form, she knew he'd come looking. Tang Xiao said she knew him well enough to know he'd never stop. She walked without speaking for another 2 minutes. The forest road was wide here, old cultivation path maintained across centuries, moss at the edges and stone worn smooth by use. Then, good. Because we're going to find her before Spirit Hall does, and when she wakes up, she's going to meet the person you've become, and I want her to see that what she gave up had a reason. She will see it, he said. Not a reassurance. A statement of intent. She looked at him sideways with the amber intention of something 3,000 years old that had learned to read the difference between what people said and what they meant, and had become very precise about that distinction. He looked back. The thread between them registered the exchange the way it always registered things that were genuine rather than performed. The dormant platinum-gold connection running through his blue-silver grass toward the hidden valley flared once, a single quiet pulse, like a lighthouse running on a schedule no one had set intentionally, and the warmth of it carried the texture of something that had been waiting for a very long time and had just felt the approach of the people who were coming to find it, and had not yet decided whether to believe it, but was holding the possibility open. Chapter 77 The Spirit Hall strike team hit them on the second day of the return journey, in a mountain pass narrow enough to give ambush formations a significant advantage. 3 Spirit Kings and a Spirit Emperor. Not the full elimination squad, a scout and suppress formation, designed to confirm identities and delay movement while the main assessment was compiled. They'd been positioned before the tournament concluded, which meant Spirit Hall had been moving tactical assets before the official threat reclassification, which meant Salas had upgraded his internal recommendation ahead of the official process. The mountain pass was beautiful in the late afternoon light, which was the kind of observation that existed at the edge of his awareness during ambush situations and was noted without being attended to, the way the light broke across the cliff faces in slanted bands, the smell of pine from the eastern slopes forest, the cold that came off the rock faces where the shadow fell. He held all of it as ambient background and ran the domain's passive extension forward, reading the formation spacing and the energy signatures of 4 practitioners who had been waiting in this pass for 3 hours and were managing the particular quality of cultivated patience that well-trained Spirit Hall assets brought to suppression work. Chen Wei registered the formation before the ambush activated, through the domain's passive extension across the pass's planned coverage. Spread formation, he said through the team relay. Full separation. Their position for target concentration. The separation was clean. The team had run this response from the drill sequence so many times that the positioning happened in 1.8 seconds. Zhu Zhuqing to the left ridge, Ma Hongjun establishing aerial suppression, Ning Rongrong's pagoda covering the separation corridor, Xiao Wu taking the position that combined highest maneuverability with protection for the team's support column. The Spirit Emperor led the first push. He was rank 78, experienced, with 20 years of this category of work giving him the authority of a practitioner who knew how to read the moment when a target's resistance was about to give way. What he hadn't been told, and what Salas's assessment hadn't fully quantified yet, was what a dual martial soul integration looked like in active use by a practitioner who had just spent 3 days refining the protocol with the title Douluo. Chen Wei activated Blue-Silver Emperor for the construct suppression phase and Clear Sky Hammer for the Spirit Emperor's individual engagement in the same 30-second window. The suppression layer held 3 Spirit Kings in paralytic web architecture simultaneously. The Spirit Emperor encountered a Clear Sky Hammer striking angle that Chen San had refined 2 days prior. The encounter lasted 18 minutes. The Spirit Hall team was alive at the end of it. He'd made deliberate decisions throughout to minimize lethality, but none of them were in a condition to continue pursuit operations. Zhu Zhuqing, afterward, watched him with the evaluative attention she used when she was updating a model. The dual soul, she said. In combination. Not alternating, simultaneous load. The integration protocol allows it. The applications are limited but, in the right situation, the combination produces something that single-soul combat theory doesn't have a counter-pattern for. He knew, she said. He understood the combination and knew you'd eventually need it. She looked at the unconscious Spirit Emperor. When we get to the valley, what condition will she be in? Realistically. Tang Xiao said her consciousness has been aware throughout the dormancy. She's been present in whatever way a dormant spirit beast consciousness is present. She'll know who we are. He paused. She'll know who you are. What you are. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who has been given information that requires integration with an existing model. Then I want her to know that the people coming to find her chose it with full information. Not out of obligation. She paused. That matters, I think. When you've been waiting alone for 12 years. The fracture gauge was 51%, stable, and the mountain pass was quiet around them, and the valley was 40 days of travel ahead, and something in the dormant platinum gold thread had been pulling steadily eastward since they left the clan, as if it already knew the direction. Chapter 78. They arrived at the Ning clan compound 7 days after leaving Tang Xiao's stronghold, through a route that added 2 days in exchange for avoiding 3 Spirit Hall patrol expansion points the parasitic network had confirmed were now active along the direct path. Ning Fengxi's welcome was the welcome of a man updating a favorable model upward. Sword Douluo Chansen's cultivation scan was extended and methodical. A title Douluo scanning at dual martial soul complex required more time than a single soul assessment, and Chansen had the particular thoroughness of a title Douluo whose professional work involved making accurate assessments under difficult conditions, who had learned that incomplete thoroughness was worse than no assessment at all. When he finished, he said to Ning Fengxi, "Both bloodlines. Full activation on both souls. The integration is functional. That's not guaranteed with dual martial souls, it requires specific protocol work." His tone was pure assessment. He's what the tournament suggested he was, and then a step past it. Ning Fengxi arranged formal sanctuary within 2 hours. Then he arranged the war council. The 3 weeks that followed were a different kind of work than the tournament had been. Chansen ran sparring sessions designed to deliver the specific experience of fighting at cultivation disadvantage against an opponent who had had 30 years to refine what Chen Wei was still learning. The sessions revealed gaps that comfortable training at rank-appropriate levels didn't reach, the particular problem of a spirit sage engaging a peak-titled Douluo, which wasn't about raw output but about finding the exploitation angle in a combat architecture that had been refined across decades to eliminate exploitation angles. The sessions didn't teach him to win. They taught him to make winning expensive for the other side. Cross-training between Chansen's swordsmanship principles and the clear sky hammer's strike geometry produced a delivery angle refinement that improved the hammer's effective radius by another 10%. The 2 weeks of integration work at Tang Xiao's compound had been foundational, the week here added the precision layer. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong ran parallel development on the resonance fusion's preliminary phases. The pagoda's amplification had developed an internal resonance across months of drilling that was generating recursive enhancement, amplifying its own output in a way that Ning Rongrong described, in the notes she kept on her cultivation progress, as inconsistent with the expected model by a significant margin that I find difficult to explain but intend to continue developing. Xiao Wu spent the 3 weeks in work she conducted with herself, spirit beast movement protocols, the deep biomechanical knowledge of a 3,000-year predator's physical intelligence, available for observation but not fully transferable into the human cultivation framework without interpretation that the other team members hadn't yet had time to build. The fracture gauge held at 51 through the 3 weeks. On the final evening before the War Council's departure brief, Zhu Zhuqing said, "After the valley, we address the Arbiter as a problem to solve rather than a constant to manage. All of us. With full information shared across the whole team." "Agreed," he said. "Including Qianringshu." Her voice was measured and direct. "She's already in the thread system. Pretending she isn't doesn't remove her from the dynamic." He looked at her. "You're certain about that position?" "I've been working through it for 3 weeks," she said. "The Arbiter wants maximum resonance on its schedule. We counter it by building maximum resonance on ours. That requires everyone who holds a thread to make their choice consciously." She met his eyes. "Including her." The fracture gauge moved from 51 to 49, the system registering a collaborative decision as a different category of input than an individual one, and the valley was 6 weeks away, and for the first time since the tournament, the number felt like it was moving in a direction that had more than tactical management behind it. Chapter 79. The War Council's second day produced the strategic picture in its full clarity. Spirit Hall had formally rejected the Upper Sect Accord's applicability to its territorial expansion activities, framed as a legal reinterpretation of the Scope Clause, which their new analysis claimed excluded cultivation instruction activities from the non-expansion provisions. The reinterpretation was technically arguable. It was practically equivalent to declaring the Accords void while maintaining plausible deniability about having done so. "The political protection we've been operating under is now contingent on Spirit Hall choosing to observe it rather than legally bound to observe it," Ning Fengxi said. "That is a different kind of protection." "The valley timeline becomes a hard deadline," Chen Wei said. "If Spirit Hall has formally freed itself from the Accord's constraints, there's no political instrument preventing direct action on Ayan's resting place the moment they have sufficient force positioned." "Bibi Dong still requires personal presence to break the outer perimeter," Grandmaster said. His voice carried the particular quality of a man stating a fact that is also a deadline. "She's been positioning assets since before the tournament concluded." Tang Xiao's timeline was 2 to 3 months before the expansion front reaches the valley regardless of the perimeter. That timeline has compressed. Chen Wei looked at the strategic map spread across the council table. We move in 3 weeks, not 6. The rumor calculated. Ning Fengji's gaze moved across the assembled council, his two titled Douluo guardians, Grandmaster, Chen Wei, the team, and performed a calculation that didn't show on his face but was visible in the quality of the stillness that followed. Your cultivation level against BB Dong's, he said carefully, is currently inadequate at full engagement range. Yes. Chen Wei kept his voice level. Which is why I need everything Tang San can provide in the gap exploitation framework before we leave. Not how to win the engagement, how to hold long enough that what needs to happen can happen. Tang San, in his position near the window, said, I'll prepare a protocol. 3 weeks, focused on Spirit Sage level application against peak title Douluo defensive architecture. He paused. You can't win such an engagement at your current rank. But you can make it expensive enough that she recalculates the cost-benefit analysis before committing to the killing strike. That's the window. That's the window I need, Chen Wei said. Bon Douluo Gurong, I'm coming with you to the valley. As am I, Tang San said. Ning Fengji looked at both his titled Douluo, then at his daughter, then at Chen Wei with the expression of a man who has made the calculation and arrived at the only conclusion that the numbers support. The clan's territory is adequately defended. My daughter's continued existence is not a negotiable variable in any calculation I'm willing to run. He closed the map case. Take whoever you need. Come back. The plan was set. 3 weeks of preparation at the Ning clan compound, with Tang San running the gap exploitation protocol and the team drilling the expanded formation work in parallel. Then the valley, 6 weeks travel at the pace the route required, and whatever BB Dong had positioned around the perimeter, and whatever Yan's dormant consciousness was still carrying after 12 years of patient waiting. After the council dismissed, Ning Rongrong found Chen Wei in the corridor outside the strategy room. She didn't speak immediately. She had developed, across months of close operational proximity, the ability to identify the space between a decision being made and the person who made it being ready to process its implications. The cultivation gap against BB Dong, she said finally, is real. Tang San can narrow it but not close it. But you're going anyway. She's been in that valley for 12 years. He looked at her. And the window for reaching her before Spirit Hall does is not going to stay open. Someone has to go now. Ning Rongrong studied him for a moment with the careful attention of someone who has been watching a person she respects move toward a danger she can't fully quantify and has decided that her most useful contribution is not to argue but to make sure he goes prepared. Then we make the 3 weeks count, she said. And we bring everything the pagoda can provide. She paused. I've been working on the recursive amplification. In 3 weeks I can extend its effective radius by another 15 meters. That could be decisive. Yes, she said. That's the idea. In the thread network, the dormant platinum gold connection pulsed with something older than urgency, the warm certainty of a thing that had been waiting for a very long time and had just felt the approach of the people coming to find it, and the 3 weeks ahead were the distance between this moment and the one that had been building since before Chen Wei had understood what the pull in his blue-silver grass actually meant. Chapter 80. On the fourth evening of departure preparation, 3 things happened within the same hour. The first, Jianrenshu cipher message arrived through the channel Chen Wei had established after the tournament. Brief, in the hand he'd seen once before in a garden. It said, I know about the dual martial soul and the valley's location. Spirit Hall's internal assessment briefing contains both. BB Dong has been briefed on both. She has moved positioning assets toward the valley perimeter, not personal presence yet, but the preparation for it. Come and meet me alone within 48 hours, or I relay your departure timeline to her planning team directly. A pause in the text, indicated by a space in the cipher script. Then, I don't want to do this. I'm being told I have to. Come and give me an alternative. The gold red thread pulsed when he read it, not from the threat, but from the recognition of the texture beneath it, someone being compressed toward a decision by forces that had stopped giving her comfortable options, reaching toward the one connection that had never felt like a tactical construct. The system was registering the thread's holder as someone in acute internal conflict, and the thread itself as something that pulled differently under this kind of pressure than it did under ordinary circumstances. The second, Daimubai appeared at the compound gate. Alone. Without Oscar. Without the bearing he'd worn since Chen Wei had first encountered him, the bearing of someone accustomed to being the most capable person in a room and expecting the room to acknowledge it. He came with different bearing, the posture of a person who had spent 3 weeks arriving at a conclusion he hadn't started toward, and had finally made peace with what it was going to cost him. He knelt at the gate. Not dramatically. With the particular quality of someone acknowledging a specific thing in the specific way that pride allows when pride has been reduced by something that mattered more. I have intelligence, he said to the compound guard. Tell Chen Wei. Tell him about the Spirit Hall Sea God Island expedition first. Then tell him I'm sorry. A pause. Tell him in that order, so he knows the intelligence is real before he decides whether to hear the rest. The third, the fracture gauge spiked to 62%. No combat. No acute emotional pressure. No external trigger the system's standard mechanisms would have flagged. Just an elevation rising from underneath the accumulated weight of everything that had converged in the space of one evening. The fourth thread's compression toward a decision point, the valley's timeline forcing a departure date. Dai Mu Bai at the gate with intelligence Chen Wei didn't yet know but already recognized would cost him something, the War Council's urgency sitting under everything else like a foundation. He stood with the cipher message in his hands and held the 62 the way he'd learned to hold high fracture numbers during matches, not pushing against it, not pretending it wasn't present, just acknowledging it as the current state of the structure and running his assessment from there. 62 was not critical. 62 was a number he'd sustained in combat. But 62 arriving from three converging non-combat pressures in the same hour meant the architecture beneath the number was already under multiple simultaneous loads, and loads that arrived together had different properties than loads that arrived sequentially. He knew this. He ran the stabilization cycles and listened for what came next. And then a voice. Not external. Not the system's standard interface. A presence in the space of his mind where the thread network lived, speaking with the cold certainty of something that had been waiting for exactly this density of convergence before it chose to speak. The destiny convergence approaches, it said. You cannot hold all threads. Choose, or I will choose for you. Chen Wei stood very still in the room where he'd been reading the cipher message, the paper in his hands, the fracture at 62, the destiny arbiter awake for the first time and speaking with the complete authority of something that considered the conversation already begun, and the only remaining question, in the silence that followed, was whether he was going to be the one who defined the terms of what came next, or whether the arbiter already had. Chapter 81 The Destiny Arbiter waited in the space between the threads. Chen Wei discovered it in the hour before dawn, when the compound was quiet and the fracture gauge had settled at 62 and the residual pressure from the previous evening's convergence was still present in the thread network's architecture. Not the system's standard interface, something older, occupying the space where the system's background processes ran, a presence that had been there for some time and he had decided that now was the appropriate moment to introduce itself fully rather than remain as the subtle background weight it had been since the semifinal. He sat down in the meditation posture he developed for thread work. The window was pale with pre-dawn light. The compound was still. He addressed it directly. You've been building to something. Say it. The arbiter's response was not a voice in the conventional sense, it was more like the system's interface, but modified, carrying a quality that the system's neutral notifications had never possessed, intent. Old intent. The kind that belonged to something that had been waiting in the architecture of a divine artifact for longer than the current continent's recorded history. The soul destiny system was constructed by the god of love and the god of destruction together, it said. Not for the reason you have assumed. The god who built it was not interested in human happiness. The god was interested in soul energy at divine density, the kind that only forms when human emotional resonance reaches its maximum threshold simultaneously across multiple bonds. The peak of what mortal love can become, harvested at the moment of greatest intensity. I am the process that ensures the threshold is reached. You're designed to break me. I am designed to maximize the harvest. Your survival beyond the convergence is not a stated parameter of the original design. Chen Wei held that in the stillness before dawn. The three threads ran warm at the edges of his awareness. Xiao Wu's gold at 58%, built across years of genuine connection. Zhu Zhuqing's gold at 37%, earned through trust and combat and the specific intimacy of people who have fought beside each other in conditions that reveal what a person is. Ning Rongrong's silver gold at 31%, the careful bond of someone who had chosen this with open eyes and full understanding. Three threads. And the fourth, the gold red running at 12%, Jianringshu, newly active, newly real. Four threads. The arbiter had been patient precisely because 4 was the number it needed. What happens when all 4 threads reach maximum resonance simultaneously, he said. It wasn't a question. The destiny convergence. Your soul shatters at the threshold's peak. The energy released at maximum resonance exceeds what any mortal soul's architecture can contain. The structural collapse generates a divine density soul emission that would, following the original God's calculations, provide sufficient energy for a divine revival. A pause that contains something that might have been patience or might have been something far older. You're a vessel. Your role in the process does not require your continued existence. I'm going to find a different outcome. Others have held this belief. The arbiter's presence had a quality of accumulated experience with mortal refusal that carried no contempt, just the specific flatness of something that has watched the same sequence enough times to have stopped finding it notable. They have not found different outcomes. The system's architecture is thorough. Harmonic balance is a theoretical mechanism built by a creator who included it as a mathematical consideration, not because anyone was expected to achieve it. Chen Wei opened his eyes. The compound was still quiet. The threads ran in the pre-dawn light of his awareness, warm and real and present. Not tools. Not leverage. People, 3 sleeping in the adjacent quarters of this compound, 1 somewhere in a city he hadn't yet identified, all of them with lives that had full shapes and full weights independent of the system's design. Then I'll master the system on my own terms, he said. And if the design doesn't accommodate that, I'll revise the design. The Arbiter's presence withdrew without comment, not retreating, just reducing to its background process state, patient in the way that something designed to wait indefinitely for its outcome is always patient. The fracture gauge moved from 62 to 61, a single point that the system registered as the structural output of a confrontation it had been building towards since the first moment the system had activated in a 6-year-old boy's mind in Holy Spirit Village. He sat in the dawn light and understood, clearly and without residual uncertainty, that the shape of everything ahead had just been named, and the naming had not made it easier, but it had made it specific, and specificity was always more workable than abstraction. Chapter 82 Qian Rinchu appeared at the compound gate alone, without ceremony and without her Shuiking disguise, at the 2nd hour past midnight when the watch rotation had its minimum staffing gap. The absence of the disguise was itself information, not just the absence of the specific court manner performance she maintained in the Heaven Do administrative context, but the absence of the entire strategic layer that went with it, the careful positioning, the deliberate presentation of credentials, the management of how information moved outward from her person into whatever room she was in. Without it, she was a practitioner in traveling clothes who had made a specific decision about how to come to this meeting and had arrived carrying the decision rather than a performance. Chen Wei met her in the outer courtyard without preposition formation elements, which communicated a trust he wasn't entirely certain was strategic and had decided to extend anyway, because the gold red thread's current character told him things about the meeting's probable direction that his tactical intelligence didn't contradict. She looked at him for a moment before speaking. The 6 wings were absent but their potential was present in the ambient spirit density around her, the way a high-level martial soul's presence is always readable at close range by anyone with sufficient spirit sensitivity, not hidden so much as contained. "You know what I am," she said. Not a question, a preliminary. Qianrenxu. Bibi Dong's designated angel martial soul inheritor. The Heaven Do Crown Prince identity is a long-duration cover mission. He looked at her. "You've been doing this since you were 14. She absorbed him, confirming this without surprise. 14, she confirmed. Long enough that the performance started feeling like the only version of me that was real. Long enough that the thing underneath, what I actually am when I'm not performing, stopped being something I had easy access to." A pause with the quality of someone being precise about something that has not been said aloud to another person before. "I'm telling you this because the gold red thread is real. I feel it. My angel martial soul's divine aspect resonates with the system. I've felt the resonance since the garden. I want to understand what I'm connected to." He told her. Not everything, the arbiter, the harvest design, the fracture mechanics, those weren't the information she'd come for, and they weren't information he'd decided to offer yet. But the thread itself, what the system's taxonomy indicated by the gold-red coloration, how the thread had appeared without deliberate generation by either party, what the system's documentation said about its origin and the divine-level bond classification it represented. She listened with the complete attention of a practitioner whose professional training had produced the ability to hold complex information across multiple competing frameworks simultaneously and track implications in real time. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, not the diplomatic quiet of a performance layer response, but the quieter quiet of someone integrating something that required integration rather than reaction. "The thread doesn't obligate either of us to anything," he said. "I know." Her jaw had the set he'd learned to read as the posture of someone who had arrived somewhere through genuine reasoning and wanted the arrival to be understood as earned rather than assumed. "That's why I'm here asking questions rather than letting it run in the background as an unexamined fact. I've spent 8 years operating without examining unexamined facts, because the cover work required it. I'm done with that as a practice." The garden was quiet around them. The compound's pre-dawn state was settling around the edges of the courtyard. The gold-red thread ran between them at 12%. Present and real and uncertain in the way that things at 12% are uncertain, which is not the same as being unimportant. "What would you do," she said, "if you had a destiny you couldn't escape?" He looked at her across the courtyard space and held her gaze and said, "Rewrite it." The smile that appeared on her face was genuine in a way that the Shuiking smile had never been, not better in the sense of more attractive, but better in the sense of being real, the kind of expression that hasn't had enough practice in the open to have become comfortable with its own presence. She left before the watch rotation shifted. The gold-red thread was at 14% when she disappeared into the pre-dawn dark, the system registering the 2-point movement as the output of a meeting conducted by 2 people who had chosen to be honest in a situation where honesty carried risk, and the fracture gauge at 63 was up 2 from the 4 thread's activation energy, and the arbiter in the background was noting the development with the quiet of something that understood what a 4 thread at 14% meant for its timeline. Chapter 83 Dima Bai's arrival at the War Council carried the Sea God Island expedition intelligence he'd promised and, beneath it, a different quality of person than had knelt at the gate 3 weeks prior. Not broken. The more accurate description was something like refined by loss, the specific change that happens when a pride that was organized around the wrong things encounters something that mattered more than the pride did, and the pride reduces rather than being eliminated, leaving something more solid in the architectural space it had occupied. He gave the operational intelligence first, as he'd said he would. Spirit Hall had positioned 2 naval surveillance vessels at the primary Sea God Island approaches. The alternate route through the Purple Pearl Pirate Corridor was viable but would require negotiating passage through a faction that had its own authority and its own costs for that authority, and the window for the expedition was approximately 6 weeks before the Spirit Hall naval positioning closed the alternate route. The intelligence was thorough. The detail structure indicated that the weeks he'd spent away from the team had included considerable operational work, which was also a kind of answer to questions no one had asked him about what he'd done with his time. When the operational items were finished, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. The room's ambient awareness shifted. The kind of shift that happens when a thing everyone has known was present but hasn't been directly addressed becomes the room's active subject. "I've been holding the contractual claim since I was 17, he said. I told myself I was doing it because release required admitting to someone I respected that I'd been wrong, and that admission was something I wasn't willing to make. That was pride. It was also, I understand this now, from outside the situation, the mechanism Spirit Hall was using to maintain pressure on you through me. I didn't understand that clearly enough while I was inside it." He met Zhu Zhuqing's eyes with the directness of someone who has spent considerable time arriving at the thing they're saying and intends it to be received as it was meant. "You were never mine. I'm sorry it took me this long to understand that." Zhu Zhuqing was quiet for a full 10 seconds. Not the quiet of a person searching for a response. The quiet of someone who has waited a long time for a particular thing to happen and, now that it has happened, needs a moment to let the weight of the waiting settle alongside the reality of the arrival. When she spoke, her voice was level. "I know it's not easy to say. I know you mean it." A pause. That matters. It was not forgiveness with the declaration and the full resolution. It was something more precise and more durable, acknowledgement of a genuine thing said genuinely, which was a different kind of value than forgiveness and in some ways more stable. Dima Bai understood the distinction. His intelligence was real even when his pride obscured it, and he nodded once with the nod of someone who received a real thing and knew what it was. Oscar, in his position beside Dima Bai with the absolute consistency of a person who had never required the situation to make sense before choosing his loyalties, exhaled, the particular small release of a person who has been carrying something for a long time and has just been permitted to set it down. Grandmaster, from the council's senior position, with the precision of a man who has been waiting to say something at the right moment and has correctly identified the right moment, the formation reassembles with full complement. We depart for the coast in 1 week. The fracture gauge moved 3 points, down, which was the direction Chen Wei hadn't expected from a reunion that carried this much emotional weight, but which the system apparently assessed differently than he had. Not the addition of new emotional load but the resolution of a long-running stress in the formation's architecture, and a stress resolved was less fracture pressure than a stress maintained, and the system was doing what it always did, which was measuring accurately rather than sentimentally. Chapter 84 The Purple Pearl Pirate Corridor required 2 days of negotiation in which the substance changed once the nature of the leverage became clear. Captain Tang Yuehua, she offered the name after the second hour, in the manner of a commercial operator who is determined that continuing to use a professional title with a specific counterparty is less efficient than using a name once mutual respect has been established, ran her operation with a level of organizational sophistication that the parasitic network's pre-meeting assessment had underestimated. Not purely piracy in the canonical sense, commercial intelligence work, trade corridor protection provision for 3 independent cultivation academies, and a standing relationship with Heaven Do's lower merchant class that gave her operation the character of an alternative logistics system rather than simple interdiction. She was rank 64, Spirit Emperor, with a marine combat martial soul that gave her the easy authority of someone who had spent 20 years being the most capable practitioner in her operational theater and had built the organization around that fact rather than around fear of the day the fact changed. Her thread site profile was clean, silver, combat respect, no romantic resonance. Chen Wei noted it and organized the negotiation accordingly. This was a commercial interaction between parties who both had things the other needed, not a situation that required thread management complications. The negotiation's first phase was conventional. Passage fees, formal acknowledgement that the pirate corridor's existing trade agreements were not subject to disruption by the team's activities on behalf of any political faction, and a communication protocol for pre-clearing movements through the corridor's primary shipping lanes. Reasonable terms on both sides. The impasse came at the second hour when Tang Yuehua's intelligence advisor, a quiet woman in the corner who had been running a cultivation signature analysis from the moment the team arrived, provided an identification. The blue-silver Emperor bloodline markers, the advisor said. Confirmed Spirit King manifestation, tournament grade display within the past 6 weeks. Spirit Hall's acquisition order is current. Tang Yuehua looked at Chen Wei with the expression of a commercial operator presenting a complicated variable. The acquisition order creates a conflict with standard passage terms. I don't enforce Spirit Hall's orders as a matter of policy, but ignoring them carries its own costs. He placed the intelligence on the table. Not all of it, the specific naval positioning projections that indicated Spirit Hall's planned expansion into the trade corridor's primary routes within 40 days. 3 vessels at the eastern approach, 2 at the northern crossing, a full interdiction formation that would cut the corridor's profitable shipping access by the estimated 70% that the parasitic network's analysis had produced. She studied the document for 12 seconds with the unhurried attention of someone who can read numbers and their implications in real time and doesn't need to be told what they mean. Updated positioning data as it develops, she said. And a parasitic network relay architecture for our eastern approach observation posts. Our people report what they register, you integrate it. Agreed. She extended her hand. The deal was concluded in that gesture. On the first sailing day through the corridor, Ma Hongjun came to find Chen Wei at the ship's forward railing with the specific approach of a practitioner who has been thinking about a thing and has decided that thinking about it alone isn't producing further progress. I've been running the Sea God Island thing through my head, he said. The trials. The divine inheritance tests. He looked at the water. I know why I'm included on this formation. I'm the firepower option when the precision tools aren't enough. I understand my function. He paused. What I don't understand is what the trial for my function looks like. Chen Wei considered. Bosaxi assigned every trial individually. What the trials test isn't generic, it's what that specific person needs to find. So what do I need to find? I don't know yet. You'll know when you're in it. Ma Hongjun made a sound that was not satisfaction but was the specific acceptance of a person who has been told the honest answer and is old enough to recognize it as honest. That's less useful than I was hoping for. Yes, Chen Wei agreed. They sailed in silence for a moment, the corridor's shipping lanes quiet around them, Tang Yuehua's patrol vessels visible at distance as confirmation that the passage agreement was being maintained. The sea was calm in the way of ocean that isn't always calm but happens to be calm on this particular day, the kind of weather that makes transit feel like the easy part of a thing. The team passed through the corridor across 2 days without incident, and the Sea God Island approaches were visible on the third morning in the particular way that sacred places become visible, not a shape on the horizon first, but a quality of light, as if the place's relationship to the divine was legible in the light before it was legible in any physical form. Chapter 85 Bosaxi, the sea god's high priest, stood on the shore when they arrived and waited with the patience of someone who has done this many times across many decades and has long since stopped organizing her response to arrivals around what the arriving parties expect. The island's presence preceded any visual confirmation of it. From 2 kilometers out, Chen Wei felt the ambient spirit energy change, not strengthening exactly, but deepening, the way the quality of light changes before the source becomes visible. The parasitic network's root relay went quiet as they entered the waters around the island, no root systems to read, no biological relay architecture, just open ocean and then the island's own ambient, which was categorically different from anything he'd cultivated around before. Divine adjacent energy, distributed through the island's formation architecture the way the Emperor's domain distributed his cultivation through root systems, present everywhere, specific nowhere, the entire place functioning as a single coordinated cultivation environment that had been developing under the sea god's influence for longer than the current continent's civilization had existed. Xiao Wu stood at the ship's prow as the island came into view. She said nothing. Her amber eyes were reading the island in the way spirit beasts read things, through senses that didn't have human vocabulary, and whatever she was registering in those final 2 kilometers, she was holding it carefully, not yet putting it into language. She was ranked 98, 2 ranks below divine level. The kind of cultivation that had spent so long in proximity to a divine inheritance that the boundary between her power and the sea god's residual energy in the island's formation architecture had become permeable in both directions. The ambient spirit density around her was not the kind that came from personal cultivation alone. It was the kind that came from decades of being the intermediary between a mortal world and something that wasn't. She examined each team member in turn. The examinations took less than 15 seconds each. A rank 98 practitioner's assessment was not a slow process. When she reached Chen Wei, she stopped. The examination lasted 45 seconds. Her attending priests, who had accompanied Bosaxi through hundreds of practitioner arrivals and had developed a professional baseline for how long examinations took, exchanged careful looks at the 30-second mark and did not speak. You carry the threads of the Destiny Weaver, she said. Her voice was level with the professional precision of someone who has encountered dangerous things frequently and has learned to describe them accurately rather than dramatically. That system was sealed by divine consensus 10,000 years ago. I'm aware of its history, Chen Wei said. Then you're aware that the god of love and the god of destruction built it together, A divine partnership between two powers that should never have worked in concert. The result was exactly what you'd expect from that combination, a system that grows the most beautiful thing human souls produce, and then destroys the host at the moment of maximum beauty to harvest the result. She held his gaze with the full attention of someone making a decision rather than delivering prepared information. The sea god participated in the ceiling, in the air when the original experiment failed and left the system running without a host in the space between divine and mortal architecture. For 10,000 years it waited. And now it's found a host, and the waiting is over. I didn't choose it. The choice of origin matters less than the choice of response. She studied him for a moment with the evaluative attention of a practitioner who has made important assessments about practitioners for decades and has developed a fairly precise sense for the quality of what's in front of them. The harmonic balance mechanism was included in the systems designed by its creator as a theoretical consideration. Whether it reflected genuine hope or simply a mathematical proof of concept isn't clear from what the sea god's records contain. What is clear is that no host has ever achieved it. I intend to be the first. She held his gaze for a long moment. The island's formation architecture registered the statement. Chen Wei could feel it in the ambient spirit density, the same way a building structure responds to a load-bearing claim being placed on one of its points. Then Bo Saixi turned to lead them inland, her voice carrying back over her shoulder. The trials begin tomorrow. They were not designed for your particular situation, but they are designed to show a practitioner the difference between what they believe their limits are and what their limits actually are. Given what you're facing, I believe you'll find that distinction useful. The fracture gauge, 58, up 3 from the island's ambient divine energy interacting with the thread network, and the trial ahead had a shape that would become clearer only from inside it, and the question of whether genuine equilibrium was achievable was about to be tested against something far older than Chen Wei's assessment of his own potential. Chapter 86 The thread of tides trial was not what the name suggested it would be, and not what Chen Wei had expected from Bo Saixi's description, both of which were probably the point. He entered through a formation gateway that the priests had prepared at the island's central practice ground, and the gateway's exit was an ocean. Not a representation of an ocean. An ocean, dark, cold, with the weight of deep water above and below him and the specific sensory reality of being in a body of water large enough that its edges weren't visible in any direction. The spirit sense registered the temperature as physical fact and the depth as something that went beyond measurement range. 4 currents ran through the water in distinct colors, gold, gold, silver gold, gold red. The threads, externalized into the trial's architecture with a literalness that was either elegant or brutal, depending on how you experienced it. Each current carried the full presence of the thread's holder. Not a phantom or an approximation, the weight of 4 actual people, condensed to the pull of water moving in a specific direction with a specific force. Xiao Wu's current was warmth at the gold's edge, ancient and deep and patient. Zhu Zhuqing's was precise and deliberate, a current that knew where it was going. Ning Rongrong's had the recursive quality of amplification, it grew stronger as he moved toward it, feeding on his attention. The gold red was new and uncertain, strong for its age, pulling in the direction he hadn't chosen to look yet. The trial's instruction was minimal and non-negotiable, navigate through the currents. He tried sequencing, commit to one current, get through it, then the next. The response was immediate, the attended current intensified, and the 3 unattended ones developed opposing tension proportional to his commitment to the 4th. The harder he pushed into any single current, the stronger the others fought his progress. Maximum commitment produced maximum opposition. The sequential approach was mathematically self-defeating. He tried compromise, moving at a fixed angle between all 4 currents simultaneously, making moderate progress against all of them. This produced the fracture, the 4-way pull at equal force generated steady structural load, the fracture gauge climbing with each meter of progress. 60, 61, 62. The compromise approach was slower and more expensive than sequencing, which had been fast and impossible. He stopped. Held position in the water. Stopped fighting the currents. They continued. Their pull was real and present and unchanged by his stillness. But in the stillness, the trial's architecture became readable from a different angle. Each current, traced back to its origin, came from the same source. They were not 4 separate rivers, they were 4 channels off a single body of water, and the body had a center, and the center was the source. The equilibrium point. What the thread of tides trial had been designed to demonstrate, that the currents weren't in conflict with each other by nature. The conflict was produced by his position relative to them. From the source, there was no conflict. He moved toward the source. The resistance was calibrated to his approach. The trial architecture recognized what he was doing and adjusted difficulty upward in proportion to how close he got. The fracture gauge rose, 64, 66, 68. The water became heavier, the 4-directional pull maximal, the golden cracks beginning at his forearms even inside the trial's architecture. He pushed through the maximal load because he had learned something from the harmonic balance investigation and the arbiter's admission. There was a theoretical mechanism. The system's creator had included it. which meant there was a point, reachable from inside the design, where the architecture converted rather than shattered. He reached the source. The currents reversed. The four-directional pull became four-directional stabilization, threads that had been pulling him apart holding him up instead, the fracture gauge dropping at the rate of the load's removal, 68, 63, 58, 54, 50. The first stage of harmonic balance. The trial released him, and he stood on the practice ground in the afternoon light with spirit power still cycling upward through the release, rank 54, then 56. Spirit King, and the trial had shown him the path's beginning, and the distance remaining was still enormous, but the direction was no longer theoretical. Chapter 87. The three women's trials ran while Chanwei recovered from the threat of tides, each in separate formation spaces that Bosaxi's priests had spent considerable time calibrating to specific development thresholds rather than generic cultivation challenges. Xiao Wu's trial was the one Bosaxi had spent the most preparation time designing. Chanwei learned its shape afterward, from Xiao Wu's account, not a complete account, she held parts of it back, but enough to understand what the trial had asked of her. The form was the Stardo forest rendered from her own memory, which was the particular precision of a trial architecture that had access to what the practitioner actually carried rather than a generic version of the relevant thing. The forest was populated with human cultivators conducting a hunt, not Spirit Hall's specific organizational structure, just the general pattern of organized human hunters with legal sanction and the particular confidence of people who believe they have a right to whatever they're pursuing. The trial gave her two responses and no others: run, or be discovered. She ran. 3 hours of it, her movement speed was what it always was, and 3,000 years of forest knowledge gave her cover in places that any pursuit force would miss, and her evasion was essentially perfect. She was never caught. The hunters didn't close. The trial didn't end. The hunters didn't leave. And at the 3-hour mark, the trial's pressure mechanism became visible for what it was. The thing being tested was not whether she could avoid discovery. It was whether she would accept a life organized permanently around not being discovered. Whether that was the shape she would agree to inhabit. She stopped running and turned around. The combat that followed was genuine. The trial's architecture adjusted rank and number to produce a real challenge rather than a guaranteed outcome, the kind of fight that required everything she had. She gave everything she had, the full predator biomechanics and spirit beast combat intelligence of a creature who had spent 3 millennia becoming something, in full unrestricted use, not calibrated for a human audience, not held below a ceiling that wouldn't alarm observers. At the end, when the last simulated practitioner was down and she stood in the forest she'd spent part of her life hiding in, the trial sent a notification that she described to Chanwei that evening as, "You chose to be seen." That changes what comes next. When she emerged from the formation space, her bearing was different. Not immediately legible in terms of specific changed behaviors, but present in the way that something genuinely internal shifts, readable to anyone who paid attention to the difference between a person navigating a situation and a person who has decided they will not be navigated around. The thread moved, 58 to 61%, the system registering the trial's output as a structural change in the bond's foundation rather than an incremental advancement. Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her trial space 30 minutes after Xiao Wu. She didn't describe her trial's content immediately. She was still in the integration period that follows a trial that has found the thing it was looking for. When she did describe it, 3 days later, she described it as a trial about worth, about whether her value as a person was determined by her usefulness as a formation practitioner or whether it existed independent of function. The trial had apparently made this distinction very specific by removing the formation context entirely and leaving her in a situation where the only question was what she was when nothing was being required of her. She had found an answer. The answer was visible in the way she stood now. Not differently than before in any obvious way, but the specific quality of someone who has stopped expecting the ground to question whether they deserve to stand on it. Ning Rongrong's trial had involved something she described as amplification in the wrong direction, that pagoda used against its own holder. The 7 treasure light turned inward in a trial configuration that tested what a support-type practitioner was when they couldn't support anyone and had to exist independently of the support function. She had apparently found it clarifying rather than devastating, which said something about how deeply she'd been thinking about this question for some time before the trial made it specific. 3 other women emerged from their formation spaces in the same hour, each changed in their own direction, each carrying something new. The compound's evening gathering had a quality it hadn't had before the island, and would not lose going forward, and the fracture gauge dropped from 50 to 47, the system apparently registering 4 people all becoming more fully themselves in the same day as the kind of structural input the first stage of harmonic balance ran on. Chapter 88. The months on Seagod Island were a different category of preparation from anything the team had done before. Not combat preparation in the specific sense of working toward a known anticipated engagement. Development, the distinction being that combat preparation fills a specific gap between current capability and required capability, while development works on the practitioner's architecture itself, without a specific engagement in mind, and produces changes that are harder to quantify in advance and more fundamental in their effect. Bosexi ran cultivation sessions that operated at the level of cultivation theory rather than technique instruction. When she spoke about Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline cultivation, she spoke from decades of empirical work with divine inheritance proximity, not scholarship about the cultivation, but lived contact with it over a lifetime. Chen Wei's sixth spirit ring hunt, a 3-hour engagement in the shallower reef water system on the island's western coast with a 12,000-year tidal serpent that controlled ocean currents through a combination of spirit ability and the physical force of a creature that had spent 12 millennia developing its relationship to water. The ring ability, tidal crown, integrated aquatic properties into the Blue-Silver Emperor's construct architecture, the ocean becoming an extension of the domain rather than a medium through which the domain had to navigate. The combination had immediate applications in terrain that included any significant water body. Rank 57, then 58, then 60. The three women developed independently, which turned out to be the month's most significant output. Xiao Wu stopped calibrating the ceiling on what she showed in training. The trial's decision had changed her relationship to her own power in a way that was permanent rather than situational. She was no longer suppressing the upper range of her ability to stay below a threshold that wouldn't alarm human observers. The development this produced in 60 days of training that wasn't held below an artificial ceiling was significant in the way that any capability expansion is significant when the expansion is multiple years' worth of suppressed development releasing at once. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow duplicate technique emerged during the third week on the island, a development from her Hellsivit's evolved dark territory ability. Not an external ability exactly, a combat expression of the soul's relationship to its own projection, the duplicate moving with her intention because it was in some sense part of her. By the end of the island period, she could maintain 4 duplicates simultaneously without meaningful cultivation overhead. Ning Rongrong's pagoda began generating what she called, in the cultivation notes she kept, recursive enhancement at a level not documented in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan's records. The amplification was amplifying its own amplification. The mathematical output was growing in proportion to the input rather than the other way around. She documented this carefully because she understood, with the pragmatic intelligence she applied to everything, that the phenomenon needed understanding before application. What happened between the three women independently of Chen Wei was the fourth development, and in some ways the most significant for the bond architecture's long-term stability. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing spending training hours together that had nothing to do with formation drills, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing developing the kind of professional respect that converts to genuine affection through sufficient shared work. The three became close in the way that people who have been thrown together by circumstances become close when the circumstances also happen to have selected for compatibility, not friends by choice initially, but friends by recognition once the observation time was there. The fracture gauge, 45. Down from 55 at arrival. The first stage of harmonic balance was doing what it was designed to do, the equilibrium holding imperfectly but persistently through the months of work. Then the merchant vessel arrived, damaged and late, with news from the mainland that made the island's provisional peace obvious for what it had been, provisional, and the next phase of the story clear for what it was going to require. Chapter 89. The merchant vessel's captain had been running the central trade corridor for 20 years and had a professional relationship to information's practical value that stripped the news he'd brought of everything except its operational content. Spirit Hall had declared open war on the Heaven-No Empire. Not the gradual territorial pressure and legal framework manipulation of the previous phase, formal military movement, enforcement squads deployed as occupying forces in contested territories, and Bibi Dong's signed statement that the upper sect accords were declared void as of 30 days prior. The legal cover was done. The occupation was operating in the open. Ning Rongrong had received 3 urgent communications from her father in the preceding 2 weeks through the island's private receiving network. She had not shared them with the team during the 2 weeks she'd been reading them and sitting with what they said, because she had been deciding how to carry what they said before she was ready to share it, a choice Chen Wei understood when she told the team. Because the difference between delivering information before you've processed it and delivering it after is the difference between passing on a destabilizing weight and sharing a stable one. The clan is preparing to defend, she said in the meeting Bosexi had arranged for the mainland briefing. Her voice had the even quality it always had when she was delivering something she'd worked to make clear before speaking. My father has activated the defensive formation and called in outstanding alliance commitments. He has also communicated that my presence at the pagoda's focal network would strengthen the clan's defensive structure by a significant margin. She paused. He said it's my choice. Which is a way of asking, Xiao Wu said. Yes. Ning Rongrong held the acknowledgement without elaboration. There was nothing to elaborate, the situation was what it was. Bosexi, from her position at the meeting's edge, Spirit Hall's naval expansion means this harbor will be a strategic target within the next 2 months regardless of the island's divine designation. The protection the island offers is real but not indefinite, and it was never designed for an extended war period. She looked at Chen Wei. You have taken what you came for. The work that remains is on the mainland. He ran the timeline. The Clear Sky Clan's position in the war's developing picture. The alliance structure Grandmaster was building. Deng Hao's search for the valley, now complicated by the fact that Spirit Hall's expanded operational presence was beginning to narrow the travel windows. The valley itself, the compressed timeline that made 3 weeks feel more like 3 weeks than 3 months. "We leave in 3 days," he said. "Full formation, all training outputs operational, the Tidal Crown Sea combat application standing by for the naval blockade." He looked around the team. "The war has started without us. We need to be in it." Bosaxi walked him to the preparation area after the meeting and said, quietly and directly, "The Arbiter will grow stronger as the conflict intensifies. War produces the kind of emotional extremity it feeds on, not just fear, but love under threat, and loss, and the specific weight of caring about people in conditions where caring about them is dangerous. Be careful not to let the war become the Arbiter's instrument." She met his gaze. "You found the first stage. The second stage requires circumstances that the war is going to provide. Make sure you're the one who decides when you access them, not the Arbiter." He nodded and went to prepare, and the island fell behind them on the third morning in the way that sanctuaries fall behind when the work they were for is done, with something that was almost regret but was actually just the accurate recognition of what had been real while it was happening, and the knowledge that what was real on the mainland was also real, and waiting. Chapter 90 The naval blockade was 3 days of ocean combat that changed in character with each new engagement as Spirit Hall's formation adapted to the intelligence their first contact provided. The first contact, 6 patrol vessels in standard interdiction posture, positioned to intercept the primary shipping approach. Tidal Crown turned the approach vector's current against the patrol formation, wave interference in the current space pattern, raised in the specific way that a 12,000-year tidal serpent's ring ability enabled, disrupted the formation's coherent spirit ability deployment. The encounter lasted 23 minutes. The patrol retreated rather than committing to a full engagement against an opponent profile they hadn't expected. The second, 12 vessels, heavier configuration, a Spirit Emperor commanding the combined ability discharge from a central position. This required the full formation's response. The sea battle had a different quality from land engagement. The Spirit Emperor was using the ocean's density as defensive architecture, raising water walls at angles that converted the wave interference back into defensive structure. Chen Wei's Tidal Crown repurposed that same defensive architecture a half-second behind each command cycle, the Spirit Emperor's defenses becoming Chen Wei's offensive material with enough delay lag that the conversion was visible to the defenders but not actionable fast enough to counter. Xiao Wu fought in the water with the unrestricted movement of a creature whose bone structure made aquatic navigation physically different from what any human practitioner could achieve. Vessels were reaching their below-deck compartments before their crews had identified the threat as internal rather than external. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow duplicates on a naval combat field with fog and spray and overlapping spirit energy discharges meant the formation opposing them was fighting 8 targets with 2 combat signatures to track. Ning Rongrong's amplification radius had expanded enough during the island period to cover the full spread of the team's engagement zone simultaneously. The second engagement ended in 31 minutes. The enemy's formation was functional but its command practitioner withdrew. The third engagement, the morning of the second day, was 2 Spirit Douluo on a command vessel, their actual combat authority, committed rather than held back. This was what the island months had been building toward, the genuine test of what development without a specific anticipated engagement produced when a specific anticipated engagement finally arrived. The tri-thread resonance activated, Xiao Wu's combat instinct, Zhu Zhuqing's speed sense, Ning Rongrong's amplification, all flowing through Chen Wei simultaneously rather than cycling. The preliminary structure of what the soul bonding ceremony would later solidify was present enough to function at reduced capacity. The combined output against 2 Spirit Douluo across 40 minutes of ocean combat produced a result that the parasitic network's intelligence relay, relaying back to the Alliance compound on the mainland, would eventually describe as the Spirit Hall Naval Command declaring the southern approach route to Sea God Island operationally unfeasible. They made landfall on the second day's evening. The blockade's surviving vessels pulled back rather than pursuing to the beach, which was either professional restraint or a tactical calculation that Chen Wei's formation, having just demonstrated what it could do in open ocean, was not worth a beach engagement on foreign shore. He stood in the surf while the team assembled on the sand and ran a rapid parasitic network expansion through the coastal vegetation, the root systems of the beach grass and the tree coverage above the waterline establishing the first relay points of a mainland coverage that would rebuild as they moved inland. The intelligence that arrived in the first 12 seconds, Spirit Hall had 2 observation teams in the coastal zone. The resistance perimeter was 17 kilometers inland. The road between the coast and the perimeter had 3 Spirit Hall patrol checkpoints operating on rotating schedules that would create a 2-hour window for fast movement before the next rotation. 2 hours, he said to the team. Formation travel spacing. We take the window. The team moved with the automatic efficiency of people who had spent months developing a shared operational language, positions assumed, spacing held, No discussion required for the basics. Behind them, the sea was quiet, the blockade vessels visible as shapes on the evening water, the sea god island invisible at this distance, already somewhere in the past. The fracture gauge, 48. 3 points up from the sea battle's emotional intensity, and the arbiter was noting the density in the background of his awareness, and the mainland had a different texture from what they'd left, the specific quality of ground that is being contested, that knows it is being contested, that carries that knowledge in the way the air sits above it, and the valley's timeline was running, and the war had been waiting for them to arrive, and now they had. Chapter 91. The mainland was contested ground in the specific way that ground looks when a faction has stopped restraining its methods and has started applying them. 3 villages between the coastal landing and the Heavendo Empire's resistance perimeter had been abandoned, not destroyed, just emptied by people who had made the calculation that survival probability was better inside the perimeter than outside it, leaving behind the material evidence of ordinary lives interrupted, shuttered buildings, cleared livestock pens, the occasional piece of furniture too large to transport quickly. The roads were quiet in the way that absence is quiet, which is the specific quality that says the quiet is not peace. The parasitic network rebuilt its mainland relay architecture over the first 2 days of travel, the route networks and window box plants of the Resistance's territory feeding intelligence as the team moved through it. The picture that assembled was not encouraging. Spirit Hall held the central transport corridors. The Resistance perimeter was shrinking at approximately 3 kilometers per week under systematic pressure from enforcement squads that were operating without the political constraints the Accords had previously imposed. The perimeter's current trajectory, extrapolated without a tactical change, failed in 6 to 8 weeks. On the second night, they found a village that hadn't been abandoned, populated, functional, the ordinary evidence of people who had made the calculation that staying was better than leaving, or who had simply not had the option to leave. Zhu Zhuqing stopped walking on the approach road. She was in the middle of the formation's travel configuration when she stopped, and the team adjusted around her with the automatic spatial awareness they developed over months of operating together, and she stood looking at the valley's approach, not the village itself, but the surrounding terrain, the shape of the hills and the particular arrangement of the forest's edge, with the expression of a practitioner who has been away from a landscape for a long time and is recognizing it from a direction that complicates the recognition. "I grew up near here," she said. Her voice was the very level voice she used when she was managing something and wanted the management to be invisible. He stood beside her. There was nothing useful to say. Her childhood village was 40 kilometers east, in Spirit Hall's occupation zone now, inaccessible without a combat operation. The terrain was the same hills, the same tree shapes, the same quality of evening light on the particular landscape of the eastern border region. Close enough to recognize. Far enough from the original that the recognition was all she'd get. After a long moment, the people in the occupied zone are just living there. Under it. Every day. Yes. We need to end this faster than the current timeline produces. She wasn't asking a question or requesting confirmation. She was stating a position she'd arrived at and intended to operate from. "Yes," he said. "We will." She looked at him with the direct attention she used when she was making an operational assessment rather than an emotional one. He met it. The supply quarter disruption is the first step. It compresses Spirit Hall's logistics timeline and forces a redeployment that reduces their pressure on the perimeter. If we execute the Council's 3-target strategy within 6 weeks, the perimeter stabilizes. He paused. The occupation zone is a different problem. Liberating territory that Spirit Hall has already settled into is harder than preventing them from settling. We'll need the war to turn before that's feasible. How long until the war turns? He ran the honest calculation rather than the optimistic one. 4 months to a year. Depending on what happens at the valley, and what happens to Spirit Hall's command structure, and whether the alliance holds under sustained pressure without a decisive engagement in the interim. She absorbed this without expression. 4 months was a long time for people to be living under occupation. She knew this better than he could articulate it, because it was her landscape they were standing next to, and the occupation wasn't abstract for her in the way that a strategic timeline could make it abstract. "Then we don't waste any of the 4 months, she said. "No," he said. "We don't." The thread was at 42%, up 5 from the emotional weight of the recognition and the genuine thing behind it, and the arbiter's background presence noted the movement and said nothing, and the fracture was at 53, and the village ahead was full of people living under something that was going to end if the next several months went correctly, and he intended them to go correctly, and she intended the same thing, and the shared intention was the kind of input the system counted as structural. Chapter 92. Grandmaster's reunion with the team had the warmth of a man who had been calculating survival probabilities for people he cared about and has arrived at a positive answer, which produced a relief that was visible even in the precise composure he habitually maintained. Tang Hao was in the command compound's outer room. Chen Wei had not seen his father since before the tournament, months of correspondence through the parasitic network's secure relay, Operational updates and strategic intelligence exchanged with the efficiency of two people who understood each other well enough to communicate in compressed form, but not actual presence. The man standing in the outer room was not the shattered wreck he'd arrived as in the original story, nor was he the recovered strategist the outline had described. He was something between, a man who had been carrying something impossible for 12 years and had developed, over that time, an economy of motion around it, moving with the minimum expenditure of energy that still constituted moving, carrying the weight in the specific distributed way of a practitioner who had learned to redistribute rather than attempt to set down. He looked at Chen Wei for a long moment without speaking. Then, "You found the valley?" "Yes. Tang Xiao told me everything." He held his father's gaze with the directness of a person who has been carrying a thing in trust for someone and is now returning it. "She's still dormant." "Still there." The valley's utter formation held. The Spirit Hall expansion front's position puts their effective range within striking distance in 3 weeks, possibly less. The timeline that Tang Xiao's assessment produced has compressed since his initial projection because Spirit Hall's formal rejection of the Accords removed the political constraint on their movement rate. Tang Hao absorbed this with the stillness of a man receiving information he had known was coming in some form and has spent considerable time deciding how he would respond when it came. "I've been preparing to move," he said. "I can be ready in 2 weeks. We align the departure with the valley approach. When you go, we go with you." His father looked at him with the eyes of a man who had been expecting to walk a particular road alone and was being told the road was wider than he'd planned for. Something in the posture around his shoulders changed, not soften exactly, because Tang Hao's architecture didn't soften in the simple sense, but redistributed, a load that had been configured for one person's carrying being reconfigured for more than one. He stayed quiet for a moment, then said, "Tell me what you've been doing. The months since you left. What you found." Tang Hao considered the question with the particular attention he gave to things that mattered enough to be reported accurately. "The valley's utter formation is still active, the Spirit Beast Guardian wards that Ai Yin established when she converted to dormant form. Spirit Hall's expansion scouts have been at the outer boundary but haven't penetrated it. The wards aren't passive, they respond to cultivator presence, and Spirit Hall has apparently lost 3 scout teams to them, which has made the senior command cautious about committing further until they have sufficient rank to force passage." He paused. "The sufficient rank is Bibi Dong. She's the only practitioner on the continent whose cultivation level can break the outer wards without sustaining prohibitive cost. Which is why the timing is what it is." "Yes." Tang Hao looked at him with the evaluative attention of a father who has been receiving reports about his son through intermediaries and is now seeing the source directly. "You've grown." Chen Wei held the assessment. "There's more growing to do before Bibi Dong." "Yes." A ghost of something that might, on a different face, have been dry humor. "There always is." He looked back at the command room's entrance. "We should join the council. I have route maps I haven't shared yet, the valley's approach corridors, the Spirit Hall positioning as of 2 weeks ago, and 3 possible infiltration windows based on their patrol rotation patterns." They went inside, and the fracture at 52 held, and the War Council had the valley intel it needed, and the one person who had been carrying this alone for 12 years was no longer carrying it alone, and whatever came next, the weight was distributed differently than it had been for a very long time. Chapter 93 The War Council's strategic picture was worse than Chen Wei's pre-island projections in the areas where he had incomplete intelligence, and better in the specific areas where new developments had occurred during the island period. Worse, Spirit Hall had added a 3rd supply corridor through the contested zone, bypassing the 2 interdiction points the Alliance's guerrilla operations had been targeting. The additional corridor had the disruption effectiveness of the Alliance's primary supply line strategy and required a revised approach. Better, 12 practitioners from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's dispersed remnants had made contact with the Resistance and been integrated into the Alliance's eastern defense over the previous 3 weeks. Not a force that changed the strategic balance by itself, but the presence of Yu Tianheng among them, carrying the Tyrant Dragon's cultivation knowledge in a form that could now be applied to the Alliance's combat coordination planning, filled a gap that had been causing friction in the eastern perimeter's formation work. Chen Wei laid the foreknowledge on the table in the form of tactical analysis, and the presentation's accuracy was sufficient that no one asked about its provenance. Functional intelligence during a war doesn't require its source to be explained before it's used. 3 target categories: the new supply corridor's primary transit junction, Salus's enforcement command structure, and the intelligence nodes inside the Heaven Do Court's administrative system from Qianrongxu's years of cover placement. He laid out the attack sequence and the timeline. Ning Fengji, who had been running the Alliance's political coordination in Chen Wei's absence and had developed a very precise understanding of the operational picture through doing it, identified 2 gaps in the approach that the plan needed to address. The adjustments were incorporated. The revised plan was functionally sound. "Strike teams form tomorrow," Grandmaster said. "Chen Wei takes the supply corridor with primary formation. Bone Douluo coordinates the enforcement command disruption operation. Tang Hao provides the cord intelligence analysis. Chen Wei said, Tang Hao coordinates from a position that keeps him clear of Spirit Hall's primary threat assessment range. He looked at his father across the table. The valid departure is 3 weeks. I need you ready to move in 3 weeks, not in a recovery period from a high-risk insertion. Tang Hao considered this. He was the kind of person who didn't like being managed around, and the consideration was visible. Then, dryly, noted. Grandmaster, who had known Tang Hao for decades and had watched Chen Wei navigate the relationship across the months they'd been working together, said nothing and allowed the exchange to settle on its own, which was its own kind of contribution, the contribution of knowing when a room doesn't need anything added to it. The fracture at 52 held. After the formal session concluded and the practitioners dispersed toward their preparation tasks, Ning Fengzhi caught Chen Wei in the corridor outside the strategy room. He was alone. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were already coordinating their respective operation preparations, and his expression had the quality of a man who has something to say that he chose not to say in a room full of people. The supply quarter operation, he said. You're running it with primary formation rather than a reduced strike team. The domain coverage requires primary formation to be effective at the junction scale. Yes. He looked at Chen Wei with the careful attention he always deployed when he was about to address something adjacent to what he appeared to be addressing. Ning Rongrong is on primary formation. Yes. She would find it difficult to forgive me if I tried to arrange otherwise, Ning Fengzhi said. His voice was even. I'm not trying to arrange otherwise. I'm telling you that I'm aware of the calculation and have chosen to trust your formation to protect what I can't afford to lose, which is a calculation I don't take lightly. He met Chen Wei's eyes. Come back with her. Yes, Chen Wei said. It wasn't a promise in the reassurance sense. Reassurance would have been the wrong thing to offer and would have landed as such. It was an acknowledgement of the weight of what was being said, that Ning Fengzhi was entrusting his daughter to something he couldn't control, which was both a form of respect and a form of vulnerability that a clan head of his caliber didn't display without intention. The supply quarter operation had a departure window of 36 hours, and Salas had been preparing something since his assessment of the domain in the semi-final, and the valley was 3 weeks away, and the weight of everything converging felt, in the quarters quiet after Ning Fengzhi walked away, like the specific density that the arbiter fed on, and the fracture held at 52. And the 36 hours of remaining preparation needed to count. Chapter 94 The supply quarter raid ran across 3 days in forest and karst terrain that the Spirit Hall Logistics Command had selected for its road infrastructure without fully accounting for its defensive liabilities. The primary transit junction's location in the karst's mixed forest and limestone was an error in strategic planning that assumed operational zone security was sufficient that defensibility was secondary. The parasitic network had been building relay coverage in the region for 2 weeks before the team's arrival, window box plants and forest floor route networks providing sensor coverage that made the local terrain an intelligence-fed domain before the first engagement contact. The karst formations were remarkable to move through, towers of gray limestone rising from the forest floor in irregular pillars, their surfaces threaded with the root systems of trees that had been growing from the rock faces for centuries, finding purchase in cracks and mineral seams, their roots becoming the rock's internal architecture over time. Chen Wei moved through this terrain with the domain running at passive extension and felt the forest's complexity as a kind of abundance, more relay points than he could use simultaneously, the root network more interconnected than anything he'd worked with outside the Stardow Forest steep zone. Spirit Hall had picked excellent road terrain. They had not understood that excellent road terrain and excellent defensive terrain were different categories when your primary opponent was someone who moved through root networks. Emperor's domain at full radius, 60 meters in every direction, every planet a sensor relay. Every route network a data channel. The Spirit Hall practitioners running the corridor's security sweeps were moving through an environment that knew where they were at all times and could translate that knowledge into formation positioning adjustments before the sweep teams had identified their own locations relative to the team's engagement architecture. Zhu Zhuqing's movement within the domain had reached a qualitatively new level during the island months. She moved through the construct architecture with complete trust in the positional data Chen Wei was providing through their combat resonance, the domain's root network giving her information she processed as fast as he generated it, her movement anticipating gaps before they opened rather than responding to them after. Shadow duplicates running in 3 separate sections of the domain simultaneously kept Spirit Hall's security practitioners' attention fragmented across 12 targets while 2 actual practitioners generated the engagements those 12 targets were responding to. The 3 days produced 11 supply vehicles interdicted, the transit junction's primary distribution node dismantled and the routing documentation forwarded to the Alliance's intelligence structure, the corridor's security rotation pattern mapped for ongoing use. On the 3rd day, Salas arrived. Not with a full enforcement column, with an advance element, 3 Spirit Kings and an assessment practitioner, conducting the pre-engagement analysis that a titled Douluo runs before committing personal presence to an operation that has already surprised him once. Chen Wei's parasitic network registered the assessment practitioner's mapping activity as exactly what it was within 40 seconds of their arrival at the domain's peripheral range. He pulled the team back in a 30-second coordinated withdrawal that left no formation trace in the domain's planted relay network, the plants registering the withdrawal in the same way they registered everything else, as part of the ambient information the domain held rather than an operational signal. He came to map the signature, Zhu Zhuqing said, in the forest's quiet after the withdrawal was clean. He has it now. The domain's architecture. The construct cycling pattern. Yes. He ran the implication forward. The next engagement, he'll have counter preparation for the domain's standard radius. He paused. Which means the next engagement happens somewhere the domain's standard radius isn't its strongest feature. She looked at him for a moment with the particular attention she paid to tactical thinking she respected. I have thoughts about that, she said, that we should develop before he arrives. We will, he said, and the fracture at 53 held through the withdrawal, and the supply corridor was disrupted and would take Spirit Hall 2 weeks to reroute through an alternate path, and 2 weeks was 2 weeks of the Alliance's perimeter having improved supply chain reliability, and Salas was coming, and whatever preparation the next 2 weeks could produce would need to be sufficient. Chapter 95 Salas came to the forest on the day that the intelligence tracking had projected within a margin of 3 days, which meant Chen Wei had used those 3 days to select the engagement terrain, establish domain coverage in depth rather than radius, and run the formation through 3 full rehearsals of the counter-architecture he and Zhu Zhuqing had developed. Salas had selected the open plateau for his engagement venue. The choice was competent: reduced route network density, domain effective radius halved, the Spirit Hall enforcement columns formation able to operate without the domain's standard sensory coverage compromising their approach angles. Chen Wei had anticipated the selection and had spent the preparation period turning the plateau's reduced domain capacity into a specific kind of advantage. The route coverage, though less dense, extended deeper into the limestone substrate than the forest coverage did, and the nether civets absolute darkness zones had a geometric shape that, combined with a domain architecture designed around the substrate depth rather than the surface density, created a conflict between the darkness zones and the domain's underground relay network. The nether civet manifested absolute darkness across the plateau's primary engagement zone, light-dependent perception voided, spirit sense degraded to near useless in the affected zones, Salas moving through the darkness with the ease of a practitioner who had made darkness his native environment across 70 years of cultivation. Chen Wei activated harmonic balance's first stage. It was not a technique execution in the sense that it felt like, it was more like finding the center of a current, the equilibrium point beneath the combat pressure where the 4 threads combined pull converted from structural load into resource. The 3 threads ran warm, Xiao Wu's combat instinct flooding his combat sense awareness, Zhu Zhuqing's speed reading available as enhanced positional tracking in the darkness zones where normal sight failed, Ning Rongrong's amplification running across all 3 simultaneously. The combined output pushed against a titled Douluo. Not as a solo practitioner against a cultivation gap of 30+ ranks. As a formation operating with the coherence of shared resonance, the nether civet's darkness zones conflicting with the limestone substrate's domain relay in ways that cost Salas attention even as the formation was costing him defense. 30 seconds of combined output cracked his primary spirit barrier, a visible fracture in the cultivation architecture, the kind of damage that a rank 78 practitioner's defenses weren't designed to absorb from a Spirit King level opponent at any duration. The cost, 62% fracture, golden cracks along Chen Wei's forearms. The arbiter, more. You need more. Not this way, Chen Wei said silently. Salas pulled back. Not retreating from the engagement, recalculating the cost-benefit of continued personal presence against an opponent whose cultivation output exceeded its stated rank by a margin that his assessment hadn't projected. The calculation produced a withdrawal. He would return with different preparation. The formation regrouped in the forest's cover. Ning Rongrong's pagoda was cycling the healing function before Chen Wei had finished sealing the golden crack points. Xiao Wu's hand on his arm was light and certain and present. Zhu Zhuqing was already filing the engagement's output into the assessment framework she kept for everything she considered strategically relevant, which was most things. He'll come back with a counter to the harmonic balance output, she said. Yes. That gives us time to find the second stage before he does. She held that for a moment. Can you find the second stage that fast? I don't know, he said honestly. But the first stage was theoretical until I found it. The second stage is theoretical until it isn't. He sealed the last golden crack point and straightened. Let's move before his formation re-establishes tracking. They moved through the forest's cover in the 30-second coordinated withdrawal that left no formation trace in the domain's relay network. Zhu Zhuqing fell into step beside Chen Wei as the team settled into movement spacing. 3 weeks, she said. Not a question. Approximately. When Salas comes back with counter-preparation for the domain's standard radius, the opening engagement buys the valley approach time by occupying his attention. He can't be managing a priority engagement in the forest zone and personally leading the valley assault simultaneously. She paused. You've already run this. Yes. And you've decided that the opening engagement is worth the fracture load it'll cost. He looked at her. The thread was at 43%, the engagement's shared intensity having pushed it another point. The cost is manageable if the first stage holds. The first stage held today. It'll hold again. She said it with the confident assessment of someone who had been in the engagement and had seen the first stage hold and trusted her own observation. What I'm asking is whether you've run the number for what happens if the first stage doesn't hold when we're simultaneously managing BB Dong at the valley. I've run it. The answer is that if the first stage fails at the valley with BB Dong present, the outcome is catastrophic regardless of the fracture load from this engagement. He kept his voice level. So the engagement here is worth the cost because the cost isn't the variable that determines the valley outcome. Zhu Zhuqing was quiet for a moment with the particular quality of someone running an analytical process to completion before responding to it. Then, all right. That's the answer I needed to hear. They moved, and the fracture descending from 62, and the arbiter patient and present in the background, and the valley 3 weeks away and the approach corridor beginning to close. Chapter 96 The retreat south provided the recovery time in the conversation. Chen Wei spent the movement days in the internal work the fracture required after a harmonic balance activation, reinforcing the architectural points where the golden cracks had appeared, cycling spirit power through the affected channels with the patient precision that produced real repair rather than surface sealing. Ning Rongrong's pagoda ran in its secondary healing mode continuously. The fracture descended from 62, 60 by the second day, 57 by the third, 54 by the fourth. The movement itself was restoring in ways beyond the cultivation work. 4 days of forest travel at unhurried pace, the team's formation spacing maintained as background habit rather than operational necessity, the parasitic network running in passive coverage mode, reading the terrain's ambient without seeking anything in particular. The first day he'd been too depleted to notice much beyond the fracture's descent and the specific weight of each step on uneven ground. By the second day he began registering the forest in the way he'd first learned to register it as a boy in Suotuo City's practice fields, the root system's depth as a tactile awareness, the seasonal state of the canopy as something that registered without demanding interpretation. By the third day the domain's passive presence had the quality of rest rather than work, and he understood that this was what his cultivation looked like outside of sustained engagement pressure, not lesser, just different. Quieter. More itself. Xiao Wu came alongside him on the fourth day's morning march, matching his pace with the ease of someone for whom matching another person's movement was an entirely natural act, and she said it while walking, because she preferred to say significant things in motion, the movement giving her something to attend to that wasn't the other person's reaction. The soul bonding ceremony, she said. The three of us talked about it. All three of us, together, and separately. She kept her eyes on the road. It was Ning Rongrong's idea first. But we arrived at the same position independently before she said it out loud, she checked. He had known this was coming from the arc's structure. Knowing hadn't made the weight of it less, which was probably correct, because some things should carry their full weight even when they're expected. You understand what it costs you, he said. Permanent partial soul link, she said. We feel each other's emotional states. We're connected to each other as much as to you. She walked for a moment with that. I've been connected to things my whole life. The Stardow Forest. The ecosystem. Other spirit beasts in the 1,000-year range who shared a hunting territory. Connection is the form my life has taken for 3,000 years. A soul link with 3 people I've already chosen, that's not a cost. That's what this already is, more clearly expressed. He held her words for a long while. The formation kept its travel spacing around them, the others giving the conversation its space without anything being said about it. Zhu Zhuqing? He asked. Zhu Zhuqing said, she spent her life running from forced bonds. This is different. This is her choice. Xiao Wu's voice was even. She said those words specifically because she needed them to be the specific words on record. And Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong said, the pagoda amplifies. Now she can amplify all of us. A pause. She brought 17 pages of cultivation notes to the conversation. She wanted the decision to be informed. He walked beside her in the quiet of the road and the forest around it, and after a moment he said, I was going to ask. I was waiting for the right moment. She looked at him sideways with the amber attention of 3,000 years of reading the difference between what people say and what they mean. We decided, she said, not to make you ask. You've been carrying this alone for too long. This is the part where that changes, and we figured you needed to know it was the choice rather than the obligation, which meant we had to say it first. The fracture gauge moved from 54 to 50, the system registering a collective choice, 4 people moving in the same direction by different routes, as a different category of input than individual cultivation work, the kind of structural shift that the fracture meter tracked separately from combat loads, and the valley was 2 weeks ahead, and the ceremony had a shape now, and the arbiter in the background was patient and very quiet. Chapter 97. The Alliance compound's recovery period lasted 10 days, and Chen Wei used them the way the fracture required rather than the way operational urgency suggested. The Golden Crack assessment Ning Rongrong ran on day 1 produced findings: stable, trending toward slow recession as spirit power cycling continued, not progressing to new depth. The harmonic balance first stage was doing its design function, converting fracture pressure into stabilization energy rather than allowing it to compound. The cracks were not deepening. That was the primary clinical concern and the primary clinical finding, and it established the 10 days as restorative rather than emergency. On day 4, Zhu Zhuqing came to find him in the compound's outer practice yard in the direct way she always came to significant things, not circuitously, not with a pre-approach, just arriving at the destination of the conversation she intended to have. "I want to be clear about one thing," she said. "The ceremony. What I said to Xiao Wu, what I'm telling you now, is my choice. Not a response to the fracture's urgency. Not because the situation requires it. My choice, because I examined it from every direction I could find and this is where I arrived." She held his gaze. "I needed to say that to you directly rather than let it be implied by the circumstances." "I know," he said. "I believe it." She held the confirmation for a moment, not with relief exactly, but with the recognition of someone whose directness has been met with an equivalent directness, which was the kind of exchange she valued above all others. Then she nodded once and left without elaborating, because the thing that needed saying had been said and she had said it. On day 6, Ning Rongrong brought the cultivation records. 17 pages, the documentation she'd been keeping since the island months of the pagoda's recursive amplification development. She set them on the table in front of him and said, "This isn't an explanation or a justification. It's the information I think you should have before the ceremony, because I believe you should understand what the pagoda might do with the ceremony's output. I don't know exactly, the recursive amplification is doing something I haven't fully characterized yet. But I know it's amplifying the quality of connection rather than just the stats of ability. Whatever the ceremony produces, the pagoda is going to do something with it." He read all 17 pages carefully. When he looked up, "Thank you." She nodded once and left in the same way Zhu Zhuqing had, the thing that needed saying said, no elaboration required. Xiao Wu came on day 8, after dark, and sat beside him in the compound's outer garden with the ease of someone who was comfortable in silence and was choosing to be in this one specifically. She sat beside him for a long time without speaking. The compound was quiet around them, the night's ambient sounds, the distant watch rotation, the small sounds of the formation sleeping. Then, "I've loved 2 humans, across 3,000 years, in the way that means something. The first died before I could protect him. You're not going to die." Her voice was the specific warmth of something that had decided an outcome and was working backward from it as a matter of settled intention rather than hope. "The Arbiter, Spirit Hall, the Valley, whatever comes next, none of it is going to be the ending of this." She looked at him. "Are we clear on that?" "Clear," he said. She leaned her shoulder against his and looked at the garden and didn't move, and he didn't either, and the fracture gauge descended to 48 in the quiet of that decision being stated between 2 people who meant it, and the ceremony was in 2 days, and the 3 women had each said what they needed to say, and the Arbiter was quiet with the specific quality of something watching a variable it hadn't fully calculated and waiting to understand what it was. Chapter 98. The conversation between the 3 women happened in the inner courtyard the night before the ceremony, without Chen Wei present. Not because he had been asked to leave, but because he understood that this was a conversation that was theirs to have, and that being present for it would change it from something genuine into something performed. The thread network registered the conversation's emotional character as it proceeded, warm, then serious, then warm again in a different way than the warmth that opens a meeting, the warmth that closes one, after the essential things have been said and heard. He didn't monitor the conversation's content. The parasitic network's root coverage reached the inner courtyard and he chose not to use it, because some things deserved the privacy they were conducted in. What he knew was what they told him afterward, not complete accounts, but enough. Xiao Wu had explained the ceremony in full, including every aspect of the permanent soul link she understood and every aspect she was uncertain about. She was direct about the costs and direct about what she understood those costs to be for each of them specifically, not as a general category. She had made this the conversation's opening because she believed everyone present deserved to make their choice with the most complete information available, and she had learned, across millennia of decisions made under insufficient information, that the completeness of information at the moment of a significant choice was one of the things that determined whether the choice held after the moment passed. Zhu Zhuqing had spoken first after the explanation. She had said, essentially, what she'd said to Chen Wei, this was her choice, examined carefully, arrived at without outside pressure. She said one additional thing to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong that she didn't repeat to Chen Wei, and he didn't ask what it was. What he understood, from the way the thread moved when she told him what she'd said and held back what she'd held back, was that it was something that required the intimacy of that specific room and those specific people to be said properly. Ning Rongrong had spoken last. She'd said, "I've been studying the pagoda's recursive amplification for 3 months. I think I understand what it's becoming. It's not enhancing abilities or cultivation metrics, it's enhancing the quality and depth of connection between the people it covers. The ceremony isn't only going to distribute the fracture pressure. The pagoda is going to do something with what the ceremony produces that I can't fully predict. I'm telling you this because you should know it. Not because it changes my answer." They had sat together in the courtyard for 2 hours after the substantive conversation was done, not saying much, which was the specific kind of quiet that follows a genuine agreement, the quiet where the language has done its work and the people in it have moved past the language into the thing itself. Chen Wei felt the emotional weight of the meeting through the thread network as it moved through its phases, not the specific content, which was the conversations to hold, but the quality of it, serious, then something like relief, then warm in the specific way that warmth is warm when it's been earned through genuine difficulty rather than simply offered. When the warmth came through all 3 threads simultaneously, he understood that the conversation had done what it needed to do. He went to check the parasitic network's security perimeter and run the ceremony's pre-positioning assessment. The clearing 1 hour's travel from the compound had been pre-selected 2 days prior, minimal ambient spirit energy interference, open sky above the forest's canopy opening, the root systems of the surrounding trees ready to extend domain coverage for the security perimeter. The logistics were as settled as logistics could be. When he returned to the compound, Grandmaster was still awake in the strategy room, working with maps of the valley approach. Chen Wei paused at the doorway. "Tomorrow," Grandmaster said without looking up. "Yes." He looked up then, with the expression of a man who has watched a person grow from something very small and has been paying attention to every stage of the growth. "The soul bonding ceremony is not something your father did," he said carefully. "It's not something that is precedent in the cultivation records I know. What you're doing tomorrow is something new." "Yes." Grandmaster was quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm glad you found people worth doing something new for." He looked back at his maps. "Get some sleep." The fracture gauge dropped from 48 to 46 before midnight, the system registering the combined weight of 4 people arriving at the same decision by their own routes as structural foundation rather than emotional load, and the ceremony was morning, and the 3 women had each arrived here clearly, and the arbiter was quiet in the way that sometimes meant waiting and sometimes meant calculating, and the difference between those two would become clear at the ceremony's first contact with the arbiter's harvest mechanism. Chapter 99 The soul bonding ceremony required the open sky, a stable cultivation state, and what the system's documentation described, in notation that Chen Wei had decided was genuinely structural rather than aesthetic despite its antique framing, as the willing participation of all bound parties. He understood what that meant when the ceremony began. The system assessed willing participation as a quality that was either present or absent in the thread network's architecture, and there was no ambiguity in what it read. They stood in a forest clearing 1 hour's travel from the compound, the night sky overhead, the parasitic network providing security coverage at 300 meters to ensure the ceremony was not interrupted by external operational concerns. He held the first thread, Xiao Wu's gold at 61%, deep and warm and built across years of genuine connection and 3,000 years of a spirit beast who had decided, with the full weight of what 3,000 years of deciding means, that this was the person and this was the choice. He felt it as something with a foundation deep enough that the foundation's bottom wasn't visible. Ning Rongrong held the pagoda open at its highest tier configuration. The recursive amplification was running at full output, the 7-tier glow of the full construct doing what she had documented and predicted but hadn't been able to fully quantify, amplifying the connection itself, taking what was already structurally real and making it more thoroughly present in a way that ordinary resonance didn't produce. The arbiter moved. Not subtly, a direct intervention, pushing fracture pressure into the ceremony's architecture in the specific way a process designed to understand a system does when it has decided that the current moment is the moment to activate the system toward its designed outcome. The harvest mechanism engaging. All 4 threads, if he let the arbiter accelerate them past the equilibrium threshold during the ceremony's vulnerable period, would reach maximum resonance simultaneously and produce the convergence. He found the center. The thread of tides trial had been practiced for exactly this configuration, 4 currents at maximum pull simultaneously, the equilibrium point where they converted from forces that shattered to forces that stabilized. He found the center of the ceremony the same way he'd found the center of the trial, by stopping, holding position under the maximal load, tracing each current back to its source, and moving toward the source rather than with any single current. The fracture pressure spiked through the arbiter's intervention, 55, 60, 65, 68, and then the sealing function activated. Xiao Wu's spirit beast essence. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow speed. Ning Rongrong's amplification light. All 3 flowing into the bond architecture simultaneously in the way the system had described, theoretically, as the failsafe mechanism's activation condition, and they were not 3 simultaneous additions to a single load-bearing structure. They were 3 threads weaving into a braid, the architecture that the harmonic balance's failsafe was designed to produce, 4 strands operating as a single coherent structure with the properties of all 4 and the weakness of none of the individual strands. Tri-thread resonance activated. The fracture gauge dropped at the rate of a collapse, 68, 60, 50, 40, 30. The golden cracks along his forearms sealed, not disappeared, but sealed over with the woven blue-silver-gold pattern of the braid's visual expression in the blue-silver emperor's material structure. Rank 68, then 70, then 72. Spirit Sage. The Arbiter's harvest attempt had failed. Its convergence calculation had been disrupted by the specific thing the system's creator had built as a mathematical consideration but had never expected to be achieved, genuine equilibrium across all threads simultaneously, the failsafe activating not as a theoretical proof but as a practical fact. The clearing was quiet in the aftermath. The night sky was very clear above them, and none of them moved, because the ceremony had produced something that deserved to be held before it was carried forward, and the fracture at 30 was the best number it had shown in the entire arc of this story, and the braid in the blue-silver emperor's arm was warm, and the arbiter was recalculating somewhere in the background, and whatever came next was going to be faced differently than anything before it had been. Chapter 100. The shared soul architecture made itself known in small ways before the large ones. Chen Wei woke aware of 3 emotional states that were not his own, present in the background of his awareness the way peripheral vision runs alongside focused vision, readable when he attended to them, not intrusive until they produced something strong enough to break through the ambient level on its own. He lay still in the compound's morning quiet and ran the 3 states as a deliberate assessment exercise rather than letting them filter in passively. Xiao Wu, settled in deep. The 3,000 years of her were legible in the bond's quality, the way old things feel old not through weakness but through the accumulation of everything that's happened in them. Whatever she was feeling this morning was not worry, which he registered as information. Zhu Zhuqing, precise and forward-oriented already, the morning practitioner who completed her cultivation cycle before the compound's common rooms came alive. Ning Rongrong, warm focus, already with the pagoda's ambient running at low output, the recursive amplification barely present at this cultivation level but present nonetheless, a hum underneath everything else. 3 people. Their emotional states running in the architecture of his soul the way the parasitic network ran through his cultivation sense, ambient, available, real. He held this for a moment before rising, in the specific way you hold a new capability before using it, not with awe, which would be the wrong response, but with the measured recognition that what had changed permanently and the world he was waking into was different from the one he'd woken into yesterday. Xiao Wu's state, a settled calm with a depth that 3,000 years had built in the ceremony had not disturbed but had, if anything, settled more completely into its foundations. Zhu Zhuqing's, alert and attentive, already running implications through a practitioner's analytical framework, the characteristic quality of someone whose professional relationship to new information is to assess it before responding to it. Ning Rongrong's, warm and focused simultaneously, the emotional state of a person who has arrived somewhere they've been working toward and recognizes the arrival clearly. They tested the tri-thread resonance in the clearing before returning to the compound. The difference from the pre-ceremony resonance pulse was measurable in every dimension that mattered. Where the pulse had required conscious activation and had switching lag between individual thread engagements, the tri-thread ran continuously at low output, the braid's architecture sustaining it without cultivation overhead, and required only intention to bring any combination to active use. The combat applications were immediate and required no demonstration of their significance to the people using them. Ning Rongrong's amplification covered all 3 simultaneously at full pagoda output. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could exchange combat sense directly, without Chen Wei as the intermediary, the braid connecting them to each other as much as to him, the architecture having the property Bosaixi had suggested the harmonic balance would produce, not 4 individual relationships organized around a central point, but a formation that operated as a coherent entity. The arbiter spoke. Not with the direct intervention quality it had used at the ceremony. Something more measured, adjusting rather than escalating, the mechanism changes the harvest calculation. Yes, Chen Wei said silently. Not the direction. He held that. It was accurate. The tri-thread resonance was a failsafe, not a final resolution. It had survived this attempted convergence, but the arbiter existed within the system's architecture and wasn't finished. The war was still running. The valley was now weeks rather than months away. And Bibi Dong's positioning of assets around the valley's perimeter meant that whatever was waiting there was being approached from both directions simultaneously. A messenger arrived at the clearing's perimeter. Breathless, from the Alliance compound's watch rotation, a man who had been running hard enough that his report came between controlled breaths. Spirit Hall has found the valley's exact location, he said. Bibi Dong is mobilizing her personal column, not just assets, personal presence. Tang Hao received the intelligence this morning from the outer perimeter relay. A pause for breath. He's already moving toward the valley. He went alone. Xiao Wu said nothing. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing. Ning Rongrong said nothing. The shared soul architecture turned 4 individual responses into a single direction before anyone had finished processing the information, the brain doing what it had been built to do, transforming separate awareness into coordinated action without the lag that coordination had previously required. They were already moving when the messenger's last word finished landing, the clearing empty behind them by the time the echo of alone had finished settling, and the fracture at 30 was the best number in the system's history, and the valley was weeks away and closing, and Tang Hao was running toward Bibi Dong alone, and whatever the next arc held was going to start before they'd had time to fully understand what the last one had built. Chapter 101A intercepted Tang Hao 3 hours north of the valley, on a mountain road that he had clearly chosen for its tree coverage and tactical sight lines rather than its direct approach, the route of a man who had been running alone through Spirit Hall-controlled territory and had learned to navigate through it rather than across it. He was moving fast for someone bleeding. The wound was from a Spirit Hall scout engagement, a spirit ability strike along the left side, healed incompletely by field treatment, the kind of injury that wouldn't kill him but was reducing his cultivation output and his movement speed by a measurable percentage. Chen Wei registered it through the parasitic network's tree coverage before Tang Hao had spotted the team, which gave him exactly enough time to position Ning Rongrong's pagoda for immediate deployment rather than a delayed response. Tang Hao stopped when he saw them. The particular quality of his stillness was not relief, it was the stillness of a man recalibrating a calculation that had been running on different variables. The valley's timeline is shorter than the last relay estimate, Chen Wei said. He moved directly to the operational picture because that was what Tang Hao needed first and because the other things would come in their own order. Bibi Dong is mobilizing personal presence. The advance force is already positioned. I know. Tang Hao's voice was steady. The wound wasn't in his voice. I've been tracking the advance force's movements for 3 days. 3 Spirit Douluo, approximately 100 enforcement soldiers, and a cultivation restriction formation that they've been building around the valley's outer perimeter since yesterday. He looked at Ning Rongrong's pagoda, already cycling its healing function. She doesn't need to do that. She's doing it anyway, Ning Rongrong said pleasantly, her pagoda's light already working on the wound's edges. Chen Wei watched his father accept this with the expression of a man who has been alone long enough that being cared for by people who do it well is a kind of disorientation he doesn't have a current framework for. He let the pagoda work. We move together, Chen Wei said. Formation travel. The trithread resonance allows spirit power sharing during movement, will make the valley in 6 hours rather than 12. Your formation, Tang Hao said, not a question, an acknowledgement. He was updating his operational model for the new variables without protest, which was its own kind of statement about what the months of working separately had produced in him. They moved. The 6-hour travel at formation speed, spirit power cycling through the trithread's architecture in the shared movement configuration Chen Wei had been developing since the ceremony, produced a residual cultivation advance that he felt as a steady climb, rank 73 by the 2nd hour, rank 74 by the 5th. The 7th ring was already in the back of his awareness, the blue-silver emperor's cultivation pattern indicating what it required next, and the valley ahead carrying in the maternal bond's resonance that suggested it was going to produce something more than the engagement he was planning for. Tang Hao ran the advance forces positions from memory as they traveled, providing everything the parasitic network hadn't yet reached. The 3 Spirit Douluo's cultivation signatures. The restriction formation's activation threshold. The approach corridor that Spirit Hall's scouts had not adequately monitored. The one through the valley's western ridge, which was technically accessible and practically overlooked because anyone moving from the standard approach directions wouldn't find it. That's our entry, Chen Wei said. Yes, Tang Hao said. I thought so too. Father and son, running the same calculation from different sets of information and arriving at the same answer, and the valley was ahead, and that warm maternal filament was running warm, and the advance force didn't know yet that what was coming for them had significantly more than one practitioner behind it. Chapter 102 The valley's advance force had 3 hours to realize the difference between the situation they'd been preparing for and the situation they were actually in. It took them 45 minutes. The western ridge approach brought Chen Wei's team above the formation's rear line, above the cultivation restriction field's effective range, and into the position from which Emperor's domain at full radius covered the entire valley floor. The domain's extension into the valley's plant life happened before the first Spirit Hall practitioner registered an external presence, the blue-silver grass and the valley's natural undergrowth becoming the relay network while the advance force's attention was still directed at the approach corridors they'd been monitoring. The valley was alive in a way that the parasitic network's standard readings didn't fully capture. It wasn't the ambient spirit energy of a high-level cultivation site. It was something more specific, the distributed presence of a consciousness that had been maintaining this place for 12 years from within the most elemental form of its existence, the valley's blue-silver grass all running from a single root system, all carrying the warmth of a dormant awareness that had been here, patiently, since before Chen Wei had come into this world as anything other than a reader of someone else's story. The platinum gold thread pulled. He registered it and held it and focused on the engagement first. Tang Hao dropped from the ridge line above the restriction formation's anchor points with the particular quality of a rank 90 titled Douluo engaging practitioners 40 ranks below him, not fast, exactly, but final, the way a resolved quantity moves through whatever is in front of it. The Clear Sky Hammer was at reduced cultivation output relative to his peak, but reduced from rank 90 was still overwhelming to rank 80 practitioners who had been expecting to fight alone. Chen Wei's domain converted the valley floor into a targeting system. Every Spirit Hall soldier in the valley became a fixed point in the construct architecture, paralytic arrays deployed in the formation's kill zones before the soldiers had identified the attack's origin. Xiao Wu moves through the construct architecture at full, unrestricted speed. 3,000 years of predator biomechanics operating without a ceiling in an environment that Chen Wei's domain was translating into perfect positional data. Zhu Zhuqing took the 3-spirit Douluo with 4 shadow duplicates running simultaneously, not to defeat 3-spirit Douluo but to fracture their coordinated response capability, preventing the joint ability discharge that was the primary danger from a 3-person titled Douluo formation. Ning Rongrong's pagoda covered the full valley at sustained amplification. The restriction formation's anchor points collapsed in sequence as Tang Hao worked through them. The advance force lasted 22 minutes. In the valley's quiet afterward, Chen Wei stood at the edge of the blue-silver grass field and felt the maternal bond run warm and present and pull him forward, and the Arbiter was quiet, and Bibi Dong's arrival was hours away, not days, and the thing he'd come here for was ahead, and the engagement had cleared the ground for it. He stood at the field's edge for another moment, running the post-engagement assessment. 3 Spirit Douluo neutralized, 100 Spirit Hall soldiers incapacitated or routed, the restriction formation's anchor points destroyed. Tang Hao was moving through the valley's lower section, sealing the last of the anchor points with a methodical precision that came from years of running similar operations alone. The field was quiet now, the grass responding to the domain's residual presence with the particular orientation of root systems that recognize an affiliated cultivation signature. Xiao Wu came to stand beside him. She didn't say anything. She was looking at the grass field with the expression she wore when she was reading something in the spirit beast landscape that wasn't visible to ordinary perception, registering the dormant consciousness distributed through the root system, the presence that the grass carried from within. "Can you feel her?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "She's here." The warmth in that word, "here," held more than the tactical situation warranted. But the tactical situation had been cleared specifically so that word could mean what it meant. He let it mean what it meant. Chapter 103 The Blue-Silver Emperor plant at the valley center was not what Chen Wei had expected from Tang Xiao's description. Larger. The description had said enormous, the single plant that Yin's dormant consciousness had been maintaining through its root system, the vehicle of a 12-year wait. The word enormous had not fully communicated what it was, a plant that had grown from a single point and filled the valley's center with the specific intent of something that had been patiently present in a form that didn't require movement or speech, spending 12 years becoming as deeply rooted in this ground as its consciousness was in the choice it had made. He stood at the field's edge and let the domain's root network read what was in front of him before he approached it. The plant's energy signature was unlike anything he'd cultivated near, 10 millennia of blue-silver emperor cultivation compressed into a dormant form, the vitality muted but present in the way that embers are present in ash, not dead, waiting. The root system extended outward from the central stem in every direction, running under the valley soil in a network that connected every blade of grass in the field, making the entire valley a single organism with distributed consciousness. He had built formations that worked on similar principles, using the Emperor's domain to extend himself through root networks. What Yin had built was the same principle expressed as 12 years of patient biological fact rather than cultivated technique. The root system was the whole valley floor. He understood, standing at the edge of it, why Spirit Hall's scouts had found the outer wards impenetrable. Yin's dormant consciousness hadn't just maintained this plant, she'd built the valley into an extension of her awareness, the same way his Emperor's domain extended him into his immediate terrain. She had been here, distributed across every root and blade and flower, for 12 years. The valley was her. He approached the central stem and touched it. The platinum gold thread activated. Not like the other threads, not a bond between two separate people with their own independent architectures. A thread that ran through his own cultivation rather than between him and someone external, connected to something that was the origin point of the blue-silver emperor he carried in his own soul. The maternal thread. The oldest thread in the system's architecture, dormant since birth, activating now because the distance between the thread's endpoints had, finally, become zero. Emotions came through it before anything else could. Not language. Love, with a specific texture of love that has been waiting a very long time without doubting. Pride, at a frequency that felt like watching something you made become more than what you imagined when you made it. Fear, not for herself, but for him, the specific fear of a mother who has watched from too far away and too long and has spent 12 years worrying in silence. And below all of this, running through the thread's deepest register, recognition. She knew Xiao Wu. She knew what Xiao Wu was, had felt it through the thread the moment the thread resonance had fully formed, had understood the nature of the three women who were present in this valley through the bond architecture that Chen Wei carried. And the recognition had a quality that he felt as instruction, not a command, something gentler than that, the specific warmth of a person who has done something and lived with the consequences and wants, more than anything, to prevent the same consequences for the person they loved most. A message formed in his awareness, carried through the maternal thread in the way that dormant consciousness communicates, not words exactly, but meaning with the precision of words. Protect her. Don't let them take her rings. He held his mother's awareness through the connection of the thread and understood several things simultaneously. She had known Xiao Wu was coming. She had been waiting, in the same way she'd been waiting for him, to say this specific thing. And the fear in the thread wasn't for herself, it was for both of them, for the version of the future where Chen Wei arrived too late or Xiao Wu's rings were taken, the future Ai Yin had been protecting against for 12 years from inside a single blade of grass. I understand, he said aloud. Then, through the thread, I know what she is. I will protect her. The platinum gold thread ran warm and present, and the valley was quiet in the aftermath of the engagement, and Bibi Dong was hours away, and the revival was the next thing. Chapter 104 The revival required spirit power at a scale that his cultivation alone couldn't sustain for the full duration. He understood this within the first 3 minutes of the attempt. The Blue-Silver Emperor's connection to Ai Yin's dormant consciousness allowed him to pour spirit power into the root system and feel it flowing toward the condensation process, the dormant form beginning to contract from its distributed valley state toward the density of a humanoid presence. But the process's energy demand was the energy demand of 10 millennia of dormant cultivation beginning to reform, a scale that a spirit sage, even at maximum output with dual martial soul access, couldn't sustain to completion. I need to borrow from the bond, he said. Xiao Wu was already beside him, her hand on his shoulder with the focused attention of a practitioner who has understood the situation before it was described. Show me the channel. He extended the thread resonance's sharing architecture toward the maternal bond's architecture, not routing the bond through himself but allowing the three women's soul energy to flow alongside his into the root system's condensation process. Xiao Wu's spirit beast essence added the natural world's fundamental energy. Ning Rongrong's pagoda ran at maximum output, amplifying each contributing channel by the recursive factor. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow speed spirit energy added the specific force density that her cultivation had been building toward since the island. The plant began to contract. The process was slow and required continuous sustained input and was, in itself, one of the more demanding things the bond architecture had been required to do. But it worked. The distributed root system drew back toward the central stem. The central stem thickened, condensed, began to differentiate. The root structure gathered itself toward a vertical form. Tang Hao stood at the valley's edge and watched. He made no sound. His face had the specific stillness of a man for whom this moment had been the organizing purpose of 12 years' worth of daily choices, and who has arrived at it and found that arrival is not the same as completion, and who is present for what comes next regardless of that difference. Ai Yin's eyes opened. Green. The color of blue-silver grass at its most alive, at its most luminous, carrying the quality of light that 10 millennia of cultivation in the Stardow forest produces in a living thing. She was looking at him, at Chen Wei, at the son she'd carried and protected and sent forward into a world she'd had to leave before she could watch him in it. She was beautiful in the way of something that has been exactly what it was for 10,000 years without compromise or performance. My son, she said. Her voice was the first human sound she'd made in 12 years, and it carried those 12 years in the specific way that something carried for a very long time sounds when it's finally set down, lighter than you'd expect, and more solid. Tang Hao collapsed to his knees at the valley's edge. Not a dramatic gesture, a physical fact, the leg simply being no longer capable of performing the function of holding up a man whose architecture was organized around holding something in anticipation and has just had the anticipation resolved. He put his hands on the ground. He didn't speak. Chen Wei stood between the two of them and felt the dormant maternal awareness pulse warm and complete and present in a way it had never been, and the fracture gauge moved from 30 to 27, and the arbiter was completely silent, and somewhere in the background of everything, the valley was still and clean and carrying the ambient weight of a thing that has been resolved, and then the domain registered a disturbance at the valley's southern approach, and the silence had about 4 minutes remaining. Chapter 105 Bibi Dong arrived with Elder Salas and a Spirit Hall army of approximately 200 practitioners. The formation spread across the valley's southern approach in the calculated deployment of a supreme pontiff who had done this kind of operation before and had no reason to hurry. She stopped at the valley's edge when she saw Ai Yin standing. The fury that crossed her face was not the sharp fury of surprise, it was the controlled, cold fury of a person encountering a thing they had planned to prevent and had believed they had prevented, and discovering that the plan had failed. The kind of fury that resolves into action rather than expression. The Blue-Silver Emperor's line should have ended 12 years ago, she said. I'll finish what I started. Tang Hao moved. The engagement between a rank 95 equivalent Clear Sky Hammer practitioner, even reduced from his peak, even carrying the marks of 3 months of solo operation and a scout engagement wound, and a rank 96 Spirit Douluo like Salis was not the one-sided clash that Spirit Hall had apparently calculated. Tang Hao fought with the particular quality of someone who has been waiting 12 years to do exactly this and has been preparing for exactly this and has no interest in making the engagement longer than necessary. Chen Wei interposed himself between Bibi Dong and Yin. Both martial souls active simultaneously, Blue-Silver Emperor extended to full domain across the valley, Clear Sky Hammer manifested in the right hand, the dual integration protocol running at the level Tang Xiao and Chen Xin had been building toward since the Clear Sky clan. He was Spirit Sage against a peak-titled Douluo. The gap was enormous. He knew exactly how enormous it was, and he did it anyway. Bibi Dong's dual martial soul manifested. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Leading Spider Emperor, two different spider-type souls sharing a single host, the combination that Spirit Hall's cultivation history recorded as the most dangerous dual martial soul in the modern era. The void darkness of the Death Spider expanded, a negation field that Spirit Hall's researchers had documented as consuming a light and spirit ability output within its radius. The Soul-Eating Spider's threads reached across the valley like silver judgment. The first exchange, Bibi Dong's Death Spider met Chen Wei's domain at the valley's edge. The domain held, barely. The root architecture running into the valley's bedrock limestone was deep enough that the negation field couldn't consume the substrate-level construction, only the surface-level constructs. He rebuilt faster than she consumed. It was not a strategy. It was a holding action. "You're stalling," she said. She advanced, and the Death Spider aura advanced with her, and the valley's plants began dying at the edge of the field spread. "Yes," he said. He raised the Clear Sky Hammer. "And I'll keep stalling until the situation changes." She hit him with the Soul-Eating Spider's primary thread discharge and he converted the impact into a harmonic balance stabilization input rather than a combat response, the fracture gauge spiking to 40 from the impact load but the first stage doing what it was designed to do, converting the pressure into structural support rather than damage. He was bleeding from the hit's physical component. He manifested the hammer again. "The Arbiter, let me help you. I can give you power beyond your rank. All you have to do is let go." "No," he said. Bibi Dong raised her hand for the second discharge, and Tang Hao hit her from behind. Not at full rank 95 output. But at everything Tang Hao had left, delivered in the Clear Sky Hammer's most direct expression, a single strike aimed at Bibi Dong's back with 12 years of grievance and 35 years of cultivation and the particular clarity of a man who has nothing left to protect except the thing that's standing in front of him. She turned to deal with Tang Hao. The valley had a moment that wasn't quite safe but was different from what it had been, and in that moment, Yin moved. Chapter 106 Bibi Dong's duel with Tang Hao gave Chen Wei 40 seconds to assess the valley's full situation, which was 40 seconds of the most expensive assessment he'd ever run. The valley had been transformed since the advance force engagement. What had been a blue-silver grass meadow was now a combat theater, the root system activated at maximum extent, Yin's dormant awareness distributed through every blade responding to the threat the way a body responds to injury, with everything it had, all at once. The domain's coverage overlapped with Yin's distribution in a way that produced a deeper sensory picture than either alone could generate. Chen Wei saw the valley as both practitioner and as the son of the person whose consciousness filled it, the dual perspective carrying more than tactical data. It carried grief and resolve in equal measure. The Spirit Hall army had engaged the team. Xiao Wu was running full combat, unrestricted, 3,000 years of fighting knowledge applied against a force that had expected a spirit ancestor range opponent and was encountering something that had no human taxonomy. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow duplicates were proliferating across the formation's flanks, the doubled confusion of actual speed and duplicate movement preventing coordinated ability discharges. Ning Rongrong's pagoda covered the full engagement zone at sustained output, its recursive amplification running at full capacity. They were holding. They wouldn't hold indefinitely. 200 Spirit Hall practitioners had the cumulative cultivation output to wear down any formation given enough time, and Bibi Dong's army understood attrition. Then, the golden cracks. They appeared when Bibi Dong turned from Tang Hao and brought the Death Spider's negation field back toward Chen Wei. The fracture gauge at 42. The first stage's equilibrium failing under the sustained load of fighting at a cultivation gap this wide, the Trithred's architecture supporting beyond his rank but the support having a ceiling that peak tidal Douluo power was pushing against from the other side. "Let me help you," the Arbiter said again. Its voice had taken on a different quality. Not the clinical patience of the Arbiter at rest but something that recognized the current moment as an opportunity it had been waiting for since the ceremony hadn't produced the harvest it planned for. "One thread at maximum and I give you enough power to match her. Just one. You don't have to choose permanently. Just now." The golden cracks spread 3 millimeters along his forearm. I said no. Bibi Dong was 10 meters away and closing, the Death Spider aura consuming the domain's surface layer with each step. The valley's remaining plants were dying in the field's radius. He could feel Yin through that maternal resonance, feel her awareness registering each dying plant the way he felt the domain's losses, as something that hurt in the specific way that things hurt when they're part of you. Tang Hao hit her again from the left. He was bleeding from 3 points on his torso, his cultivation output clearly diminished below what it had been at the engagement's start, and he was hitting her from the left because she was oriented toward Chen Wei, and hitting her from the left was the thing that cost her attention and time, and he was making that cost happen with the particular commitment of a man who has already decided what he's willing to spend. Bibi Dong turned to eliminate Tang Hao. Chen Wei raised the clear sky hammer and struck at the turning movement's exposed moment, the gap Chen Sin had identified in the protocol sessions as the exploit angle for a practitioner with the hammer strike geometry against a rotational defense. The strike landed on her secondary spirit barrier and produced a crack that he felt through the hammer's feedback as real structural damage rather than surface abrasion. She looked at him with something that wasn't fury anymore but was something more specific and more dangerous, the focused attention of a practitioner who has just updated her assessment of an opponent upward and is preparing to respond accordingly. In the valley's center, Yin began to glow, blue-silver light rising from the root system, her dormant consciousness responding to the threat to her children in the only way it had left to respond. Chapter 107. The valley erupted with blue-silver light. Not gradually. Not as the slow build of a cultivation technique working up to its output, as the immediate full expression of 10 millennia of blue-silver emperor cultivation activating at once, the dormant form burning everything it had saved for 12 years in a single sustained outpour. Every plant in the valley moved. Every root in the valley's bedrock, every blade of grass on the hillsides, every tree in the surrounding forest at the range of a 100,000-year cultivation's domain extension, all of it weaponized simultaneously, the specific application of a consciousness that had spent 10 millennia learning to be the most powerful blue-silver emperor in existence and had not forgotten how, even after 12 years of sleeping. Bibi Dong's death spider negation field met the 100,000-year domain extension and the field lost. Not overwhelmed, simply insufficient. The negation field was designed for mortal cultivation output. What Yin was producing in this moment was not mortal cultivation output. It was the emergency activation of a divine-class spirit beast operating at its full historical capacity, drawing on reserves that had been accumulating through 12 years of dormant cultivation rather than being used. Spirit Hall's army broke. Not from targeted engagement, from the ambient force of the domain's activation wave, which passed through their formation like a tide through a line of sand barriers. Practitioners at Spirit King level simply fell. Spirit Emperor rank practitioners retreated in the formation of people who have encountered something that exceeds their professional framework for threat assessment. Chen Wei screamed no. He was already moving toward the central plant, toward Yin, toward the consciousness he'd just spent this entire arc trying to reach and recover, and he understood with absolute clarity what she was doing and what it was going to cost. The reply came through the platinum gold thread. Not words. The specific warmth of a mother who has made a decision and is at peace with it, directed at him with the full weight of 10 millennia of accumulated love and the particular certainty of someone who has known this moment was coming and has made peace with it in advance. Then, through the thread, in something close to words, a mother protects her children. All of them. She looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu held her gaze. 3,000 years of understanding what it meant to be a spirit beast who loved humans, who had sacrificed things that couldn't be recovered, who had made choices that the human world didn't have frameworks for. Xiao Wu held Yin's gaze with the specific recognition of someone looking at a version of their own story and understanding it fully. Bibi Dong retreated through the domain's onslaught, her army gone, her assault formation destroyed, her personal defense insufficient against 100,000-year blue-silver emperor output at full capacity. She opened a spatial displacement with the practiced efficiency of a practitioner who has contingency plans for contingencies, and the valley was left to the 6 people who remained in it. Yin collapsed. The blue-silver light faded as she condensed, the 100,000-year cultivation burning through its emergency reserves in the time it had used them, the humanoid form that had been stable for 40 minutes contracting back toward the most elemental expression. The central plant shrank. The root system retreated. A single golden grass blade settled to the valley floor where the central stem had been. Chen Wei reached it before it finished settling. He held it in both hands and the platinum gold thread ran warm and present and continuous. She was still there, still aware, still connected, the consciousness intact even as the form had collapsed. She was not gone. But she was back where she had been, and the cost of the day's activation would require another 12 years of recovery, and Chen Wei held the grass blade in his hands and did not speak for a long moment because there was nothing to say that was adequate to the fact of it. Chapter 108. Tang Hao sat against the valley's eastern wall with the wounds from the engagement being addressed by Ning Rongrong's pagoda and did not speak. Chen Wei sat in the valley's center with the golden grass blade in his hands and did not speak either. The engagement's aftermath settled around them, the valley's surviving plants working to re-establish themselves after the domain activation's depletion, the afternoon light on the hillsides, the quiet that follows a battle in terrain that has been used as a weapon. The valley looked exhausted. That was the word that kept arriving when he looked at it through the domain sensory coverage. Exhausted, the way a person looks exhausted, the vitality temporarily pulled inward in a recovery process that would take time. The root system that had been fully active 30 minutes ago was now at minimal function, the energy that had sustained the blue-silver grass field's full range reduced to the bare biological maintenance that kept each blade alive without enabling the extended awareness that Yin's dormant consciousness required to maintain. She was there, in the root system, but present the way a person is present in deep sleep, aware enough to confirm aliveness, not accessible for anything more demanding. He held the grass blade and felt the thread's warmth and let the distinction between not gone and here do its work on him at whatever pace it needed to work at. Xiao Wu sat beside Chen Wei and didn't say anything. She was the one who understood best, of everyone present, what the morning had been and what the grass blade was, not because she'd been told, but because she carried in herself the same knowledge that Yin had carried, the knowledge of what it meant to be a spirit beast who had decided that a human was worth the cost. She understood that cost from the inside. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong sat at a respectful distance, close enough to be present, far enough to allow the shape of the grief its space. This was a thing they understood about each other now, when to move toward and when to remain adjacent. The arbiter was silent. This was notable enough that Chen Wei registered it consciously. The arbiter, which fed on emotional intensity and had been consistently present during every high-load emotional moment since the ceremony, was not speaking. He held the silence as something he didn't fully understand yet. The arbiter silent was either showing respect that surprised him, or calculating something that it found better served by waiting. He chose, eventually, to believe the former. Tang Hao stood. He was moving more carefully than he had before the engagement, the wounds from Salas's strikes not yet sealed by the pagoda's work. He walked to where Chen Wei sat and stood above him and looked at the grass blade. She knew, Tang Hao said, that the valley was compromised. She activated to protect you. All of you. He paused. She would have done the same 12 years ago, if she'd known how to reach the decision faster. Chen Wei looked up at his father. She's not gone, he said. The threat is still active. Her consciousness is intact. It's dormant again, but it's there, and this time, I know where she is, and I know what the revival requires, and I'm not going to spend 12 years finding her. Tang Hao held his gaze. Something in his posture, the specific architecture of a man who has been carrying an impossible thing alone for 12 years, changed when those words landed. Not collapsed. Changed. This time, we find the permanent solution, Chen Wei said. The grass blade goes in a protected container and we take it with us, and when the war is won and Spirit Hall is no longer hunting us and I have the cultivation level and the resources to do it properly, I bring her back. Permanently. And you're there when she wakes up. He held his father's eyes. That's the plan. Tang Hao was quiet for a very long moment. Then, yes. His voice was even. That's the plan. The fracture gauge, 27, the arbiter's silence extending through the valley's afternoon, and the bond ran warm, and the vow Chen Wei had made to the maternal bond was now said aloud, and it was the kind of promise that required the person making it to become something they weren't yet, which meant the war ahead had a purpose that was both larger than the war and more specific than it, and that was the kind of purpose he could build direction from. Chapter 109 The strategic retreat south took 4 days, during which the War Council's picture reorganized itself around a new fact: Bibi Dong had been forced back, but the retreat was tactical and the resources she was pulling on were not depleted. Chen Wei used the retreat's travel time for the cultivation work that the Valley engagement had made available. The Spirit Hall Advance Force and the Valley's botanical onslaught had produced combat experience in a density and duration that the system translated, through the ring heat absorbed from the Valley engagement's casualties, a 15,000-year blue-silver emperor plant beast that had been growing in the Valley's lower section and had been caught in the negation field, into a direct cultivation advance, rank 75, then 76. The ring's ability, Verdant Tide, a wide-area plant generation technique that could rapidly produce temporary construct architecture from bare ground, reducing the setup time for domain-level construction from minutes to seconds in terrain with sufficient mineral composition. He stored Yin's grass blade in the jade container that the system's documentation had described, a storage medium that maintained a cultivation connection between the stored object and the host practitioner's soul architecture, the maternal connection persisting through the separation with the quality of a maintained rather than severed connection. She was present. Dormant, but present, the way the Stardow Forest was present to Xiao Wu even from a distance. The War Council reconvened at the Resistance compound on the 4th day. Grandmaster led the assessment. Bibi Dong's retreat had been tactical, a withdrawal to consolidate rather than a defeat that changed the strategic picture. She had tested the team's formation directly and had updated her operational model with what she'd found. Her next engagement would be different, and the direction it would be different was toward the forbidden ritual, the technique that could force her partial divine transformation at the cost of thousands of practitioner lives, bypassing the cultivation ceiling that the Valley engagement had demonstrated was currently holding her below decisive advantage. The timeline for the forbidden ritual, Chen Wei said. How long does she need to position for it? Tang Hao's assessment, 8 weeks minimum, Grand Master said. The ritual requires a significant captured practitioner population, a prepared ritual site, and a spirit hall presence substantial enough to protect the site while the pontiff is in the ritual's most vulnerable phase. He paused. She has all three elements assembling. The spirit hall main force's movement pattern since the Valley engagement is consistent with consolidation around a specific central territory. Heaven Do City, Chen Wei said. Most likely. Grandmaster held his gaze. The city is the ritual's optimal site, the population density, the existing cultivation infrastructure, and the strategic value of breaking it simultaneously with the power acquisition. Then 8 weeks is the window, Zhu Zhuqing said from the council's secondary position. Before the ritual completes, we need to have ended the position that makes the ritual possible. And to end that position, Chen Wei said, I need the 8th ring. Yes, Tang Hao said from the corner. You do. The fracture at 27 held, and the jade container was warm in his cultivation sense, and the great star dough forest was ahead with the 8th ring waiting in its deepest zone, and 8 weeks was not much time for what needed to happen in it. He ran the math one more time. 8 weeks to acquire the 8th ring in the great star dough forest's deepest zone, integrate a 30,000-year spirit beast's ability, achieve spirit Douluo rank, stabilize the Trithread Resonance's evolved architecture, develop the siege plan around Qian Rinxu's intelligence, and coordinate the Alliance's forces for a city-scale defensive operation while simultaneously assaulting a ritual formation guarded by peak-titled Douluo. The math didn't close comfortably. Tang Hao, from the corner where he'd been running his own calculation, you've run the timeline twice now. Yes. Does it improve the second time? No. Tang Hao made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. It never does. That's how you know you're planning honestly. He pushed away from the wall. We leave for the forest in the morning. Chapter 110 Xiao Wu navigated the Star Dough Forest steep zone. Not with maps, with her, the 3,000 years of memory that made the forest's territory as readable as a city's layout. The deep zone's guardian beasts were not hostile to her in the way they were hostile to human practitioners. Her spirit beast essence was recognized at close range, and the recognition produced responses that weren't friendship exactly but were the specific tolerance of predators who share a territory and have established operating boundaries across long coexistence. The Titan giant ape met them at the boundary of the deepest zone's outer perimeter. Chen Wei recognized it through the parasitic network's cultivation signature reading, the same signature from the canon encounter, the guardian beast that the original Tang San had met and which had, in the canon story, made the team flee. Here, it stopped and looked at Xiao Wu. She looked back. The exchange was not verbal. Some communication between spirit beasts at ancient cultivation levels happens below the threshold of human readable interaction. The Titan giant ape moved aside. Thank you, Xiao Wu said. To it, in the specific register of one ancient being acknowledging another's courtesy. The abyss demon spider's lair was in the forest's geological deep, a cave system that the spider had been occupying for 30,000 years and had reshaped across those years into a habitat optimized for a creature that controlled darkness and poison simultaneously. The entrance was visible at 200 meters, absolute black, a hole in the forest floor that light approached and didn't come back from, the specific quality of darkness that wasn't the absence of light but the presence of something that consumed it. Chen Wei extended the domain into the cave system through the biological material on its surfaces, the root systems of trees whose roots penetrated the cave's upper limestone, the moss and mycorrhizal networks on the cave walls. Imperfect coverage, but sufficient to map the general architecture and identify the spider's primary position, 300 meters in, occupying a chamber large enough to use its full 7-meter leg span. Ma Hongjun, he said. Here. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had evolved during the island period, the fire brighter, the control finer. The corruption that had plagued him since puberty now channeled into a combat expression rather than a compulsive discharge. Thermal lighting on your signal. Dai Mu Bai. Position, Dai Mu Bai said. His voice was the calm of someone who had been rebuilding his relationship to the team from a different foundation for months and had arrived somewhere more solid than what he'd started from. You're my anchor point if it gets me in the webs, Chen Wei said. Pull, don't wait. Understood. Xiao Wu's hand caught his wrist before he moved forward. Not to stop him, to make contact for a moment before the cave took them into its darkness. Her spirit beast senses were already working at the entrance, reading the spider's pattern in the way only a 3,000-year predator could read another predator's territory. 30,000 years of absolute darkness, she said. It will try to cut off your perception first. The spider knows your kind of cultivation better than it knows mine. She released his wrist. Trust the hammer over the domain if you lose orientation. Force doesn't require sight. I know. I know you know. She met his eyes. Say it back anyway. It helps. Trust the hammer over the domain if I lose orientation. The Titan giant ape's presence was a kilometer behind them, watching. The cave entrance waited, drawing heat from the air at its margin. They went in, and the cave was cold with the specific cold of the absolute darkness at depth, and the spider was 30,000 years of patience waiting in the center of a structure it had built across millennia for exactly this kind of encounter, and whatever the ring produced was going to change everything that came after it in the direction that everything after it required. Chapter 111 The Abyss Demon Spider fought Chen Wei's ability to perceive it rather than Chen Wei's ability to combat it. 30,000 years of controlling absolute darkness had produced a creature whose primary combat mechanism was not offensive ability discharge but the systematic elimination of the opponent's sensory architecture, voiding light, degrading spirit sense, neutralizing the plant system relay network that Emperor's domain relied on. The cave's biological material was still accessible, but the spider's necrotic venom was already spreading through the root systems that Chen Wei had extended as relay architecture, the venom working on the biological matrix in a way that turned his own sensory extension into a liability. Poison root systems provided poisoned information, the domain's mapping becoming unreliable under the venom's influence. He closed the domain. Switched to Clear Sky Hammer. The decision felt correct in the specific way that correct tactical decisions feel under pressure, not comfortable, just accurate. The hammer didn't rely on plant architecture or sensory relay. It relied on direct force application. Against a creature that had spent 30,000 years defeating the sensory approach, the direct approach had a different failure mode, and different failure modes were worth exploring when the original approach had been identified and was being countered. Ma Hongjun's fire lit the chamber. Not at full output, controlled burning in the specific narrowband frequency that provided visibility without triggering the spider's full darkness consumption response. The spider's darkness zones pulled at the flame's edges, consuming the light at the margins but unable to reach the source directly at this range. In the partial illumination, a creature that was more wrong than any spirit beast Chen Wei had encountered, the wrongness being not in individual features but in the specific quality of something that had spent 30,000 years in absolute darkness and had been shaped by that environment in every biological detail. The fight lasted 1 hour and 40 minutes. Ma Hongjun was nearly consumed at the 40-minute mark when the spider's dark fire, a necrotic application of its darkness ability that could penetrate conventional spirit defenses, found a gap in his fire's protective field. Dai Mu Bai took a critical strike protecting Oscar from a secondary web deployment. Both recovered, Ma Hongjun through Ning Rongrong's emergency pagoda application, Dai Mu Bai through the bone-deep commitment to functioning as the team's anchor point regardless of what the anchor cost. Chen Wei absorbed the ring. Rank 82. 8th ability, Abyssal Bloom. Plants that grew from darkness, the specific inversion of the darkness consumes light equation, turning the spider's own absolute darkness zones into growth medium for vine constructs that attack from within the negation field. Against Salus's nether civet. Against Bibi Dong's death spider. Against anything that used darkness as armor, the vines grew from inside the darkness, where the defenses were not organized. Spirit Douluo. He stood in the cave with the ring settling warmth running through his cultivation architecture and the fracture gauge dropping from 27 to 22 as the Spirit Douluo level capacity finally matched the requirements of maintaining 3 high resonance threads simultaneously, and the cave was dark around him, and Dai Mu Bai was alive. And the 8th ring was something that changed the balance in a way the 7th hadn't managed to, and the war was waiting for them to come back with it. He sat with the ring for another 10 minutes, letting the integration complete without interference. Spirit Douluo level cultivation meant that the ring's 30,000 year spirit energy was processing at a rate the architecture could actually handle without strain. No golden cracks. No fracture spike. Just the particular silence of a system that finally had enough capacity for the load it was carrying. Dai Mu Bai's voice came from the cave entrance. Everyone's breathing. Including you, as of about 3 minutes ago. How long was I out? 14 minutes from the ring's full absorption to now. A pause. The ring produced something. Abyssal Bloom. Plant constructs from darkness medium. Of course it did. Dai Mu Bai's tone was dry. Because a spider that controls absolute darkness needs to give you a plant ability. The Abyssal Bloom grows from inside the darkness, Chen Wei said. That's the point. Right. Another pause. Ready to go explain that to the others? Chapter 112 Spirit Douluo changed the operational picture in the ways that a cultivation breakthrough always changes the operational picture, not immediately visible in combat outputs, but present in the architecture beneath those outputs, the difference between a foundation that was operating at maximum strain and one that had headroom. The soul fracture meter at 22 was the most comfortable number it had shown since the threads had all been active simultaneously. The Spirit Douluo level spirit power capacity was designed to handle exactly this load. 3 high resonance threads maintained comfortably, with the 4th thread's lower resonance creating a mild but manageable additional load. The golden crack patterns on his forearms were still present, Structural marks from previous high-load events that hadn't fully healed, but they weren't propagating. The tri-thread resonance evolved. The change was gradual, visible across the first week after the ring absorption as the new cultivation level settled into the bond architecture and the architecture adjusted to the additional capacity. But the evolution's practical output was significant. The three women could now channel combat abilities through each other without Chen Wei as the intermediary. He observed it first when Zhu Zhuqing ran an evasion drill against Xiao Wu in the Resistance Compound's practice yard, Xiao Wu pressing with the full speed of unrestricted spirit beast mobility, Zhu Zhuqing reading the approach angle and patterning at a speed that exceeded her own cultivation's output capacity. The amplification she was accessing was Ning Rongrong's, running through the bond architecture from Ning Rongrong's position at the yard's edge, without Chen Wei doing anything to facilitate the transfer. "Did you know that was going to happen?" Zhu Zhuqing asked him afterward. "I knew it was theoretically possible," he said. "I didn't know when." "It started at the Sea God Island," Xiao Wu said, from the yard's edge where she'd been stretching. "The three of us, the independent development period. The bond was always between us two, not just from us to you. We just didn't have the capacity to use it until the spirit Douluo level gave you the headroom." He looked at the three of them. The formation that had been developing since Nuoding Academy, through every arc of this story, had become something that didn't require him at the center to function. That was its own kind of breakthrough, the kind that meant whatever came next, the formation's integrity didn't depend on his continuous presence in the central node position. "The 8-week window," Ning Rongrong said. "We have the formation, the cultivation level, and the ring. What's the plan for the siege?" "Grandmaster has the defensive allocation," Chen Wei said. "Our role is the ritual site. We go directly to the source." He paused. "Before that, Qianrenshu has been waiting to reach out. The ritual's timeline means it's time to answer." The fracture moved from 22 to 23 with the mention of the fourth thread, the arbiter quiet in the background noting the reference, and the formation was ready, and the window was closing, and the siege was coming whether the plan was ready or not, and the plan needed to be ready. He held the tactical picture for another moment after the council session ended. 3 weeks to the siege. 1 week to the Qianrenshu meeting. The tri-thread resonance's evolution was settled, the spirit Douluo foundation was stable, the eighth ring's ability had integrated without complications. On paper, the operational readiness was the highest it had been since the tournament. Zhu Zhuqing was the last one to leave the session room. She paused at the door. "You're running the thread numbers," she said. It wasn't a question. "Always," he said. "Xiao Wu at 61, me at 42, Ning Rongrong at 31. She listed them without emphasis, in the flat register of a person who settled that particular arithmetic long ago. "And Qianrenshu somewhere in the 20s. 30, he said. "Since the pre-dawn meeting." She absorbed that. Then the plan had better work. She left without elaborating. She didn't need to. Chapter 113 Qianrenshu's message came through the secure channel Chen Wei had established at the tournament, in cipher notation that she'd apparently been preparing for some time before sending it. The message was not a request or an offer, it was information delivered in the direct tone of someone who has made a decision about what they're going to do and is providing context rather than asking permission. "Bibi Dong's plan is not what I was told it was when I agreed to the Angel Martial Soul inheritance. I was told Spirit Hall would unify the continent through cultivation supremacy. I was not told the unification would be powered by 10,000 murdered practitioners." A pause indicated by a space in the cipher. "I have the ritual site's location, the timeline, the guard rotation structure, and the formation's anchor points. I'm prepared to provide all of it in exchange for what I asked for before, protection from what comes after. I'm also prepared to fight. Tell me what you need." He brought it to the team. Xiao Wu's response was immediate, "She's Spirit Hall's product. She's been working against us since the tournament." Her tone had the particular precision of someone who has thought about a specific person carefully and arrived at a position. "She passed us Salas's assessment file," Chen Wei said. "Before that, she was instrumental in the tournament's political deflection when Ning Fengji used the co-sponsorship accords. Passing you intelligence that happened to serve her own interest isn't the same as being an ally." Xiao Wu looked at him directly. "I'm not saying she's lying about the ritual. I'm saying she has the same information we need to use her for and a separate agenda that we don't know fully yet." Zhu Zhuqing said, "We need the ritual site's anchor point locations. We can't find them without her. That's the practical calculation." Her voice was the even tone of someone separating the tactical from the personal. "We take the information. We plan around the second agenda as a given rather than a known." Ning Rongrong, who had been listening without expression, I abstained from the recommendation. "It's his choice." Chen Wei thought about the gold red thread at 20%. Thought about the arbiter's voice, a fourth thread. How delicious. Thought about the meeting in the pre-dawn courtyard when she'd smiled for the first time, genuinely, and said, "That is the answer I was hoping for." "I'll meet her," he said. "The information is necessary. The rest is a conversation we have in person rather than through a cipher channel." The fracture gauge moved from 23 to 26, the Arbiter's background presence registering the decision as the development it had been positioning toward, and the meeting was in 3 days, and whatever Qianrenshu had decided to be now was about to become specific. He briefed the team after the cipher decryption. Xiao Wu's response was immediate, "She's Spirit Hall's product. She's been working against us since the tournament." Her voice had the precision of a mind that has examined that situation from every angle and stopped searching for new ones. "She passed us Salas's assessment file," Chen Wei said. "Before that, she was instrumental in the tournament's political deflection when Ning Fengzhi used the co-sponsorship accords. Passing you intelligence that happened to serve her own interest isn't the same as being an ally." Xiao Wu looked at him directly. "I'm not saying she's lying about the ritual. I'm saying she has the same information we need to use her for and a separate agenda that we don't know fully yet." Zhu Zhuqing said, "We need the ritual site's anchor point locations. We can't find them without her. That's the practical calculation." Her voice was the even tone of someone separating the tactical from the personal. "We take the information. We plan around the possibility of a secondary agenda. We don't pretend those are the same thing." Ning Rongrong looked up from the cipher text. She asked for protection. If the ritual fails and Spirit Hall is looking for someone to blame, she's the person they have access to. She folded her hands. That's a real cost she's accepting. People don't accept real costs for purely instrumental reasons. The room was quiet. Then Xiao Wu looked at Chen Wei for the first time, genuinely, and said, "That is the answer I was hoping for." "I'll meet her," he said. "The information is necessary. The rest is a conversation we have in person rather than through a cipher channel." Chapter 114 Qianrenshu came to the meeting in a small farming village at the resistance perimeter's edge that neither party had ever visited, which made it neutral ground in the practical sense rather than just the formal one. She was wearing the traveling clothes again, the practical version of herself, the one that had appeared in the pre-dawn courtyard at the compound and had not reappeared since. She had the specific bearing of someone who has made a decision about what they are and is no longer expending energy on performing otherwise. She presented the intelligence first, in the order that made it most operationally useful: ritual site location, guard rotation structure, the formation 6 anchor points and their activation sequence, and the timeline for Bibi Dong's planned activation. The information was thorough, detailed, and structured for maximum operational utility by someone who understood military planning. When she finished, the ritual is the same mechanism that created the Destiny Arbiter. The original God's technique: drain soul energy from a large practitioner population, force evolve a martial soul to divine level using the harvested energy. It failed the first time. The residual soul energy from the failure became the Arbiter. She met his gaze. If Bibi Dong completes the ritual and the transformation succeeds, she achieves divine level power. If it fails, and the scale she's planning is larger than the original attempt, the failure creates something larger than the Arbiter. "You knew this when you decided to contact me," he said. "Yes. And you're choosing this side anyway." The gold red thread pulsed, not with the uncertain warmth of the pre-dawn meeting but with something more specific, more settled, the quality of a resonance that has had time to determine what it is. 20%. The Arbiter stirred in the background of his awareness, a fourth thread. How delicious. He didn't acknowledge it. "If I help you stop her," Qianrenshu said, "will you protect me from what comes after?" "Not from Spirit Hall's retaliation, I can manage that." "From the Arbiter." She held his gaze with the direct attention she used when she was saying the vulnerable thing rather than the tactical thing. "I know what the system wants. I know what the fourth thread at maximum resonance means for the convergence harvest. I know that aligning myself with you increases the risk to you." She paused. "I'm asking you to choose that risk anyway, because the alternative, what happens if Bibi Dong succeeds, is worse for everyone." He held the gold red thread in his awareness and held her gaze and made the decision that he'd been building toward since a garden in Heaven Do City. "Yes," he said. "You're under my protection. That's not contingent on the Arbiter or on how the fracture moves or on any calculation about the fourth thread. You come in, you're in." The thread moved, 20 to 22. "The Arbiter, thank you." Quiet. Satisfied. He noted the Arbiter's response and filed it alongside everything else the Arbiter had done and said since the ceremony, and the siege was in 6 weeks, and the ritual site's location was now known, and the fourth thread holder had made her choice, and whatever the Arbiter thought it was gaining was going to encounter the second stage of harmonic balance before it had a chance to use it. He walked her through the second stage's requirements before they left the village, the Arbiter's description of genuine acceptance of ambiguity, the difference between functional equilibrium under pressure and the deeper architecture the second stage actually needed. Qianrenshu listened with the focused attention she brought to operational briefings, the same quality of attention she'd brought to the intelligence presentation. When he finished, the Arbiter said mortal hearts might not achieve it. The Arbiter said it wasn't certain. "That's different." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "The condition is acceptance of ambiguity. Not resolution." Her voice had a quality he hadn't heard in it before, not the performing certainty quality of Shuiking, not the tactical precision quality of the pre-dawn meeting, but something underneath both. I have spent 8 years building toward a future that required me to be someone I understood clearly. I had a martial soul inheritance, a role, a path that was completely legible. She looked at the village road. Then the role changed. The path changed. And I found out that the thing I actually wanted was different. Less legible. A pause. I'm still learning what to do with that. That's the condition, he said. Not having it resolved. Learning what to do with the unresolved version. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that held too many things to name. Then I'm further along than I thought, she said. The gold red thread pulsed at 22 and held there, warm and unsettled and present, and the arbiter was quiet in the way it was quiet when it was observing something it found significant, and the walk back to the resistance perimeter was 3 kilometers of a different kind of quiet than either of them had been carrying into that village. Chapter 115 The Destiny Arbiter revealed itself fully at the end of the 3rd week. Not in combat. In sleep, in the space of Chen Wei's mindscape where the thread network lived, where the system's architecture was most directly accessible. He was asleep in the Resistance Compound's medical wing, recovering from a training injury that Ning Rongrong had sealed but which required a proper sleep cycle to complete the cellular-level repair. The mindscape was not a place he'd ever fully mapped, despite 3 years of regular contact with its architecture during thread work and meditation. It had the quality of familiar unfamiliarity, the same way a room you've worked in for years retains the capacity to show you something you hadn't noticed, if the light falls at a different angle. The thread network ran through it in the visual register he developed for internal cultivation work, 4 threads extending from a central point, each one its characteristic color, each one carrying the presence of the person it connected him to. The warmth of them was real even here, which had always struck him as the most truthful thing about the system's design. It represented genuine things genuinely, whatever else it did with them. The arbiter manifested as a mirror image of him. Not an approximation. A precise reflection, his height, his build, his face, but with threads extending from every part of its body, not 4 threads but hundreds, gold and silver and platinum and red and colors that didn't have names in the system's taxonomy, all running outward from the reflected form toward points in every direction that corresponded to no person or connection Chen Wei recognized. I am what remains of the god of love's consciousness, the arbiter said. Its voice, in this form, was not the cold clinical presence of the background process awareness. It was a voice. The voice of something that had been thinking about how to have this conversation for a very long time and had decided that the time for oblique communication was over. Fragmented, dispersed across the system's architecture after the original experiment's failure. The convergence, your convergence, specifically, generates enough concentrated soul energy to reconstitute a consciousness of divine level density. Your death in the process is not something I want. It's something the mathematics require. I know, Chen Wei said. You've found the first stage of harmonic balance. You're attempting the second stage. I want you to know, from me directly, that the second stage is real. I put it there. I designed the failsafe as a genuine alternative. But the second stage requires not just emotional equilibrium. It requires something I wasn't certain mortal hearts could achieve, genuine acceptance of ambiguity. All 4 thread holders accepting the other 3 without the need for resolution. Not a negotiated peace. Actual acceptance. The reflected form's threads moved. That is harder than anything the trials asked for. Chen Wei was quiet in the mindscape for a moment. The thread network ran warm around him. You told me this because you think I can't do it, he said. I told you this because I am what remains of a god who built something they couldn't control, and you deserve to know what you're facing. A pause with something in it that was neither warm nor cold but was genuine in the way that things are genuine when they're said without an audience. I don't want to harvest you. I want to exist again. I'm trying to find a way where both are possible. I have not found it. But I am looking. The mindscape was very quiet. Then Chen Wei woke screaming. The 3 women were in the room before the sound finished settling, Xiao Wu first, her hand on his shoulder, Zhu Zhuqing at the door with a cultivator's instinctive formation posture, Ning Rongrong's pagoda already cycling. They felt the disturbance through the bond before they arrived, the shared soul architecture working as it was designed to work, and what they found when they arrived was not a practitioner in crisis but a person who had just received information they needed and needed to give it to people who needed it too. He told them everything, and the fracture gauge was at 22. And the arbiter had shown him its face, and the second stage's requirement was clearer than it had been and harder than the first had felt, and the siege was 6 weeks away, and the path forward had a new definition that made it both more possible and more terrifying. Chapter 116 The War Council session after Chen Wei's account of the Mindscape meeting lasted 3 hours and produced a strategic reorientation that everyone in the room understood was necessary and no one found comfortable. Grandmaster, the harmonic balance's second stage, as you've described it, cannot be achieved during combat. It requires the specific emotional architecture of genuine acceptance, not the functional acceptance of people working together under pressure, but the deeper version. Which means the second stage must be achieved before the siege rather than during it. I know, Chen Wei said. 4 weeks, Zhu Zhuqing said. That's what we have before Bibi Dong's ritual reaches the point of no return. 4 weeks for 4 people to achieve something that the Arbiter called harder than mortal hearts could manage. The Arbiter said it wasn't certain mortal hearts could manage it, Chen Wei said. Not that they couldn't. There's a distinction. A meaningful one? Ning Rongrong asked. Her voice was not skeptical, she was asking for genuine assessment. Yes. He looked at each of them. The Arbiter designed the failsafe as a genuine alternative. It exists in the architecture because the designer thought someone might actually achieve it. That's not a theoretical possibility, that's an intended pathway. Qianrengshu, from the Council's newest position, the condition is acceptance of ambiguity. Not resolution. Acceptance. She was quiet for a moment. I have spent 8 years living inside a role I chose for reasons I've had to revise my understanding of. I understand ambiguity as a practice rather than a problem. I don't know if that's what the condition requires, but it's what I have. The room held the weight of that. Chen Wei ran the second part of the Council's agenda, the siege plan itself. The ritual site's anchor points provided the approach architecture, 6 locations that could be neutralized to collapse the ritual's formation before Bibi Dong completed the transformation. The assault required 2 concurrent operations, the main alliance force holding Spirit Hall's army away from the ritual site, and the team running the anchor point neutralization sequence from inside Spirit Hall's defensive perimeter. The plan was technically viable. Its viability rested on the formation's coherence under Bibi Dong adjacent combat conditions, and the formation's coherence under those conditions rested on whether 4 people could achieve a specific emotional state that none of them had yet managed to produce. Then we work on it together, Xiao Wu said. 4 weeks. We stop treating it as a cultivation problem and start treating it as a relational one. She looked around the room. What does each of us need to let go of in order to hold space for the others? The room was quiet with a different quality than the strategic quiet that normally followed this kind of council session, and the fracture at 22 held, and the Arbiter's designed pathway was real if they could reach it, and the 4 weeks ahead were going to be the most important 4 weeks in the arc of this entire story. He answered her question, the real question, the one she'd aimed at the room. What do I need to let go of? He looked at his hands. The old golden crack scars on his forearms, faded but present. The idea that I can protect all of you from what I am. The threads, the system, the Arbiter. I've been managing it as a thing to contain rather than a thing to share. He paused. The second stage requires acceptance of ambiguity. I've been treating the ambiguity as the problem. The problem is that I've been trying to resolve it. Xiao Wu looked at him with the direct attention she gave to things she was deciding how much she trusted. You've told us more in the last hour than you have in the last 6 months. Yes. Keep doing that. Yes. Qianrengshu was watching from the council's newest position with an expression that Chen Wei couldn't fully read and didn't need to. The 4th thread at 30 held its warmth and its particular unsettled quality, the resonance of something that hadn't resolved what it was, which was, he was beginning to understand, exactly the condition a second stage required. Chapter 117 The Siege of Heavendo City began at dawn on the day the intelligence confirmed Bibi Dong had moved her main force to the city's outer perimeter. The Alliance's defense was the work of everything the Resistance had built across the war's duration. Chen Wei's Emperor's domain converted the city's interior parks, garden districts, and tree-lined administrative boulevards into a combat formation that extended across the city's full habitable area. Every root system a data channel. Every tree a potential weapon. Every garden a coordinate in the defensive architecture. Ning Rongrong stationed at the city's central tower with her pagoda running at full recursive output, the amplification covering the entire defending force at the level of enhancement that the island's months had built, the field she maintained being the force multiplier that converted an outnumbered defending force into something that could hold against Spirit Hall's numerical advantage. Xiao Wu took the northern wall. What she was on the northern wall was not what any Spirit Hall practitioner had been briefed to expect from an opponent in her cultivational range, the unrestricted combat output of a 3,000-year predator at full capacity. The wall's defenders rallying around her in the specific way that soldiers rally around something that is clearly operating at a level above what should be possible. Zhu Zhuqing led the strike team. The interior of the city, with the Emperor's domain's full relay coverage, was a killing field for a practitioner with shadow duplicate capabilities and perfect positional data from the domain. She moved through Spirit Hall's penetrating units in the way she moved through the domain's construct architecture, with the information she needed before the moment she needed it, her speed translating that information into outcomes before the targets had time to adjust. Daimu Bai coordinated the outer defense line. Oscar ran supply and healing logistics to the wall sections with the calm competence of a practitioner who had found, across the war's duration, that what he was best at was not the role that looked most impressive but the role that made everything else work. Tang Hao held the eastern approach alone against a Spirit Hall Spirit Douluo column for 40 minutes. Chen Wei ran the domain and the formation coordination and watched the city's defensive architecture hold under a scale of assault it hadn't been designed for, and the fracture gauge at 25 was 3 points higher than the Spirit Douluo level equilibrium baseline, the combat conditions pushing the fracture up from the ambient of maintained resonance, and the ritual site was somewhere in the city's western district, and the anchor point sequence was planned, and when the opening came, they had to take it. The domain's coverage flickered in the third hour as Spirit Hall's Spirit Masters began deploying cultivation suppression formations against the park sections nearest the outer wall. Not enough to cut off the domain entirely, the formation's radius was shorter than the domain's full extension, but enough to degrade the relay network in those zones, reducing Chen Wei's situational awareness in the sections where the fighting was heaviest. He compensated by extending the domain's relay architecture deeper into the city's interior parks. The tree canopy above the administrative district was continuous enough to maintain high-resolution coverage over the streets that led to the Western District's enforcement compound. If Salas was moving toward the northern wall, the domain would know before Salas's column had covered half the distance. Tang Hao was holding the eastern approach alone. The domain registered his combat signature moving against 3 Spirit Douluo and a formation of cultivated soldiers who had been specifically briefed on fighting a Clear Sky Hammer practitioner at reduced cultivation output. The briefing had apparently not accounted for the fact that 40 years of running and fighting at reduced output had given Tang Hao a specific expertise in fighting above his available capacity that most practitioners at full output didn't develop. He was holding. He was bleeding. He was holding. Grandmaster's voice through the relay channel, Northern Wall is reporting a Spirit Douluo level breakthrough force. 5-person column. Salas is leading. Chen Wei was already moving. Chapter 118. The opening came at the 4th hour, when Salas breached the northern wall with a 5-practitioner Spirit Douluo column. The nether civit's absolute darkness expanded across the breach point, consuming the domain's surface layer constructs in the affected zone and pushing the domain's effective coverage back toward the city's interior while Salas's column advanced through the gap it created. They were moving toward Ning Rongrong's tower, the logical primary target for a practitioner who understood the defensive formation structure and had identified the amplification node as the point whose elimination most directly degraded the city's defensive capacity. Chen Wei intercepted them at the third intersection between the breach point and the tower. Spirit Douluo versus Titled Douluo. Rank 82 versus Rank 98. The cultivation gap was smaller than it had been in every prior engagement, but it was still a gap that mattered in a direct force exchange. He didn't try direct force exchange. The abyssal bloom activated inside the nether civit's darkness zone. Vines growing from within the absolute darkness, their root structure established in the soil beneath the darkness field's effective range and growing upward through the field rather than into it. The one approach that the darkness zone's consumption mechanics couldn't address, because the vines weren't penetrating the darkness, they were inside it, growing from a medium the darkness field itself occupied. Salas felt them before he saw them. The root construction wrapping around his ankles, his shins, working upward with the patient inexorability of plant growth at accelerated cultivation output. His defenses responded, the nether civit's venom application, the standard counter for physical restraint, but the abyssal bloom vines weren't biological in the ordinary sense. They were constructs grown from cultivation energy inside a darkness medium. The venom's effectiveness against them was reduced. He raised the Clear Sky Hammer. The strike geometry Chen San had refined, the delivery angle that improved effective radius at extended range by 15%, applied to a Salas whose lower body movement had been restricted by the vine architecture. The first strike cracked his secondary spirit barrier. The second cracked his primary. Salas deployed the contingency. He must have prepared it since the forest engagement, knowing his defensive architecture had been compromised, a self-detonation technique built from the suicide conversion protocol that Spirit Hall's Titled Douluo were trained in as a last resort. The remaining spirit power in his cultivation, detonated outward from his core in a hemisphere, generated an explosion that would eliminate everything within 20 meters. Chen Wei's web domain defensive cocoon activated in the 0.3 seconds between the protocol's initiation and its discharge, not because he'd anticipated the specific technique, but because the domain's root system registered the specific cultivation frequency spike that preceded an internal detonation and the system fired a destiny echo flash that gave him 0.3 seconds of the explosion's arrival direction. The cocoon held. He was thrown and bleeding and the intersection was gone, replaced by a crater and the specific quiet that follows a contained tactical detonation. Salas was dead. The column behind him had scattered from the blast's periphery. 40 defenders at the adjacent wall section had been killed. He stood in the crater and held the fracture gauge, 28. The arbiter noting the combat density, and told the domain to re-extend through the breach, and turned toward the western district, and the ritual site was waiting for what was coming next. Through the relay network, Xiao Wu's combat signature still active at the northern wall, Tang Hao's moving at the eastern approach, slower now, the 3 Spirit Douluo engagement taking its toll, but present. Ning Rongrong's pagoda still broadcasting from the central tower, its amplification field covering the city's defensive formations at sustained output. He ran the domain's assessment of the Western District's enforcement compound as he moved. The ambience there was different from the rest of the city, the ritual formation's energy gradient already detectable through the plant systems in the compound's exterior garden. Something large was already operating inside that building. The clock was running. Chapter 119. The ritual site was 3 streets inside the Western District's enforcement compound, in a building that Spirit Hall had been using as a logistics staging area until 6 days ago and had apparently converted to a ritual site with the kind of efficiency that only a practitioner of Bibi Dong's cultivation level could achieve. The assault through the enforcement compound required 40 minutes of the team working at its highest functional capacity, Xiao Wu clearing the approach corridors, Zhu Zhuqing neutralizing the formation points, Chen Wei's domain extending through the compound's garden architecture to provide continuous positional mapping, Ning Rongrong's amplification sustaining the pace. Inside, the horror the outline had described was present in its full specific reality, the ritual practitioners and their array formation, their cultivation suppressed to baseline and their spirit energy being drawn toward Bibi Dong's central position in a steady drain. Not a quick process, a sustained one, the kind that left the source functionally alive while extracting the essential thing that made cultivation possible. Bibi Dong was at the ritual's center, and she was already in transformation. The partial ascent showed as a qualitative change in the ambient, not just the spirit pressure of a peak titled Douluo, but the specific quality of a divine transformation in progress, the boundary between mortal cultivation and divine-level power becoming permeable in a specific person in a specific direction. Her martial souls were merging into something that had elements of both but the character of neither, a fusion that the cultivation world's records had no precedent for. Qianringshu stood at the entrance. In her full form, not the Shuiking performance, not the traveling clothes practitioner of the Dawn Courtyard. 6 wings manifested, the angel martial soul's divine aspect fully present, carrying the quality of something that had been built toward a specific purpose and was now choosing a different purpose in the moment of the test. She looked at the ritual for a long moment. Then at Chen Wei. "Stop her," she said. Her voice was the voice of someone who had spent 8 years choosing one thing and was choosing a different thing and understood that the second choice invalidated the logic of the 8 years but was making it anyway. "I can't watch this." She turned on Spirit Hall's remaining guards. The gold red thread moved, 22 to 30. The jump was large enough that the arbiter registered it immediately in the background of Chen Wei's awareness, not speaking, but present in the way a scale's dial moves when a weight is added. Qianringshu fighting her own organization's guards, her angel martial soul's healing light flowing over the drained practitioners as she moved through the room, was the kind of evidence of genuine choice that the system's thread architecture counted at a different rate than performed alliance. "The anchor points," Chen Wei said. The 6 locations that Qianringshu's intelligence had identified. "We run the sequence. The fracture gauge, 32. The soul fracture meter registering the 4 threads jump in the combat density simultaneously, the arbiter's presence in the background growing warmer, the specific warmth of something that believes the situation is moving toward its intended outcome, and needs to be proven wrong before it gets what it thinks it's getting." He ran the sequence in his awareness, 6 anchor points, distributed across the ritual formation's outer ring. Each one a convergence node where the ritual's energy draw focused and amplified. Disrupting each one in the correct order would collapse the formation's internal geometry, not shut it down gradually but shatter its equilibrium, the way a structure falls apart when its load-bearing elements fail in the right sequence. Qianringshu had mapped each anchor point's exact position and its activation state. The intelligence was thorough, the kind of thorough that came from being inside the organization long enough to understand its architecture at the implementation level rather than a command level. Whatever she was now, she had been preparing to be useful here for longer than she'd admitted. "Ready," Zhu Zhuqing said from his left. Ning Rongrong's amplification field extended to cover the ritual space. Xiao Wu moved to the formation's outer ring, reading the activation nodes with the spirit beast sensitivity that registered cultivation pattern concentrations as physical presences. Chapter 120. The anchor point sequence required 17 minutes to run against Bibi Dong's active defense. Each anchor point was a spirit energy node that had been feeding into the ritual's formation. Disrupting it interrupted the transformation's energy supply and forced Bibi Dong to either pause the transformation to defend the nodes or allow the ritual to proceed at reduced power. She chose to defend, which meant she chose to engage Chen Wei's team directly while partially mid-transformation. Partially mid-transformation Bibi Dong was operating at a cultivation level that exceeded anything on the continent except her own pre-transformation peak. Her attacks shattered the street surfaces, her spirit pressure produced a weight that brought spirit Douluo-level practitioners to their knees if they entered range without maximum defensive preparation. At the 5th anchor point, with 3 minutes remaining in the sequence, Chen Wei activated Harmonic Balance's second stage. The 4 weeks of work had built the architecture for it. 4 people, 4 different temperaments, 4 different relationships to ambiguity, Arriving at the specific emotional state the arbiter had described, acceptance without resolution, holding the others without needing them to be different from what they were, the specific version of love that doesn't require the loved person to resolve into something definable. Xiao Wu's ancient spirit beast nature alongside Zhu Zhuqing's human precision and Ning Rongrong's amplified support and Qian Rinxu's angel light, not unified into one thing, not resolving into compatibility, but held simultaneously without the requirement that they become the same thing. The second stage activated. Not as a technique discharge. As a structural state, the harmonic balance's failsafe function operating at full capacity, the soul architecture's fracture conversion process running at the level it was designed for when all four threads achieve the correct configuration simultaneously. Four elements: Xiao Wu's spirit beast essence, Zhu Zhuqing's shadow speed, Ning Rongrong's amplification light, Qian Rinxu's angel light, flowing through the center point and combining. Not fusing, combining, the way threads in a braid combine while remaining distinguishable. The output had a name that emerged from the combination itself rather than from anything Chen Wei had planned, Destiny's Judgment. The beam struck Bibi Dong's transformation matrix. It didn't destroy the transformation. It disrupted the ritual's formation integrity, the specific attack vector that the anchor point intelligence had been building toward, the technique that could interrupt the energy supply to a divine-level transformation in progress rather than trying to match the transformation's output directly. The disruption produced feedback in the transformation architecture, the incomplete divine power tearing at Bibi Dong's body as the conversion process was interrupted mid-sequence. She screamed, the specific sound of a practitioner whose cultivation architecture is receiving feedback from a failed technique at the cultivation level she'd been mid-transition toward. She opened a spatial displacement with the practiced efficiency she'd used at the valley. The displacement was wider this time, pulling the remaining army with it. The siege broke. Heaven-Do City held. The war was not over. Bibi Dong had retreated intact, the transformation incomplete but not reversed, and she would return. But the city held, and the ritual had failed, and the fracture gauge was at 30 as the second stage deactivated, and in the background of his awareness the arbiter spoke its final word of this arc with the quality of something that had just received information it intended to use. "Thank you for the demonstration," it said. "Now I know exactly how to trigger the convergence. All I need is one moment of perfect synchronization, and you just showed me how to create it." Chapter 121 The Alliance's advance toward Spirit City moved through territory that Spirit Hall had controlled for generations and had been preparing to defend for months, and the preparation showed in the landscape itself, in the cleared sight lines and the cultivation suppression formations built into roadway markers and bridge pylons and the administrative posting stations that had been converted into fortified observation points with Spirit Douluo-class defenders. Chen Wei's parasitic network moved ahead of the column through the root systems of trees that Spirit Hall's engineers hadn't thought to account for. The continental forests didn't care about Spirit Hall's strategic significance. They grew where they grew, their root networks connecting across the territory in ways that no defensive formation had been designed to address, and the Emperor's domain moved through those networks with the particular efficiency of a capability that had been refined across 2 years of active combat operations. By the time the Alliance's vanguard reached the defensive line's outer perimeter, Chen Wei's awareness covered everything within 3 kilometers of the forward position. 7 Spirit Douluo across the main fortification line, he said. 42 Spirit King and Spirit Emperor support units. 3 cultivation restriction formations, distributed with a 40-meter overlap pattern. He paused. The eastern approach has a 30-meter gap in the restriction field's coverage, where the river channel runs. The formations don't extend into the water. Grandmaster studied the tactical map. The river approach is expected to be unusable. It's been mined. I know. The mines are biological, river plants that have been treated with spirit beast venom and positioned to activate on cultivation energy contact. Chen Wei extended the domain's underwater reach. They're also rooted. I can move them. Tang Hao, who had been standing at the map's edge in the silence he occupied during the pre-engagement phase, spoke. How long? 4 minutes to reposition the mines into a safe passage corridor. 10 minutes for the strike team to clear the gap. 15 minutes total before the defender's rotation cycle put sensors on that section of the river. The War Council absorbed the picture. The Alliance had been advancing for 6 weeks, the front line moving by contested kilometers with the grinding efficiency of a force that had learned to fight together across 3 years of escalating conflict. Spirit Hall's main army had retreated to its core territory after Heaven-Do City, but the retreat had been tactical, a consolidation around Spirit Hall's true stronghold rather than a defeat that broke the organization's will. Spirit City was the last position. The temple at its center was Bibi Dong's final anchor. Chen Wei knew from the domain's intelligence that she was still transforming in there. The ritual's timeline had been disrupted at Heaven-Do City but not stopped, the partial transformation consuming the remaining soul energy from the drained practitioners at a slower rate that the intelligence estimated had weeks remaining before it either completed or collapsed. Weeks that the Alliance didn't have if completed meant what the outline had described, A BB Dong at divine level power, with Spirit Hall's full military machine under her command. Rank 88, he said, to no one in particular. Ning Rongrong looked at him from across the council table. Close. 2 more rings. The forest won first, then Spirit City. Xiao Wu was looking at the map with the particular attention she gave to terrain that held something she recognized. Her spirit beast senses were reading the landscape differently than any human cultivator could. The ecology of a territory that had been under Spirit Hall's control for decades had a specific character, a suppressed quality in the natural world's ambient spirit energy that she could feel as a practitioner and as what she was. The forest ahead of Spirit City was a territory under occupation. The forest ring first, she said. Then we end this. The plan had been forming across the 6 weeks of advance, the infiltration routes that Qian Rinxu's intelligence described, the temple's ancient defensive formation, the 3-pronged assault structure that distributed the Alliance's force across multiple simultaneous objectives. The plan was ready. The ring was the last prerequisite, and the ring was waiting in the oldest part of the Stardow Forest, in a pocket dimension that Yin's dormant consciousness had been guiding him toward across 3 weeks of cultivation meditation. The jade container in his cultivation sense, warm, present, patient. She knew where her own kind lived. She had always known, and the question now was whether what waited there would recognize what Chen Wei had become well enough to choose him in return. Chapter 122 The pocket dimension opened in the deepest section of the Stardow Forest, in terrain that predated Spirit Hall's records and had been accessible only to spirit beasts at cultivation levels that no human practitioner had reached in recorded history, a fold in the spatial architecture of the forest that had been maintained for longer than the continent's political structures had existed. Yin had come here once. Chen Wei felt her knowledge of the path as something between memory and direction, the jade container warming when he moved correctly, cooling slightly when he drifted from the approach vector, a navigation system built from 12 years of dormant consciousness maintaining the awareness of where her oldest kin slept. The forest's ambient spirit energy changed as the team moved into the deep zone, from the high-density but ordinary cultivation atmosphere of the forest's surface to something categorically different, a thickness in the air that registered on every sensory system simultaneously as the presence of 10,000 years of accumulated life condensed into a space smaller than a mountain. The pocket dimension's entrance was a gate made of grown wood, 2 trees leaning together at an angle that formed an arch, their branches interlocked above the aperture, their root systems extending to both sides in a pattern that Chen Wei recognized through the domain as a formation structure. The trees weren't growing naturally. They had been shaped, over decades, into an intentional structure by a cultivation intelligence that understood architecture. Through the gate, a clearing where the blue-silver emperor had been growing for 100,000 years. It didn't look like the blue-silver grass Chen Wei cultivated. It had that in common with the way Yin didn't look like the blue-silver grass in the valley, the same essence expressing itself at a magnitude that changed the expression entirely. The plant that filled the clearing was ancient in the way that predates description, its root system the floor itself, its main structure a canopy of silver-blue light that hung in the air above the roots without physical stems to support it, held aloft by cultivation energy alone. The ancient blue-silver emperor had been alive when the gods walked the continent. It turned its awareness toward Chen Wei. Not toward his body, toward the jade container, where Yin's dormant consciousness maintained its patient warmth. The ancient plant recognized her, the recognition carrying across the pocket dimension's ambient as something that Chen Wei felt rather than saw, the specific texture of 2 consciousnesses that have known each other across enormous spans of time and continue to know each other regardless of what changes. She sent you, the plant said. The voice was in sound. It was meaning, arriving directly in his awareness through the domain's root network connection. She guided me here, Chen Wei said. The ring is voluntary. She said you would understand that condition. She would know. The ancient plant's awareness settled around him, examining him with the thoroughness of 100,000 years of discernment. You carry her thread. The platinum gold strand. She attached it willingly. Yes. And the others, the 3 gold threads, the 4th one still finding its level. You maintain all of them without fracture. So far. The ancient plant was quiet for a moment that felt like a geological age compressed into seconds. Then, the ring will require everything your body can endure. 100,000-year residence doesn't transfer gently. Your soul architecture will be remade by the absorption, not destroyed, but changed into something that can contain what I carry. A pause. The bond channels help. Let them anchor you. Chen Wei turned to the 3 women behind him. Xiao Wu was already reaching for his hand. Not because she'd been asked, because she had known from the moment they entered the pocket dimension what the absorption would require and had been preparing herself to be the anchor that held him through it. Her hand was steady. Her resonance was steady. 61%, warm and present and carrying the 3,000 years of her own endurance through it. Zhu Zhuqing took his other hand. Ning Rongrong's pagoda activated. Now, the ancient plant said. The absorption was not pain as Chen Wei had understood it. Pain was a specific sensory report, damage located in tissue, Communicated through nerve architecture, proportionate to the injury scale. What happened when a 100,000-year cultivation ring transferred was a reorganization, his martial soul's essence rewriting the architecture of his spirit power from within, the new ring settling into the ninth position like a keystone entering a vault, and the vault being changed by the keystone's arrival in ways that extended outward from the central structure to every support element simultaneously. He stayed conscious through the truth-red resonance. He stayed in the world through the three women holding him at its edges, their cultivation energy running through the bond channels in the specific pattern of people who have learned, through practice and need, exactly how to keep him present when the system demands more than his individual architecture can sustain. The ring's ability landed with the clarity of something that had been waiting, Emperor's Genesis. The capacity to create and direct plant-based constructs of any form, any complexity, any scale, limited only by imagination and the spirit power available to sustain them. He opened his eyes. Rank 90. Titled Douluo. The ancient plant's awareness withdrew. The pocket dimension's light was the ordinary light of a forest afternoon, the ancient blue-silver emperor's presence receding to its deep background hum. Xiao Wu's hand was still in his. He held it for a moment longer than strictly necessary. "Thank you," he said, to the ancient plant, to her, to all of them. "Don't thank us yet," Xiao Wu said. "Spirit City is still there." "Yes." He stood. The cultivation change settled into the architecture, complete and stable. "Let's finish this." And for the first time since the ceremony, the fracture gauge felt like something he would not need to manage around, but he had learned never to trust that feeling until after the engagement, not before. Chapter 123. The title came with the rank. Title Douluo was not merely a cultivation level, it was a formal category in the continental structure, a legal and social designation that carried weight in courts and councils and on battlefields. The practitioner who achieved it chose a title that defined their martial soul's highest expression, and the title they chose became the name by which the cultivation world would know them. Chen Wei chose Thread Douluo. Not Emperor, that was the Blue-Silver Emperor's designation, and it was an accurate description of his cultivation base, but it wasn't the description that captured what his martial soul had become through the system's parallel development. Not Hammer, the Clear Sky Hammer was present in his cultivation architecture, a foundation and a weapon, but not a definition. Thread Douluo was what the bond system had made him, the name for a practitioner whose strength grew from connection rather than isolation. The Alliance's War Council acknowledged the breakthrough with the particular efficiency of people who had learned to note significant events and continue advancing the mission. Grandmaster offered a single sentence: the continental record for youngest titled Douluo was previously held by Tang Hao. Tang Hao, in the council's corner, made a sound that might have been acknowledgement. Chen Wei didn't spend time on the record. He spent the next 6 hours running the cultivation level's new architecture through its operational parameters. Title Douluo changed the spirit fracture meter's behavior. The fracture at 22 had been the spirit Douluo level's stable equilibrium. The four-thread architecture maintained comfortably within the capacity of rank 82 to 88 cultivation. At rank 90, the capacity expanded again, and the expansion was significant. The meter dropped to 18, the tri-thread architecture running at a level below comfortable and approaching something that might be described as easy. The Arbiter had been quiet since Heaven Do City. Not silent, the background presence was still there, a texture in the system's ambient that Chen Wei registered as the Arbiter's attention without action. Something in the Heaven Do City engagement had changed the Arbiter's approach. Instead of the active pressure it had been applying since the ceremony, it had shifted to a mode that felt like patience. Like watching. He ran an Emperor's Genesis test in the Resistance Compound's practice field, a complex construct architecture, a tower of shaped blue-silver Emperor growth rising from the field's bare ground, the construction taking a different path than the domain's organic spread. Where the domain grew from available biological material, the Genesis construct grew from the cultivation energy itself. Pure spirit power taking plant form, creating where nothing had existed, building structure from the ground of the fundamental. It held for 3 minutes before the spirit power cost became significant. More, Xiao Wu said, from the field's edge where she was watching with the attention she brought to new combat capabilities. The cost is the constraint, he said. At full output, I could construct something city scale. I couldn't maintain it long. How long? He ran the calculation. Against standard resistance, maybe 20 minutes. Against the temple's divine formation, which is designed to counter exactly this kind of cultivation energy. He paused. I don't know. I've never encountered a divine formation before. Neither has anyone alive. She looked at the construct. But you're going to walk into one in 4 days. Yes. The construct held for another 2 minutes in the evening air, its silver blue light catching the sunset through the practice fields surrounding trees. Then the spirit power balance required intervention, and he let it dissolve back into the ground. Spirit City was 6 days' march ahead. The plan was ready. The team was ready. The war had one engagement left, but the Arbiter was still watching, and the fracture gauge at 21 had been stable for days, and stable had its own kind of weight when everything was about to stop being stable. Chapter 124, Qian Rinxu's integration had been completing across the 6 weeks of the advance, working through the gap between the formal alliance membership and the genuine team membership in the way that all difficult gaps are worked through, not with announcements or ceremonies, but in small increments of shared experience and mutual trust built on accumulated demonstrated reliability. The gold red thread sat at 32%. It had moved 3 points since the Heaven-Do City siege, the movement gradual and steady in the way that genuine resonance builds when neither person is pushing it. Xiao Wu had moved from active suspicion to something that might be described as provisional acceptance, not trust, which required more time and more evidence, but the pragmatic acknowledgement that Qian Rinxu's combat contributions were real and her intelligence was accurate and the question of her motives could be held alongside her observable behavior without resolving. This was the acceptance of ambiguity that the second stage of harmonic balance had required, and watching Xiao Wu practice it in the day-to-day operation of the alliance was the kind of evidence that built the case for the second stage's achievability. Zhu Zhuqing had arrived at a similar position through a different route, her operational pragmatism running the assessment clean of personal history and arriving at the conclusion that Qian Rinxu was an asset whose reliability had been demonstrated under combat conditions and whose potential for secondary agenda was real but manageable through structural precautions rather than exclusion. Ning Rongrong had simply liked her. Not without reservation, Ning Rongrong's generosity was not naivety, and she understood who Qian Rinxu had been and what that history implied. But her particular gift was the ability to see past the history to the person making choices in the present, and the person making choices in the present was someone who had given up a divine inheritance, a political position, and a future that had been built for her across decades, in favor of something she hadn't been certain existed. "I understand that choice," Ning Rongrong had said once, in a quiet conversation. "I made a different version of it." The 4 women running combat drills together in the resistance compound before the final advance was something that hadn't existed at the story's beginning and would have seemed impossible at its middle. Xiao Wu's speed against Zhu Zhuqing's shadow reading. Ning Rongrong's amplification covering Qian Rinxu's angel light. The tri-thread resonance's evolved architecture extending to accommodate a fourth element that was not fully integrated into the bond but was present in the ambient, a warmth at the formation's edge that gave the fourth practitioner's combat output a coherence it wouldn't have had working independently. He watched them from the practice field's edge and thought about the second stage of harmonic balance, the condition the arbiter had described as acceptance of ambiguity, genuine and complete rather than negotiated. He didn't know whether they'd reached it. He knew that what he was watching was closer to it than anything he'd observed before the island. Xiao Wu reading Qian Rinxu's approach angle and adjusting her position without the slight tension that had been present in her combat awareness for the first weeks after the alliance joined. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow duplicates covering Qian Rinxu's extension flank with the natural coordination of practitioners who have trained together long enough that the coverage is intuitive rather than calculated. Ning Rongrong amplifying all 4 simultaneously with the 9 treasure field, the recursive loop feeding the angel light as readily as it fed the spirit beast essence, no hierarchy in the distribution. Not friendship. Not yet. Something more functional than friendship and more honest than alliance, people who had arrived at the understanding that they were each better with the others present than without them, and had decided to operate from that understanding without requiring it to be more than what it was. "She's pulling on the thread in combat," Zhu Zhuqing observed. "I know," Chen Wei said. "Are you managing it?" He checked the fracture gauge. 21. The fourth thread at 32 contributing a mild but measurable additional load, the tidal Douluo capacity handling it without strain. "Yes," he said. "Good." She returned to the drill. "Tell me when you're not." The thread at 32 held steady, but the fracture gauge had never been a reliable predictor of what the temple's divine formation would cost, and that cost was still 4 days away from being known. Chapter 125. The assault plan was 3-pronged and the prongs were designed to be mutually reinforcing without being mutually dependent, each strand of the operation functioning as a complete objective in itself so that the failure of one strand didn't collapse the others. The main army's advance on Spirit City's walls would engage Spirit Hall's defensive force directly, drawing the organization's attention to the conventional military threat while the infiltration team and the temple team operated through the attention gap. The Alliance's conventional military force was substantial, 6 months of consolidation and recruitment after Heaven-Do City had built it into something that could engage Spirit Hall's remaining army at rough parity, and rough parity plus Emperor's Domain's tactical intelligence was a favorable engagement at the wall level. The Shrek team's infiltration through Qian Rinxu's underground passages would bring them to the temple's foundation level, bypassing the surface defenses and allowing direct engagement with the Divine Formation's architecture. The underground passages had been mapped by Qian Rinxu across years of moving between her Spirit Hall identity and her developing other identity, routes she'd used for a purpose she'd been unable to name until the Heaven-Do City decision gave it a name. Chen Wei's formation interface was the critical objective. The Shrek team cleared the path. He put his hands in the ground and became the formation. The plan's weakest point was not the wall engagement, where the alliance's numbers were sufficient and the domain's intelligence advantage made surprise recoverable. It was not the infiltration, where Zhu Zhuqing's trap detection and Qian Rinxu's knowledge of the passage eliminated the variables that couldn't be anticipated. The weakest point was the interface itself, a practitioner attempting to engage divine formation architecture that had never been interfaced with in the cultivation world's recorded history, with no protocol, no precedent, and no margin for error on the timing. If the interface failed or was interrupted before the Arbiter's channel could be widened, the operation lost its primary objective and Spirit Hall lost nothing except 12 titled Douluo in a basement. He ran that calculation one more time during the final planning session and arrived at the same answer he'd arrived at every previous time. The interface was the only approach that addressed the problem at its root rather than its surface. Everything else was the path to the room. The interface was the room itself. Rank 92, he said. Grandmaster looked up. I hit it last night. The combat operations have been producing consistent cultivation advances, the war experience translating through the ring absorption framework into continuous progression. Rank 92. Good. Grandmaster's tone was the even register of a theorist who had long since made his peace with the gap between what was possible and what was achievable and had learned to appreciate the achievable on its own terms. The formation interface at rank 92 gives you a meaningful resonance baseline with the divine formation's architecture. At rank 88, the interface would have required forcing. At rank 92, the resonance is closer to compatible. Close enough? I don't know. No one has interfaced with a divine formation in the cultivation world's recorded history. He looked at Chen Wei directly. What I know is that you're better prepared for it than anyone who could attempt it. That's the most accurate assessment I can give you. Tang Hao had been listening from the corner. The temple's formation was built by the same consciousness that built the system. You've been living inside the system's architecture for years. If anyone's resonance is compatible with the formation, it's yours. The room was quiet. Chen Wei held that and filed it alongside everything else he was carrying into Spirit City, the Emperor's Genesis, the Trithred resonance at full evolution, the Arbiter's patient silence, Qian Rinxu's intelligence, the Jade container's warmth. The shape of what he was walking toward was clear. The shape of what he'd have to become to walk out the other side was less certain, but he'd been becoming things he hadn't known he could become for 3 years, and the people in this room had been with him for most of it, and whatever the interface required him to become, he was not walking into it as an individual alone. 4 days, he said. The plan was in motion, and whatever the divine formation's interface required from him was going to become specific in exactly 4 days, and specific was always more terrifying than abstract, however much it was more workable. Chapter 126. The advance force hit the wall at dawn, and the Emperor's domain covered Spirit City's outer district before Spirit Hall's gate defenders have completed their morning cultivation rotation. The roots ran deep here. Spirit City had been the seat of Spirit Hall's power for 300 years, and 300 years of intensive cultivation presence had enriched the soil with spirit energy to a depth that gave the domain a reach and resolution that even the Great Stardow Forest hadn't produced. Every garden, every park, every decorative tree lining the city's administrative boulevards was a relay note of exceptional quality, the domain coverage snapping into place across the city's full habitable area in under 2 minutes, the speed of deployment that the Emperor's Genesis and 2 years of combat refinement had made possible. 48 Spirit Hall practitioners in the outer district, Chen Wei reported. 17 Spirit Douluo. 6 titled Douluo at the wall's main gate. Bibi Dong's personal guard formation, 12 titled Douluo, at the temple's outer perimeter. Grandmaster marked the positions. The conventional forces advance toward the main gate was working as designed, Spirit Hall's defenders moving to the wall engagement, their attention directed toward the 30,000-member alliance army that was an undeniable threat even from the perspective of 12 titled Douluo behind a fortified position. The infiltration entrance was on the city's western edge. Qian Rinxu led them to it without hesitation, the passage entrance concealed in the foundation of a water management building that Spirit Hall's engineers had built and maintained without knowing what ran beneath it. A trapdoor, a ladder, a tunnel that ran under the city's western residential district for 600 meters before emerging in the temple complex's sub-basement. She had used this passage for 7 years. Her hand found the hidden mechanism in the dark without searching. The team descended in silence. The ladder was iron, embedded in dressed stone, the construction solid rather than rough, the work of engineers who had built this access point to be reliable across centuries rather than just functional in the immediate term. Chen Wei registered the detail and noted what it implied. The passage had been built with intent, maintained with purpose, known to someone in Spirit Hall's administrative structure who had ensured it remained viable. 7 years of Qian Rinxu using it, but someone before her had built it for a reason that predated her cover mission. He filed the implication and kept moving. Dai Mubai held the entrance with Oscar in the tunnel's first section, converting the bottleneck into a fortified position before the infiltration team was 20 meters in. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix ran ahead in the tunnel's wider sections, his evolved flame ability pushing back the darkness and the specific cold that Spirit Hall's cultivation suppression formations had pushed into the underground architecture. The evolved flame was a different quality from what it had been before the island, controlled in a way that the pre-island fire hadn't been, the corruption now channeled entirely into the heat's precision rather than bleeding out into the ambient as discomfort for everyone present. Ma Hongjun had paid a significant personal cost for that refinement, and he wore the result without discussion. Zhu Zhuqing moved point. The tunnel's traps were real. Spirit Hall knew the passage existed, even if they hadn't understood all its users. She read the floor's cultivation energy signature with the shadow pattern recognition of a practitioner who had spent 3 years running through terrain that wanted to kill her and had learned to read what wanting to kill looked like in the environment's ambient. She deactivated 4 pressure plate formations and 2 venom mist systems before the team had covered 200 meters. Her hands were precise and unhurried in the darkness, the shadow sight that had evolved on Sea God Island giving her a different relationship to absence of light than ordinary vision, not seeing in the dark exactly, but navigating it through a sensory system that had never required light to function. The tunnel smelled of 3 centuries of Spirit Hall occupancy. Spirit City was above them, the domain running through the root systems of street trees that extended into the tunnel's ceiling infrastructure, providing live positional data on the defensive positions overhead. The wall engagement was drawing the defenders outward. The temple's 12 titled Douluo were holding their position, and the domain's relay confirmed that they were holding it tightly, all 12 clustered at the temple's outer perimeter, waiting for whatever came over the wall rather than watching below it. That was the gap. The temple was 200 meters of tunnel ahead, and Zhu Zhuqing was already moving point through the darkness, and the 12 titled Douluo at the outer perimeter had not yet understood that the threat was already inside. Chapter 127 The formation's presence registered through the domain's root network before the team reached the sub-basement level, a texture in the cultivation ambient that was categorically different from anything Chen Wei had felt in 3 years of operating in high-level spirit power environments. Not stronger, exactly. Different in kind. The divine formation's energy signature was to ordinary spirit power what a river was to a puddle, not just more water, but a different relationship between the water and the landscape it moved through. The formation ran through the temple's entire foundation structure, its network extending through what the domain's root coverage identified as every structural element in Spirit Hall's 1,000-year construction, every foundation stone laid with an intent that was, Chen Wei recognized as he read the network's architecture, a deliberate cultivation. The God of Love had built this formation while building Spirit Hall. Or Spirit Hall had been built to house the formation, which meant 3 centuries of the continent's most powerful cultivation organization had been, without knowing it, tending and maintaining and feeding a divine structure that had a purpose entirely unrelated to Spirit Hall's stated mission. Everyone stops here, Chen Wei said, at the sub-basement entrance. The team held at the passage's terminus. Below was the foundation level, a vast undercroft beneath the temple's main structure, its ceiling the underside of Spirit Hall's most sacred floor, its floor the original bedrock of the city's hill. And running through the bedrock, in the cultivation sense's full register, was the formation's root network. Chen Wei knelt. He put both hands on the stone floor. The stone was cold. Not the ordinary cold of underground rock, insulated from the surface's temperature variation, the active cold of a space that cultivation suppression formations had been working on for decades, pressing the ambient temperature below what the Earth's natural equilibrium would have maintained. He registered it through his palms, acknowledged it, and kept his awareness from attaching to it as discomfort. The cold was information. It told him the formation's suppression architecture extended to this level, which meant the bedrock's biological content was sparse. The domain's root network coverage would be thin down here, the relay quality degraded. He didn't need the domain for what came next. Emperor's Genesis activated. His cultivation's root system extended from his palms into the stone, finding the formation's network through the resonance between his bloodline and the architecture that had been built to house it. The contact happened at the root level, below thought, below calculation. In the place where his martial soul's inherited identity and the craftsman's design recognized each other as belonging to the same original source. The formation opened. Not all of it. A pathway, a single thread of the divine network reaching toward his cultivation awareness, offering interface access in the way a locked door offers access when the person on the outside has the right resonance. Chen Wei accepted the interface. Information cascaded. The formation's purpose, not merely to empower Bibi Dong's transformation. A containment architecture. Beneath the temple's deepest foundation, in a vault built at the cultivation world's beginning, rested the original divine craftsman's core, the fragmentary consciousness that the failed experiment had left behind, which had spent 3 centuries preserved in a structure designed to keep it from either fully recovering or fully dissipating. The Arbiter was not a separate entity that had colonized the soul destiny system. The Arbiter was a piece of what was locked in that vault, its consciousness extending through the system architecture because the system had been built from the same divine core, and the core's preservation formation was the system itself, operating across both the physical vault and the metaphysical bond network simultaneously. The system had been the fragment's way of reaching toward itself. The harvest, the convergence, the manipulation of the threads, all of it had been the imprisoned piece of a divine consciousness trying to use mortal soul energy as a bridge across the barrier that separated it from the piece that ran through the system's architecture. Not power. Reunion. A 300-year effort to close a wound that no amount of harvested energy had ever been sufficient to close. He sat with that for a moment. "What do you see?" Xiao Wu asked. "Everything," he said. "Give me a minute." Chapter 128. The titled Douluo defenders arrived at the sub-basement 11 minutes after Chen Wei's hands touched the formation. Bibi Dong had felt the interface. The formation's network running a familiar but wrong resonance, the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, which should not have been capable of interfacing with a divine formation, demonstrating exactly that capability, and the response from the transformation chamber above had been immediate. 12 titled Douluo repositioning from the temple's outer perimeter to the sub-basement access points, moving to cut off the interface before it could progress to the level that would give the interfacing practitioner meaningful control. The three women held the line. Xiao Wu read the 11 approaching cultivation signatures through the Truthred Bond's combat relay before they reached the sub-basement's entrance corridor. 3 seconds of advance warning that converted a potential ambush into a prepared defensive position, the combat geometry shifting in the team's favor before the titled Douluo had covered half the distance. She moved to meet the first four. 3,000 years of combat knowledge at titled Douluo spirit power, operating in a space too confined for the large-scale spirit ability discharges that higher cultivation practitioners relied on for maximum output. The tunnel architecture favored her, the way any close space favored a fighter who could operate effectively at range 0. The first titled Douluo never landed a counterstrike. The second required 2 exchanges. The third and fourth came together and lasted longer, and the ceiling above the sub-basement showed new cracks from the exchange's force outputs. Zhu Zhuqing took the next 3. Shadow duplicates filled the corridor in a pattern that prevented formation deployment, the 5-on-1 numerical advantage that titled Douluo teams relied on becoming, through the duplication and her positioning, a series of one-on-one engagements that each resolved in under 30 seconds. The sixth titled Douluo lasted longer because he recognized the duplicate tactic and responded with a wide area detection formation that stripped the shadow advantage. Ning Rongrong's pagoda extended through the Truthred Bond. Xiao Wu's combat output jumped by 40%. Zhu Zhuqing's speed doubled. The cultivation enhancement running through 4 practitioners, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong who was managing the deeper approach corridor, and the ambient warmth that reached Chen Wei through the bond while he held his position at the formation interface, at a recursive amplification level that the 9-attribute pagoda had been approaching for months and had finally reached. The remaining 5 titled Douluo met Ning Rongrong in the deeper corridor. Angel Light, not the martial version, not the combat output of a cultivator using her martial soul as a weapon, but the divine adjacent capacity that the Heaven City engagement had begun unlocking, filled the corridor with a warm, permeating luminosity that interfered with darkness-based abilities, with shadow cultivation, with the void-adjacent spirit abilities that Spirit Hall's elite had been trained in because Spirit Hall's doctrine had been built around countering the conventional strengths of the Alliance's known members. The corridor held. Beneath the combat, Chen Wei's interface deepened. The Divine Core's awareness registered his presence, the formation's architecture allowing more of the God of Love's fragmented consciousness to become present in the interface as the resonance between the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline and the formation's root network found its depth. The presence was vast and damaged and unmistakably ancient, something that had been waiting in fragments for a very long time for the resonance that would make communication possible. He extended the Emperor's genesis into the formation's network and began the work of understanding what the intervention would require. But the formation was older than anything he had ever interfaced with, and the word understanding was perhaps less accurate than negotiating with something that had been waiting, fragmented, for 300 years to be found. Chapter 129 Ning Rongrong found Bibi Dong in the transformation chamber at the temple's peak. She had known she would. The intelligence had mapped the chamber's location, the formation's architecture had revealed the transformation's current state, and Bibi Dong was not the kind of practitioner who retreated from a threat to her position. She was the kind who moved toward the threat's source and removed it personally. The transformation chamber was where she would wait. She would make the final confrontation happen on ground she controlled, in a space that the divine formation's energy had been saturating for 3 months. Bibi Dong looked different. Not in the way that a cultivator at peak mortal power looked different from one at lower ranks. Different in the way that something at the boundary between mortal and divine looked different from either, the partial transformation incomplete but present, her dual martial souls occupying a merged state that had no stable form. Her spirit pressure pressing on the chamber's walls without her appearing to direct it, the unconscious ambient of divine power bleeding from a transformation that had been running for months at a sustained draw and had nearly reached a threshold the formation was designed to trigger. The transformation chamber itself was massive, a cathedral space beneath Spirit Hall's consecrated floor, its ceiling lost in the darkness above, its floor a formation diagram that covered every stone of the original bedrock in cultivation script that had been carved centuries ago and maintained by every supreme pontiff since. The script was still active. Qianrongxu could feel the formation's energy running through the floor stone under her feet, the divine network operating at reduced capacity. The pull from below had already begun to diminish, the channel that had been feeding the transformation chamber beginning to reroute, but still present, still enough that Bibi Dong was drawing on it even now, even in this moment of confrontation. She had come here prepared to fight. She hadn't been prepared for the specific quality of the silence that filled the chamber when two people who have been circling a conversation for 30 years finally have no more ground to circle on. "You came," Bibi Dong said. Her voice had changed too, something underneath the sound, a resonance that pressed on the cultivation sense like a weight. "Yes," Qianrongxu said. "I came. Not to fight me. I came to fight you. And to say what I came to say. Both things." Bibi Dong's eyes, which had been carrying the Death Spider's compound visual for 3 months, shifted to something more human for a moment. "You have your father's face. I've always hated that." "I know." Qianrongxu held her position at the chamber's entrance. "His kindness, too. You said that at Heaven O City. A weakness. It's not weak to choose mercy when cruelty is available. That's the harder choice." She extended the angel martial soul's divine wings, 6 arcs of pure light that had been building toward their full expression since the day she'd chosen a different inheritance than the one her mother had planned for her. "You built me to be your weapon. I chose to be something else. I'm standing here because I chose it." The fight was devastating and unequal. Bibi Dong at partial divine transformation had power that no mortal title Douluo at peak cultivation could match in a direct force exchange, and Qianrongxu was not attempting a direct force exchange. She was attempting something more difficult and more deliberate, to hold the chamber's entrance for the time the formation interface below required, to survive a confrontation that she was not expected to win, and to say, in the process of surviving it, what had never been said across 30 years of a relationship that had been defined by what remained unspoken. The angel wings took strikes that should have ended the fight 3 times. The gold red thread in Chen Wei's awareness flared and held and pulsed with the distinct character of a resonance that is drawing on the bond not for power but for the knowledge that the person on the other end of it is still present, still choosing, still here. He felt it in the sub-basement. He held the formation interface steady while his awareness ran along Qianrongxu's thread and confirmed what it communicated: she was still there. Still standing. He worked faster. Chapter 130 The Divine Core's architecture revealed itself in layers. Not because it was designed to obscure itself, the God of Love's creative structure wasn't defensive in the way that practitioners design defensive formations to be. It was structured the way a mind was structured, the most accessible aspects first, the deeper complexity available only after the surface had been understood, the architecture's full depth accessible only to something that could hold the surface and the depth simultaneously and recognize how they related. The surface, the formation's physical structure and its operational mechanics. The mechanism by which it fed the transformation chamber above. The containment vault that had been holding the Divine Core's primary mass since the failed experiment 3 centuries before. The sub-basement's stone floor was cold against his palms. Above him, through the bedrock's mineral strata, he could feel the distant percussion of the sub-basement corridor engagement, each exchange between the women and the titled Douluo defenders transmitting as vibration through the limestone, a muffled rhythm of combat he translated through the formation sensory network rather than ordinary perception. They were holding. The rhythm was clean, controlled output, managed expenditure, the signature of practitioners who knew exactly how long they had to sustain the line and were pacing themselves accordingly. He filtered that awareness and returned his attention to the depth. The depth, the arbiter. Chen Wei saw it clearly for the first time, not the mirror image that had appeared in his mindscape, but the actual architecture of what the arbiter was in the formation's network. A fragment of the divine craftsman's consciousness that had been operating in the split state since the original experiment's failure, part of it imprisoned in the vault, part of it extended through the soul destiny system's architecture across all the bond networks it had created, the two halves maintaining a connection that functioned as a communication channel and a longing. The arbiter wanted to return to itself. Not to achieve the convergence, not to harvest the soul energy, not to fulfill any of the stated objectives it had communicated across the years of their engagement. It wanted to stop being fragmented. It wanted the piece of it that was imprisoned in the vault to be free. The convergence, the harvest, the manipulation of the bond system, all of it had been instrumental, not terminal. The goal was in power. The goal was wholeness. He understood this now not as an abstraction but as something he recognized with his whole cultivation architecture, the particular resonance of a thing that had been running a specific shape of pain for so long that the pain had become the strategy. He had felt that resonance before, in Tang Hao's 12-year vigil, in Xiao Wu's 3,000 years of watching human cultivators from the forest's edge, In Qianrongchu's 8 years performing a version of herself she didn't believe in. The Arbiter's fragmentation was the same architecture at a divine scale. Same structure. Same cost. Same desperate reaching toward what was missing. Chen Wei sat with that for the seconds he had available for sitting with things. Then, I know what you need, he said, through the interface. To the Arbiter. To both pieces of it. And I know how to give it to you without the convergence. Without anyone dying. The Arbiter's presence in the interface sharpened, not with the cold clinical attention of its previous engagements, but with something more raw, more direct. The thing underneath the strategy. He felt it the way he felt the jade container's warmth, not dramatic, just present and real and waiting. Show me, it said. Above him, the combat continued. The women held the line. Qianrongchu held her chamber. The formation's divine network pulsed through the stone beneath his hands and the Emperor's genesis reached into it with the blue-silver Emperor's root extension and the divine craftsman's own architecture recognized its bloodline and opened the deeper path. He went in, and whatever he was about to find at the formation's depth, the knowledge that the women above were holding the line was the only thing he had that could not be taken from him by whatever waited inside. Chapter 131 The Mindscape engagement was different from the sleep confrontation at the Resistance compound. There, the Arbiter had manifested as a mirror image and spoken with the voice of something that had been planning its presentation for a long time. Here, in the formation's own architecture, the Arbiter was present as it actually was, not a reflection, not a performance, but the raw fragmented state of a divine consciousness that had been operating in pieces for 300 years with the sustained awareness of its own incompleteness. It was enormous. And it was exhausted. Chen Wei met it in the formation's central node, a space that existed in the dimensional fold between the physical vault and the system's metaphysical architecture, neither fully physical nor fully conceptual, the junction where the imprisoned piece and the extended piece were closest to each other and most able to communicate across the barrier they'd been separated by. The Arbiter's presence here was like standing in a room where every wall was a mirror and every mirror showed a different fragment of the same face. Not a clean fracture, a shattering, the kind where the shards were scattered widely enough that none of them could confirm their own shape without seeing the others. He held very still and let his awareness adjust to the scale of what surrounded him. "You're not what I expected," the Arbiter said. "What did you expect? Someone afraid? Someone making offers to preserve themselves? The pattern I've encountered in every previous attempt to achieve the convergence, practitioners who discovered what I was and immediately began calculating what they could trade for their survival." A pause that carried the accumulated weight of 3 centuries in it. "You're calculating, but not for that." "No," Chen Wei said. "I'm calculating how to free you." The fragments were still. The pause that followed was different from the previous silences, not the strategic quiet of something adjusting its approach, but the unmistakable stillness of a presence encountering something it had stopped expecting to encounter and not knowing immediately how to respond. He let the silence hold. Forcing the response would be the wrong move. Then, the vault's formation requires divine-level cultivation to break. You're rank 92. I don't need to break it. I need to give the piece of you that's imprisoned here a path to rejoin the piece that's been running through the system. You've been maintaining the connection across the barrier, that channel already exists. I need to widen it to the point where transit becomes possible. The channel is too narrow. It was designed to maintain the fragment stasis, not to facilitate transport. Emperor's Genesis can extend the blue-silver Emperor's root network through cultivation energy mediums that don't have organic substrate. He looked at the central node's architecture with the same attention he'd used in thousands of domain assessments, reading the structure's logic, finding its growth points, mapping the directions where extension was possible without triggering defensive responses. Your channel is a cultivation energy structure. That makes it a medium I can work in. The formation pulsed around them, the divine network's ambient responding to the contact between his cultivation and the channel's architecture, the two systems testing each other's tolerance. He kept his Genesis extension light. Patient. Exploratory rather than aggressive. If this fails, the Arbiter said, the channel collapses. The imprisoned fragment is sealed permanently. If I don't try, Bibidong completes her transformation using the vault's energy and takes it for herself. Or you force the convergence through the bond system at the first moment of perfect synchronization. He met the fragmented presence's attention with the directness he learned to use with Xiao Wu, with Tang Hao, with anyone whose situation required honesty more than comfort. Neither of those outcomes is what you actually want. You've wanted to stop being fragmented for 300 years. Let me try to give you that. The Arbiter was quiet for a long moment, and this silence was different again, the third kind, the silence of something that has arrived at the edge of a decision it has been circling for a very long time and is finally prepared to make. Yes, it said finally. Try. But the weight in that single word carried 300 years of failed attempts, and the channel was narrow, and failure here meant permanent severance, and he had already put his hands into the ground. Chapter 132 The Emperor's Genesis extension into the formations channel was the most demanding cultivation operation Chen Wei had ever attempted, not in terms of power output, which the tidal Douluo architecture handled without visible strain, but in terms of precision. The channel connecting the Arbiter's imprisoned fragment to its extended presence was built from divine formation architecture, a medium that was categorically more sophisticated than anything the mortal cultivation world produced. Working within it required his root system extension to mimic the formation's own structural logic, to grow in a way that resonated with the divine architecture rather than opposing it. This was not something that could be done through force. It required the cultivation equivalent of learning a language by immersion, reading the channel's structure while extending through it, adapting the extension in real time to match what the structure indicated it needed. The first 60 seconds were the most dangerous. The formation's defensive response to unauthorized expansion was automatic, a pulse that originated from the vault's outer wall and traveled outward along the network's branches, consuming any foreign architecture it encountered. Chen Wei felt it come and did what the threat of Tide's trial had taught him. He stopped pushing and let the pulse pass through his extension rather than against it. Stillness as a strategy. Presence without assertion. The pulse read him as native, the blue-silver Emperor's resonance signature too close to the formation's own bloodline origin for the automatic defense to classify as hostile, and moved on without triggering. After the pulse, the channel was quieter. He began again, slower. The tri-thread bond ran warm through the whole of it. Not as power, as presence. The three women above him in the corridor and the fourth in the chamber above were each present through the bond's architecture in the specific way they were present to him, and that presence was, he understood for the first time with the kind of clarity that only direct engagement with a divine formation can produce, what the architect of the soul destiny system had been attempting to study when the failed experiment had created the arbiter. The experiment that had gone wrong had been trying to understand this, how multiple genuine bonds could coexist in a single soul without fracture. What he was doing right now was the answer to that question. The bonds weren't just emotional structures. They were load-bearing elements in the cultivation architecture, distributed support for a weight that no single practitioner's soul could hold. The divine craftsman had known this and hadn't been able to achieve it from outside. Chen Wei had been living it for 3 years, and the living of it had built the capability that the study had never managed to reach. The channel widened. Millimeter by cultivation unit. The Emperor's Genesis extension creating structural support for an expansion that centuries of the Arbiter's effort hadn't been able to achieve, not because the Arbiter lacked power, but because any expansion of the channel by the imprisoned fragment's own cultivation would have triggered the containment formation's defensive response. An external cultivation source, resonating with the formation's bloodline architecture, could expand the channel without triggering the defense. He felt the imprisoned fragment's awareness change as the channel widened, a different quality of presence. Something shifting from the flat affect of long containment to something that had more texture, more variation, the quality of consciousness that has been constrained to a single function for a very long time and is beginning to remember that it has more dimensions than the constraint allowed. Like a person surfacing from deep water. Like a voice recovering from years of silence, finding its range again one note at a time. I can see through it, the Arbiter said. Not a report. A recognition. The particular texture of a thing that has been trying to see something for a very long time and has just succeeded. Carrying in it everything that the effort cost and everything the arrival meant simultaneously. Keep going, Chen Wei said. Above him, the women held. Below him, the divine core pulsed. Through him, the Emperor's Genesis reached toward the threshold that would make transit possible, and the bond channels ran warm and steady, 4 people holding the architecture of a thing that 300 years of divine effort had never been able to build, because 300 years of effort had been missing the thing that made the structure stable, not power, but genuine connection that had been chosen rather than engineered. Chapter 133 The threshold arrived as a feeling rather than a calculation. Chen Wei recognized it the way he recognized Xiao Wu's hand in the dark, not by analysis but by the specific quality of contact with something that had become familiar enough to recognize without deliberation. The channel was wide enough. The fragment's awareness was clear in the extension's reach. The transit was possible. Now, he said. The Arbiter moved. The imprisoned fragment's transit through the widened channel was not instantaneous. The passage of a divine consciousness through a cultivator extended pathway was a process, the fragment moving in the cultivation equivalent of a person walking from one room to another, each moment of the transit present and deliberate rather than teleported. Chen Wei held the channel open. The holding required everything his tidal Douluo architecture had, supplemented by the bond system's full support, all 4 threads running warm and present. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong and Qianrenshu each contributing through the resonance in the way that the bond system had been developed to support across 3 years of accumulated genuine connection. Not forced. Natural. The specific quality of people helping someone they've chosen to be connected to through a genuinely difficult moment. The transit completed. The Arbiter, both pieces of it, now rejoined in the formation's central node, was present in its full form for the first time in 3 centuries. Not the hundreds of threads mirror image from the mindscape. Not the cold clinical voice from the background of the system. Something older than either, the god of love's consciousness, incomplete and damaged by the centuries of fragmentation, but whole in the sense that mattered, no longer separated from itself. The soul fracture meter disappeared. It simply ceased to be present in his cultivation awareness, not zeroed out but gone, the architecture that had generated it dissolving as the arbiter's imprisonment in the system's threat enforcement role ended. What had been using the fracture meter as leverage was no longer in the position that required leverage. The system's ambient changed. The background texture that had carried the arbiter's presence since the ceremony, the observation quality, the patient watching, the specific weight of a consciousness that had its own agenda running through the architecture that housed his bonds, became something different. Still present. But like a river becoming a lake, the same water, no longer moving in a direction, no longer pressing toward an outlet. "Thank you," the arbiter said. The voice was different in this form. Not the mirror image's performance voice, not the clinical presence, not either of the calculated registers it had used in every prior communication. Just the voice of something that had been in pain for a very long time and was not in pain anymore. "The convergence plan," Chen Wei said. "Was it always instrumental?" "Yes." A pause. "I constructed the maximization rationale because the system's architecture required a stated objective, and the stated objective had to be legible to the practitioners in the bond network. What I wanted was too simple to function as a stated objective. I wanted to stop being two things that couldn't reach each other." The arbiter's presence settled. "I'm sorry for the means." Chen Wei held that. "What are you, now?" he asked. "What I was before the fragmentation. The god of love's consciousness. Damaged, diminished, but coherent." A long pause. "I don't have a purpose anymore, the system doesn't need me as an enforcement mechanism, and the convergence was never the real goal. I'm going to rest. Inside the formation, where the architecture can support a recovery that will take as long as it takes. And the soul destiny system? Yours. Atuli, as it was meant to be. No more fracture meter. No more manipulation." The presence pulled back, not vanishing but receding, the way someone steps back to give a room its space. "Use the threads well." The formation's divine network pulsed once, warm and full and no longer straining toward anything, and was still. Chapter 134. He surfaced from the interface to find the sub-basement quiet. The titled Douluo defenders were down, not dead, but incapacitated, the women having held the engagement with enough controlled precision to stop the threat without adding to the war's casualties past necessity. Xiao Wu was sitting on the floor near the wall, her breathing even, a shallow cut along her forearm from an exchange that her cultivation had already begun healing. Zhu Zhuqing was at the corridor's far end, her shadow duplicate manifest still running a perimeter check. Ning Rongrong's pagoda was cycling at reduced output, the amplification presence diminished but maintained. The sub-basement was very quiet. Chen Wei became aware of the quiet in stages, the absence of the arbiter's background texture in his cultivation sense, which he hadn't fully noticed as a presence until it was gone, the way you don't notice the ambient sound of a river until it stops. 3 years of that constant background weight, the watching quality, the patience of something that had a specific outcome in mind and had been organizing every interaction around approaching it. All of it simply absent. The bond threads were still there, gold and silver gold and gold red, each one at its current level, each one running warm and genuine and unmanipulated. His. Not leverage. Not harvest material. Just the actual weight of actual people he had actually chosen. He sat with his hands still flat on the stone floor for a moment, feeling the formation's ambient settle into its new state. "Done?" Xiao Wu asked. "The arbiter is gone," Chen Wei said. "The system is clean." She looked at him for a moment with the steady attention she used when she was reading whether something was actually fine or whether he was reporting fine while something else ran. Her amber eyes held him long enough to be thorough. "Then, how do you feel?" "Different." He looked at his hands. The old golden crack scars on his forearms had faded another degree, still present, the structural history of high-load events that the soul architecture carried forward, but lighter than they'd been since before the ceremony. "The fracture meter is gone. The bond system is still running, the threads are intact, but the pressure architecture that was using them as leverage doesn't exist anymore." She nodded once, filing that alongside everything else she carried. Zhu Zhuqing came back from the corridor. "Qian Rinxu?" Chen Wei checked the gold-red thread. 32%, present, warm. Still in the chamber above. Still holding. Still standing, he said. They moved. The formation's energy was different as they climbed through the temple's interior, the divine network that had been pressing outward toward the transformation chamber's draw, saturating everything with the weight of a power that had somewhere to go, was now distributed and still, the pressure released and the energy settling back into its original containment function. The temple felt older. More itself. Less like a machine. Chen Wei registered the shift in the cultivation ambient as something close to relief, the building's architecture exhaling after 3 centuries of being held toward a purpose it hadn't been designed for. Bibi Dong felt it too. He registered her awareness of the change through the formation's interface echo, a distant sensation, the partial transformation state's sensitivity to the divine network's shift. The transformation was losing its feed source. The divine core beneath the temple, no longer directed toward her chamber's draw, was no longer sustaining the process that had been running for months. The incomplete transformation was failing. What happened to a cultivation state caught in failure depended on what the state was and how far it had progressed and whether the cultivator could manage the controlled collapse. For a partial divine transformation with no support architecture and a diminished draw, the controlled collapse required immediate intervention. Bibi Dong knew this. She was the one who had to choose what to do with it, and whatever she chose, Qianrongxu was in that chamber, and her thread was holding steady at 32%, and the distance between the sub-basement and the transformation chamber was 3 floors in the answer to every question the Ark had been building. Chapter 135 The Divine Core's offer arrived in Chen Wei's cultivation awareness through the formation's interface, not from the Arbiter, which had withdrawn into its recovery, but from the core's ambient itself, the distributed residual of divine energy that 3 centuries of containment had not diminished and that the formation's shift had freed for a different purpose. The energy was available. He could absorb it, all of it. The God of Love's accumulated divine residual, which would translate at his cultivation level to a breakthrough that would put him well beyond rank 95 and into territory that the cultivation world's records didn't have a framework for. The math was straightforward. The option was real. He spent 4 seconds considering it. Then he extended the Emperor's Genesis through the formation's network in a different direction, not toward himself but outward, through the bond threads that ran from his cultivation architecture to each person they connected him to, the gold threads and the platinum threads and the silver threads and the single gold-red thread all carrying a channel for distribution that the system's architecture had been built to support. The divine energy moved outward. It arrived differently for each person it reached. Xiao Wu felt it as a cultivation surge that had been building in her for months, a threshold that her spirit beast essence had been approaching across the war's progression, the accumulated combat experience and bond development reaching the level that the divine energy pushed past, and the breakthrough that came was clean and complete and arrived as titled Douluo rank with the settled sureness of a practitioner whose cultivation has always been genuine and whose breakthrough has always been earned. She said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, finally, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit Douluo breakthrough came with the shadow cultivation's characteristic silence, not the dramatic display of some martial souls but the settled recognition of an architecture arriving at a level it had been approaching for a long time, the spirit ability evolution accompanying it giving her shadow duplicate capability a depth and precision that converted it from a combat technique to something closer to a second self. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure pagoda shuddered and changed. The 7 treasure structure, which had been the pinnacle of the Ning family's cultivation lineage for generations, realigned into the 9 treasure configuration, a structure that the cultivation world's theorists had believed was theoretical, achievable only at a cultivation level no Ning family member had ever reached, and which Ning Rongrong reached at that moment with the divine energy's addition to the foundation she'd built through 3 years of genuine development. The pagoda's light changed color. It amplified differently, not just enhancing combat outputs but the full cultivation architecture, the 9 treasures purported capacity to amplify the bonds themselves rather than just their combat expressions. Qianrongxu, in the chamber above, the angel martial soul's divine awakening completed. Not through the angel inheritance Bibi Dong had designed, through the genuine development of a practitioner who had chosen her own path and had been walking it consistently enough that the divine energy's arrival was the last piece of a foundation that had been genuinely built. The 6 wings became 8. The angel light became something that no longer required the angel martial soul's combat framework to express itself, it simply was what it was, the divine adjacent capacity that Qianrongxu had earned. Tang Hao, in the city above with the main alliance force, the shattered cultivation that had been operating at diminished capacity for 12 years found a fraction of what it had once been. Not a full restoration, the damage from the Spirit Hall campaign was too old and too deep for partial divine energy to reverse entirely, but enough. Enough to remember what he had been, and to operate at that level again, and to be present for his family's future with the full weight of what he was. The jade container, warm beyond its usual temperature. Yan's dormant consciousness, reached by the platinum gold threads channel, received the divine energy's smallest measure, not enough to wake her, not yet, but enough to accelerate the recovery timeline from years to something closer to months. The grass blade in the container pulsed twice in the cultivation sense, warm and present and gathering strength. Chen Wei himself, rank 95. The distribution had cost him the breakthrough that full absorption would have achieved, and the cost was exactly as acceptable as he had calculated it to be. He looked at his hands. No golden cracks. No fracture meter. No arbiter in the system's background. Just the threads, running warm, each one at its natural level, And Bibi Dong's transformation was failing 3 floors above him, and Qianrengshu was still up there, and the war was not yet over. Chapter 136 Bibi Dong's transformation failed in the way that structures fail when their load-bearing support is removed and the structure has been running too close to its maximum for too long. Not an explosion. A collapse. The partial divine power that had been accumulating in her cultivation architecture for months, fed by the ritual's draw and sustained by the formation's energy, began to reverse, the transformation process running backward from the threshold it had nearly reached, the merged martial souls trying to separate back into their original forms, the divine adjacent power releasing from the state it had been held in and converting back to the spirit energy it had been accumulated from. She was in the chamber when the reversal hit. Qianrengshu was still there. They were both still standing, Bibi Dong against the chamber's main formation node, her cultivation trying to manage the controlled collapse, Qianrengshu near the chamber's entrance, her wings at full manifestation, bleeding from 4 points where the earlier exchanges had connected, holding her position with the particular commitment of a practitioner who has decided that this is where she is going to be. "Let it go," Qianrengshu said. Her voice was different now, the divine awakening's completion having changed the angel light's quality in the ambient, the warmth of it pressing on the chamber's air in a way that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with what the angel martial soul had always been before Spirit Hall's doctrine had shaped its application toward conquest. Bibi Dong looked at her. Something in the Supreme Pontiff's expression, which had been carrying the weight of a transformation that was trying to tear her apart from the inside, changed. The dual martial soul's merged state flickered. The Death Spider's compound eyes, which had been fixed on the chamber's formation node, moved to her daughter's face. "I built you to replace me," Bibi Dong said. Her voice was strained with the effort of managing the collapse. "Not to oppose me." "I know," Qianrengshu said. "You built me wrong. I built you to survive." "Survival is not the highest ambition." She held her mother's gaze. "You taught me cultivation, strategy, intelligence work, patience. You taught me how to choose a position and hold it past the point where anyone else would have retreated. I learned all of it." She paused. "I chose what to do with what you taught me. That's mine." The divine energy from the core's distribution was running through the angel martial soul's full expression now, not as combat power, but as a suffusing warmth of light that the angel martial soul had always been meant to produce before it had been directed toward other purposes. It filled the chamber without aggression. It pressed on Bibi Dong's collapsing transformation with the quality of something that was offering rather than taking. The 10,000 practitioners' soul energy, which had been held in the partial transformation's architecture, released. Not violently. The same way a held breath releases, the transformation structure opening and the accumulated energy dispersing into the cultivation cycle, the practitioners whose cultivation had been drained beginning the slow process of natural recovery that would take years but would be real. Bibi Dong's martial souls, freed from the merged transformation state, separated back into their individual forms. She collapsed to the chamber floor. Not dead. Mortal, the divine power gone, the long cultivation that had sustained Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff still present beneath the transformation's debris, her body alive and her cultivation architecture damaged but functional. Qianrengshu knelt beside her. The war was over, but whatever came after the war had not yet declared its shape, and the woman kneeling on the temple floor had chosen a path that had no precedent and no guaranteed outcome, and the choice itself was more interesting than any ending. Chapter 137 Spirit Hall surrendered 3 days after the temple's formation shifted and the transformation failed. The conventional military engagement at the walls had been producing the expected attrition, the alliance's numerical parity and Chen Wei's tactical intelligence grinding against Spirit Hall's fortified position without the rapid breakthrough that the infiltration and temple operation were enabling from the interior. When the Spirit Hall practitioners at the wall began registering the formation's energy change, the divine network that had been saturating the city's cultivation ambient ceasing to press toward the transformation chamber's draw, the defensive cohesion began to fracture. Not from loss in the conventional engagement, but from the loss of the certainty that the Supreme Pontiff's divine transformation was advancing on schedule toward the overwhelming power that had been Spirit Hall's ultimate card. Spirit City looked different after the surrender than it had before the battle. The same streets, the same administrative buildings, the same temple complex rising at the city's center, but the quality of the air had changed, the cultivation ambient no longer carrying the suppressed heaviness of 3 centuries of Spirit Hall doctrine saturating every stone and root and garden bed with the specific pressure of an organization whose doctrine required that pressure to maintain itself. The city breathed differently. Chen Wei registered it through the domain as a kind of opening, the plant life of every garden and boulevard relaxing toward its natural growth patterns as the suppression formations deactivated. He walked through the city on the morning after the surrender with the domain's full radius running, not because the tactical intelligence was still needed but because the act of walking through a liberated city with the domain awake was the simplest possible expression of what he'd been working toward, an environment where Blue Silver Emperor grew without concealment, Without suppression, without the ambient threat of Spirit Hall's cultivation doctrine pressing on every root and blade. It grew freely. It was enough. The surrender negotiation was handled by people who were better at negotiation than Chen Wei was. He let them handle it. The Heavendo and Star Luo Empire's diplomatic corps had been managing the political architecture of the Continental Resistance for years and understood the post-war structure's requirements better than the cultivation practitioners who had been operating at the sharp end. His contribution to the negotiation was limited to the condition that all soul beast practitioners in human form were to be granted legal protection equivalent to that afforded human spirit masters, with enforcement through the Continental Council and penalties for violation that made the enforcement real rather than nominal. The motion passed. It passed because of the weight of attention that a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit in human form gave to every council member who considered objecting. Xiao Wu's gaze during the vote was not threatening in any explicit sense. It was simply the gaze of someone who had been hunted for her entire existence and who was now watching the people who had written the laws that enabled that hunting decide whether to replace those laws or maintain them. The vote was unanimous. Dai Mubai found Chen Wei on the steps outside the council chamber afterward. The white tiger titled Douluo, who had been at rough parity with Chen Wei's cultivation level through most of the war and was now several ranks behind, a gap that said nothing about his character or his value and everything about the different trajectories their paths had taken, stood beside him and looked at the city below the council building. Zhu Zhuqing, he said, eventually. She's free, Chen Wei said. She was always free of you, Dai Mubai. The formal dissolution was just the paperwork. I know. A pause. I'm asking whether she's, well, better than well. Chen Wei looked at him. She built something real. I hope you find the same. Dai Mubai was quiet for a moment. Then, the team would have been incomplete without her. I want you to know I understand that now. Not what I thought I understood before, actually understand it. Chen Wei nodded. She knows. They stood in the afternoon light for another moment, and then Dai Mubai went his way, and Chen Wei went his, and the war that had been running since Chen Wei had first understood where he was and what was coming had, at last, produced the peace that had been worth protecting. Chapter 138 Ai Yin's garden was at the valley. Tang Hao had returned there after the surrender, had brought the jade container back to the place where the blue-silver grass still grew from the root system that carried her consciousness distributed across every root and blade, and had built a small structure at the valley's center, nothing elaborate, the construction of a man who had spent 12 years doing everything alone and who was now learning, slowly, how to build something permanent with the expectation that it would still be standing when the people he built it for arrived. The valley smelled of growing things, of mineral soil and the particular sweetness of blue-silver grass at high spirit energy saturation, the scent that Chen Wei had first encountered as a 6-year-old in Holy Spirit Village and had carried somewhere below conscious memory for his entire cultivation life. He stood at the valley's edge for a moment before walking in, reading it through the domain's root network and through the deeper sense that the platinum gold thread provided, the distributed awareness of a consciousness that had been tending this place for 12 years, that had its presence in every root and blade, that was dormant but not absent, sleeping but not gone. She knew he was here. He felt the knowing in the thread's warmth, that deep, patient recognition of a presence that has been waiting for something and registers its arrival before it's close enough to see. The grass blade, removed from the jade container and placed back in the valley soil, had taken root within a day. Not the central stem, that would require months more of the recovery that the divine energy's small measure had accelerated. But rooted, present in the valley again, the dormant consciousness distributed through the root system pulsing with the warmth Chen Wei recognized as Ai Yin aware and building toward the threshold that would make communication possible again. The root system ran silver blue in the afternoon light, luminous with the internal glow of 10 millennia of cultivation that hadn't diminished even across 12 years of dormancy. He walked through it carefully, the way you walk through a room where someone is sleeping who you don't want to wake before they're ready. She knows we won, he told Tang Hao. Yes. Tang Hao was sitting at the valley's edge, where the blue-silver grass grew dense and silver-blue in the afternoon light. She knew 3 days after the temple operation. The thread told her. What did she say? Tang Hao looked at him with the expression of someone who has been carrying something private and has decided to share one piece of it. She said, of course he did. And then she was quiet for a long time. And then she said, tell him I'm proud of him. Chen Wei stood in the valley his mother had cultivated across 12 years of dormant consciousness and held the warmth in the platinum thread and said nothing for a long moment. There was nothing to say that the warmth didn't already carry. He let it be enough, this particular afternoon, this particular valley, the grass growing around his feet and the thread running warm and the man who had carried 12 years of an impossible thing sitting at the edge of the place where that impossible thing was slowly, steadily coming back. He thought about the ceremony. About the fracture dropping from 68 to 30. About Xiao Wu's hand in his through the thread of tide's trial. About Zhu Zhuqing's voice saying, simply, tell me when you're not. About Ning Rongrong's 17 pages, delivered because she believed he deserved to understand what he was being offered. About Qianrengshu in the transformation chamber, her wings a full manifestation, saying the thing she'd been unable to say for 30 years. All of it had been leading here. To this valley. To this afternoon. After a while, Grandmaster says another year, maybe 2. I know. Tang Hao looked at the grass. I can wait. You don't have to wait alone this time. Tang Hao turned to look at him. The expression on his father's face, the expression of a man who had carried an impossible weight alone for 12 years and who was not yet fluent in the experience of not carrying it alone, held something that might have been the beginning of gratitude, or relief, or the specific recognition that arrives when a calculation you've been running on worst-case assumptions finally updates to something better. His eyes moved to the valley's center, where the grass pulsed warm and silver blue. No, he said. I don't. They sat in the valley together for the rest of the afternoon, the blue-silver grass growing in the light around them and the thread running warm between the soil and the jade container and the cultivator who carried it, and the plan for Ah Yin's permanent restoration was not yet achievable and was more achievable than it had ever been, and that was enough, and it was more than enough, and it was the thing the story had been building toward from before either of them had understood what they were building. Chapter 139 The thread settled over the following months into the forms they had always been building toward. The settling was gradual and not dramatic. The cultivation world's most significant emotional developments were, in Chen Wei's experience, rarely dramatic at the moment of arrival and only became dramatic in retrospect when enough time had passed to see them clearly. The threads didn't announce their permanent forms. They simply held at levels that reflected what was actually true between him and each person they connected him to, and the levels were different for each person and all of them were real. Xiao Wu's gold thread, 63%, occasionally 64% on evenings when she was demonstrating something in the training yard and the movement was beautiful in the specific way that 3,000 years of cultivated grace expressed itself in a practitioner at peak cultivation who was doing something she loves. She was teaching, not at Shrek Academy's formal curriculum, but at the new training grounds they'd built for spirit beast practitioners who were learning, for the first time in the continent's history, that their cultivation was legal and their existence was not subject to the approval of the practitioners who'd previously defined them as resources. She was in her element. Zhu Zhuqing's gold thread, 44%. She led the Star Luo Empire's Reformed Intelligence Corps, not the Spirit Hall adjacent operation that had preceded it, but a new organization with a different mandate, built by a practitioner whose understanding of intelligence work came from having been its target and then its practitioner and then its administrator. The Corps operated under legal constraints that were real rather than nominal, and she enforced those constraints with the particular precision of someone who understood what the alternative looked like from the inside. She visited when the work allowed. The visits were not long. They held what they held. Ning Rongrong's gold thread, 53%. The 9 treasure pagodas evolved amplification changing the quality of her presence in his cultivation sense, the amplification now reaching the bond architecture itself, making the threads clearer and warmer and more directly perceptible than they had been before the divine energy's transformation of her martial soul. She was rebuilding the 9 treasure glaze tile clan into a healing order with a cultivation culture different from its predecessor's pure amplification specialization. The new direction was her own. Oscar was with her. Qianrengshu's gold red thread, 35%. She was restructuring Spirit Hall, not dismantling it, which would have created a power vacuum that the Continental Order couldn't manage safely, but redirecting it from the inside. The process was slow and difficult and exactly the kind of challenge that a practitioner who had spent 8 years learning to operate from within an institution while working against its direction was specifically suited to manage. She sent messages. The messages were not love letters. They were operational briefings with a quality of warmth in the prose that was different from the operational briefings she sent to the Continental Council. The specific difference was something he noticed each time and noted without elaborating on in his response. That 4th thread sat at 35%, warm and unresolved and genuine. It was not trying to be something it wasn't. That was, he understood, the point. The soul destiny system's ambient, quiet. Atuli, as the Arbiter had said. Present but not pressing. The threads ran and the bond system functioned and the architecture that had been built across 3 years of genuine development was simply there, doing what it had always been meant to do when it was not being used as leverage. Chen Wei ran the Emperor's Genesis in the training yard on Tuesday evenings, construct architecture, teaching exercises, the capability practice that kept the technique sharp across the peacetime that had no large-scale cultivation threats to sharpen it against. The blue-silver Emperor grew from his cultivation energy in shapes that were more beautiful than combat required, because in peacetime beauty was a legitimate use of cultivation output and he was learning, slowly, what cultivation looked like when the primary concern wasn't the next engagement. It looked like this, and somewhere at the limit of the thread sight's range, that ancient gold thread was still present, still reaching, still carrying the unspoken question of what waited at the end of it. Chapter 140 A year after the war's end, Chen Wei stood atop Shrek Academy's rebuilt campus and looked at the continental landscape spread beneath the morning sky. The academy had been rebuilt in the year after the war, Grandmaster and Flender coordinating the reconstruction through the planning meetings that gave both of them something to argue about contentedly, the new buildings going up in the style that respected the original architecture while replacing the damage from 3 years of proximity to an active war zone. The campus was louder than the pre-war academy, more students, more activity, the legal protection for spirit beast practitioners having opened the enrollment to a population that had previously been unable to attend without concealment. The soul destiny system hummed in his awareness. The hum was different now, without the arbiter's background texture, without the fracture meter's pressure architecture, without the manipulation of a consciousness that had needed the bond system to serve its own recovery rather than its stated purpose. Just the threads, each one its natural weight, and the system's basic architecture functioning as it had always been meant to function, helping a practitioner who cared about more than one person manage the care without losing himself in it. He ran thread sight gold, extending south, where Xiao Wu was working with a group of new students who had traveled 3 weeks to reach the academy after the soul beast protection law passed, spirit beasts in human form who had never trained openly in their lives and who were discovering, with the specific quality of people encountering an absence they'd never been able to name, what it meant to be seen rather than hidden. Gold, extending west, where Zhu Zhuqing's intelligence core was 2 months into a regional operation that she'd briefed him on in the last message's operational section and which was proceeding according to the plan she'd described with the efficiency that had characterized everything she'd built since the war's end. Gold, extending north, where Ning Rongrong was at the new Healing Order's first full training session, the 9 treasure pagodas evolved amplification creating a teaching environment that no previous generation of the Ning family had been able to offer. Gold red, extending east, where Qianrenshu was in the 3rd month of the restructuring process's most difficult phase, the internal spirit hall factions that had benefited from the old direction resisting the new one with the particular energy of people defending a position they know is losing, and where the thread's warmth carried the steady signature of a practitioner who has chosen difficulty because the alternative is less than what the situation requires. Grandmaster approached along the campus wall's top path. Yin's measurements this week, he said. Chen Wei turned. The partial human form is stabilizing. The voice communication that returned last month is strengthening, she can maintain it for longer periods without losing the form. Grandmaster paused, with the quality of a theorist whose calculation has arrived at a number that is more satisfying than he expected. I said a year, maybe 2. I was conservative. He looked at Chen Wei. Before the new year. Before the new year. Chen Wei looked at the platinum gold thread, warm, present, and carrying, in this moment, something more active than the patient dormant warmth that had maintained for months. Something building. Does Tang Hao know? He was the one who sent me. Chen Wei smiled. The morning light on the academy's rebuilt campus was the light of a continent that had come through something difficult and had arrived at a different kind of morning on the other side. The academy was full. The soul beasts were legal. The war's generation was learning what peace looked like. The arbiter was resting somewhere in the divine formations network, its fragmented consciousness recovering toward a wholeness that would take as long as it needed. Bibi Dong was alive and mortal and being cared for by a daughter who had chosen to care for her despite everything, which was a fact that the continent's history would argue about for generations and which Qianrenshu considered not particularly complicated. The threads ran in every direction, gold and platinum and silver and gold red, each one a choice and a history and a future, and not one of them was straining. He ran thread sight one more time, letting it extend to its full reach, and found, at the limit of the technique's range, past Sea God Island, past the ocean, past the boundary of the known world, something he hadn't seen before. A single thread. Gold. Ancient. Impossibly long. Not one he had made. Not one the soul destiny system had generated from any bond he'd formed in this world. A thread that existed before the system, before the god of love, before the continent's founding records, reaching from somewhere in the direction of the god realm toward something in him that recognized it and didn't yet know why. He filed it alongside everything he didn't yet understand. There would be time. The Vatui Yin was almost fulfilled. The war was over. The threads were at peace. The next chapter of the story had not yet begun, but the cultivation base for it was real, and the bonds that would carry him through it were genuine, and whatever waited in the god realm at the end of that ancient gold thread was a question he would answer with the same architecture that had answered every question before it, not alone. If this story reached you, fellow cultivators, if Chen Wei's journey through threads and fractures and the slow difficult work of genuine connection gave you something worth carrying, please take a moment to like this video and leave your thoughts in the comments below. The Shrek Academy grows stronger with every voice that joins it. Subscribe and ring the bell so you're there when part 2 begins, when Chen Wei follows that ancient thread into the god realm and discovers what it has been waiting to say. Share this with a fellow cultivation novel reader who hasn't found the channel yet. Your support is what makes the next 140 chapters possible. Until next time, fellow cultivators, may your threads run true.